Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 5009 to Chapter 5090. Boom, the huge dragon claw collided with Lotus Flower. Long Chen was actually forced back. At this moment, Lotus Flower had condensed the power of 6 dragons and his own strength. Not only had his strength recovered, but he had also become stronger, far surpassing Long Chen. If Long Chen did not fight with his life on the line, this would definitely be the result. However, the Golden Dragon's defense was amazing. Although he was forced back, Long Chen was not injured. Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot with anger. Sister-in-law, Little Gold and Cold Plum have already done what they should have done. It's my turn now. Stop. Yufenghua shook her head and said, I can feel that your brother is coming back. Don't sacrifice your life for nothing. As expected. Long Chen was so angry that he did not carefully observe the situation around him. Now that he calmed down, he noticed that Ling Xiao's aura seemed to be getting stronger. This meant that he was about to appear. The situation has changed. The king is about to return. Everyone, listen up. Do your best to weaken this monster. When Big Brother Ling Xiao returns, we will completely kill this monster. Long Chen shouted loudly. The warriors of the 4 regions and 9 worlds had already been freed from the battle against the giant dragon. They could finally contribute their strength to deal with Lotus Flower. You guys really don't give up. I've said it before. Ling Xiao is already dead. He will never return. You guys are really stupid to place your hopes on that trash. Lotus Flower laughed disdainfully. Is that so? Let's wait and see. Yufenghua took out the Eternal Temple and hung it high in the sky. Everyone, pour all your strength into the Eternal Temple. She said loudly. At this moment, she was full of confidence. She believed that Ling Xiao would definitely return. Long Chen, stop this guy. Don't let him interfere with our actions. Understood, sister-in-law. Although Long Chen knew that he was no match for Lotus Flower, he had a way to prevent Lotus Flower from interfering with Yufenghua's actions. The huge golden dragon suddenly pounced on Lotus Flower. Fight to the death without retreating. At this time, the experts of the 9 worlds formed a battle formation and poured their power into the Shrine of Eternal Life. The Eternal Temple's aura grew stronger and stronger. Although this power was not as terrifying as the ancient war tree. But at the same time, it was also the gathering of the power of 100,000 experts. It was definitely not weak. Scram. Lotus Flower had already used the dimensional talisman and all his defensive magic treasures had been destroyed. He didn't want to take this terrifying blow at all. He punched Long Chen's body in a frenzy. However, Long Chen was like a mountain rooted in the ground. He did not move at all. Even though the dragon was spitting out blood. However, Long Chen's eyes were filled with hope and a cold smile. They're all lunatics. Ling Xiao is a lunatic, and so are his friends. Do you want to die? Lotus Flower felt incredulous. Why were these ants from the 4 regions and 9 worlds so fearless of death? Actually, with Long Chen's strength, if Long Chen chose to avoid his attacks and fight with him, it would be very difficult for him to kill him. But now, in order to stop him, Long Chen did not dodge at all. They were all fighting head-on. It would be strange if he didn't die like this. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lotus Flower wanted to avoid Long Chen and stop Yufenghua. However, Long Chen's tenacity was beyond his imagination. If he did not kill or knock out Ling Xiao, it would be impossible for him to pass by Ling Xiao. If you want to pass, you'll have to step over my dead body. Dragon extinction is tyrannical. Long Chen was not completely passive. He also had the ability to counterattack. Although this kind of counterattack did not cause much damage to Lotus Flower. However, Long Chen believed that what he did was not useless. Damn it. The powerful dragon extinction was a real dragon extinction. Even Lotus Flower did not dare to force his way through. He had to dodge, so he was even further away from Yufenghua's Shrine of Eternal Life. Everyone, don't be stingy. Attack with all your might. The Fire Emperor roared, Ling Xiao is coming back. Before he comes back, we must cripple this guy. Hee, maybe by the time Sovereign Ling Xiao comes back, we'll have already killed this old monster. The Thunder Emperor laughed. No matter what, don't hold back. Go all out, go all out, go all out. Xianxia roared. Everyone was attacking crazily. The light on the Shrine of Eternal Life became brighter and brighter, and the energy accumulated more and more. Fortunately, the Shrine of Eternal Life was an emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns. Otherwise, it would not be able to withstand so much energy. Long Chen, get out of the way. Finally, at a certain moment, Yufenghua had completed the condensation of power. The power accumulated on the Shrine of Eternal Life had reached its peak. What a joke. Do you think it's useful just because you're strong? I was imprisoned just now. That's why I got hit. Now, what right do you have to attack me? Lotus Flower sneered. His words made many people's hearts turn cold. That's right. Lotus Flower was not only powerful, but he was also extremely fast. No matter how powerful the Shrine of Eternal Life was, it would not have any effect if it could not be attacked. What about this? Before anyone could react, Long Chen had already returned to his human dragon form and grabbed Lotus Flower. Sister-in-law, attack me. He roared. Lunatic, get out of the way. Get out of the way. Lotus Flower was firmly imprisoned by Long Chen and could not move. He never thought that this lunatic would use such a method to deal with him. Although the martial artists of the 4 regions and 9 worlds were weak, their spirit made him feel terrified. Yufenghua hesitated. Although she knew that attacking directly was the right thing to do. However, she couldn't kill Long Chen. Long Chen was one of Ling Xiao's best brothers. He had followed Ling Xiao all the way from the Heavenly Dragon continent. How could she do it? Sister-in-law. Do it quickly. I can't hold on any longer. Long Chen roared. Ha ha ha, she doesn't dare. She doesn't dare to do it. She's afraid that Ling Xiao's soul will blame her. Lotus Flower laughed wildly and attacked Long Chen fiercely, trying to send him flying. Yufenghua closed her eyes and tears flowed down uncontrollably. Farewell, Long Chen. At that moment, many people cried. Young powerhouses used their lives to protect their dignity and the 4 regions and 9 worlds. This spirit had not appeared in the 4 regions and 9 worlds for many years. Whether it was Little Gold, Cold Plum, or Long Chen, they were all related to Ling Xiao. They were like Ling Xiao. They were talented and could give up their lives for victory without hesitation. Boom, the Shrine of Eternal Life hit its target. A strong wind blew between heaven and earth again. The terrifying power blew the martial artists of the 4 regions and 9 worlds all over the place. People held onto the ground tightly and looked at the explosion in the sky. They hoped that Lotus Flower would die after the smoke and dust dissipated. This was already the 2nd time they looked forward to it. Last time, they were disappointed. No one knew what would happen this time. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Long Chen? Why are you there? Someone discovered a strange situation. Long Chen, who was going to perish together with Lotus Flower, actually appeared where the Pai Shou dragon was standing. The Pai Shou dragon had disappeared. I don't know either. It feels like I was teleported here by some kind of power, Lin Feng said. Long Chen was still confused. He had already decided to sacrifice his life. However, at the moment of the explosion, something had replaced him. Although I'm not very sure, I think it has something to do with Ling Xiao. That Pai Shou dragon seems to have been hit by Ling Xiao's illusion. Yufenghua analyzed. Yes, it's very likely. Otherwise, it's hard to explain. Everyone deeply agreed. Damn that Ling Xiao. He can't even let people rest in peace after he dies. Damn it, I've lost another life. Lotus Flower's voice sounded again. The body that had been blown to pieces reassembled. When the experts of the 4 regions and 9 realms who were almost exhausted heard this voice, they fell into despair again. They had already gone all out, but they still couldn't kill Lotus Flower. Could it be that this guy was immortal? I understand now. Yufenghua's intelligence was definitely not inferior to Ling Xiao's. When she heard Lotus Flower's voice, she made her own conjecture. 3 avatars, plus the main body, that's 4 lives, then, he absorbed the lives of 6 dragons. That's 10 lives, however, his main body, the Demon Lord's body, has already been destroyed by us. Just now, we destroyed another one of his dragon lives. He should still have 7 lives now. When Yufenghua said this, Emperor Lianhua clearly showed a look of shock. This woman actually guessed it. It seemed that there were quite a lot of talents in the 4 regions and 9 realms. Ha 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 ha, you guessed right. However, I don't have 10 lives. To be precise, each soul has 13 lives. 9 dragon lives, 4 original lives. It was a pity that Ling Xiao, that lunatic, had destroyed 3 souls. That left me with 13 lives. And you killed the armored colossal dragon and occupied the Pai Xiao colossal dragon. He had killed the dark fiend evil dragon. That made my life 10. You guys just killed another 3, so there are only 7 left. But looking at your situation, do you still have a way to get rid of my remaining 7 lives? Emperor Lianhua laughed maniacally. At this moment, Xiao Jin was sucked into the yin-yang gourd. Cold Plum was completely exhausted and could no longer fight. The experts of the 4 regions and 9 worlds had basically used up all of their divine essence. They couldn't even fight. The only ones who could fight were Yufenghua and Long Chen. However, neither of them were at their best. Yufenghua had expended close to 50% of her spirit essence because of the attack just now. She was only left with half of her strength. Because Long Chen was injured, he could only unleash half of his strength. What to do? This was simply the most desperate situation. Sister-in-law, can you still fight? Long Chen looked at Yufenghua and asked. Yes. Yufenghua nodded. Since that's the case, let's use the last of our strength to kill another one of his lives. This way, when Big Brother comes back, it will be easier. Long Chen said. He could feel that Ling Xiao's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Although he didn't know where Ling Xiao was, he was sure that he would return soon. There was no doubt about that. You guys really don't give up. You 2 half-dead people actually want to kill me again. Do you really think I'm easy to provoke? Lotus Flower was in a bad mood. He was actually looked down upon. The most powerful thing about him was not only that he had so many lives, but more importantly, his strength was incomparably powerful. How could it be so easy to kill him again? In fact, it was the same. Today, the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds had killed Lotus Flower 3 times. The first time was Little Gold's devouring light, an attack even more terrifying than self-destruction. The second time was when Cold Plum gathered the power of the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds. The third time was when Yufenghua gathered the power of 100,000 powerhouses with the Temple of Eternal Life. No matter which time it was definitely not easy. It could be said that it was very difficult. And this crazy guy actually had 7 lives. Just thinking about it made them despair. However, Long Chen and Yufenghua didn't have time to despair. At this moment, they could only fight. After going through so much, they had finally reached this step. How could they admit defeat so easily? Kill. Long Chen and Yufenghua joined forces to attack. They weren't in a hurry to risk their lives. Now, the more important thing was to stall for time. Ling Xiao's aura was clearly getting stronger and stronger. As long as they waited for Ling Xiao to appear, they would have won. There was no doubt about that. However, Lotus Flower wasn't willing to give them any time. Crazy attacks continued to bombard them. They were overwhelmed by the number of guests. Sister-in-law, we can't go on like this. Is there a way to restrain that guy? After he was killed once, it will take some time for him to reform his body. It's better than being beaten up all the time. If we were beaten to death, it would be too cowardly. The plan to stall for time had failed. Long Chen planned to go all out. There is. Yufenghua was a moon lady. Although she hadn't awakened all of the moon lady's power. But she had many divine abilities and martial skills, which ordinary people couldn't compare to. Just focus on attacking. With your giant dragon power, it won't be a problem to kill him. Leave the rest to me. Although Yufenghua didn't want to go all out, she had to admit that Long Chen's analysis was right. In the current situation, stalling for time was simply unrealistic. The other party wouldn't give them any time at all. The only way was to go all out. Moonlight illusion. Yu Fenghua completely transformed into moonlight. The bright moonlight enveloped Lotus Flower. What a joke. You want to confuse me with a mere illusion? Lotus Flower thought that his soul power was extremely strong. He had learned much more than Yu Fenghua. But he didn't know that Yu Fenghua was a moon lady. After awakening the moon lady true body, Yu Fenghua's illusion was even stronger than Ling Zhao's illusion. Lotus Flower's figure flashed and grabbed Yu Fenghua's body. Go and meet your man. He exerted force in his hand and crushed the body. However, the shattered body turned into moonlight. At that moment, Lotus Flower realized that something was wrong. By the time he came to his senses, he felt a huge threat. Giant dragon power, golden spear. Long Chen completely turned into an attack. It was a golden spear. It suddenly pierced Lotus Flower's head. From top to bottom. From the head to the other party's body. The giant dragon power exploded in Lotus Flower's body. Lotus Flower died again. His body was completely torn into pieces by the giant dragon power. In the next moment, Long Chen returned to his human form and fell beside Cold Plum. He couldn't even move. This attack was extremely powerful, but it was also an attack with all his strength. It consumed all of his spirit essence and stamina. It was already very good that he didn't faint. Ah dash! Bastard, bastard! You took another one of my lives. You lunatics are simply despicable. Losing a life might not be a big deal to Lotus Flower. But being killed again and again, he was really unhappy. The current situation could be said to have greatly exceeded the Eternal Emperor's expectations. He was once the Lotus Flower of Eternal Divine Nation. Back then, he was definitely ranked in the top 10. But now, he was being trampled on by these ants. That kind of humiliation was simply unacceptable. Most importantly, he didn't underestimate his opponents, except for the fact that he didn't pay much attention to these ants in the beginning. In the subsequent battle, he even used a treasure like the Dimensional Talisman. But it was useless. Now, he only had 6 lives left. This was truly a great humiliation. I'm very angry, but I'll slowly torture you next. Just you wait. Lotus Flower glanced at Cold Plum and Long Chen, then stared at Yu Fenghua. You're the only one left. How long can you last? I really want to let Ling Xiao hear your painful cries. Unfortunately, he's already dead. What a pity. Lotus Flower suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Yu Fenghua like a ghost. His ugly hand grabbed Yu Fenghua's hair and lifted her up. Little girl, how about joining me? Lotus Flower suddenly said. He didn't have any subordinates that he could use now. And Yu Fenghua was a very good seedling for a powerhouse. If he could subdue her, it would be extremely important for him. Just kill me if you want. What's the point of talking nonsense? Yu Fenghua looked coldly at Lotus Flower, her brows showing her determination. She didn't want to die. But sometimes, there was no need to fear death. Because there was no difference whether she was afraid or not. Alright, I'll fulfill your wish. Lotus Flower suddenly released a terrifying force from his hands, wanting to squash Yu Fenghua. But he still made a mistake in the end. Yu Fenghua didn't have enough stamina and divine origin energy. It was actually very difficult for her to get close to Lotus Flower. But now, Lotus Flower had delivered himself to her. Finally, let me destroy one of your lives. Yu Fenghua's cold voice sounded. The voice actually came from behind Lotus Flower. At that moment, Lotus Flower realized something extremely dangerous. Unfortunately, it was too late. The crazy power of the cold moon condensed into a huge sword of moonlight that pierced through Lotus Flower's body. Lotus Flower didn't realize that the Yu Fenghua he was torturing was just a moonlight illusion. This woman's illusion techniques were perhaps the strongest in the entire profound world. Because she was a moon maiden. They were even more ancient and powerful than the current king of sovereigns. Of course, Yu Fenghua had yet to fully awaken her powers as a moon lady. Otherwise, how could the Lotus Flower have the chance to cause trouble? Even if I'm going to die, you have to accompany me. Emperor Lianhua let out a pained howl. In the end, both of his hands ruthlessly pressed down. However, at some point in time, his body collapsed. Yu Fenghua also escaped. But even so, the bones in her body were basically shattered. She couldn't move anymore. There was no other way. Her sneak attack this time was successful and she had already exhausted her divine essence. Lotus Flower's counterattack was something she couldn't resist at all. If Ling Xiao hadn't given her a defensive talisman before, this time, she would really have died. Yu Fenghua was caught by the people below. They fed her a healing pill. A healing pill that Ling Xiao personally refined. This is all we can do. Lotus Flower still has 5 lives. I don't know if Big Brother can kill them all. Longchen looked at Yu Fenghua and knew that she couldn't fight anymore. Everyone here had no strength to fight anymore. They could only watch as Lotus Flower reformed his body. But they couldn't do anything. It seems that I have the last laugh, although I only have 5 lives and 1 soul left. You all seem to have lost your fighting strength. When my body is completely reformed, I'll send you all to hell one by one. Speaking up to here, he stared fixedly at Yu Fenghua and said, let's start with you, slut. You've used your actions to make me completely angry. I want to see who can save you, who can save the 4 regions and 9 worlds, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Without saying a word, he reached out his hand and grabbed toward Ling Xi's head. Wild laughter echoed outside the graveyard of the gods. Helplessness hung on everyone's faces. They had already done so much, but they still couldn't kill Lotus Flower. They couldn't do anything. Yu Fenghua wasn't afraid of death. But to be honest, she was a little disappointed. She didn't want to die. Because in this world, there was still a man she loved deeply. Even if she didn't want to die, she also didn't want to show her weak side in front of Lotus Flower. She stared fixedly at Lotus Flower, her expression calm. Xiao. Come back quickly. She was a woman after all. Deep in her heart, she still had a weak side. All this time, regardless of whether she was strong or weak, she always liked to be protected by Ling Xiao. Because she was Ling Xiao's woman. She felt that it was a kind of glory. Big brother, come back. Longchen also roared. Master. Cold Plum's voice also sounded. Your Majesty, come back quickly. Everyone began to shout. Although they had clearly used all their strength and could already face death calmly. But they were unwilling to accept it. They still wanted to go back and see their families. They still wanted to see Lotus Flower being beaten to a pulp. They still wanted to see if their persistence had any meaning. If they died, they wouldn't see anything. Ha 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 ha, a bunch of idiots, you're actually still pinning your hopes on that dead trash. I've told you many times, Ling Xiao is dead. He's already dead. He'll never be able to return to this world. You're simply daydreaming if you expect him to save you. Lotus Flower started laughing wildly. His body was still in the midst of rapidly condensing. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if that Ling Xiao isn't dead, I can send him into the dark hell again. Let him die again. Finally, his body was completed condensing. He charged towards Yu Fenghua. His ferocious face revealed endless madness. How should I kill you? Oh right, I'll disfigure you first. Then, I'll kill you. That way, it should make me more comfortable. Get lost. You ugly bastard. Longchen was a golden giant dragon after all. The healing pills that Ling Xiao gave him were stuffed into his mouth like beans. The current him already recovered 20 to 30% of his stamina and divine essence. When Lotus Flower pounced towards Yu Fenghua, he suddenly spewed out dragon-extinguishing fire. This was a real dragon fire. No matter how weak Longchen was, Lotus Flower would also be afraid. As expected, Emperor Lianhua dodged. But this time, he only blocked for an instant. Lotus Flower coldly glanced at Longchen. Don't worry, you're next. If your dragon body fuses into my body, it should be of greater help to me. His evil claws grabbed towards Yu Fenghua. At this moment, no one could stop him. Although Cold Plum and the rest were all in front to protect Yu Fenghua, it was useless. However, it was useless. Their ending would only be a tragic death. Tyrannical Sky Marshal Soul, go to hell, all of you. Lotus Flower sneered. His evil plan was about to succeed. He would kill the people in front of him and turn them into undead that obeyed his orders. Next was his plan to conquer the 4 regions and 9 worlds. When he fully recovered, he would conquer Heaven's Wall City and Dragon Valley. Finally, Eternal Divine Nation. This time, he would become Eternal Divine Nation's only great emperor. His beautiful dream was suddenly shattered by something that looked like a Rubik's Cube. That thing suddenly descended. It shattered his ghost claw with a boom. It even pushed him back a few hundred meters. The little ones are working so hard. How can an old man like me just sit by and watch? I've lived too long. I've kept my life to deal with you, Lotus Flower. Today, let these old bones unleash their last bit of strength. The figure that appeared in front of everyone was none other than Emperor White Knight. And it was Supreme Venerable White Knight's true body. At the same time, his clone in the Dongxing Emperor ring had completely dissipated. His strength had been withdrawn. This was only possible because Ling Xiao had created a crack in the yin-yang gourd. There was still some time before Ling Xiao's return. White Knight planned to use his own strength to buy him some time. The reason he hadn't been willing to go all out was because he wanted to die together with Lotus Flower. Seeing so many promising young people in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, he would have no regrets even if he died. Emperor White Knight. Where is he? When Yufenghua saw Byakuya appear, she could not help but reveal a happy expression. He'll be back. White Knight's indifferent words roused everyone's spirits. Ling Xiao wasn't dead. They'd only speculated before, but White Knight's words confirmed their suspicions. The 4 regions and 9 worlds hadn't reached the point of destruction yet. Perhaps it was time to turn the tables. White Knight, isn't it great that you're hiding in the City of Gold as a living dead? I've trapped your strongest 3 generations of emperors in the corridor of time and space. Do you think you can overturn the heavens? Your cultivation doesn't seem like much. Peak of the 7th level divine body realm. This should be the height you reached by burning your life force. He was stronger than the trash Eternal Emperor. But so what? Do you think you can kill me with this power? Lotus Flower mocked in disdain. Also, your original body stayed outside. Although I don't know how your doppelganger got out of the yin-yang gourd, I still don't know. But Ling Xiao's body was inside the gourd. There's no way he'll come back alive. Are you so sure? Did he really think he was an omniscient and omnipotent god? If that was the case, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Don't think too highly of yourself. Don't look down on others. Bai Yi looked at Great Emperor Lianhua indifferently. In terms of strength, he was no match for Great Emperor Lianhua. However, in terms of cultivation of martial arts and spiritual power, Supreme Emperor Bai Yi was far superior to Great Emperor Lianhua. Really? But I think you're just a useless old fart. You want me to take out the yin-yang gourd to check and give you a chance to attack it? How could I not know about this little trick? Lotus Flower mocked. As long as you think so. White Knight smiled faintly. He knew very well that his current mission was to stall for time. To buy time for Ling Xiao to destroy the yin-yang gourd. Therefore, he was definitely not in a hurry to launch an attack. It could be said that he planned to stall for as long as he could. If he could stall until Ling Xiao came out, that would be the best. If he joined forces with Ling Xiao, the chances of winning would be greater. Unfortunately, Emperor Lianhua wasn't that stupid. Although he did not believe that Ling Xiao would come back alive, he felt that the enemy seemed to be stalling for time. He did not know what kind of conspiracy there would be, but he had suffered too many losses. Therefore, he decided to end the battle quickly. Sigh, there's no other way. Ling Xiao, you have to hurry up. I hope you can arrive in time after I die. White Knight sighed. His life was prepared for the sake of destroying Emperor Lianhua. Therefore, he died without regrets. However, he did not want the warriors behind him to be killed. He did not want the 4 regions and 9 worlds to be destroyed. He could only believe in Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao could break the yin-yang bone-dissolving water, he would definitely be able to come out of the yin-yang gourd. With me here, don't even think about touching a hair on them. Golden cage. The huge Rubik's Cube turned golden. In just an instant, it enveloped Lotus Flower and Supreme Emperor White Knight. This was the best way White Knight could think of to protect the warriors behind him. White Knight, you. The Flower Empress was already sobbing. Only she knew what the golden cage meant. White Knight was preparing to perish together with Emperor Xianxia just like Little Gold. However, Little Gold was still young and strong. He also had the body of a golden crow and the devouring demon fetus. Even if he chose to self-destruct, he could survive. As long as he was treated in time, he could be revived. However, White Knight was different. He was too old and his body could not survive. In fact, this strike was enough to take his life. After self-destructing, he would leave nothing behind. No one knew what happened in the golden cage, because they could not see or feel it. Only a few minutes later, a terrifying explosion occurred again. There were so many terrifying attacks like this today because everyone wanted to kill Emperor Xianxia with their lives. The golden cage was completely shattered. Supreme Emperor White Knight and Lotus Flower could not be seen. It was not until a moment later that a body began to condense in the void. Only then did people realize that Supreme Emperor White Knight had used his last strength to take away Lotus Flower's life. Now, Lotus Flower only had 4 lives left. Supreme Emperor Body, War Dragon, and Super Dragon. In fact, taking away the other party's life was definitely not just taking away their life. Even their abilities were taken away. For example, after taking away the dragon life of the Flame Dragon, Lotus Flower would not be able to use the powerful Flame Secret technique. Ling Xiao, I left you a way to kill Lotus Flower completely. I hope you can find it. Supreme Emperor White Knight's soul gradually dissipated. People seemed to see his smiling face. Many people, including Lotus Flower, did not know that Supreme Emperor White Knight's life-risking attack was definitely not as simple as they imagined. Other than a life and an ability, there was also the most important way to kill Lotus Flower. This old man had been studying this method for the rest of his life. It was not until the last moment of his life that he was truly sure. It was a pity that he did not have the strength to kill Lotus Flower. Otherwise, he would not have left it to Ling Xiao. White Knight. Flower Queen almost fainted from crying. Although Supreme Emperor White Knight had never accepted her love and had always treated her as a little sister, Flower Queen's feelings for White Knight were really deep. Supreme Emperor White Knight, your life is great, and your death is glorious. I, Old Thunder, will always admire you. Thunder King clenched his fists. He hated himself for being so weak. If he was stronger, he could avenge White Knight. When a person, especially an expert, decided to risk his life, he would be invincible. Lotus Flower was indeed stronger than Supreme Emperor White Knight, and he was much stronger. However, the crazy attack that White Knight released with his life on the line could cause huge losses to Lotus Flower. Lotus Flower was a little paranoid at this moment. He only had 4 lives left. This was something he hadn't expected. While concentrating on condensing his body, he was vigilant of his surroundings. Suddenly, he felt an extremely terrifying aura, and it was very close. Who is it? Ling Xiao? No, impossible. People who are trapped by the Yin-Yang Gourd can never come out alive. White Knight is an exception because his main body is outside. Lotus Flower was extremely reluctant to believe that Ling Xiao was not dead. However, he was still a little shaken at this moment. Therefore, he was prepared to check the Yin-Yang Gourd after his body was condensed. Anyway, there was no threat from Lotus Flower. He could check it calmly without worrying about someone destroying the Yin-Yang Gourd. He's back. Yu Fenghua cried. Her body kept sobbing. Ling Xiao had finally returned. That aura was so familiar and nostalgic. In the end, he had finally returned. Long Chen and Cold Plum could feel Ling Xiao's aura. They all looked in that direction excitedly. Their eyes were filled with endless excitement. Idiots, are you still daydreaming? Ling Xiao is dead, and there's no way he'll be resurrected. I'll show you his skeleton now. If his skeleton still exists. Lotus Flower's body was finally condensed again. He was ready to take out the Yin-Yang Gourd to check the situation. However, at this moment, the storage ring where he placed the Yin-Yang Gourd exploded. This violent explosion directly sent Lotus Flower's body flying. Vaguely, a figure flashed. The sword in his hand flickered and tore apart Lotus Flower, who was seriously injured by the explosion. Then, the figure returned to Yu Fenghua's side. The ferocious and powerful beast god armor. The sharp and cold reverse god sword. His body stood proudly. That person stood there like an imposing city wall, blocking the danger for everyone. Ling Xiao. It really was Ling Xiao. He seems to have become stronger again. Everyone looked at that figure, and their suppressed emotions completely exploded in an instant. The return of the king, hope returns. The real reversal battle was about to begin. The beast god armor on Ling Xiao's body was even brighter and more ferocious than before. They were also more powerful. A terrifying aura emanated from his body. Just by standing there, he made people feel at ease. The moment they saw Ling Xiao, they relaxed their tense bodies. There was no reason for them to do so. They felt that Ling Xiao could defeat the enemy. The moment Ling Xiao appeared, they had already won. You're really cool, big brother. You killed Lotus Flower the moment you came out. That guy only has 3 lives left. Longchen sighed with excitement. This was his big brother. He could always catch people off guard. Ling Xiao released Little Gold, Mo Jiao, Qin Huang, and even Yu Chen from the Dongxing Emperor ring. This way, he could fight with less baggage. Brother. When Qin saw her brother, her tears flowed uncontrollably. She was already mentally prepared for her brother's death. She didn't expect to see him again. They were martial artists of Heaven's Wall City, so they didn't have to fight for the 4 regions and 9 worlds. But they still did it. Whether it was out of sympathy or instinct, to the martial artists of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, they were siblings worthy of respect. Although Little Gold survived, like Long Chen and the others, he didn't have much combat strength left. Mo Jiao could fight, but unfortunately, he was too weak to be of much help. It was the same for Yu Chen. Ling Xiao saved him. He also had a certain level of combat strength, but he was too far away from Lotus Flower, so he couldn't help much. Mo Jiao, Yu Chen, take care of the injured. Brother Qin Huang, protect them for me. Leave it to me, Emperor Lianhua. Ling Xiao said calmly. Don't worry. As long as I don't die, they'll be fine. Qin Huang nodded. The reason why he didn't rush to join forces with Ling Xiao was because he knew how powerful Ling Xiao was now. With Lotus Flower's current strength, he could at most tie with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was much more cunning than Emperor Lianhua. Therefore, he didn't need to help in such a battle. He just needed to prevent the undead from harming others. There were still many undead in the graveyard of the gods. Although they weren't strong, the 100,000 warriors basically had no combat strength left. If they didn't protect them, who would? Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, why didn't you die? How did you come out alive? Where's my yin yang gourd? Where's my treasure? Lotus Flower roared angrily as he reformed his body. Before he was sealed, he had secretly hidden a fine emperor weapon, the yin yang gourd. Without the yin yang gourd, it was very sad. Don't you know? The reverse god sword can devour all treasures. I just let it eat the yin yang gourd. Ling Xiao looked at Lotus Flower indifferently with contempt in his eyes. In fact, he was really angry in his heart. He still came back too late. Supreme Emperor White Knight was dead. This made his heart ache, and it also made him very angry. Although Supreme Emperor White Knight's death might be a kind of destiny for the old man. But if he could live, who would be willing to die? Even if Supreme Emperor White Knight only had a few years left to live, he could still live comfortably. He no longer looked at Lotus Flower. Instead, he knelt on the ground. He bowed 3 times and kowtowed 9 times in the direction of the City of Gold. Senior White Knight, if it weren't for you, perhaps Feng Hua, Cold Plum, and Longchen wouldn't have survived. This is what I owe you. Therefore, I will definitely not let you down. Lotus Flower, I will personally kill him and use him as a sacrifice to your soul. After saying this, he stood up again. Then, he looked at his woman, Yu Feng Hua, and gently grabbed her hand. Feng Hua, I've made you suffer. Have a good rest. Leave the rest to me. Then, he looked at Cold Plum, Long Chen, Xiao Jin, and the others. I won't let your efforts go to waste. Watch, I will definitely kill him. After saying this, Ling Xiao looked at Lotus Flower again. At this time, Lotus Flower's body had been successfully condensed. However, Lotus Flower seemed to be a little afraid of Ling Xiao and did not immediately attack. Do you know, I'm very angry now. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with killing intent, and his face was cold and stern. What represented his anger was a strong killing intent. Although he would not lose his mind and roar like others. But it did not mean that his anger was less than others. My woman, my brother, my friend, they are all my reverse scale. What do you think will happen if you touch my reverse scale? A cold voice came out of Ling Xiao's mouth. As Ling Xiao spoke, he walked towards Lotus Flower. It was as if there was a terrifying killing beast hidden in his body. Lotus Flower subconsciously took 2 steps back. However, he quickly stopped. Damn it, I was actually afraid of this brat. He can't possibly be my match. The explosion just now should have been caused by the explosion of the Yin gourd. That's why he took one of my lives. Next, if he wants to take my life, he'll have to use all his strength. However, I still have 3 lives. Even if I lose one, I'm not afraid. Moreover, even if I lose all 3 of my lives, I won't die. How would they know? After understanding this, he was no longer afraid. In order to hide his panic, he laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, do you think you're the only one who's become stronger? Although I don't know how you did it, don't forget that I've already fused 3 venerables. After you were sucked into the Yin gourd, you've already lost the ability to fuse 3 venerables. You're cultivating my Lotus Sutra, so how could I not know its weakness? Your demon venerable body, monarch body, and godly body can only be used separately. You can't fuse them again. How could you possibly be my match? You've returned, and it's just a repeat of the tragedy. Although most of my undead army has been destroyed by you, there are still millions of them. I'll destroy what you cherish right in front of you. Undead, it's time to eat. Lotus Flower roared, and the undead army charged out of the graveyard of the gods. These undead weren't strong, because the strongest among them was only around the first level of the divine physique echelon. However, their numbers were huge. There were millions of them. Brother Ling, don't worry, I'm here. Qin Huang's voice rang out. Then, a golden dragon appeared behind him. Count me in, okay? Mo Jiao transformed into a huge flood dragon. With a swipe of his claw, countless undead were smashed into powder. Although he might not be strong enough to face Lotus Flower. However, he was strong enough to face these undead. I don't mean to listen to your orders. I just don't want to owe you a favor. Yu Chen also took out his sword. Sword chi surged out wildly, exploding in the undead army. Thank you. Ling Xiao smiled and released the invincible ape deity array. He protected the people behind him. Lotus Flower, you seem to have forgotten how terrifying I am. Before you were sucked into your Yin gourd, I had already plotted against you, and you had no choice but to use that thing. Now that I've come out, your end has arrived. Ling Xiao focused all his attention on Lotus Flower. As for the rest of the matters, he felt at ease leaving it to the 3 of them. It was time to put an end to this war. Arrogant, too arrogant. His arrogance is intolerable. Lotus Flower felt that he had been looked down upon. A mere Ling Xiao dared to look down on his strength. What did he take him for? Within his body, a frenzied power was constantly surging. A powerful aura was released. He viciously charged towards Ling Xiao. Instead of using long-range attacks, he chose to kill at close range. That was because he was very angry. He wanted to directly tear Ling Xiao's body apart to vent the anger in his heart. Stupid kid, I'll make you understand that an overlord will always be an overlord. Even if I'm weak now, I'm still not someone you can compete with. This world is cruel. Lotus Flower's attack was getting closer and closer, and his voice was hysterical. You're right, this world is cruel, you were lucky to escape and wanted to take revenge. After enduring for so many years, you're finally so close to your goal. You feel that you should succeed. Unfortunately, the cruel reality will tell you that your goal is just a dream. Ling Xiao stood there and gently raised his right hand. Dense sword chi continued to condense on the Void God sword. People looked up at the battle in the sky, and they were not as nervous as they had imagined. It was as if they were watching their hero punish the devil. They were just watching the process. The hero would win, and the devil would die. I'll take your life. Ling Zhao's eyes bloomed with a confident smile. Even though Lotus Flower was extremely powerful, even though Lotus Flower's attack had already arrived. But he was extremely confident. Power of cosmic light, time stop. After this cultivation breakthrough, his ability had also undergone some subtle changes. Void-shattering finger and cosmic light fist had disappeared. Instead, it was the power of void-shattering and the power of cosmic light. Not only had the name changed, but even the way he used the moves had changed. In the past, he needed to make a move. But now, with just a thought, he could mobilize the power of the Z-God or the U-God to achieve the release of the move. It was equivalent to Ling Xiao having one hand free. The moment the power of cosmic light was released, Lotus Flower's body suddenly stopped. His thoughts also suddenly stopped. With him as the center, everything within a 10-meter radius stopped. This was also the effect of the upgraded version of Time Stop. Although it was still only a 3-second pause. But the range was much larger. The moment before the pause, Lotus Flower's face showed a terrified expression. Although he had long known that Ling Xiao could control a short period of time. But according to what he knew, when Ling Xiao activated Time Stop, he needed to make a move. But this time, Ling Xiao didn't do anything, and time stopped. This was completely beyond his expectations. So he was shocked. He was terrified. That horrified expression stayed at that moment. This life, I'll take it. He gently raised the reverse god sword in his right hand, and 8 sword lights erupted at the same time. It crazily tore Lotus Flower's body apart. The moment the time stop ended, Lotus Flower felt a bone-piercing pain. He screamed desperately. His mood was terrible to the extreme. Not only was it terrible, but it was also terrifying. One had to know that the lives he had lost before were all achieved by the other party's desperate efforts. But the 2 lives he had lost recently were completed by Ling Xiao without any effort. This made him have to be terrified. He only had 2 lives left. What should he do? There was obvious fear in his eyes. He was terrified, but the 100,000 powerhouses of the 4 regions and 9 realms cheered. At this moment, they truly realized the return of hope. As expected, Ling Xiao didn't disappoint them. He was simply too powerful. He took Lotus Flower's life so easily. Then, it wouldn't be too difficult to kill Lotus Flower. This was definitely a new page in the difficult war. Many people cried and laughed. They laughed because they were excited, and cried because they were moved. They had been so desperate that they had lost the courage to live. Fortunately, they persevered. They insisted on believing in Ling Xiao. And Ling Xiao didn't disappoint them. The 4 regions and 9 realms were saved. Ling Xiao kept his promise. At the Heroes' Conference, Ling Xiao said that he would become the leader and kill Lotus Flower. In fact, many people treated it as a joke. But today, he became the true hope. I thought I was very strong, but boss gave me another surprise. Xiao Jin sighed. That's right. Big Brother always refreshes people's understanding of this world. I'm afraid that the arrogant great Emperor Lian Hua won't be able to laugh now. Longchen said excitedly. Master will win. Cold Plum was as taciturn as ever. Firmament. Yu Fenghua's eyes were full of love. Her body was in pain, but her heart was filled with sweetness. She was very strong, but she still liked to see her man act like a hero. In this world, all women liked heroes. I suddenly feel that killing you like this would be letting you off too easily. Now, let's have some fun. Ling Xiao snickered, the void god in his right hand and crimson blood in his left. With both swords in hand, he was like a demon of the sword. The violent sword intent. The terrifying murderous intent made great Emperor Lianhua shudder. No. I am Emperor Lianhua, the ruler of eternal divine nation. Don't even think about scaring me, you ants. Lotus Flower's fear was tinged with anger. His anger was probably a tool to cover up his fear. After fighting for so long, he finally felt the terror. He should have been invincible, but now he had to worry about losing his life. What should he do? Ling Xiao had seen through all his schemes and destroyed them. Ling Xiao hadn't been as strong as him back then, but he'd been smarter. Now, Ling Xiao had caught up to him. There was a clear gap between him and Ling Xiao. Are you afraid? Ling Xiao chuckled softly. One man, two swords, stood proudly in the air, facing the powerful lotus flower. This battle would be imprinted in the history of Black Tortoise Continent for future generations to remember. It wasn't the most terrifying battle in the 4 realms and 9 worlds. However, its legendary and twisting nature was something that many battles could not compare to. In order to save the 4 regions and 9 worlds, a young man had fought against an immortal and terrifying great emperor. He held 2 swords in his hands. His gaze was resolute and filled with incomparable confidence. This scene would probably be painted by an artist and become a supreme treasure of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Of course, it was still too early to talk about the future. If Ling Xiao lost to Lotus Flower, then Lotus Flower's doomsday would come. The Divine Book, the Bible of Darkness, the Book of the Emperor, Fusion, use your endless power to drive away the lowly enemy. Lotus Flower was also prepared to go all out. In the previous battles, it was always others who fought with their lives on the line. But now, he wanted to go all out against Ling Xiao. Because he realized that if he didn't fight with his life on the line, the person who would lose today's battle would probably be him. The 3 books merged into one in front of him. The 3 types of energy intertwined together, and an earth-shattering power was brewing. Die for me, Ling Xiao. I'm afraid you've never seen this move before. When I fought with you previously, I didn't have the body of the sovereign. But now, I have it, Sword of the God-Fiend Emperor. A sword flew out from the 3 books that had merged into one. It was a giant sword. It was at least 1,000 meters tall, connecting heaven and earth. The giant sword of the God-Fiend Emperor had condensed the power of the God-Fiend Emperor. The moment it appeared, all the martial artists in the 4 regions and 9 worlds were suffocating. Countless dead souls also fell to the ground, unable to stand up. This power was so strong that the laws of the 4 regions and 9 worlds started to show signs of damage. The strongest attack that the 4 regions and 9 worlds could withstand was probably the full-force attack of a peak 7th level divine body realm. Any attack that exceeded this level would cause the laws to become chaotic. The space would collapse. Therefore, there had never been a martial artist above the 8th level divine body realm in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Even Lotus Flower couldn't recover to that level. He could continuously become stronger at the peak of the 7th level divine body realm, infinitely close to the 8th level divine body realm. But he could never break through. No one could. Even if the power was enough to cause the laws to become chaotic and the space to collapse. But the laws themselves had an extremely strong ability to repair themselves. Even so, the strength of Lotus Flower's attack had been proven. The strength of his attack had reached a level where it could affect the laws and space. This is the Godslayer sword, this is the Demon Slayer sword, this is the Emperor Slayer sword, this is an attack that only a god can unleash. The 4 regions and 9 worlds were originally livestock raised by the eternal divine nation. You could have lived if you'd been obedient. But if you insist on making an enemy out of me, I'll make sure that not even your bones remain. Die, Ling Xiao. Die. Lotus Flower bet that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to withstand his attack. He still had 2 lives, while Ling Xiao could only be resurrected once. He'd won in this regard. The giant sword slashed towards Ling Xiao with unparalleled strength. At the same time, it slashed towards the 100,000 martial artists behind Ling Xiao. This guy clearly wanted to kill Ling Xiao and the others as well. He had no intention of holding back at all. Ling Xiao could sense that Emperor Lianhua's attack was much more powerful than his reverse art of the 8 strokes. If he couldn't block this attack, then the 100,000 martial artists behind him would all die. Dragon God's Glacial Formation. A large area of cold air abruptly descended. Countless snowflakes formed between heaven and earth. In an instant, the speed of the giant sword suddenly slowed down. Though it wasn't completely frozen, Ling Zhao's current cultivation level and the Dragon God's Glacial Formation were more than enough to slow it down. Of course, this was only the first step. The Dragon God's Glacial Formation alone wouldn't be able to block this terrifying attack. But Ling Xiao still had a backup plan. Ocean God's Yellow Springs Formation, Hadal Monster. Within the Yellow Springs Formation, the yin-yang bone-melting water had completely merged with the water of the Yellow Springs, becoming an even more powerful liquid. And the 9 nether giant monster was precisely formed from this terrifying liquid. Its enormous body stood up from the formation. The yin-yang bone-melting water's terrifying corrosiveness quickly looked down on the giant sword in the air. Emperor Lian Hua revealed a shocked expression. How dare you? You actually absorbed my yin-yang bone-melting water? Surprised, aren't you? Actually, you shouldn't be. If you know me, you should know that I like to turn other people's threats into my hopes. Hateful monster, devour the god-fiend emperor's sword. Ling Xiao roared. The hateful monster was like a giant mollusk, constantly wriggling and wriggling. It wrapped around the giant god-fiend emperor's sword. Its entire body was formed from the yellow spring's bone-melting water. No matter how strong the god-fiend emperor's sword was, once it was trapped, its energy would be rapidly corroded and gradually dissipated. It had so easily neutralized Lotus Flower's attack. Once again, the martial artists of the Nine Realms cheered. Lotus Flower had been killed twice by Ling Xiao, but such a powerful attack couldn't even touch Ling Xiao. What did this mean? It meant that Ling Xiao's 2 attacks weren't just good luck, but that he possessed terrifying strength to achieve such results. The most impressive thing was that Ling Xiao stood in front and actually did not let the slightest bit of destructive energy pass through his defensive zone. The 100,000 powerhouses behind him were completely unscathed. Powerful combat power, and he could even protect others. If such a person was not a hero, then what was? Impossible. How is this possible? The sword of a god-fiend emperor, how can anyone block it in the 4 regions and 9 worlds? Lotus Flower retreated repeatedly. His confidence was almost beaten to nothing. The attack just now was practically his strongest attack, but it still did not injure Ling Xiao. To him, this blow was really tragic enough. Calm down. Lotus Flower, you must calm down, don't forget, you still have 2 lives, it's not time to die yet. Although Ling Xiao blocked that attack just now, he must have consumed a large amount of divine essence and stamina too. This kind of attack, you can unleash it many times, but it's impossible for him to block it every time. You're a god, a powerhouse, and he's merely a lowly human. He can't defeat you. Lotus Flower's psychological quality was still pretty good. He could even cheer himself on. Even if he lost his courage, he could also find it himself. Truly deserving of being a troublesome guy. Calm down a bit, I must kill Ling Xiao today. If Ling Xiao still doesn't die, then I'm afraid that I'll really never have the chance again. Lotus Flower now deeply understood Ling Xiao's terror. What Ling Xiao was terrifying was not strength, but talent, cultivation speed. Counting from the first time he met Ling Xiao, it was actually only a few months. But Ling Xiao, this guy already went from being a fly that he could casually slap to death, growing to a guy who gave him an extreme headache today. Still want to kill me now? You still don't seem to recognize reality. Previously, you were the behind-the-scenes player, the Black Hand, and could make the 4 regions and 9 worlds play in the palm of your hand. I had to risk my life to foil one of your schemes after another. Domain name, please remember 3. But today is different. Different, you know, right now, I am the one who controls the rules. I am the one who has the initiative. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, he had already rushed out. It spun in the air like a tornado. The 2 swords crazily slashed at Lotus Flower's body, leaving wounds after wounds. In the blink of an eye, one of Lotus Flower's arms was completely shattered. This was because Lotus Flower had dodged quickly. If he had been any slower, the sword chi would have traveled up his arm and destroyed his head as well. Bastard, I don't believe you. Lotus Flower did his best to numb himself and hypnotize himself, making himself think that Ling Xiao was not as strong as him. However, the cruel reality broke his hypnosis again and again. How could it be so easy for Ling Xiao to hurt him? It was so difficult for him to hurt Ling Xiao. Although we are the weakest human beings in this world, we are still the weakest. But in ancient times, humans were the beasts of war because we were willing to learn. Willing to improve, we will only become stronger if we continue to grow. As for you, you are just a lunatic who gave up your human identity and turned yourself into a monster. Although you have gained temporary strength, it is impossible for you to improve anymore. This is the root of your failure. Ling Zhao's contemptuous voice sounded, and the sword light flashed again. It was like a flashing flying snake. After the light flashed, Lotus Flower's shrill screams could be heard. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that if the battle continued like this, Lotus Flower's failure would be a matter of course. However, Lotus Flower was a powerhouse after all. Even if he died, he would probably fight to the death. Therefore, no one dared to let down their guard until the last moment. Ling Xiao, the pain you made me suffer today, I will definitely pay you back double in the future. I really regret not killing you directly. Instead, I sent you into the space-time corridor. That's why today's situation is like this. Great Emperor Lianhua said as he desperately defended against Ling Xiao's attacks. There is no medicine for regret in this world. What is done cannot be changed. In addition, I have to tell you, even if you didn't send me into the space-time corridor, I would have gone in myself. In my opinion, your scheme is nothing more than foolish self-entertainment. Ling Xiao said coolly, and you're threatening me now, don't you think it's ridiculous? When your strength was so much stronger than mine, I never feared your threat. Do you think I'll be afraid now? Better save some energy and die. The things you did to my woman, my friends, my brothers, and my people. I'll return it all one by one. When Ling Xiao spoke, his attacks did not stop at all. He was looking for an opportunity to kill Lotus Flower again. But with the lesson from the past, Lotus Flower, this guy was more slippery now. As long as he saw that the situation was not good, he would choose to avoid. Even if he lost face, he would not be willing to be killed. And each time he was killed, he had to suffer a pain worse than death. That kind of pain penetrated deep into his bones, making him unable to bear it. Ling Xiao's voice seemed indifferent. But in reality, he hated Lotus Flower very much. If not for Lotus Flower, Yu Fenghua would not have suffered so much. If not for Lotus Flower, Supreme Emperor White Knight would not have died. If not for Lotus Flower, he might have already left the 4 regions and 9 worlds and headed for Heaven's Wall City. His resentment toward Lotus Flower was not little. Therefore, in his attacks, his sword art was also very ruthless. If Lotus Flower could not find a way to deal with Ling Xiao, then very soon, he would be torn to pieces by Ling Xiao. Although his injuries were constantly recovering, the speed of recovery was far from catching up to the speed of destruction. TSK, fortunately, I'm not the enemy of Supreme Emperor Ling Xiao. Otherwise, it would be terrible. When the Thunder Sovereign saw this scene, his heart trembled. Yes, this is the first time I sympathize with an enemy. Lotus Flower offended Ling Xiao. How unlucky. The Fire Sovereign laughed. He doesn't deserve sympathy, but you're right. Lotus Flower is probably living a life worse than death now. The Flower Sovereign looked at the sky. White Knight, you can rest in peace. Ling Xiao's growth is more outstanding than you imagined. Back then, when you chose him to be the new Golden Emperor, I opposed it. But fortunately, you didn't accept my opinion. Otherwise, I don't know what the 4 regions and 9 worlds would be like today. Blood escape technique. Lotus Flower could not withstand Ling Xiao's crazy attacks and finally lost his confidence. The moment his confidence collapsed, he chose to escape instead of continuing to fight. If he had the Dimension Talisman, he could instantly enter another space and disappear without a trace. No one would be able to find him in a short time. By the time he fully recovered his strength and returned, Ling Xiao would definitely be dead. After all, no matter how fast Ling Xiao's cultivation speed was, it was not as fast as his recovery speed. Recovery and cultivation were 2 completely different situations. Fortunately, Cold Plum's previous attack made Lotus Flower use the Dimension Talisman. As a result, Lotus Flower could only rely on his own ability to escape. Ling Xiao had to thank his good friend. Can you run? Qin Huang, I'll leave them to you. I'll chase after that guy. Ling Xiao's figure disappeared in an instant. He only left behind a sentence. At this moment, the undead at the scene were almost cleared. Ling Xiao left and felt more at ease. Lotus Flower's blood escape technique was very fast. He rushed into the graveyard of the gods in an instant. Ling Xiao chased after him. He could more or less understand why Emperor Lianhua was hiding here. The graveyard of the gods was too big. It was rumored that it was bigger than the 4 regions and 9 realms. Lotus Flower set up his base here to make it easier for him to recover and move. You really dared to follow me in. You're courting death. Lotus Flower thought that he was no match for Ling Xiao outside the graveyard of the gods. But inside the graveyard of the gods, this was his territory. Revive, my warrior. Standing on top of an ancient tomb, Lotus Flower activated his divine essence. A terrifying power seeped into the ancient tomb. In the next moment, a skeleton flew out of the ancient tomb. It charged towards Ling Xiao. Stop him. Lotus Flower knew that this skeleton warrior couldn't kill Ling Xiao, but it could stop him for a while. Although he felt that Ling Xiao was definitely no match for him here, he still subconsciously wanted to escape. Yes, why shouldn't I run? I should hide and focus on recovering my strength. In this way, no matter how fast Ling Xiao's cultivation speed is, he can't be my match. Emperor Lian Hua tried to find an excuse for his sorry state as he fled. But how could a mere skeleton warrior stop Ling Xiao? Demon Lord Body, finish him off. Ling Xiao released the Demon Lord Body, stopped the skeleton warrior, and continued to chase. Although he couldn't use the body fusion's fighting style now, his 3 avatars could still fight. And they were very strong. After that, the Supreme God Body and the Supreme Emperor Body also joined the battle. Lotus Flower's dream of stalling for time did not come true. Ling Xiao was getting closer and closer to him. The power of void shattering, transcending the void. Seeing that he was about to catch up to the Lotus Flower, Ling Xiao activated his divine energy and soul energy at the same time. The power of void shattering erupted. A ray of void light pierced through Lotus Flower's head. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to kill him. Through the previous battle, Ling Xiao had also discovered that even if he wanted to take Lotus Flower's life, he would have to pulverize his body. Simply shattering the skull was not enough. Of course, the light of void wasn't meant to kill the other party, but to stall for time. He was preparing for the next move. Void shattering power, shatter the void. Lotus Flower was injured, and his movements became sluggish. Ling Xiao took advantage of this opportunity to use Void Crush. The power of space distortion enveloped Lotus Flower. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. I'm going to kill you, I'll definitely kill you, you listen well, as long as I'm still alive, there will be a day when I'll completely pulverize you. Lotus Flower howled in agony amidst the intense pain. He could only threaten Ling Xiao like this at this time too. This was because Ling Xiao's shattering void had already distorted his body. The next instant, he would die, although it was just one of the lives dying, to Lotus Flower, it was similarly an incomparably miserable thing. Listening to his hysterical screams, one would know. Lotus Flower urged all of his divine essence and the void mirror was actually unable to shatter. This guy was indeed formidable. If it were other martial artists, with Ling Xiao's current strength, if he used Void Crush, the void mirror would instantly shatter. The other party would also turn into fragments along with it. Crack, the void mirror finally shattered. Void Crush completed the attack. But Ling Xiao's face did not have a joyful look. He could feel that compared to the giant dragon life, his remaining 2 lives were clearly more tenacious. Even after shattering the void, he still couldn't kill him. Instead, he let that guy escape. Still want to escape? Fine, I'll play this game of cat and mouse with you. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. He had locked onto the other party's aura properly. The next step was to pursue and attack. 2 figures chased crazily in the graveyard of the gods. The demonic beasts on the ground were all frightened until they fled in all directions. Perhaps they had never seen such 2 powerful fellows fighting in this place before. Still chasing? If you continue chasing, you'll reach the depths of the graveyard of the gods. That's a place that has never been explored before. There might be danger. Ling Xiao, aren't you afraid of death? Lotus Flower was really about to cry. The moment he broke free from the cage, he was proud and confident. He thought that he was supreme. But now, he only wanted to escape. He discovered that he had underestimated those ants in the 4 regions and 9 realms too much, especially underestimating Ling Xiao too much. That led to the current predicament where he made one wrong move and every step was wrong. He could only escape with all his might. But he swore that today's humiliation would be returned 10-fold or 100-fold in the future. On this point, he was somewhat similar to Ling Xiao. They were both vengeful people. But if he wanted revenge, he had to escape from Ling Xiao's pursuit. Otherwise, it would just be a fool's dream. Lotus Flower, you won't be able to escape today no matter what, prepare to die, martial soul barrier. Ling Xiao finally caught up to Lotus Flower and used the martial soul barrier. This martial soul barrier had always been his weapon to capture his enemies. Of course, if someone killed him, this barrier could be destroyed. The barrier itself did not have any attack or amplification effects. It was just an imprisonment. He had no choice but to force the enemy to fight with him. Bastard, do you have to force me? Book of the Emperor, Book of Divine, Book of Darkness, Fuse, Sword of the Godly Demon Emperor, second stage. Compared to the Sword of the Godly Demon Emperor outside the Graveyard of the Gods, the attack this time was obviously more powerful. Coupled with the enhancement of the Graveyard of the Gods and the power of the second stage, it was at least a dozen times stronger. In that instant, the giant sword formed again. It was huge beyond compare. It exuded a terrifying aura that could destroy everything. Even many tombs on the ground were destroyed by the terrifying sword energy. Ling Xiao frowned. This lotus flower could actually be stronger. It seemed that he had to be stronger too, there were no outsiders here. So Ling Xiao did not hesitate to release the universe of tyrants. The dark universe covered the entire sky. Sky of Tyrants, Dragon God Ice Diagram. Sky of Tyrants, 9 Nether Monster. The same moisture, with the enhancement of the Sky of Tyrants, once again crushed Lotus Flower Sword of the Godly Demon Emperor. Sky of Tyrants, Black Lotus Treasure Light. The moment the sword of the Godly Demon Emperor was blocked, Ling Xiao used a different attack method. A black lotus appeared. The demon Buddha appeared. In an instant, it blasted into Lotus Flower's body. This guy, he actually used the move I taught him so powerfully. Lotus Flower was a little surprised. He had indeed taught Ling Xiao the Black Lotus Treasure Light, but he had only cultivated it to the greater mastery realm. However, Ling Xiao had managed to cultivate this move to the stage of perfection. He was even stronger than him. Lotus Flower was well aware of the power of the transformative state's secret soul technique. Therefore, he had no choice but to sacrifice his life and let the soul of the sovereign escape from his body. God-defying art, 8 strokes. Ling Xiao did not stop attacking. After the Black Lotus Treasure Light, the 8 sword lights finally tore Lotus Flower's body into pieces again. This time, it was much more difficult than the previous 2 times. The key was that Lotus Flower had chosen to escape, which had caused a lot of trouble. However, this time, he was truly dead. Let's see how you're going to keep your life. Damn it, Ling Xiao, don't force me. If you want to kill me, I'll bury the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds with me. Lotus Flower roared angrily. He was on the verge of collapse. He had lost all confidence in facing Ling Xiao. The only thing he wanted to do now was to save his life. Apart from that, he wanted nothing else. What? Don't tell me you still have the ability to turn the tables at this time? Ling Xiao said coldly. Don't doubt me. If you force me, I'll detonate the world of souls. Although I can't take the warriors of the 4 regions and 9 worlds with me, I'll destroy the entire chaotic sand ocean. Don't you care about the 100,000 experts outside? Lotus Flower was at his wit's end. Because he only had 1 life left. Although he could not be killed easily, he was afraid. Ling Xiao was the kind of person who could make the impossible possible. If he could really kill him, the loss would outweigh the gain. You won't have that chance. Ling Xiao shook his head. The moment Lotus Flower's body condensed, he reactivated the martial spirit barrier. Lotus Flower was completely trapped by the martial spirit barrier. It was impossible for him to escape. Even if he wanted to detonate the world of souls, it would be fine as long as he prevented Lotus Flower's consciousness from spreading. Damn it, why do you have to kill me? If you let me go, I swear I'll never step into the 4 regions and 9 worlds again. Lotus Flower was already begging for mercy. Your oath is not worth mentioning at all. Ling Xiao wanted to eradicate all evil. No one could guarantee what Lotus Flower would do after escaping this time. Perhaps they would make a comeback in a few years, and the 4 regions and 9 worlds would be in danger again. At that time, Ling Xiao might not be a match for Lotus Flower. Damn you, Ling Xiao. Remember this. I'll be waiting for you in eternal divine nation after I die today. Disintegrate by force. Lotus Flower realized that begging for mercy was completely useless. Even threats were useless. Left with no choice, he decided to take the last step. Stop him. Don't let him die. Yuan Venerates suddenly shouted. Yuan Venerates had not interfered in the previous battles. However, this time, Yuan Venerates cried out in alarm. Ling Xiao wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Just like that, Great Emperor Lian Hua shattered on the spot and turned into dust. He's dead? Ling Xiao was a little confused. After such a tough battle, his opponent had died just like that. This was a little too incomprehensible. Lotus Flower did not seem like someone who would commit suicide. He's not dead yet. Yuan Venerate sighed. What do you mean? I can't sense his aura at all. Ling Xiao exclaimed. It's not your fault. Yuan Venerate smiled wryly. Disintegrate by force is indeed suicide. However, it's not. Lotus Flower is indeed dead, but he will be resurrected in eternal divine nation after a year. However, he will only have his initial strength after his resurrection. So he's cultivating from the beginning? Ling Xiao was relieved to hear Yuan Venerate's explanation. He was confident that Lotus Flower's cultivation speed would be far inferior to his. It's cultivating from the beginning, but it's not. Lotus Flower's cultivation method is different from others. Don't forget. He can rely on absorbing other people's life force to increase his strength. If he's lucky, he'll be reborn in a good place. Then, he'll be able to obtain many powerful cultivators for his cultivation. That way, not only will his cultivation speed not be slower than yours, it might even be faster. Yuan Venerate said worriedly. If that's the case, it'll be a little troublesome. However, I don't like to think about things that can't be touched. No matter what, Lotus Flower is no longer a threat to the 4 regions and 9 worlds, right? Since he's reborn in Eternal Divine Nation, that's great. I'll go to Eternal Divine Nation and kill him. Ling Xiao smiled. Child, you're always so confident. However, you've created enough miracles along the way. This time is no exception. Yuan Venerate said no more and went back to sleep. Ling Xiao looked around. In the darkness, it was as if there was some powerful monster sleeping. Its aura was even more terrifying than Lotus Flower's. He didn't dare be negligent. He hurriedly rushed outside. No one knew what kind of place the necropolis of the gods was. Of course, he took Lotus Flower's storage ring with him before he left. After his rebirth, Lotus Flower's belongings couldn't be taken away or destroyed. This benefited Ling Xiao. Rumble, crackle, Ling Xiao hadn't even left the necropolis of the gods when he heard a terrifying explosion outside. His heart trembled involuntarily. Originally, the crisis of the 4 regions and 9 worlds could be said to have been resolved with Lotus Flower's rebirth. To Ling Xiao, Lotus Flower was no different from being dead. At most, he'd take the guy's life when he went to Eternal Divine Nation. There wouldn't be any problems. Therefore, he was in a relatively relaxed mood. However, everything seemed to have changed after the explosion. Ling Zhao's expression turned extremely ugly. When he arrived outside, he saw a cold-faced expert standing in the sky. This guy's cultivation had reached the 5th level of the divine physique realm. However, he didn't seem to know that the overall strength of the 4 regions and 9 worlds had increased after the Lotus Flower's chaos. Therefore, he seemed a little arrogant and insufferably arrogant. Why aren't you kneeling down yet? This 5th level Divine Physique Realm cultivator actually made 100,000 Divine Physique Realm experts kneel before him. That made sense. These people had expended a lot of energy, so they looked weaker. Their aura wasn't that strong, so this guy was the one who was deceived. Who are you to make us kneel? You're courting death. Ling Xiao flew into the air and grabbed the man's throat. He said coldly, "Are you another one of Lotus Flower's remnants? I don't know what you're talking about, but you'd better let go of me quickly. Otherwise, you'll be finished when Heaven's Wall City's army arrives." The man struggled as he spoke. Heaven's Wall City, Ling Xiao, Qin Huang, and the others were stunned. Heaven's Wall City had sent many young cultivators to the 4 regions and 9 worlds to train. In the end, most of them had died in the lotus flowers disaster. Some were killed by Xianxia, while others died directly from the infection. Now, someone from Heaven's Wall City had appeared. Moreover, it was a middle-aged man. This wasn't quite the same as before. What's going on with Heaven's Wall City's army? Xianxia let go of the man and asked with a frown. Indeed, before the first wave had subsided, another wave had risen. Heaven's Wall City is about to go to war with Eternal Divine Nation, so we need the 4 regions and 9 worlds as our rear base. I've come to inform you of this. Who is the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds? The cultivators of Heaven's Wall City weren't as arrogant after being threatened by Xianxia, but they were still as haughty as ever. Heaven's Wall City sure is optimistic. Where were they when we were tricked by Lotus Flower? Now that Lotus Flower is dead, they want to take advantage of the situation. How shameless. Go back and tell your city lords that they're welcome to rest and recuperate in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. But if they want to rule over the 4 regions and 9 worlds, there's no way. Xianxia said coldly. It looks like you're the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. I'm just a messenger. Do as you see fit. Heaven's Wall City's vanguard will arrive at the chaotic desert in 3 days. I advise you not to put up any pointless resistance. I'm no match for you, but I'm only a cultivator of below average strength in Heaven's Wall City. Resistance will only bring endless calamity to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Once Heaven's Wall City's army arrives, the peace you've just won will immediately crumble. That's all I have to say. Farewell. The messenger from Heaven's Wall City broke through the air and left. Xianxia did not stop him. It was just a messenger. There was no point in killing him. 3 days isn't even enough time for us to catch our breaths. Xianxia was certain that Heaven's Wall City had been paying attention to the battle between the 4 regions and Lotus Flower. They'd only made an appearance now. Most people wouldn't be able to recover to peak condition in 3 days. You've all heard it. What do you plan to do? Xianxia looked at the 100,000 experts below. They were the top experts of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They represented the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. We'll listen to His Majesty. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to make of it. If they surrendered, they'd likely become slaves of Heaven's Wall City. It was better than being ruled by Lotus Flower, but they still couldn't accept it. If he didn't surrender, could he really win? The weakest martial artists in Heaven's Wall City were probably at the first level of the divine physique echelon. How could he resist? Thus, they left the decision to Xianxia. He was the hero who saved the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The celestial emperor of the Empire of Tyrants. The name of this empire was only recently changed. Ji Mingkong suggested that the empire be named after Xiao's martial spirit. Only then would it be more exclusive. It also showed the ambition of the empire. Although Xianxia didn't think the name was important, he still decided to change it according to Haim Myunko's suggestion. The other organizations did not change. Therefore, it wouldn't cause any unrest in the empire. Let's wait for 3 days before deciding what to do. I want to see Heaven's Wall City's attitude. After all, they used to be martial artists from the 4 domains and 9 worlds. If I can help, I'm naturally willing. But if they want to use force, I won't be polite either. Everyone, do your best to recover in these 3 days and wait here for Heaven's Wall City's vanguard to arrive. Also, send some people to spread the good news. Lotus Flower is dead, and the scourge is over. As for Heaven's Wall City, don't mention it for now. We'll take care of it in secret. Xianxia had a guess. Heaven's Wall City's martial artists were probably afraid of Lotus Flower as well. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come so suddenly after Lotus Flower's death. Therefore, Heaven's Wall City's martial artists shouldn't be difficult to deal with. After all, Heaven's Wall City wasn't within Eternal Divine Nation's territory. Therefore, even if the upper limit of their strength was higher, it wouldn't exceed the 8th level of the divine physique echelon. It should be similar to the laws of the 4 domains and 9 worlds. After the order was passed down, tens of thousands of messengers left the chaotic Xianxia and headed in different directions. They spread the exciting news to every corner of the 4 domains and 9 worlds. Ling Xiao gathered the upper echelons of the various factions for a small meeting. During the meeting, Ling Xiao distributed the treasures he'd obtained from Lotus Flower to these people. According to Ling Xiao's plan, the martial artists on his side also needed to improve their combat strength as soon as possible. It was too difficult to break through in 3 days, so treasures became very important. There were a total of 25 experts at the 6th level of the Divine Physique echelon and above in the 13 factions of the 4 domains and 9 worlds. Each of them had at least 4 emperor weapons with 9 dragon patterns on them. Xiao Jin, Long Chen, Yu Fenghua, Cold Plum, and Ling Xiao all had powerful emperor weapons with 10 dragon patterns. Even Yang Shui had one. It was a pity that emperor weapons with 10 dragon patterns were too rare. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would have given each of them one as well. Apart from the 25 upper echelons, the rest of the martial artists were also equipped with emperor weapons with 7 or 8 dragon patterns. In short, Ling Xiao gave them all that could be equipped. One day later, Haim Mian-Ko arrived at the chaotic sand ocean. Haim Mian-Ko's cultivation was at the 1st level of the Divine Physique echelon. Although she was still far from being an expert, her breakthrough speed was definitely not slow. As the only remaining legitimate royal bloodline of the sacred dynasty, she wasn't simple at all. In addition, Ling Xiao had been helping her all this while. Although she couldn't keep up with Ling Xiao's rhythm completely, it was almost there. Haim Mian-Ko was Ling Xiao's most trusted helper. He didn't hesitate to hand over the management rights of the Empire of Tyrants to this woman. This time, he asked her to come over to explain the matters of the 4 domains and 9 worlds. Although the 4 domains and 9 worlds were already under the control of the Empire of Tyrants, due to the lack of time, many aspects of management couldn't keep up. Naturally, he had to trouble Haim Mian-Ko with this matter. After explaining everything, Ling Xiao gave the 9 dragon crystals to Haim Mian-Ko. These 9 dragon crystals were the 9 giant dragons. Previously, they were either killed or fused with the lotus flower. However, after the lotus flower died, the dragon crystals were preserved. Ling Xiao modified the dragon crystals and activated them with Long Chen's giant dragon blood. The 9 giant dragons listened to Haim Mian-Ko's commands. These were 9 powerful existences at the 7th level of the Divine Physique echelon. Moreover, they would continue to grow. In the future, Ling Xiao wouldn't have to worry about Haim Mian-Ko's safety anymore. The Empire of Tyrants finally had a divine guardian beast that could be used in public. After doing all this, Ling Xiao started to focus on his cultivation. Recently, his cultivation had been breaking through a little too quickly. He had to calm down and check for flaws. He had to strengthen the unstable areas. He didn't plan to break through in the next 3 days. He just needed to stabilize his cultivation. The others were also making use of the time to recover. Fortunately, the lotus flower had a large number of elixirs in his storage. This could speed up everyone's recovery. It played an important role. Everyone felt a surge of energy in their hearts. Heaven's Wall City was trying to steal the fruits of their victory. How could they agree? Perhaps it was because they had defeated the lotus flower, but everyone was filled with hope and confidence. They had the powerful His Majesty, Ling Xiao. They didn't fear any enemy. They waited anxiously and orderly for 3 days. As expected, an army appeared above the chaotic desert. There weren't many of them, only about 300. However, every one of them was extremely powerful. Ling Xiao sensed that the weakest among the 300 was at the early 6th level of the Divine Physique realm. The strongest was at the peak of the 7th level of the Divine Physique realm. There were 300 of them. Even after the necromancy disaster, there were only 25 cultivators above the 6th level of the Divine Physique realm in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The difference was too obvious. Moreover, this was only the vanguard. Even if the vanguard was the elite force of Heaven's Wall City, it was still terrifying enough. No wonder these people could live at the entrance of the eternal divine nation. With their strength, they could. Who is the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds? For early 6th level Divine Physique realm cultivators flew over and looked down at the cultivators of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They asked contemptuously. I am. Ling Xiao walked out and said indifferently. Although he knew Heaven's Wall City was up to no good, they were all humans. Moreover, the cultivators of Heaven's Wall City could be of great help to humans entering the eternal divine palace. Therefore, Ling Zhao's attitude was to use peaceful means before resorting to force. He would talk to them first. If they weren't willing to talk, then he would have to resort to violence. There were some people who would only know fear if you beat them to the point where they were afraid. Have you decided what to do? One of them asked coldly. Who is your leader? I want to talk to him. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Our leader is the general of Heaven's Wall City, but I don't think there's anything to talk about with you. You only need to sign a contract obediently and hand over the ruling rights of the 4 regions and 9 worlds to us. This way, we can prevent the people of the 4 regions and 9 worlds from suffering. That person said. Why don't you let me see your general? He should know that I can even kill Emperor Lianhua. I'll be of great help to you. Ling Xiao said again. Humph, as the general expected, this kid wants to keep his power. But this is good. Take him to the military camp. He won't live for long. The 4 experts of the Heaven's Wall City secretly communicated with each other using their souls. General, you think too highly of this brat. With the strength of the 4 of us, do you think we can't kill a mere cultivator from the 4 regions and 9 worlds? Don't underestimate him. After all, he did kill Lotus Flower. Although it might be a Lotus Flower who hasn't recovered much of his strength, he's still alive. But to be on the safe side, it was better to lure him in and confirm that he was dead, so as to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. This idiot, the general, was prepared to close the door and beat the dog, but he still wants to go in himself. Just in time. The few of them secretly communicated with each other, and one of them said indifferently, if that's the case, then come with us. As long as you work hard for Heaven's Wall City, the City Lord will definitely not treat you unfairly. Although you are a bit lowly, you are still of the same origin as us. Lowly, didn't your general teach you how to speak? Don't forget that I'm still the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. You'll be punished for being so disrespectful to me. Ling Zhao's voice suddenly turned cold. In the next moment, the 4 Heaven's Wall City experts suddenly felt a terrifying pain coming from their bodies. Their bodies started to distort and deform, and their bones creaked as if they would break at any time. Spare us. One of them uttered with difficulty. Ling Xiao sneered and retracted the power of the bloodthirsty rat plague. Now that he had become extremely powerful, the power of the bloodthirsty rat plague had also become even more terrifying. Killing these 4 6th-level divine physique echelon martial artists was as easy as flipping his hand. He wouldn't just keep lowering his head. He had to show a bit of his strength. Only then would the other party be willing to negotiate. Damn it. This fellow actually dared to attack us. I'm so angry. I'm going to kill him. The Heaven's Wall City martial artists roared furiously through soul voice transmissions. Only their own people could hear them. Calm down, this person isn't weak. Even if the 4 of us join forces, we might not be a match for him. It's better to leave him to the general. Right now, we just have to lure him into the trap that we've set. That's right. To be able to inflict so much pain on the 4 of us in one move, this fellow is very terrifying. The 4 of them wished they could kill Ling Xiao right now. However, their rationality told them that with their strength, they were probably not a match for Ling Xiao. Therefore, they could only endure and pretend to be terrified on the surface. One of them said, as expected of the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. You're actually so powerful. We're full of admiration. With your strength, you're indeed qualified to meet and talk with our general. Please. That's right. I didn't expect such a powerful person to exist in a place like the 4 regions and 9 worlds. We've misjudged. The rest of the people chimed in, revealing smiles that were uglier than crying. It was extremely awkward. Xiao Jin, who was standing at the side, was delighted. These Heaven's Wall City fellows have always looked down on the martial artists of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Their high and mighty appearance is truly disgusting. This time, they've finally been taught a lesson by you, boss. Let's see if they still dare to continue being so arrogant. AI, Heaven's Wall City has long been isolated from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They've long forgotten their original intentions. The experts who founded Heaven's Wall City wanted it to be a bridge between the 4 regions and the 9 worlds and eternal divine nation. Qin Huang sighed. His emotions were the most complicated right now. He was from Heaven's Wall City and had been born together with the martial artists of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. To be honest, he really didn't want the 2 sides to fight. Fortunately, Ling Xiao wanted to negotiate. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know what to do. Qin Huang, you have to be mentally prepared. Although I have the intention to negotiate, I don't want to do that. Although I do want to negotiate, the other side doesn't seem to have come with good intentions. This battle is likely unavoidable. You just need to persuade House Qin to stay out of the fight. Don't let them get involved. I'll do my best to end this battle as quickly as possible and minimize the number of casualties. Ling Xiao patted Qin Huang's shoulder. Many thanks. Qin Huang was extremely grateful. Afterwards, Ling Xiao, Yufeng Hua, Xiao Jin, Qin Huang, Long Chen, and Cold Plum walked towards the army camp. The others remained where they were and waited. There were only 6 of them, so the martial artists of Heaven's Wall City didn't think much of them. More importantly, these 6 were all young people. Perhaps they didn't think their strength was all that great. Moments later, the group arrived at the army camp. Ling Xiao opened his taiji eye and observed. His expression grew serious. Around the military camp, there was a faint killing intent. Although others couldn't see it, it couldn't escape his taiji eye. At this moment, he was completely certain. The other party had no intention of negotiating at all. They'd condescendingly asked for the 4 regions and 9 worlds. If he gave them to them, he might be able to keep his life. If he didn't, the other party would attack him with lightning speed and kill him. He knew this very well in his heart, but would he be afraid? If this was the first time Ling Xiao saw a martial artist from Heaven's Wall City, he might really be afraid. But now, Ling Xiao had even beaten Great Emperor Lianhua to the point of resurrection. Naturally, he wouldn't be afraid of a martial artist from Heaven's Wall City. Some problems had to be solved. With a faint smile, he signaled the others with his eyes and stepped into the military camp. Over 300 experts from Heaven's Wall City stood neatly in the military camp. One of them sat on a wooden armchair and looked at Ling Xiao coldly. You are the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds? You can't be a fake, right? This was the general of Heaven's Wall City. His strength was second only to the Heaven's Wall City Lord. A peak 7th level divine physique echelon expert. Ling Xiao felt that he was even stronger than Lotus Flower. Of course, he was only slightly stronger than Lotus Flower, who hadn't fully recovered. Moreover, he didn't have as many lives as Lotus Flower. If the 2 of them were to fight, victory would definitely belong to Lotus Flower. Reporting to the general, this is indeed the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, Ling Xiao. Not only that, the 4 regions and 9 worlds are already under the rule of the Empire of Tyrants. Ling Xiao is the Empire of Tyrants' heavenly emperor. If Heaven's Wall City has any difficulties, you can tell him. He will definitely help you solve it. Qin Huang said hurriedly. He also felt the restless atmosphere, so he wanted to avoid a battle that shouldn't have started. I was wondering who it was. So it's the son of the Qin clan. Even the young city lord, Saint Tianming, is dead. You actually shamelessly became someone else's subordinate. If you kill yourself now, I can still let your Qin clan off. Otherwise, everyone in the Qin clan will die. The general looked at Qin Huang coldly and sneered. What did you say? Qin Huang's reverse scale was his clan and his relatives. His current cultivation wasn't any weaker than the general. When he heard what the general said, he was instantly enraged. If you dare to touch my Qin clan, I will make you wish you were dead. I will kill everyone in your Heaven's Wall clan. Qin Huang roared. Haha, do you have the ability? The general was a little disdainful. Qin Huang, stand aside first. Ling Zhao's voice rang out at this moment. He looked coldly at General Shang and said, Tell me the truth. What is your purpose this time? Do you still not understand? The 4 regions and 9 worlds were only fit to be slaves of the Heaven's Wall City. If you are obedient, you can live without worry. Otherwise, all of you will die. The general sneered. So there's no room for discussion? Ling Xiao took a deep breath as killing intent flashed in his eyes. Talk? What qualifications do you have to negotiate with us? Just the 300 people I brought with me are enough to destroy the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Not to mention that Heaven's Wall City had a population of over 1 million. When the army arrives, no matter how many ants there are in the 9 worlds, they will all be wiped out. After the general finished speaking, he waved his hand. The 300 martial artists standing there urged their divine essence one after another, releasing powerful auras. However, Ling Xiao was faster than them. Since there was no basis for negotiation, Ling Xiao wasn't going to show any mercy. In that moment, he pounced on the general of Heaven's Wall City. We're all humans, so I wanted to have a good talk with you. Perhaps we could join forces and enter Eternal Divine Nation. But since you've been so arrogant and rude, don't blame me for what happens next. Ling Xiao deployed the god-defying art as soon as he attacked. At the same time, he gathered the Ox Demon Fist in his left hand. He unleashed the power of cosmic light and froze time. Even Lotus Flower wouldn't be able to withstand such a powerful attack. He would be gravely injured no matter what. The general was a bit stronger than Lotus Flower. However, Ling Xiao firmly believed that the general would be gravely injured as well. The attack landed the moment time froze. The moment the time stop disappeared. The general of Heaven's Wall City let out an earth-shattering scream. The entire military camp was shaken by this sound. Ling Xiao had severely injured the general of Heaven's Wall City with a single blow. However, the general was obviously still alive. He probably had some defensive treasure on him. His strength was impressive as well. Stop. It wasn't until now that the cultivators of Heaven's Wall City finally reacted and wanted to come to the general's rescue. However, Yu Fenghua, Cold Plum, and the others had already launched their attacks. Ling Xiao's attack was the signal. Ling Xiao didn't dare be careless in the face of the powerful general of Heaven's Wall City. Although he'd already injured the general, he still launched a series of attacks. At this moment, he had already made up his mind to kill his opponent. Moreover, he had also noticed some clues from the conversation between Qin Huang and the general. Perhaps Heaven's Wall City wouldn't be as arrogant as it was now if he destroyed the Heaven's Wall clan. The general of Heaven's Wall City thought of counterattacking amidst his screams. But it was useless. Ling Xiao launched a series of attacks. There was almost no pause between each move. He didn't want to give the general any chance to turn the tables. He deployed the god-defying art from the unification to the god-defying art. His left hand wasn't idle either, blasting out all sorts of martial soul techniques. It had to be said that the general was already very strong. He blocked most of Ling Xiao's attacks. That was why he hadn't died immediately. However, he was already covered in injuries. There wasn't a single spot on his body that wasn't injured. More importantly, he hadn't been able to launch a counterattack until now. He'd only been defending himself hastily. The only thing he was thinking about was that he'd underestimated his opponent too much. He'd been so careless against the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. That was why he'd ended up in such a pitiful situation. It was a tragedy from start to finish. It's time to end this. Shatter the void, shatter the void. Seeing that the general had no strength to retaliate, Ling Xiao thought that the time had come. He wanted to end this battle by shattering the void. Damn it, I'm the general of Heaven's Wall City. If you dare to kill me, the 4 regions and 9 worlds will definitely be slaughtered by the army of Heaven's Wall City. The general could only threaten him with words. He couldn't do anything else. Alright, alright, alright. Whatever you say. However, you can forget about seeing what you said. Ling Xiao watched as the general's body was torn apart by the void mirror. He smiled when he sensed that the general's aura had disappeared. From the beginning to the end of the battle, the entire process had only taken a minute. The general of Heaven's Wall City had been careless, and Ling Xiao had seized the opportunity to attack. He'd been defeated with a series of attacks. The surrounding martial artists of Heaven's Wall City were dumbfounded. You actually killed our general. You're crazy. One of them exclaimed in horror and disbelief. Start, domain name, please remember 3, the general of Heaven's Wall City wasn't the only one who died in the battle. Dozens of the 300 experts had also died. Ling Zhao's companions weren't easy to deal with. Their strength wasn't something that these guys could imagine. Avenge the general. These people hadn't realized how strong Ling Xiao and the others were, and they were still dreaming of revenge. In the end, Ling Xiao joined the battle. In an instant, close to 100 people died. Only now did they realize their fear. The remaining people all chose to escape. Because there were more people, even if Ling Xiao wanted to chase after them, it would not be easy. He could only give up for now. Lunatics of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, you're all finished. The general has been killed, and Heaven's Wall City will send an army to attack. Just wait for your destruction. Angry roars came from afar. Come at me. If you want to die, try it. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the fleeing cultivators. Then, he looked back at Qin Huang and said, "Come with me and bring your family members back. Those people will definitely complain when they return." I'm afraid the Qin family members are doomed. Since they had already become comrades, Ling Xiao would not sit idly by and do nothing about Qin Huang's family. "Boss, do we have to go too?" Xiao Jin asked. "Of course. We can't wait for others to attack. The 4 regions and 9 worlds are already in ruins. Although we won, the destruction caused by the battle is also very great. This time, we have to fight outside." Ling Xiao had already made up his mind. Since he wanted to target the Heaven's Wall clan and not the entire Heaven's Wall City. The best way was to sneak attack the enemy and kill the Heaven's Wall City Lord. At that time, Heaven's Wall City would know how powerful the 4 regions and 9 worlds were and would not dare to attack. Call Hai Miankeo to go with us. She has the protection of the 9 dragons. It's time for her to temper herself on the battlefield. Perhaps her strength will increase faster. As for the others, just guard the only path from Heaven's Wall City to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Don't let those fellows escape to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Ling Xiao was a man of action. Since he had decided to do something, he would not waste time. First, he let everyone hide in the Dongxing Emperor ring. Then, he entered the Shadow Warrior form and quietly followed those fleeing cultivators. Since the vanguard of Heaven's Wall City had arrived, the main army must be not far behind. As expected, following the path that Qin Huang had pointed out, they stepped onto a relatively safe path. This was the path that Heaven's Wall City cultivators took to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The danger level along the way was the lowest. Even so, a martial artist at the 6th level of the Divine Physique Echelon would still face the risk of losing his life if he entered. However, Ling Zhao's strength was already on par with a peak 7th level Divine Physique Echelon expert. This little bit of danger was not a problem to him at all. After traveling for over 100 miles, they finally saw an oasis. Above the oasis, the army of Heaven's Wall City was densely packed. At a rough glance, there were at least 1 million of them. Fortunately, the Eternal Desert's oasis was also huge. Otherwise, it would not be able to accommodate the millions of martial artists. Ling Xiao did not alarm the other party. Instead, he snuck into the military camp. Because it was a temporary military camp, the defenses were naturally not that tight. In addition, Ling Xiao was best at concealing his whereabouts. It was a piece of cake to sneak in. They had just arrived at the Qin clan, but before they could even see the Qin clan's patriarch, tens of thousands of soldiers and horses suddenly surrounded them. It should be that the Heaven's Wall City master had already received the report of those who had escaped. "Qin Hu, you old thief! Get out here for the city lord!" A loud shout came from outside the Qin family's camp. Obviously, he was very angry. "Heaven's Wall City master, what is the meaning of this? Do you still want to have internal strife at this time?" Qin Huang's father, Qin Hu, who was now the Qin clan's patriarch, looked at the Heaven's Wall City master who had just walked in with an ugly expression. "I have internal strife? You old thief, you have always disagreed with my policy. You actually want to ally with those despicable fellows from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. That's why you sent your son, Qin Huang, to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. I just received news that the general was ambushed and killed by those bastards from the 4 regions and 9 worlds in a despicable and shameless way. Your son, Qin Huang, also participated in this ambush. Today, you must give me an explanation." The Heaven's Wall City Master said coldly. What explanation do you want? Xianxia asked coldly. He knew the general's character too well. He was a conceited egomaniac. Xianxia would never believe that someone would use a despicable and shameless way to deal with him. Xianxia, take your own life. If you die, I can spare the rest of the Qin family. Otherwise, even if I have to take the risk of internal strife, I will not let them off. Even if there is internal strife, I will still kill the entire Qin clan. The Heaven's Wall City Master said coldly. Do you mean it? Xianxia asked. Why? You don't believe me? The Heaven's Wall City Master said indifferently, I can swear to the heavens that if you die, I will spare the rest of the Qin clan. Including your son, Qin Huang, and your daughter, Qin Qin. If I go back on my words, I will die a horrible death. Master, don't. Qin Huang's mother grabbed Xianxia's arm and shook her head. You did nothing wrong. Why must you die? If you die, what will we do? We are willing to live and die with the patriarch. The Qin clan had always treated their subordinates well. Therefore, Xianxia was deeply loved and respected. These people were truly willing to die for him. Xianxia sighed and restrained Qin Huang's mother. Then, he took a step forward and placed his sword on his neck. Tian Dinglai, don't forget your oath. Of course. The Heaven's Wall City Master, Tian Dinglai, said with a faint smile. Then, he said to someone behind him, after Xianxia dies, don't leave a single member of the Qin clan alive. I have already made my oath. I can't do it, but you can. Don't worry, Lord City Master. Only Xianxia is difficult to deal within the Qin clan. As long as he dies, I can instantly exterminate the entire Qin clan. That person said excitedly. It was a pity that Xianxia didn't hear those words. He weighed the pros and cons and thought for a long time before making such a decision. Although Xianxia's name sounded bold and powerful, he was actually a very soft-hearted person. He didn't want the martial artists in Heaven's Wall City to kill each other. He felt that by sacrificing himself, he could exchange for peace. Unfortunately, he seemed to be too naive. How could someone like Tian Dinglai keep his promise? Because of his character, although he had a high reputation in Heaven's Wall City, he couldn't become the city master. To put it bluntly, he wasn't as good at playing tricks as Tian Dinglai. This was his strength, but also his weakness. Perhaps this was what the saying "no one is perfect" meant. Xianxia, you must live well. After saying this, Xianxia closed his eyes and stabbed his sword into the depths of his soul realm. However, at this moment, a hand reached out from the void and blocked the sharp blade of the longsword. Old man, we will live well. Don't be in such a hurry to die. The person who appeared was Qin Huang. Although appearing now wasn't good for the sneak attack plan. However, Ling Xiao still felt that he should let Qin Huang save him. Otherwise, if Xianxia died, it would become Qin Huang's lifelong regret. Xianxia looked at his son in a daze. It had only been 1 or 2 months, but his son seemed to have become stronger than before. He was more mature and steady. He was no longer the arrogant young master. Instead, he had become more like an expert. Father, Tian Dinglai has failed in his management of Heaven's Wall City, resulting in the current situation. He should take full responsibility. Now, not only does he refuse to admit his mistakes, but he wants to take over the 4 regions and 9 worlds. He has provoked an equally powerful enemy. He is leading Heaven's Wall City to its doom. The one who deserves to die is him, not you. Qin Huang looked at Xianxia and said righteously. You dare to come back? Good. Very good. Since that is the case, you will be buried here with your father. Tian Dinglia's expression turned ugly as his plan failed. He really did not think that Qin Huang actually dared to come back alone. Tian Dinglai, you said it. You can't go back on your words. Xianxia shouted loudly. That's enough, father. How can you believe the words of such a person? He swore that he would not do anything to the Qin family after you die. But don't forget, even if he doesn't do anything, his subordinates can still destroy the Qin family. Qin Huang shouted sternly. Then, he looked at Tian Dinglai and said, in front of the King of Sovereigns' laws, do you dare to swear that after my father dies, You and everyone else in Heaven's Wall City will not do anything to the Qin family? Oaths were effective in the mystic world. As long as your strength did not surpass the king of sovereigns, you would be punished by the laws if you went against your oath. Tian Dinglai did not dare to swear. Because if he did, his plan would not be able to proceed. You don't dare? If you don't dare, then don't say such nonsense. Today, with me, Qin Huang, here, you can forget about harming my family. Qin Huang said sternly. No matter how naive Qin Hu was, when he saw Tian Dinglia's reaction, he knew that Tian Dinglai was toying with him. Immediately, a flame of anger burned in his chest. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered. Moreover, Qin Hu was very strong. Qin family's sons, listen up. Kill your way out. He shouted loudly. You want to escape? What a joke. Since the plan has failed, we have to use force. Pass down my orders. Kill all the martial artists in the Qin family. As Tian Dinglia's voice fell, a huge martial soul appeared behind him. It was a Kuanping. When the Kuanping martial soul was released, a terrifying aura soared into the sky like a tower. It dispersed the dark clouds in the sky. This guy is very dangerous. Qin Huang is not his match. Looks like we have to make a move in advance. How about this? Leave Tian Dinglai to me. Your job is to protect the Qin family. Before I defeat Sky, I will not allow you to fall. Because the situation had changed, Ling Xiao also made a new decision. Yu Fenghua, Cold Plum, Xiao Jin, Long Chen, and Hai Miang Ko all flew out of the Dongxing Emperor Ring. They stood guard around the Qin clan's campsite. Everyone, don't panic. These are my friends who have gone through life and death with me. They were trustworthy. We've been holding back for a long time. The Tianho family had never followed the instructions of their ancestors and never contacted the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Now that they were in danger, they wanted to take over the 4 regions and 9 worlds. This was not only stupid but also shameless. Today, my Qin clan will replace you and become the new overlord of Heaven's Wall City. Qin Huang said loudly. On the way here, Ling Xiao had already tried to persuade him. They couldn't abandon Heaven's Wall City in the future. It was the only border between the tyrannical empire and eternal divine nation. It would also be an outpost for the tyrannical empire's cultivators to become stronger. Therefore, Ling Xiao could only rest assured if Qin Huang was in charge of Heaven's Wall City. Qin Hu's personality wasn't good. He was too weak and naive. He was easily manipulated and tricked. Huang you. Are you really going to rebel? Qin Hu asked in surprise. Father, don't you understand? They want to get rid of our Qin clan. You still want to be loyal? I'll tell you the truth. These people are the top experts of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Heaven's Wall City can't hold on any longer. Their strength has grown to the peak of Heaven's Wall City. This is all because of that idiot Sky Dinglia's stubbornness. Since Qin Huang had agreed to Ling Xiao's plan, he had to persevere even if his father objected. Fortunately, Qin Hu was weak, but not foolish. After listening to Qin Huang's words, he nodded. Let's not talk about this for now. We can talk more after we've dealt with our current difficulties. Boom, Sky Dinglia's aura was still expanding. He continued to charge into the sky. He was at least 1,000 meters tall. Countless people raised their heads to look at him. Kid, you're really ambitious. Unfortunately, I'm the Emperor of Heaven's Wall City, you're rebelling. You must die. The powerful aura finally stopped growing. Sky Dinglai stood on a white cloud and hovered in the sky. The golden Kuanping martial soul behind him shone brightly. It was as if a pair of golden wings had formed behind him. Energy flowed on the wings. With a light flap, he could cause space to tremble and the weather to change. The wind element between heaven and earth seemed to be under Sky Dinglia's control. The other martial artists hovering in the sky had no choice but to fly. The wind element was no longer under their control. Some of them even fell to the ground. Qin Hu had a feeling that if Sky Dinglai gently flapped the wings behind him, the entire Qin clan's camp would be torn apart. Even these martial artists would die. This guy is really too strong. I'm no match for him. Although Qin, who was also very strong, he was still far from being Sky Dinglia's match. Huang find a chance to escape with your mother. We can't let our Qin clan die today. He whispered to Qin Huang beside him. He is indeed very strong. As expected of the city lord of Heaven's Wall City. However, this level of strength is not enough for me to escape. Qin Huang shook his head calmly and said, I know someone who is even stronger than him. Who is this person? Qin Hu asked. Father, don't worry about Sky Dinglai. We just need to focus on dealing with the enemies charging at us. Try to reduce the casualties. However, don't be too soft. Even if we don't kill others, others will kill us. In history, every revolution has been accompanied by blood and sacrifice. Qin Huang knew that Ling Xiao would deal with Sky Dinglai. His current mission was to protect the Qin clan's camp. Surrender, Qin Hu, Qin Huang, you want to rely on the help of a few trash from the 4 regions and 9 worlds to take my position? That's wishful thinking. Sky Dinglai sneered. Cut the crap. If you want to kill, then kill. Why do you have to keep talking? Qin Huang roared. Good. Very good. Don't move first. I'll show you what I'm made of. Sky Dinglai did not allow his subordinates to attack because he wanted to protect them. That was because he had already started flapping the golden wings behind him. In that instant, a wild wind raged. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled. An endless amount of wild wind blew toward the Qin clan's camp like a wild beast. As the wind blew, the ground seemed to be lifted up. Yellow sand filled the sky. The vegetation in the oasis was also uprooted. The demonic dragon formed by the storm wanted to swallow the entire Qin clan. Protect the weak. Qin Hu shouted loudly. He hurriedly went to protect his wife. The others also went to protect the people around them. However, at this moment, a figure appeared in front of them. He wore a ferocious armor and looked like a human immortal bird. Who is that? Everyone in Heaven's Wall City had the same question. Father, that is the strongest person in the 4 domains and 9 worlds, Ling Xiao. Watch carefully how he defeats Tian Dinglai. Qin Huang stood there and looked excitedly at Ling Xiao. At first, he only admired him. Now, he worshipped him. In fact, it had only been a month. He had witnessed the rise of this young man with his own eyes. Ling Xiao gently waved his hand. The ground began to freeze. The wind began to weaken. A frost divine dragon roared as it crawled out of the void. It slammed into the demonic dragon formed by the storm. In the next moment, the demonic dragon was also frozen. The raging wind stopped in an instant. Then, Ling Xiao stabbed out with the Void God sword in his right hand. The 8 sword lights instantly shattered the frozen sandstorm. At that moment, the originally dark and gloomy scene became clear and bright again. Let me introduce myself. I am Ling Xiao, the Celestial Emperor of the Empire of Sky Tyrant. I am the strongest person in the 4 domains and 9 worlds. Tian Dinglai, as the City Lord of Heaven's Wall City, you want to take over the 4 domains and 9 worlds. I won't waste time. Do you dare to fight me? If you lose, I will give up the 4 domains and 9 worlds. If you win, take the Tian Dinglai family and lead the 4 domains and 9 worlds. Never come back. Compared to Lotus Flower, Ling Xiao did not hate Tian Dinglai as much. As long as Tian Dinglai was willing to leave, he would not kill him. With that, he soared into the sky and flew thousands of meters. Up. His battle with Tian Dinglai would be intense. If he got too close to the ground, he would bring disaster to others. That's good. Tian Dinglai did not want to waste too much energy on the 4 domains and 9 worlds. If he could get what he wanted by killing Ling Xiao, wouldn't that be more direct? I've long heard of your great name, but let me see if you're as strong as the rumors say. Since you want to make things convenient for me, how can I not accept it? However, the battle between us has nothing to do with the Qin clan. I will still destroy the Qin clan. All of you, listen up. Launch the attack and wipe out the Qin clan. The battle on the ground began at Tian Dinglia's command. However, Ling Xiao didn't even spare him a glance. His current goal was to defeat Tian Dinglai. He did not care about anything else. Yu Fenghua, Cold Plum, Xiao Jin, Long Chen, Qin Huang, and Hai Miankeo who had the 9 dragons' armor. These people were worthy of his trust. Furthermore, they were all extremely powerful. If Tianming Lai's subordinates wanted to destroy the Qin family, it would be even more difficult than killing him. Whoosh whoosh, 2 streaks of light shot into the sky. It stopped at a distance of about 1,000 meters. This was a battle between the strongest. No matter how many words were said, it would be of no use. In the end, the winner would be decided with their fists. Whoever won would control the 4 regions and 9 worlds. At this moment, 4 people and a horse appeared in a place no one had noticed. If Ling Xiao saw them, he would be surprised to find that he'd seen them before. When he'd first arrived in Violet Spirit, he hadn't recognized Xianxia. Xianxia had been waiting for them on the street. Su Mingzhen, Sun Xing, Zhuning, Sha Hai, later on, the 4 of them left the little Violet Spirit Kingdom and there was no news of them. Later on, when Ling Xiao came to the 3,000 holy cities, he heard the names of these 4 people again. He knew that they were experts from Eternal Divine Nation. At the time, Ling Xiao had been very surprised. It was also the first time he'd learned of the existence of powerful beings in the Eternal Desert. The 4 of them stood there. However, no one else could see them. Even the powerful Ling Xiao and Tian Dinglai hadn't noticed them at all. It was enough to show how terrifying they were. Eldest senior brother, who do you think will win? Zhuning asked with a smile. Tian Dinglai has great control over his Kuimping martial soul. He can control the wind element between heaven and earth. Not only does he possess great destructive power, but he's also astonishingly fast. I still remember Ling Xiao. The first time I saw him, he was just an unremarkable character. But at that time I could see his unwillingness to admit defeat. Moreover, he seems to be a beast god cultivator and has mastered the beast god body. His ability to defeat Lotus Flower is testament to his strength. I think he'll be the final victor. Sun Xing said after some analysis. Eldest senior brother and I have the same opinion. This Ling Xiao is worthy of being taken to Eternal Divine Nation. Don't you agree, Master? Zhuning asked Su Mingzhen. We'll know whether he's worthy or not after this battle. Don't forget that our mission is to find a seed for Eternal Divine Nation. One day, we'll find a seed that can truly contend against the ancient races. Su Mingzhen said faintly. Yes, there are many geniuses in the 9 realms. We've found some who can't awaken on their own. We've sent more than 100 seeds to Eternal Divine Nation as of late. Many of them are more talented than Ling Xiao. They just haven't had the same fortuitous encounters as Ling Xiao. It seems that Dark Frost and Dong Huang Yu are closely related to Ling Xiao. Zhuning nodded. Su Mingzhen didn't say anything this time. She quietly watched the battle not far away. Although the energy waves were incredibly strong, they were easily neutralized when they reached them. Perhaps she was paying too much attention to the battle. In that moment, Ling Xiao suddenly looked in their direction. Oh no, he's discovered us? Su Mingzhen looked surprised. However, Ling Xiao looked away after a glance. He probably hadn't discovered anything. That kid. Su Mingzhen had to be more careful. Everything they did was a secret. If he were to be discovered under such circumstances, it would be a little embarrassing. Ling Xiao, how dare you look around when you're fighting me? You don't take me seriously, do you? In the sky, Tian Dinglia's voice was tinged with anger and killing intent. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that there was an extremely terrifying energy circulating within this fellow's body. Every time it circulated, the surrounding wind essence would surge into his body. It made him even more terrifying. The power was terrifying, and they were fighting in the air. He only needed to manipulate the air to throw his opponent into confusion. I can understand why Ling Xiao chose to fight in the sky, but it's not a wise choice. Sha Hai shook his head. The sky is almost his home ground. If he can't even beat Tian Dinglai, he doesn't deserve to go to Eternal Divine Nation. Sun Xing said faintly. Eldest senior brother, you're asking too much of him. His aptitude is one of the best even among the 100 or so seeds we've chosen. It's a pity that we didn't bring him to Eternal Divine Nation. Sun Xing did not say anything. He just stared at Ling Xiao and the battle. Ling Xiao, how are you going to deal with this? Ling Xiao was completely different from what they had imagined. It was as if the powerful Tian Dinglai did not exist in his eyes. Instead, he was thinking about that terrifying yet familiar aura he had sensed earlier. What was it? It was only a flash. But he believed that he had not sensed wrongly. Someone was definitely standing there, staring at him. Su Meng? Ling Xiao muttered to himself. He still remembered this aura. If Su Meng was just an ordinary person, he might have forgotten. But the four of them were very special from the beginning. Ling Xiao had engraved them deeply in his mind. Forget it. Let's not worry about it for now. They don't have any evil intentions. Let's defeat the guy on the other side first. Ling Xiao did not sense any evil intentions from Su Meng's aura. And even if she did, there was nothing he could do about it. That was because he was too strong. Just a moment of feeling told him that he was definitely not a match for this fellow. Seeing that Tian Dinglai was about to explode, Ling Xiao finally raised his head and said, "Let's do it. Looks like I have to defeat you as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knows what else might happen." Too many things had happened recently. Ling Xiao had also improved a lot. "It seems that you are in a hurry to die. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish." Tian Dinglai had an arrogant look on his face. It was as if everything was under his control. He spoke condescendingly, as if he did not care about Ling Xiao at all. But it made sense. His Kunpeng martial soul was a terrifying beast that was not inferior to the divine dragon in the primordial era. It could overturn rivers and seas, swallow clouds, and spit out fog. It could fly for 90,000 miles. Such a powerful beast, even if it had become a martial soul, had inherited these characteristics. This made Tian Dinglai very confident. It's not good to speak too confidently. We'll only know who's stronger after we fight. Ling Xiao still held the Void God sword in his right hand. The Crimson Blood Demon sword appeared in his left hand. The blood-red sword light swam through the void, instantly transforming into tens of thousands of sword lights that shot toward Tian Minglai. At that moment, Ling Xiao took the initiative to attack. The space between heaven and earth was completely enveloped by the blood-colored sword light, causing the opponent's speed to seem like it was useless. He couldn't use it at all. Ever since Ling Xiao broke through to the 5th level of the Divine Physique Echelon, not only did the Crimson Blood Demon sword's power increase, it even obtained a new ability. His sword spirit had also awakened. In the past, Ling Xiao's Dongxing demonic sword and Dongxing divine sword both possessed sword spirits. Now, the Crimson Blood Demon sword had also awakened a sword spirit. Ling Xiao called him the Blood Demon Emperor. The Blood Demon Emperor had his own fighting ability, which was the same as the Tao Tai in the Void God sword. As long as Ling Xiao controlled the Crimson Blood Demon sword, he would never betray him. The skills derived from the Blood Demon Emperor also appeared. This move, 10,000 swords flowing blood, was one of them. The formidable aspect of the myriad sword blood flow was that the area it covered was extremely terrifying. It could even annihilate the opponent's divine essence aura. It could also affect the opponent's ability to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Tian Dinglai wanted to control the wind element, but he was affected by the myriad sword blood flow, which cut off most of his connection with the wind element. "Your idea is good, but it's a pity that your move is too slow. My speed is something you can't even imagine. Goodbye, Ling Xiao. After you die, don't forget who killed you." The instant the myriad sword blood flow was used, Tian Dinglai moved. The golden wings on his back trembled lightly, with strange runes flowing on them. At that moment, everything between heaven and earth seemed to slow down. This was already very close to Ling Xiao's time stop. However, because Tian Dinglai's speed was too fast, it caused everything around him to appear very slow. As Tian Dinglai spoke, he had already appeared beside Ling Xiao. Then, his claws, which were as sharp as a Kunpeng's, suddenly grabbed at Ling Xiao's head. He was really fast to the extreme. Even Ling Xiao, who had always prided himself on his speed, felt very shocked. Although Ling Xiao had released the Sun God's blood fiend array from the very beginning. Even with the Earth Golden Light Art, it seemed that he could not avoid the opponent's attack. Therefore, Ling Xiao gave up. "Master, should we save him? It's a pity that this kid died." Juning saw the scene and hurriedly asked. "What's there to panic about? If he died so easily, how could he have defeated Lotus Flower? Don't forget, that kid can control the law of time. This is something that none of us can do. Sun Xing said calmly. Before he could finish his words, Tian Dinglia's terrifying claws had already grabbed Ling Zhao's head. Bang! Ling Zhao's head was crushed, turning into powder. His entire body also turned into scattered spirit energy in an instant. Clearly, this was not the real Ling Xiao, but an illusion. Not good. The moment Tian Minglai crushed the afterimage, he had a very bad feeling. There was actually a talisman in this illusion. A terrifying talisman that could trigger the heavenly lightning earthly fire. Dodge. Tian Dinglai was surprised that Ling Xiao could make such an arrangement in such a short time. However, he did not have time to think too much. His body leaped, and he flew away from Ling Xiao. Although this talisman was not enough to kill him, it could definitely injure him. Once he was injured, he would definitely be at a disadvantage in the following battle. Originally, according to his plan. Even if Ling Xiao could use the illusion doppelganger to avoid his attack, Ling Zhao's spirit energy would still be in the illusion. He could rely on this spirit energy to find the location of Ling Zhao's real body in an instant. However, who would have thought that Ling Xiao would actually hide a talisman for detonation in the illusion? He was truly crafty and cunning. Then, where did Ling Xiao go? Thinking of this, Tian Dinglia's face instantly turned ugly. When he went to find Ling Zhao's real body again, a cold voice rang out. A cold voice sounded in his ears, a battle of life and death isn't a spar. Don't think that others will follow your plan. The moment the voice rang out, the sword lights suddenly arrived. The terrifying god-defying art exploded. 8 sword lights enveloped Tian Dinglai at the same time, not giving him any chance to breathe. As it turned out, after Ling Xiao used the holy ground demonic shadow, he also used the shadow dancer form. He arrived at Tian Dinglia's side. If Tian Dinglai chose to retreat, he would naturally attack. If Tian Dinglai did not retreat, then the talisman would explode, and he would be able to beat a drowning dog. This talisman was obtained from Lotus Flower. Being able to defeat Lotus Flower in advance was truly a good thing. Otherwise, facing Tian Dinglia's astonishing speed would be somewhat troublesome. At this moment, Ling Zhao's scheme succeeded. The 8 sword lights had already touched Tian Dinglia's head. They wanted to kill Tian Dinglai. It was not that Ling Xiao wanted to kill this guy, but the problem was that this guy was too strong. If he showed even a little mercy, he might end up digging his own grave. Ling Zhao's scheme was crafty and hard to guard against. It caused Tian Dinglai to fall into an extremely dangerous predicament. In terms of power, Tian Dinglai was on par with Ling Xiao. In terms of speed, he was faster than Ling Xiao. However, in terms of cunning and viciousness, he could not be compared to Ling Xiao. An instant crafty plan that did not give the opponent time to think was followed by a killing move to kill the opponent. Seeing this scene, even Su Mingzhen was shocked. This guy might not be the most talented among the 100 or so seeds. However, in terms of strategy and craftiness, he is unparalleled. In a situation of equal power, I'm afraid no one is a match for him. I finally understand why he was able to survive until now and why he was able to defeat Lotus Flower. This guy is not human at all. He is a monster. Su Mingzhen muttered to himself. After traveling through the 4 regions and 9 worlds, Ling Xiao was the first person he called a monster. In the past, others had called him a monster. However, in his opinion, Ling Xiao was the true monster. In this world, there were many geniuses, but very few monsters. However, he won't win so easily. Tian Dinglai was able to become the city lord. He won't be defeated so easily. Ling Xiao, what other surprises do you have for me? Su Mingzhen smiled and looked at the 2 sides of the battle again. The god-defying art's 8-word stance was extremely powerful. When combined with the god-defying sword, it could instantly kill Tian Dinglai. However, Tian Dinglai did not have as many lives as Lotus Flower. Once he died, he would truly die. This was a situation where death was certain. However, aside from a moment of shock, Tian Dinglia's face instantly became calm. It was as though breaking out of this situation was not difficult for him. At this moment, the sword light had already pierced through his protective divine energy and was about to pierce his head. Originally, there was no way to deal with it. However, he could. Because he was Tian Dinglai, the city lord of Heavenwall City. What a boring trick. Tian Dinglai sneered disdainfully. In that instant, the giant Kuan-Pung behind him transformed into a giant Kuan. The Kuan-Pung was an ancient giant beast. It had two forms. When roaming the deep sea, it was a Kuan, roaring in the nine heavens. It was a Pung. In his rock form, he could control the wind element. In his giant leviathan form, he could swallow everything. Almost in an instant, Ling Zhao's 8 sword lights actually disappeared. He was completely sucked in by the strange vortex. It was as if a giant Kuan was sucking in water. The scene was truly astonishing. Interesting. Ling Xiao smiled and said, although I've heard of the Kuan-Pung martial soul's fame a long time ago, I've never seen it before. He also knew that the Kuan-Pung had the ability to devour the qi of heaven and earth. However, I never knew what kind of feeling it was. Today, I finally understood. But if you want to refine my sword energy, be careful of indigestion. Ling Xiao sneered inwardly. Are you very disappointed? He had racked his brains to come up with a solution, but in the end, it was all for naught. That was why it was said that in the face of absolute strength, schemes and machinations were nothing. Now, it's time for you to die. After saying that, Tian Minglai's body disappeared again. In the next moment, it was already behind Ling Xiao, and its sharp claws attacked again. It was a terrifying and eerie feeling, as if a giant beast was sneaking up on him from behind. That feeling was as if he was in a gloomy and terrifying hell. He was bitten by a pitch-black giant mouth. Divine Ape Invincible Array. Ling Zhao's expression did not change. He controlled his divine sense and released the array. The golden light instantly enveloped Ling Zhao's body. The sharp claws were blocked by the divine light, unable to move an inch. His martial spirit array is somewhat special. It's definitely not an ordinary martial spirit array. Could it be that he has more than one beast god martial soul? Juning said with a frown. Rumor has it that he's a beast god martial soul. However, the level of the beast god position and the number of beast god martial souls are unknown. However, this move does have an extremely strong defensive power. Sha Hai explained. Tian Minglai, if you were much stronger than me, you might be able to break my martial spirit array. Unfortunately, your strength is on par with mine. Therefore, your attack will not be able to break my divine ape invincible array. Are you disappointed? Oh, it's not completely impossible. If you choose to self-destruct, with the energy stored in your body, you might be able to break this golden light. However, would you be willing to sacrifice yourself to kill me? Ling Xiao mocked. I can't hurt you, and you can't attack. Is this interesting? Tian Minglai frowned. Who said I can't attack? The defense of the Divine Ape Invincible Array is only one of its effects. Next, I'll let you open your eyes. Divine Ape, come out. Following Ling Zhao's roar, a giant Vajra Divine Ape suddenly appeared in the array. It held a golden 1,000-pound staff in its hand and smashed it toward Tian Minglai. Tian Minglai was an expert, so his eyesight was not bad. Realizing the terror of the 1,000-pound staff, he immediately chose to dodge. His body instantly disappeared and flew around the Divine Ape Invincible Array. The Vajra Divine Ape's 1,000-pound staff chased after him, smashing the space and destroying the elements. It formed a ring of terrifying noise. However, it still could not catch up to Tian Minglai. Ling Xiao, your attack speed is really too slow. With this, you can't hurt me. Next, it's my turn to counterattack. Just hide in your turtle shell and don't come out. Let me see how many attacks your turtle shell can withstand. Tian Minglai's figure floated around. Because he was so fast, the world seemed to be filled with his afterimages. Wherever he went, a powerful storm would gather. Within the storm, the power of heavenly thunder was brewing. Suddenly, hundreds of giant lightning balls appeared in the sky. The crazy lightning balls rushed toward Ling Xiao along with the wind. They exploded on the Divine Ape Invincible Array. Although the Vajra Divine Ape was still attacking, it could not touch Tian Minglai. When the violent lightning balls landed on the Divine Ape Invincible Array, a large part of their energy was weakened. Finally, when they hit Ling Xiao, they could not cause any damage. Instead, they became energy for Ling Xiao to increase his strength. The two of them seemed to have entered a stalemate. Neither could do anything to the other. One had astonishing defense. The other had astonishing speed. Both were able to make themselves invincible. What an exciting battle. My decision to watch this time was correct. Juning laughed. However, if this is the case, it will be difficult to determine a victor. One is invincible, invulnerable, the other has astonishing speed, hard to catch. Let's see who exhausts his divine yuan first. Not necessarily. Sun Sheng shook his head. Ling Xiao won't continue like this. That kid is very cunning. He won't just watch as the situation develops in a direction that is disadvantageous to him. He will definitely think of another way. To be honest, I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of trick he will use in the next battle. Sun Sheng had actually racked his brains to think of a way to deal with Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, he could not think of anything. Thus, he could only see what Ling Xiao would do next. This time, I can't agree with you, eldest senior brother. Regardless of cultivation time, age, or even cultivation, Tian Dinglai is superior to Ling Xiao. In terms of divine energy, he is definitely more powerful. In addition, his cultivation is 2 whole realms higher than Ling Xiao's. Even if he wants to use those schemes, they won't work. After all, a battle is a battle of strength. Schemes and tricks are just mediocre skills. Mediocre skills? Sun Sheng smiled and slapped Juning's head. Idiot, the premise of what you said is that Ling Xiao is only an ordinary 5th-level divine physique echelon martial artist. Unfortunately, he's not. He's a monster. Your eldest senior brother is right. Ling Xiao is about to start his counterattack. Su Mingzhen suddenly said, this guy might have set a trap for Tian Dinglai from the beginning. What do you mean? Juning Gong asked. Suddenly, the Vajra ape threw the 1,000-pound rod. It was thrown in a direction where there was clearly no one. In the next instant, a scream came from the void. Tian Dinglai appeared from that direction. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. He was injured. What's going on? Juning was dumbfounded. This kid is amazing. Sun Sheng clicked his tongue. Eldest senior brother, don't keep me in suspense. Tell me how he did it. Tian Dinglai is so fast. The sky is filled with afterimages. He shouldn't be able to determine his opponent's location. Even if he can determine it, he shouldn't be able to lock onto it. Juning was anxious. It's actually very simple. Sometimes, the advantage might be the disadvantage. Tian Dinglai swallowed Ling Xiao's sword energy, right? Do you think his sword energy is so easy to swallow? Powerful sword cultivators would attach their own consciousness to each of their sword qi. Tian Xinglia swallowed the sword qi. Although it would not cause him any harm, although it will not harm him, if Ling Xiao's soul power is strong enough, he can instantly sense his divine consciousness. Then, he can lock on to Tian Dinglia's location. That day, Tian Dinglai didn't think of this at all. Naturally, he fell for it. Sun Sheng explained. That's impossible. Are you saying that Ling Xiao had thought of this from the very beginning? Juning opened his mouth wide, unable to understand the thoughts of these monsters. It's possible, no, it's definitely possible, as long as he knew that the other party had the Kunpeng martial spirit. For a knowledgeable person like him, he would be able to do anything. He naturally knew that the Kunpeng martial soul had 2 forms. Ling Xiao had already predicted that Tian Xinlia would devour the sword light. Sun Sheng said. No, it's not calculating. It's designing and manipulating. Using one's own skills to make the situation develop in the direction one wants. This was even more terrifying than a simple scheme. Ling Xiao wasn't waiting for an opportunity. He was creating one for himself. Even if you don't have the slightest flaw, he will still make you reveal it. Su Mingzhen sighed. Tian Xinlia thinks that he is smart. However, he has been following the script that Ling Xiao has set. For him. That's too terrifying. Even I feel a little apprehensive about that brat. Beast Soul Fusion. Tian Xinlia, who was injured, flew into a rage out of humiliation and finally chose to fuse with the beast soul. At that moment, his appearance changed greatly. His height also increased to about 5 meters. His attacking power increased greatly, his speed did not decrease, and his defensive power was even more shocking. Master, this shouldn't be Ling Xiao's script, right? Juning asked. Who knows? I still can't tell what Ling Xiao is thinking. However, I feel that he wants Xianxia to fuse with the beast soul. Xianxia has obediently followed his command. Su Mingzhen said indifferently. Hee, master, you must be joking. Juning smiled, feeling his heart twitching. He was extremely powerful. He could even kill Ling Xiao with one hand. However, he still felt a sense of fear toward Ling Xiao. Boom, after fusing with the beast soul, Xianxia crazily attacked the invincible ape god array. The invincible ape god array covered in golden light suddenly trembled. Although it did not shatter, it could be felt that the light had dimmed a lot. You're stronger than I imagined. However, it's not beyond my expectations. Ling Xiao sensed the information transmitted from the invincible ape god array. The array was intact, but it consumed a lot of spirit energy. Of course, this was not a problem for Ling Xiao. Given his total amount of divine energy and potential, he should be able to last for half an hour even if he were to launch such ferocious attacks. Half an hour. The battle should be over. Do you really think that I don't have a way to restrain your speed, Dragon God Ice Array? The array diagram that had stopped Tianzi's raging storm from attacking the Qin family was once again displayed. In an instant, the temperature of the battle space dropped rapidly. Even if Xianxia was extremely powerful, his speed would decrease in the face of such a drop in temperature. It's not over yet. Let's do something more interesting. Divine Ox Lightning Earth and Fire Array. After the Dragon God Ice Array, it was the Heavenly Lightning Earth and Fire that covered the sky. It covered the entire space. No matter how fast Xianxia was, he would be frozen by the low temperature and blocked by the Heavenly Lightning Earth and Fire. His speed would also decrease. There was no doubt about it. Although activating 4 arrays at the same time would increase the consumption of spirit energy, Ling Xiao still had top-grade spirit stones to replenish it. He could afford it. Xianxia's afterimages shattered one by one, finally revealing his true body. At this moment, Xianxia seemed to be playing a game with many obstacles. However, the difficulty of this game was too high. It was practically hell. There was almost no space to dodge. After slowing down, he tried to increase his speed again. However, even the wind element was frozen. He could not increase his speed at all. You rat, without speed, what threat can you pose? Let's see how you dodge my attacks. Ling Xiao sneered and attacked with all his strength. The Void God sword in his right hand released the Void God Art's 8-word style. 8 sword lights pierced through the sky. The Crimson Blood Demon sword in his left hand transformed into the Blood Demon Emperor and attacked. The void-shattering power was activated at the same time. The power that transcended the void instantly arrived in front of Xianxia. At the same time, Ling Xiao also used the Soul Secret technique, Black Lotus Treasure Light. 4 types of attacks were released at the same time just to block all of Xianxia's escape routes. Or to force out Xianxia's trump card. Although the 4 types of attacks were released at the same time, the methods were completely different. The Void God Art was a pure sword energy attack. It was incomparably sharp and could be used as a vanguard to break the enemy's spirit. The Blood Demon Emperor was a blood-red sword energy that was hard to see with the naked eye. It was impossible to guard against. The void-shattering power transcended the void. There was no distance limit. The moment the attack was released, it would arrive. It made it impossible for the opponent to dodge. Although the power was slightly weaker, it was only to prevent the opponent from escaping. As for the Black Lotus Treasure Light, it was a soul secret technique. It was an attack that targeted the soul. Qi, transcending the void, was the first to succeed. Without the advantage of speed, Xianxia was instantly hit. His shoulder blade was instantly pierced. However, at this moment, Xianxia had already reacted. The Kuanping soars for 90,000 miles, invincible, Kuanping kill. Tian Dinglai sensed danger, so he revealed his hidden trump card in advance. Kuanping kill. It didn't sound like a cool name, but it was extremely powerful. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged out of Tian Dinglia's body. The roar of a Kunping could be heard, and the murderous aura shook the heavens and earth. Then, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth combined with Tian Dinglia's divine energy. It formed a giant Kunping. It pounced forward. The 8 sword lights of the Void God sword were completely blocked and even shattered. The Blood Demon Emperor was also shattered by the wind power of the Kunping. Even the Black Lotus treasured light was affected, although it still caused some damage to Tian Dinglia's soul. But most of the damage was negated by the Kunping kill. The most terrifying thing was that the attack didn't stop there. The Kunping opened its huge mouth and swallowed Ling Xiao in one gulp. This was the Kunping kill, one of Tian Dinglia's most terrifying trump cards. What a terrifying murderous aura. An ordinary peak 7th level divine physique echelon martial artist would have been torn apart. But it doesn't mean much to me. After all, my body has reached the level of a premium emperor artifact. It has produced 11 dragon patterns. Moreover, I have the invincible ape god formation, which makes me indestructible and invulnerable. This attack is fierce, but it can't do anything to me. Ling Xiao sneered inwardly. Endless murderous aura bombarded the invincible ape god formation. The collision caused the invincible ape deity array to distort and deform. But even so, the formation was not destroyed. But it couldn't go on like this, so Ling Xiao took the risk. The Void God sword stabbed out of the invincible ape god formation. The Tao Tai opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the Kunping aura. The Kunping had the ability to swallow, but the Tao Tai was even stronger. The Void God sword absorbed all the Kunping aura. The Void God Taotia's combat power sword. It was equivalent to a peak 7th level divine physique echelon expert. Bite him. The Void God sword in Ling Xiao's hand turned into a Void God Tao Tai and pounced on Tian Dinglai, who had just finished using his ultimate move. Tian Dinglai was in a weakened state and couldn't react at all. Coupled with the damage to his soul from before, it was even more serious. In the blink of an eye, the god-defying Tao Tai was right in front of Tian Minglai. It waved its huge claws and slapped down. Rumble, the entire space was torn apart by this claw. The tyrannical power completely enveloped Sky. Although I'm not as fast as you, I'm not slow either. Moreover, you can't compare to me in terms of the variety of methods. God-defying Tao Tai, cripple him. Bang, the god-defying Taotia's claw slammed into Tian Minglai's body. Tian Dinglai was sent flying to the ground from over 1,000 meters in the air. At this moment, the battle on the ground was also ongoing. The strength of Qin Huang and the others had far exceeded the expectations of the martial artists in Heaven's Wall City. They had suffered many casualties. However, up until now, not a single one of them had been injured. This huge gap made them lose the confidence to fight. When they saw Tian Minglai falling from the sky, their eyes widened. Impossible, impossible, how could the city lord lose to a martial artist from the 9 realms of the 4 domains? This was absolutely impossible. Although the truth was right in front of their eyes, these guys still refused to believe it. But then again, how could the city lord of Heaven's Wall City be defeated so easily? Although the god-defying Taotia's combat power was very strong, it was still inferior to Ling Xiao. Although Tian Minglai was seriously injured, he was not dead. He swallowed a healing pill, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Because he had left the range of the Dragon God's ice diagram, he was no longer affected. Idiot, do you think you can be faster than me after being injured? Holy ground demonic shadow, kill. Ling Xiao was unforgiving after gaining the upper hand. Using the holy ground demonic shadow, he instantly caught up to Tian Minglai. The two of them fought from the ground to the sky. Every time Tian Minglai disappeared, Ling Xiao would pull him out of the void. At this moment, Ling Xiao's speed was actually faster than Tian Minglai's. Moreover, his movement technique was even more bizarre. Damn it, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Tian Minglai was being chased in a very sorry state. Suddenly, he turned around and slapped out with his claw, hitting the tip of Ling Xiao's god-defying sword. The clash between the claw and the sword caused a terrifying explosion. After that, the two of them clashed over 100 times. The explosion was like the sound of firecrackers during the Spring Festival. The claws in Tian Minglai's hands were naturally monarch artifacts with 10 dragon patterns. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao's god-defying sword was in no way inferior to the iron claws. After over 100 clashes, although it seemed that they were evenly matched, Ling Xiao's body and soul were both stronger than Tian Minglai's. The result was that Tian Minglai's injuries became more serious, while Ling Xiao was fine. Tian Minglai knew that if this continued, things would not be good. He turned around and tried to flee. Unfortunately, it was too late. You've been infected by my bloodthirsty plague for so long. Do you really think you'll be fine, bloodthirsty plague? Concentrate. Ling Xiao sneered. Tian Minglai, who was fleeing, suddenly exploded. Although each explosion covered a small area, after a series of explosions, there was not a single part of his body that was unharmed. This time, let's see how you'll block it. Blood Demon Emperor's 10,000 swords. The Crimson Blood Demon sword stabbed out. 10,000 rays of blood-red light enveloped the heavily injured Tian Minglai. Tian Minglai screamed miserably. The blood-red sword light turned him into a hornet's nest. Even his soul had been pierced. That scene was truly miserable. The screams in the sky clearly affected the battle on the ground. Seeing Tian Minglai die, many of Heaven's Wall City's martial artists lost their will to fight. Of course, a portion of Tian Minglai's diehard followers became even more furious. They clamored for revenge for Tian Minglai. Ling Xiao naturally had no sympathy for this group of people. Boss has already finished fighting. There's no need for us to be so calm. Although Boss wants to avoid casualties, these diehard followers of Tian Minglai are still a disaster. Let's hurry up and deal with them. After Xiao Jin finished speaking, he suddenly transformed into a giant golden crow and dove into the crowd. Raging flames roiled. Only then did people realize that this fellow had not been using his full strength. Good idea. I'll go too. With a shake of his body, Long Chen transformed into a gigantic golden colossal dragon. The terrifying dragon's extinguish was unleashed as if it was free. Seeing this scene, even Tian Dinglia's diehard loyalists felt despair. Before Cold Plum and Yu Fenghua could do anything, the battle was basically over. These seeds are quite good. They'll definitely be key to Eternal Divine Nation's fight against the ancient races in the future. Junin couldn't help but sigh when he saw that the battle was nearing its end. Yes. I wonder if they'll listen to us and go to Eternal Divine Nation with us. Sha Hai said. They will. They're all ambitious kids. Of course they'll go. The 4 realms and 9 worlds are but a small stage for them. Su Mingzhen put her palms together. With Tianming's death, the battle was basically over. The experts of Heaven's Wall City hadn't taken the cultivators of the 4 realms seriously. However, this battle caused them to become incomparably terrified. The ants in their eyes were now even stronger than them. Qin Huang, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going to meet a few people. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he turned around and left. He stopped when he reached the place where he'd sensed the terrifying aura during the battle. Little Jean, Long Chen, Yu Fenghua, Cold Plum, and Hai Miankeo watched from afar. Ling Xiao was prepared for the worst. If these spies were enemies, then he had no choice but to fight. Come on out, everyone. We're all friends here, so there's no need to hide. Ling Xiao said coolly as he stood there. That kid's really something. He really did discover us. Junin was the first to reveal himself. Master didn't seem to be lying when he said he discovered us just now. Sha Hai showed himself as well. Sun Sheng, who hadn't spoken, and Su Mingzhen, who looked like an expert, followed closely behind. There was also a silver-white horse. The 4 people and 1 horse just stood there, quietly standing there. They didn't release any powerful aura. However, it gave people a very terrifying pressure. In the distance, Xiao Jin and the others were already in battle mode. This was their first reaction to danger. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. If the 4 of them really wanted to fight, they wouldn't be a match even if they worked together. Thankfully, they didn't seem to have any ill intentions. His judgment hadn't been wrong. I didn't think you'd still remember us after so long, benefactor. Tell your brothers and sisters not to be nervous. We're just here to pass on a message. We won't fight. Su Mingzhen smiled faintly. Ling Xiao waved a hand in the distance, indicating for little Jean and the others to withdraw from combat mode. It wasn't that he trusted Su Mingzhen, but that fighting was useless. They weren't a match for these four at all. Xinmingzhen was from Eternal Divine Nation without a doubt. She was incredibly strong. None of his 3 disciples were weaklings. Ling Xiao knew very well that he could dominate the 4 regions and 9 worlds. However, the Eternal Desert was still a very unfamiliar place to him. It was a place where experts gathered. The missing geniuses and experts of the 4 realms and 9 worlds had most likely gone to Eternal Divine Nation. Is the master a cultivator from Eternal Divine Nation? Ling Xiao asked. You're not nervous at all. Sun Xing said indifferently. What's the use of being nervous? If you all want to kill me, it's as easy as flipping your palms. Ling Xiao smiled. You're a smart one. That's right, we're all from Eternal Divine Nation. Speaking of which, the 4 regions and 9 worlds are just an oasis in the Eternal Desert. There were thousands of oases in the Eternal Desert. There were also countless martial artists. However, there is only one apex, and that is Eternal Divine Nation. Sun Xing replied on behalf of Xinmingzhen, I won't hide it from you. Our mission is to search for seeds in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Seeds are the geniuses that we have our eyes on. There are many others who are searching for seeds in other oases like us. Hearing this, Ling Xiao suddenly understood. In the past, there had been a few amazing geniuses in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. However, they'd all mysteriously disappeared in the end. Very few of them had truly matured. This was probably the reason why the top experts of the 4 regions and 9 worlds were all old fellows. You're a smart man, so I'll cut to the chase. You, Little Gold, Long Chen, Yu Fenghua, and Cold Plum have been chosen as seeds. You can continue your studies in Eternal Divine Nation. You can also continue to improve your strength by learning more powerful martial Dao. Sun Xing continued. That's a good thing, but I'm afraid I can't go with you for now. The 4 regions and 9 worlds have just settled down, and there are still traces of devastation everywhere. There are even some who are still doing evil in the shadows. As the ruler of the 4 regions and 9 worlds and the celestial emperor of Sky Tyrant Empire, I have to take care of these matters. Ling Xiao had decided to go to Eternal Divine Nation a long time ago, so he would certainly agree to this. However, he didn't want to go there so hastily. It's fine. We're only choosing seeds. If you agree, an envoy from Eternal Divine Nation will come to pick you up in a month's time. It's time for us to report back. Xinmingzhen smiled. A month's time? That's quite a rush. Alright, that should be enough to take care of a lot of things. Ling Xiao nodded. Then, farewell. Remember, the Eternal Envoy will come to pick you up in a month's time. After Xinmingzhen finished speaking, she left with her disciple. She seemed to be walking very slowly, but disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. This was an extremely advanced method of shrinking the earth. Did you all hear that? What do you think? Ling Xiao looked at Yu Fenghua and the others. What's there to think about? Didn't we say we were going to explore together? We have to go to Eternal Divine Nation. Little Gold smiled. That's right. I'm afraid we can't continue to improve here. Only by opening the path to Eternal Divine Nation will the laws of the 4 regions and 9 worlds slowly change. There will be more and more experts here. Long Chen agreed. The problem is, I've heard that Eternal Divine Nation isn't completely united. Which faction did those 4 people represent? Does that mean we don't have a choice? Yu Fenghua frowned. There's no need to think too much about that. Our first mission is to reach Eternal Divine Nation without a hitch. We'll think about the future once we're there. After all, we don't know much about that place. Even if we have a lot of ideas, it's meaningless. Ling Xiao smiled. Then it's decided. We'll set off together after we're done here. Qin Huang had taken control of the situation while they were discussing matters. Most of Sky Wuling's loyalists had been eliminated. The remaining people were willing to pledge their loyalty to House Qin. Qin Huang was elected as the new city lord. Your Majesty, the 1,000,000 cultivators of Heaven's Wall City are willing to follow your orders. Qin Huang had purposely called him that. He wanted the cultivators of Heaven's Wall City to know what status Ling Xiao held in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. He also wanted the cultivators of Heaven's Wall City to understand his relationship with Ling Xiao. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to deal with them if they did something disrespectful. How about this? We can't lose Heaven's Wall City so easily. What I'm saying is that you can stay in the chaotic Xianxia for now. There's a relatively small population here, so there's a large area suitable for living. Our ultimate goal is to take back Heaven's Wall City. It's the only path to eternal divine nation from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. We can't let it fall into the hands of others. Ling Xiao had made up his mind. He had a lot of things to do in the next month. He had to make good use of it. Only after he had dealt with everything here properly could he leave with a peace of mind. When Ling Xiao and the others returned to the chaotic Xianxia, the experts from the 9 worlds of the 4 domains were already waiting for them. Relax, we've won. Just this one sentence from Ling Xiao was enough to make everyone feel as though a huge rock had been lifted from their hearts. The people celebrated with childlike joy. The disaster was finally over. Quick! Spread the good news and let the people of the 9 worlds of the 4 domains cheer with us. The Flame Emperor shouted excitedly. That's right. Send more people to spread the news as soon as possible to calm the people down and prevent those with evil intentions from secretly causing trouble. Ling Xiao nodded. There were tens of thousands of messengers who sent the news to different places through the teleportation formation. In just one day, the news had spread throughout the 9 worlds of the 4 domains. Other than a few corners, most of the regions had already heard the news. The people who were waiting outside the door were so excited when they heard the news. The undead disaster was over, the invasion of the Heaven's Wall City had also ended, it was like a dream. And the one who brought peace to the 9 worlds of the 4 domains was their invincible Sky Emperor, Ling Xiao, as well as the experts around the Sky Emperor. Ling Xiao temporarily settled the warriors of the Heaven's Wall City in the chaotic Xianxia. They had not fully gained Ling Xiao's trust. Qin Huang had to supervise them. Then, Ling Xiao chose to return to the Golden Sky region. That was where he had truly risen. It was also a place that was like home. It was also the capital of the Sky Tyrant Empire in the 9 worlds of the 4 domains. There were many things to be done. The funeral of Supreme Emperor White Knight and the heroic spirits who had sacrificed themselves in the war to protect the 9 worlds of the 4 domains. Ling Xiao built a monument for them so that their deeds could be spread far and wide. When Ling Xiao and the others arrived at the Golden City, countless people were waiting outside the city. There were even some unfamiliar faces that they had never seen before. They were all here to pay respects to the Sky Emperor. To pay respects to the heroes of the 9 worlds of the 4 domains. When Ling Xiao's figure appeared in their line of sight, hundreds of millions of people roared. Many people were moved to tears. Not only did the 4 regions and 9 realms overcome the calamity in this war, but they were also united like never before. He believed that as long as the Empire of Badian existed, there would not be any major disasters in the 4 regions and 9 realms. Ling Xiao, Yufeng Hua, Long Chen, Cold Plum, and Xiao Jin walked together. They were like brilliant stars. Not only were they best friends, but they were also comrades in arms. Furthermore, he was the greatest contributor to this war. Ling Xiao was the most dazzling star among them. Regardless of whether it was strength, courage, or strategy, everyone was incomparably impressed. When a hero returned, the first thing he did was to build an immortal monument. The first name engraved on it was White Knight. Although Supreme Venerable White Knight was dead, his name would definitely be passed down in the world forever. In addition, there were many nameless heroes. Although they weren't as strong as Ling Xiao, they were still able to fight against the undead calamity with their own strength. This immortal monument was the best way to commemorate them. Ling Xiao personally supervised the construction of the monument. Layers of arrays were set up on it. Regardless of wind, rain, or lightning, it wouldn't be destroyed. Even experts like the Heaven's Wall City Master couldn't destroy it. It took a total of 3 days from the construction of the monument to the end of the memorial. Everything in the 4 regions and 9 realms was gradually on the right track. The Empire of Badian officially took over this place. All kinds of management systems started to operate. There were many outstanding talents in the Empire of Badian. Although their strength wasn't great, they were already familiar with this kind of thing. Under the command of Xianxia, everything was in order. Although the forces in the 4 regions and 9 realms were preserved, the Golden Sky region had become the pinnacle of the 4 regions and 9 realms. The Golden City had become the ultimate dream place of the martial artists in the 4 regions and 9 realms. Here, one would have the best resources, the best mentors, and the best future. Before I leave, hold the first martial arts conference in the 4 regions and 9 realms. Ling Xiao said to Xianxia, who was beside him. This was the best publicity for the Empire of Badian. It was also the best way to gather the geniuses in the Empire of Badian. Except for those who wanted to live in seclusion. There would be many powerful people. Let's divide it into 3 age groups. Below 50, 50 to 100, and above 100, as long as one can get into the top 100 in each group, one can enter the Golden City to cultivate. There are also special rewards. The higher the ranking, the better the rewards. The first place will be rewarded with a 9-dragon inscription emperor weapon, a saint-class cultivation technique, and an elixir that can help them break through their current cultivation. In addition, they can receive my personal guidance once. This is my reward for them. As for the rest, you can decide. Ling Xiao thought about it and said. With such generous rewards, I'm afraid there will be an endless stream of people coming. Xianxia smiled. The more the merrier. I'll be leaving soon. I have to leave some people who can hold the fort. Ling Xiao added, I don't care about the rules of the martial arts conference. Also, I'll only be there on the day of the finals. I'll have to trouble you. Sigh, ever since I followed you, haven't I been working so hard? I'm used to it. Xianxia sighed and acted like she had been wronged. This empress was dignified and solemn in front of everyone. She was the ruler who was second only to one person and above everyone else. She would probably only act like a little girl in front of Ling Xiao. Where are you going? Xianxia asked. I'm going to bring Fenghua to travel and get married. I'm going back to Yuhua town to take a look. The current Yuhua town should be completely different from the past. I'm going to visit my family and revisit the old places. After the smoke cleared, it was time for Ling Xiao to complete his marriage with Yu Fenghua. He wasn't interested in a grand wedding. Yu Fenghua wasn't interested either. They preferred to travel and get married. They wanted to become a true immortal couple on a relaxing journey. Xianxia was a little absent-minded, but she returned to normal after a while. Remember, you must come back for the finals of the martial arts conference. Don't disappoint people. Don't worry, I will. Ling Xiao nodded and left quietly. He didn't tell anyone except for Xianxia. After all, traveling and getting married were 2 people's worlds. They traveled around and soon began to explore the source of Ling Xiao's dream in this lifetime. Yuhua town, Ling Xiao had opened the passage from the western region to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The laws of the western region had changed. Yuhua town was also in the western region and had changed a lot. The town was 10 times bigger than before. It felt like there were more and more experts in the town. Although these experts weren't worth mentioning in Ling Xiao's eyes. However, compared to when Ling Xiao entered the cycle of reincarnation, he was much stronger. Good little brother, I knew that you would come back. That's too much, you didn't even bring me along. A figure dashed out of the dense forest. It was none other than Ling Jiaojiao. I knew you'd follow me. Ling Xiao shook his head. Actually, he knew that Ling Jiaojiao was following him along the way. However, this sister knew to avoid him and didn't affect his intimacy with Yu Fenghua. Hee, of course. I've left for a few years and haven't come back to visit even once. I really don't know how my family is doing. Although Ling Jiaojiao was smiling, she couldn't help but tear up. Ling Jiaojiao's feelings for the Ling family were deeper than Ling Zhao's. Because of Ling Xiao, the Ling family of Yuhua town naturally received special care. Yuhua town was also the first entrance from the White Tiger continent to the Black Tortoise continent. Ling Zhao's influence on this place was extremely great. As soon as he entered the town, he could see a statue erected in the town. This statue had been erected a long time ago. It was specially erected for Ling Xiao. At that time, Ling Xiao only ruled a small country. Compared to those countries in the West region, it was only a small country. The statue had obviously been modified and became bigger and more dazzling than before. The first place that all the martial artists who came to Yuhua town went to was near the statue, to pay homage to the hero of the past. Ling Xiao looked at the statue and smiled. After asking for the location of the Ling family, he went over. The current Ling family was definitely the most powerful family in Yuhua town. The location of the mansion was also known by everyone. Walking outside the Ling family mansion, Ling Xiao realized that it was very lively inside. There were no guards at the door. Hence, he walked in. He saw many people in the Ling family's new martial arts practice field. A martial arts competition was being held here. The participants were all young martial artists below the age of 20. The upper echelons of the Ling family sat there and smiled as they watched the young martial artists on the stage. Looks like the Ling family is developing well. They even started to recruit disciples with different surnames. This is very good. Only in this way can the family's competitiveness continuously increase. Ling Xiao nodded and didn't intend to disturb this martial arts competition. He was about to turn and leave. He didn't come here to do anything. He just wanted to see if his family was well. People always had some concerns, right? Ling Xiao, is that you? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Ling Xiao stopped in his tracks. He looked at that person. It was a girl, dressed in martial arts clothes, looking fresh and refined. Lin Ruoxian. Ling Xiao recognized this person at a glance. When he first left Ascension Town for the Eight Immortals County, the first person he met was Lin Ruoxian. If it weren't for Lin Ruoxian, he would have had to go through a lot of hardships. It really is Ling Xiao. Lin Ruoxian cried tears of joy. She treated Ling Xiao as her own younger brother. After Ling Xiao left, there had been no news of him. How could she not be happy to see him today? Her voice was a little louder, attracting the attention of the people around her. The upper echelons of the Ling family were also stunned. The martial arts competition was forced to stop at this moment. Ling Xiao was a little embarrassed. He didn't want to disturb others. He planned to visit his father's grave and then leave quietly. He wanted to walk the path of the past. The name Ling Xiao was a legend. The children of Ascension Town grew up listening to his story. They could see the statue shining in the middle of the town every day. It was unbelievable that they could see the real person today. Who are you, kid? How dare you impersonate Emperor Ling Xiao? Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. It was a young man on the fighting stage. He was about 17 or 18 years old. This kid probably admired Ling Xiao so much that he thought the person in front of him was an impersonator. Ling Chongxiao, shut up. Ling Wansui glared at the kid and shouted. Ling Chongxiao. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then laughed. This kid's name must have been named after him. Great-grandfather, there have been a lot of people impersonating Emperor Ling Xiao recently. We can't let these people tarnish Emperor Ling Xiao's reputation. Ling Chongxiao was still stubborn. However, his words made Ling Wansui hesitate. Some time ago, there was a guy who pretended to be Ling Xiao and swindled people in Ascension Town. He even defiled a few virgins. The culprit was still not caught. That's why it's not necessarily a good thing for a person to be too famous. There would always be people impersonating him. Grandfather, he is the real Ling Xiao. Ling Jiaojiao smiled bitterly. There is really someone who dares to impersonate him in this world. He is courting death. Ling Xiao did not say anything, but closed his eyes. He scanned with his divine sense, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Almost instantly, Ling Xiao's figure appeared again. He was carrying a person in his hand. It was as if he was carrying a chick. This kind of godlike method really scared everyone silly. Are you talking about this person? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, it's him, it's him. This is the guy impersonating Emperor Ling Xiao. Ling Chongxiao said loudly. Brat, are you courting death? I am Ling Xiao. How dare you treat me like this? Believe it or not, my men will kill all of you. The impersonator in Ling Xiao's hand seemed to know some disguising techniques. His face really did look like Ling Xiao's. Besides, he wasn't weak either, he was a first divine core warrior. Although this cultivation level was just trash in Ling Zhao's eyes. But in Ascension Town, he wasn't weak at all. Ling Wansui was only a third Divine Core warrior. He was the strongest warrior in Ascension Town. First, domain name, please remember 3, Lin Ruoxian didn't count. She was from the 8 Immortals County, and she was a 6th Divine Core warrior. Ever since the Western region's laws were the same as the other 4 regions and 9 worlds, the cultivation of warriors here had skyrocketed. The reason why they were suppressed before was because of the laws. But now, without the laws, their cultivation speed was much faster than those in the other 4 regions and 9 worlds. Even so, with a weak foundation, it would take a long time for them to catch up to the average level of the other 4 regions and 9 worlds. Ling Xiao activated his demonic eye. Looking at the impersonator, he said coldly, "Answer my questions." The impersonator's expression had become sluggish. "Why are you impersonating Ling Xiao?" "Because you're using Emperor Ling Xiao's name to trick people." "How many girls have you tricked?" "I can't remember, but a few hundred I guess." "Damn it." Ling Xiao didn't want to ask any more questions. He exerted force in his hand and circulated his terrifying divine yuan. The impersonator was instantly reduced to dust. It looked like he had to give an order now. He was about to head to the eternal divine nation, so he couldn't appear in a place like this. Therefore, whoever claimed to be him must be an impersonator. He caught the impersonator and imprisoned him. You're really Emperor Ling Xiao." Seeing Ling Zhao's demonic methods, Ling Chongxiao couldn't even speak properly. "I can't be wrong." Lin Ruoxian nodded and said, "I'm very familiar with his aura." After all, they had fought together before. She was even more familiar with Ling Xiao than his family. "I'm sorry for the shock. Let's continue with the martial competition. I'll leave after chatting with my family." Ling Xiao smiled and said. In the house, Ling Xiao recounted his experiences over the years. Everyone was shocked, but no one doubted it. Although the story was bizarre and unbelievable, they still believed it. After all, they could see some clues from what happened in the 8 Immortals County. Ling Xiao was a person who had created a legend. Amazing, amazing, that boy who loved to get into trouble back then had now become a hero who saved the common people from calamity. As expected of our Ling clan's child. Ling Wansui was filled with emotions. Back then, he felt that Ling Xiao was promising, but he didn't expect him to grow to this extent. After chatting for a while, Ling Xiao accompanied his family for a meal. This meal was made with the ingredients that Ling Xiao brought from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. It contained an extremely rich amount of spirit qi, and to martial artists, it had an extremely mysterious and boundless effect. It was just a meal, but the cultivation of the Ling clan members, including Lin Ruoxian, had increased by a lot. Although their aptitudes were different and the degree of improvement was different, their cultivation had increased. Moreover, it wouldn't have any negative effects on their future cultivation. Lin Ruoxian had reached the core fragmentation realm in one go. He would probably be considered a top expert in the entire West region. Originally, there were some people who didn't know much about the 4 regions and 9 worlds. However, after this meal, they realized how rich the 4 regions and 9 worlds were. However, there was no need for the entire family to move. As the laws gradually changed, the cultivation environment in the West region would also reach the standards of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They could still become stronger if they stayed here. Before leaving, Ling Xiao brought everyone to burn incense in front of his father's grave in this life and return a wish. He had avenged his father by killing the Eternal Emperor. He had even done more than his father had hoped. Not only did he control the Eternal Emperor region, but he also controlled the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds. After that, he called Ling Wansui over and personally placed the Eastern Victory Heaven Sword and Eastern Victory Demonic Sword in the old man's hands. He also placed 6 powerful ghouls in the house to listen to Ling Wansui's commands. This was what he had obtained by reviving the corpses. Each ghoul had the strength of an ordinary peak 7th level divine physique echelon cultivator. It could be said that he was temporarily invincible in the 4 regions and 9 realms. His main concern was that once the laws were changed, the experts of the 9 realms of the 4 regions would be able to enter and leave the western regions at will without any reduction in strength. The Ling family would also be plotted against because of this. After all, not everyone in the tyrannical Sky Empire worshipped him. There must be enemies. This was unavoidable. However, with 6 powerful corpse ghosts, there was nothing to worry about. Other than that, he had also left the Lotus Sutra, the Black Lotus Treasured Light, the Holy Ground Demonic Shadow, and many other cultivation methods that he had obtained in the past to the Ling clan. In the end, these people were truly related to him by blood. He was also not a selfless person. He also had his own selfish motives. At the very least, he had to ensure the safety of his family. Only when the Ling family became strong would they not be bullied by others. Unlike the Ling family in the Sky Dragon continent, the Ling family here was his true family after reincarnating. Therefore, he must be given special treatment. After leaving everything behind, Ling Xiao left with Yu Fenghua and Lin Ruoxian. Ling Jiaojia wanted to continue staying in Yuhua town for a while, so she did not follow. He walked around the 8 Immortals County with Lin Ruoxian and met his former friends and benefactors. Everyone that he was willing to meet received benefits. Some were elixirs that could change one's body and transform one's bloodline. Some were complete sets of cultivation methods and martial arts. Some were weapons and dharma treasures. Depending on the depth of the relationship, the things received were also different. This was Ling Zhao's way of doing things. Naturally, he would treat those who were good to him well. After ending the trip to the 8 Immortals County, Ling Xiao bade farewell to Lin Ruoxian. "Will you come back?" Lin Ruoxian's eyes were full of tears. "Yes, I definitely will." Ling Xiao smiled and left with Yu Fenghua. The next stop was the former Qin Nation, which was now Ling Nation. The current ruler of Ling Nation was still Qin Kangming, the former 7th prince of Qin Nation. However, his relationship with Ling Xiao was very good, and they overthrew the decadent regime of Qin Nation together. In addition, his former mentor and helpful friend were also assisting Qin Kangming. He did not want to attract too much attention. Ling Xiao did the same as in the 8 Immortals County, only meeting people he was familiar with. Both of them received benefits. Then, he left quietly. "Brother Ling, I'm afraid I will never be able to catch up to you in this lifetime. But I will work hard." After Ling Xiao left, Qin Kangming announced his abdication, passing the throne to the most trustworthy person. Then, he stepped on the road to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. In the past, he could not have such a breakthrough in a short time if he cultivated alone. Now, not only did he change his body, but his cultivation also increased greatly, and he already had the ability to go to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Although Ling Nation was still called a nation, it was actually just an organization under the jurisdiction of the Empire of Tyrants. There was nothing to be sentimental about. As expected, martial artists had to accept challenges. At this time, Ling Xiao had already arrived at the former land of the 9 Supremes. It was also the former core of the Western region. Ling Xiao had opened the road to the immemorial divine tomb from here, and then arrived at the 4 regions and 9 worlds. In these years, many people from the Western region had already gone to the 4 regions and 9 worlds through this road. Among them were Haim Miankeo, Baifeng, Yan Yu, Xiang Man, Ba Dao, Chong Qingqing, and others who were very close to Ling Xiao. Of course, there were also people who did not choose to leave. For example, the Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor, Gold Phoenix Qiqi, Jian Luoying, and others. Gold Phoenix Qiqi was the first friend Ling Xiao made in the land of the 9 Supremes, and she was also an interesting little sister. Even though this little sister had already grown into a young lady, she was still as lively and cute as before. The Gold Phoenix Sword Emperor was Gold Phoenix Qiqi's father. He had once helped him unify the Western region. Ling Xiao held a banquet in the imperial court of the 9 Supremes, drinking with his former comrades who had fought with him in the past. It was also a banquet. After that, all the participants received great benefits. Ling Xiao was almost worshipped as a god. The one who improved the most was Gold Phoenix Qiqi. This little girl's talent was originally high, and now she was qualified to go to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The little girl said that she wanted to walk the path that Ling Xiao had walked once again. Jian Luoying was Ling Xiao's senior sister, the daughter of Sword 18, and their relationship was also very good. She had once loved Ling Xiao. However, after such a long time, Jian Luoying's love for Ling Xiao had now turned into worship. Junior brother, in terms of tenacity, I will not lose to you. I hope that we will meet again one day. Her talent was not inferior to Gold Phoenix Chi-Chi's, and she was more hardworking. With Ling Xiao's help, she would soon be able to make a name for herself in the Empire of Tyrants. It was a pity that she would not be able to make it to the martial arts conference this time. She could only wait for the next time. The Meng village was also the first outpost for the Western region martial artists to enter the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They had contributed greatly to the Empire of Tyrant Heaven's rule over the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Something seems to have happened. While he was still in the air, Ling Xiao saw that the Meng village was in a mess. They were being attacked by thousands of men in black. To the Meng village, these men in black were all extremely powerful. It was because their cultivation base had reached the terrifying core-shattering realm. Even if the Meng village's strength had increased, the strongest person in the village was only the village master, who was also a core-shattering realm expert. There was no way to fight them. If it wasn't for the protection of the formation Ling Xiao had set up, the Meng village would have been breached long ago. Who are you people? Why are you attacking the Meng village? Don't you know our relationship with the Heavenly Emperor? The Meng village master, Meng Fian, shouted. Meng Fian's father had retired to the front line, and Meng Fian, whose strength had reached the core-shattering realm, had taken over the village. This girl had made an agreement with Ling Xiao, saying that they would meet at the Purple Spirit Kingdom. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao's speed of improvement was too fast. When Meng Fian could go to the Purple Spirit Kingdom, Ling Xiao had already arrived at the City of Gold. This forced Meng Fian to accept reality and accept the position of village master. This way, she could help Ling Xiao. The people in the village were not only from the Meng village, there were also many genius martial artists from the 9 Supremes nations in the West region. After they had adapted here for a while, they would embark on the journey to the Purple Spirit Kingdom. They did not expect to be besieged. Ha ha ha, if you had no relationship with Ling Xiao, we wouldn't have targeted you. The leader laughed wildly and said, Do you know who we are? We are the famous Lotus cult, we worship the Lotus flower and oppose Ling Xiao, and I am one of the 13 top experts of the Lotus cult, the White Lotus Demon King. Although we are still no match for Ling Xiao, we will soon turn the Empire of Tyrant Heaven upside down. I advise you to surrender and join the Lotus cult. This is your only way out. Or else, you won't live to see the sun tomorrow. A bunch of rats dare to claim that they can fight against His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. Wait until you have the ability to open the formation set up by His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. If you can't even do this, then stop bragging. Aren't you ashamed? Meng Fian really didn't expect that there would be a lunatic who worshipped the lotus flower in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Fortunately, he had this array formation. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know what to do. Sigh, it's all my fault for being too weak. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to be so cowardly. Meng Fian sighed. If the other party continued to attack like this, the array formation would not be able to hold on for long. Tyrannical heaven will be destroyed, Lotus rebirth. Those men in black from Lotus cult were shouting and yelling as they attacked the Meng village fiercely. It was as if he had gone mad. At this moment, 2 figures descended from the sky. Meng Fian stared blankly at that person. A comrade who had once fought together, Ling Xiao, she was all too familiar with it. Ever since they parted ways in Meng village, the 2 of them had never met again. However, Ling Xiao had left a deep impression on her. It was impossible for her to forget. Who are you? How dare you obstruct our Lotus cult? Are you tired of living? The White Lotus Demon King roared at Ling Xiao. What if I insist on obstructing you? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Kill him, chop him up, and feed him to the dogs. As Ling Xiao had concealed his aura, the pitiful White Lotus Demon King did not realize how terrifying the person in front of him was. He actually ordered his subordinates to attack. In an instant, thousands of people pounced at Ling Xiao. Moreover, they were all core fragmentation realm experts. Meng Fian was anxious and shouted loudly, Be careful, Your Majesty. She was so concerned that she had completely forgotten how strong Ling Xiao was. However, before she could finish her words, those thousands of martial artists evaporated on the spot. Ling Xiao did not do anything. Thousands of core fragmentation realm martial artists were completely annihilated. Not even a corpse was left. Only the White Lotus Demon King was left. He was trembling with fear. "Your Majesty, please spare my life. Please spare my life. We were just playing around." The arrogant and crazy White Lotus Demon King was now like a pitiful little bug in front of Ling Xiao. He did not even have the courage to resist. Playing around? If the Meng village did not have the protection of the formation, I'm afraid blood would have flowed like a river. "You're telling me that you're playing around? Tell me, where is the headquarters of the Lotus cult? Who is the cult leader?" Ling Xiao planned to solve this problem before he left. While asking, Ling Xiao had already opened his heavenly demon eye. The White Lotus Demon King did not have a chance to resist at all. He told Ling Xiao everything. There were quite a lot of lunatics in this world. Listening to the White Lotus Demon King, the number of people in the Lotus cult had exceeded hundreds of millions. They worshipped the lotus flower. They believed that humans had done all kinds of evil and that they had to be wiped out. Other than the White Lotus Demon King who led people to attack the Meng village and cut off the connection between the Western region and the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The rest of the people from the Lotus cult had already gone to the City of Gold, ready to cause a ruckus at the martial arts conference. "Your Majesty, aren't you going back quickly?" Ling Xiao killed the White Lotus Demon King but did not leave. Instead, he entered the village. This puzzled Meng Fian and she asked anxiously. "The Empire of Tyrants is not just an expert. A trash organization like the Lotus cult wants to stir up trouble. It's a pity that they are not qualified." Just as Ling Xiao said this, nearly hundreds of millions of disciples of the Lotus cult in the City of Gold had been captured. It was a laughable rebellion. Soon, they were suppressed by Haim Myungko. In terms of cultivation talent, Haim Myungko might not be as good as Ling Xiao. However, in terms of controlling the situation, she was stronger than Ling Xiao. With the help of the 9 giant dragons, it was too easy. After staying in the Meng village for a while, Ling Xiao helped Meng Fian improve her strength. Then, he left again. This time, he returned to the City of Gold directly. Because when the rebellion ended, the martial arts conference had reached the finals. It was time for Ling Xiao to fulfill his promise. When he arrived at the City of Gold, the finals were in progress. There were 3 groups in the finals, 3 different age groups. Ling Xiao actually knew some of the people who participated in the finals. The final result of the finals was something that Ling Xiao did not expect. The 3 people were all old acquaintances. The champion of the over 100 years old category was the leader of the Beast Deity Alliance. It could not be helped. Because of the generous rewards, even these people were shameless enough to participate. The champion of the 50 to 100 years old category was Xianxia, the former monarch of the small purple spirit kingdom. Ling Xiao even called her sister. The champion of the 50 and under category was Xianxia. This girl was once engaged to Ling Xiao. In addition to the 3 champions, there were also many familiar faces of Ling Xiao in the top 100 of each category. Among them were the immortal bird Bai Feng, Yan Yu, and other people who came from the West region to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They also proved that the talents of the West region warriors were not inferior to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. After the award ceremony, Ling Xiao hosted a banquet in the City of Gold to entertain all of his former friends. He also chatted with the Bai Feng and the others in private, reliving his life and death experiences. Finally, he told everyone that he was preparing to head to Eternal Divine Nation. Nearly half of the month had passed. Ling Xiao did what he had to do. In the next half a month, he wanted to take back Heaven's Wall City. After the banquet, Ling Xiao headed for the chaotic Xianxia. He was accompanied by a few people that Su Mingzhen had designated as seeds. If they could take control of Heaven's Wall City, they would be able to head to Eternal Divine Nation on their own. Ling Xiao had never trusted strangers, and it was even more impossible for him to entrust his future to strangers. He joined forces with Qin Huang in the chaotic Xianxia, then led the cultivators of Heaven's Wall City back. It was 4 days later when they arrived near Heaven's Wall City. From afar, a terrifying dark cloud gathered in the sky above the city. Great power brewed within it, as if it were the power of the gods. It was full of majesty and arrogance. Rumble, suddenly, a powerful bolt of lightning shot towards Ling Xiao. It transformed into a spear of lightning. Its power was likely on par with Skydark Lie's. The lightning spear shot out from the thundercloud, accompanied by a voice. It resounded between heaven and earth. Audacious mortals, how dare you try to encroach on the territory of the gods? Scram back to your desolate land, only then will you be able to preserve your lowly lives. Otherwise, the gods' army will arrive soon and wipe you all out. The cultivators of Heaven's Wall City trembled at the terrifying sight and terrifying voice. They didn't even dare raise their heads. They knelt on the ground, terrified beyond belief. They'd lived in Heaven's Wall City for a long time and had feared Eternal Divine Nation for a long time. It was a fear they couldn't resist. The only thing they could do was kneel when they felt the terrifying power. Humph. Ling Xiao snorted and punched out with the ox demon fist. The lightning bolt was only able to block it for a moment before shattering. Most frightening of all, the Void God sword in Ling Xiao's right hand shot out 9 beams of sword light. It flew towards the sky and actually tore apart the thunderclouds above Heaven's Wall City. It was as if a huge hole had been torn open in the sky. Whoosh, the thunderclouds were torn apart and suddenly exploded. The sky was filled with flashes of lightning and flames. All of them landed on the army of Heaven's Wall City. It was as if he wanted to wipe out the entire army. It seemed that these deities really had bad tempers. They wanted to kill people at every turn. They didn't care about the lives of the people in the 4 regions, 9 worlds, and Heaven's Wall City at all. In your dreams. Ling Xiao rose into the sky. He released the invincible ape god formation. Then, he unleashed the universe of Tyrant. Badian, smelt. Most of the lightning and meteors fell into the Tyrant universe. It was as if a furnace had appeared between heaven and earth. He continued to refine and condense these energies. Only a small part of the attack managed to escape universe of Tyrant, but it was destroyed by Xiao Jin and the others. Within the universe of Tyrant, 2 utmost treasures with 11 dragon patterns were formed. In other words, it was a high-quality Emperor artifact. One was the lightning spear, the other was the flaming meteor. This lightning spear is of the lightning attribute. It'll be even more effective when paired with Cold Plum's Ancient of War. Here. Ling Xiao gave the lightning spear to Cold Plum. Cold Plum didn't refuse. She knew that Ling Xiao wouldn't change his mind once he'd made up his mind. Rather than refuse, it was better to accept Ling Xiao's kindness. The flaming meteor suits Xiao Jin best. Here. Although Ling Xiao also wanted a premium-grade monarch armament, this thing needed a suitable person to use in order to bring out its true effect. Moreover, he had the Void God sword and Crimson Blood. At the very least, he didn't need other offensive treasures for now. Thank you, boss. What do we do next? It looks like Eternal Divine Nation won't give up Heaven's Wall City. Even if we take it now, the army will arrive immediately. This is Eternal Divine Nation's army. Can we really stop them? It wasn't that Xiao Jin wasn't confident, but that Eternal Divine Nation was too mysterious. How could the gap between a god and a human be small? Let's go to Heaven's Wall City and make preparations first. It looks like Eternal Divine Nation didn't leave any guards in the city. They only set up a powerful formation. I broke it just now, so there shouldn't be any danger. Ling Xiao scanned Heaven's Wall City with his Taiji eye, then led the army inside. Qin Hu, Qin Huang, and the others were more familiar with the city. Ling Xiao ordered them to patrol the city and deal with any danger they found. If they couldn't, they were to report back. He and the Yuan Venerate began to set up the formation. The formation just now was quite powerful, but unfortunately, it wasn't set up well enough. Ling Xiao and the Yuan Venerate worked together to modify and reinforce it. This way, Heaven's Wall City wouldn't be taken so easily. About an hour later, everything was back in place. Although the cultivators of Heaven's Wall City were still very worried, they regained some confidence after seeing Ling Xiao's performance. Qin Hu and Qin Huang went to find Ling Xiao. Your Majesty, we need to tell you some things about Eternal Divine Nation. Ling Xiao knew almost nothing about Eternal Divine Nation. This information was obviously more important. According to Qin Hu, the cultivators who'd attacked Heaven's Wall City were indeed from Eternal Divine Nation, but they weren't true experts. Eternal Divine Nation wasn't a monolithic entity. The 12 sacred cities often attacked each other. They also had to deal with attacks from powerful races. The ancient races, for example. As a result, a large number of experts were deployed to deal with all kinds of trouble. Those who'd attacked Heaven's Wall City were actually the weakest cultivators in Eternal Divine Nation. They couldn't even be considered cultivators, because they were a mob. The mob was made up of slaves, criminals, vagrants, and those who couldn't make a living. These people had the lowest status in Eternal Divine Nation, but they were the most numerous. They were cannon fodder in a war, perfect for suppressing Heaven's Wall City. Although they were a mob, Eternal Divine Nation cultivators were still Eternal Divine Nation cultivators. Even the weakest cultivator was at first level Divine Body realm. How many people are there in this mob? Ling Zhao's expression was grim. I don't know the exact number, but about 1 million came to attack Heaven's Wall City. They probably looked down on us, Qin Hu added. By the way, Eternal Divine Nation's territory is as large as 100 of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Can you imagine how many people there are? How many people are there in this mob? No matter where you go, those with low status will always be at the bottom of the heap. 100 of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Ling Xiao almost choked to death. Qin Hu's words might not be true, but Eternal Divine Nation was certainly large enough to be a problem. It was definitely much larger than the 4 regions and 9 worlds. It looked like it would be a fierce battle. Fortunately, Eternal Divine Nation didn't think much of Heaven's Wall City. They'd only sent a mob. Otherwise, they'd be in real trouble. Ling Xiao was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. He looked at the distant sky. A dangerous aura was approaching. Winds and clouds were stirring in the distance. Countless enormous vortexes appeared in that direction. The aura of cultivators emanated from the vortexes. Oh no, Eternal Divine Nation's attack is here, everyone, get ready for battle. There's no way out now. Since we're back here, the so-called gods of Eternal Divine Nation won't let us leave alive, either we win this time, or we die in battle, there's no need to worry. It's just a mob. Eternal Divine Nation's major factions haven't noticed our ant nest yet. Ling Xiao declared loudly, remember, I didn't bring you here to die. I brought you here to reclaim the glory that belongs to us. Boom, boom, one after another, Eternal Divine Nation's motley crew walked out of the enormous vortexes. Although they were a mob, they were called trash in Eternal Divine Nation. However, when this motley crew faced the powerhouses of the Heaven's Wall City, they showed disdain. They'd been humiliated in Eternal Divine Nation. They didn't dare resist. They could only vent their frustrations on those weaker than them. They were trash, cannon fodder, and useless trash. But they were still cultivators of Eternal Divine Nation. Even in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, they were at the top. Ling Zhao's expression turned extremely grave. This battle might be even more dangerous than the undead calamity. Fortunately, Eternal Divine Nation wasn't interested in playing tricks with the cultivators of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Therefore, they only needed to win. What an arrogant mortal. Lowly existences, how dare you take back Heaven's Wall City? It seems there's no need for trash like you to exist. Listen up, Eternal Divine Nation's motley crew. This is the time to change your fate. If you make military contributions, you might be able to change your life. Kill, leave no one alive, destroy Heaven's Wall City. The voice came from an unknown place. It was loud and clear, and the meaning was clear. Last time, he had only chased away the martialists from Heaven's Wall City. This time, he had issued a purge order. This motley crew was already crazy. Now that they had a reasonable motive, all of them were shouting excitedly like ferocious beasts. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and looked into the distance. He really wanted to know how many people had come this time. What was his overall strength like? What he saw made his heart clench. The motley crew was 3 times more numerous than before. Previously, it was only 1 million, but now, it was 3 million. The weakest among them was an early-stage First Heaven Divine Physique Echelon martial artist, while the strongest had reached the peak of the 6th Heaven Divine Physique Echelon. He didn't see anyone at the 7th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. But there were simply too many of them. One had to know that the Heaven's Wall city only had less than 1 million people. 3 million divine physique echelon experts. What kind of concept was that? Ling Xiao couldn't imagine what kind of place Eternal Divine Nation was. How could it be so terrifying? We have to win. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. He couldn't lose. If he did, he would lose his life. Beast Soul of the Abyss Marrow Destroying Hound, open the gates of hell. Ling Xiao rarely used this move. The helpers summoned by the gates of hell were random, and he couldn't control them reliably. It was only useful when he was at a great disadvantage. And now was the time. The creatures summoned by the gates of hell were used as cannon fodder. They were still too weak compared to Eternal Divine Nation's experts. However, they could serve as powerful cannon fodder for Heaven's Wall City's experts. They had their uses as well. The motley crew had already begun their attack. Ling Xiao opened the gates of hell. Large numbers of undead and demonic creatures walked out and flew out, charging outside the city. They collided with the motley crew. They were the weakest of the lot. Almost in an instant, many of them were killed. However, it did stop the motley crew's destructive attack on Heaven's Wall City. At the same time, the city's formations came to life. Lightning and fire meteors rained down on the enemy. The cannon fodder was obviously more useful now. I'll throw caution to the wind this time. Sun Divine Blood Formation, Divine Ape Invincible Formation, Divine Dragon Frost Formation, Ocean Divine Yellow Formation, Divine Ox Lightning Earth and Fire Formation. Ling Xiao activated 5 formations in one go, and his divine essence consumption increased 5-fold. There was no other way. He had to do this. The enemy was too strong, and he had to be more useful. Ghoul Summoning. This move could be used once a day. Each time, he could summon 6 ghouls, and no more than 18. However, if the ghoul was killed, he could immediately summon it again until the summoner's divine essence ran out. It was also a summon, but the ghoul's combat strength was peak 7th level divine body realm. When they charged out, the destruction they caused was too great. The motley crew also began to suffer casualties. Little Gold, Long Chen, Yufeng Hua, Cold Plum, and the cultivators of Heaven's Wall City all began to fight. However, Ling Xiao had them stand inside the city, protected by the formations and the cannon fodder army. It would be safer to destroy the enemy. After all, there were too many enemies. Although they hadn't discovered a top-level existence yet. Who could guarantee that this existence wasn't hiding in the dark to prepare a sneak attack? Since they had the advantage of defense, Ling Xiao wouldn't let it go. How is this a motley crew? They're simply a bunch of lunatics. Yeah, this is too scary. They're completely unafraid of death. When the people in the battle saw the motley crew's reaction, they were all rather shocked. That's normal. This battle is their only chance to change their lives. If they don't change their lives, living might be worse than death. That's why they're so desperate and so crazy. Ling Xiao sighed emotionally. The motley crew over there roared as they charged. Soon, a ghoul was already killed. Although the ghoul was powerful, it couldn't defeat the densely packed locusts. Luckily, these guys aren't valued, and the weapons in their hands are inferior to ours. Otherwise, we'll lose this battle for sure. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. His previous judgment was right. He made the right bet. Although it was very dangerous, if nothing unexpected happened, they should be able to win. The cannon fodder army collided with the Divine Nation army and began a fierce battle. 2 magnificent torrents set off monstrous waves. This was a true epic battle, even surpassing the battle in the Heaven Holy Land. A series of explosions were heard. Terrifying vibrations came one after another. The corpses of the cannon fodder fell like raindrops. Most of them didn't even have the chance to attack before they were shattered by the powerful airflow. The difference in strength was too great. There was nothing they could do. This was the reason why Ling Xiao didn't use Hell's Gate before. Only when defending the city would it be effective. With them as cannon fodder, the attacks from behind could kill the motley crew. Cannon fodder was cannon fodder in the end. They couldn't hold off the enemy for long. Soon, a hole was torn in the cannon fodder line. A large number of soldiers rushed to the front of Heaven's Wall City. Kill him. Kill that bastard. Naturally, there were also experts among the motley crew. There were also people with keen eyesight. They discovered Ling Zhao's existence. Ling Xiao was the one who changed the battle. The cannon fodder army, the ghouls, the formations, and the diagrams. All of them were Ling Zhao's handiwork. Therefore, killing Ling Xiao became the key. In an instant, a large number of soldiers pounced on Ling Xiao and broke through the city walls. They completely ignored the attacks inside the city. Wave after wave of attacks. Ling Xiao felt that if Heaven's Wall City's defensive formation was attacked like this, it would be broken in a very short time. Therefore, a fierce light shone from his eyes as he stepped out of Heaven's Wall City. He transformed into an enormous deathless bird of hell. Raging fire burned the sky. A large number of mobs were burned in the hellfire, screaming in agony. More than 10,000 people died in the blink of an eye. These people were all Divine Nation's Divine Body Realm experts. After burning them to death, Ling Zhao's universe of tyrants absorbed their energy to maintain the formation's effects. Although these mobs were on par with the Divine Body Realm experts of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, they seemed to have the power of a different law in their bodies. After merging with Ling Zhao's body, soul, and divine origin were constantly changing and strengthening. This made him realize that although this battle was a crisis, it was also an opportunity for him. A great opportunity. This was his first time fighting a cultivator who truly possessed the power of eternal Divine Nation's laws. Even Lotus Flower didn't count. After all, the Lotus Flower had been sealed in the 4 regions and 9 worlds for a long time. The power of eternal Divine Nation's laws had long been erased. Ling Xiao believed that after this battle, even if his cultivation didn't improve, there would be great changes in all aspects. At the very least, after entering eternal Divine Nation, he would be more adaptable than anyone else. The huge hell undying bird released hellfire every time. Every time Meow waved his sharp claws, a large number of warriors of the army of gods would die tragically. However, these guys didn't seem to be afraid of death as they continued to charge over. Seeing Ling Xiao was like seeing a treasure. Let's fight together. Xiao Jin roared and took the lead to transform into a giant golden crow and rushed out of the Heaven's Wall City. He fought alongside Ling Xiao. In the Heaven's Wall City, he was unable to display his full combat strength. After all, he could only attack from a distance. What he loved the most was close-range combat. After that, Long Chen, Yu Fenghua, Cold Plum, and even Qin Huang rushed out. The remaining people continued to provide support in Heaven's Wall City. The combat effectiveness of these young people stunned the Deity Legion. They kept killing the divine army that was rushing over, and until now, no one had been injured. Of course, this was due to the protection of the invincible ape deity array. More importantly, they themselves were very powerful. Not only was his cultivation powerful, but his combat experience and combat prowess were also all around powerful. Damn it, what's wrong with those lowly mortals? Why are they so strong? They're even scarier than Xianxia. We're a deity legion. We can't lose to them. Rumble. Finally, after Ling Xiao and the others killed hundreds of thousands of mobs, someone could no longer sit still. A fierce general climbed out of the vortex. He was 1,000 meters tall and wielded an enormous axe. With a swing of his axe, he could split mountains and rivers in half. Terrifying gales raged in the sky above Heaven's Wall City. This fierce general had reached the 7th level of the Divine Physique realm. He should be one of the best among the motley crew, an existence that led millions of motley crew. What incredible strength! Though his cultivation isn't as high as Xianxia's, his strength and destructive power are many times stronger than Xianxia's. But at the end of the day, you're still trash from Eternal Divine Nation. If I can't beat you, then I'll be the one to take you down. If you can't beat me, how am I supposed to survive in Eternal Divine Nation? Ling Xiao snorted and turned into a dazzling ray of light. Like a meteor from the heavens. He streaked across the sky in an instant. The tip of the axe was the beak of the phoenix that crimson blood had transformed into. Ah! This is impossible. The ray of light that streaked across the sky not only destroyed the axe, but also pierced through the enemy general's head. The air trembled violently. The sound of an explosion echoed through the universe. One of the three great experts of the mobs had been killed by Xianxia in an instant. It was unheard of. After killing this ferocious general, Xianxia discovered that the beast god bloodline in his body had actually increased in strength. All of his martial souls had risen to the same level as his cultivation. Is it because everyone in Eternal Divine Nation is a believer of the 12 beast gods? Xianxia didn't know why, but he could feel his strength skyrocketing. He thought that his talent level would decrease after coming to Eternal Divine Nation. This was because the martial artists here were more talented. But in that case, it shouldn't drop by much. Damn it, this monster is too scary. Everyone, listen up. Let's kill him together. Xianxia had killed one of the three great experts of the mobs. Naturally, it attracted more attention. People gradually realized that Xianxia was not only the most important person, but also the most terrifying one. If they couldn't kill Xianxia, then they would be in great danger. If Xianxia had been alone, he might have been exhausted to death in the face of so many warriors of the divine army. But he had brothers and sisters and helpers. He wasn't the only powerful cultivator here. Add to that the effects of the formations and diagrams, it wouldn't be easy for the divine army to kill Xianxia. Let's work together and kill this monster. The remaining two great experts of the mobs finally joined forces. They knew that no matter which one of them faced Xianxia alone, they wouldn't have a chance of winning. If they wanted to win, they had to work together. The two of them gathered their strength together. A huge longsword materialized in the air. The longsword wasn't real. It was formed by dense divine origin and the power of laws. The longsword was 1,000 meters long. It was enormous. In an instant, it slashed toward Xianxia, piercing through the entire sky. It killed countless cultivators who were cannon fodder. It even killed a zombie at the peak of the 7th level of the divine physique echelon. It arrived in front of Xianxia. Interesting. Let's see if your sword or my body is harder. Xianxia snorted and extended his left hand. The hand of eternal life emitted a dazzling light. Buzz, the space-breaking hand instantly blocked the giant sword and collided with the power of the sword edge. Violent energy scattered in all directions. A large number of cannon fodder and cultivators of the divine army were killed. Humph, you're only SOSO even if you work together. Have a taste of my attack. Reverse God Art, 9-word style, kill. Xianxia pierced the void with the reverse God sword in his right hand. 9 sword rays shone brightly. The two top experts of the mobs were scared out of their wits. He actually used other cultivators as his shields. He barely managed to save his life. Xianxia realized that he had really become much stronger. After absorbing the power of laws of these guys, if he were to encounter an expert like Tian Minglai again, he probably wouldn't be in such a tough battle like before. Can you escape? The moment you make a move, you're already dead, trap them. With Xiao's roar. Xiao's 3 avatars appeared behind the 2 fierce generals at the same time. They imprisoned them. Even though this process wouldn't last long, it was still much longer than time stop. After all, Xiao's 3 avatars had absorbed the power of Lotus Flower's 3 avatars. They had reached the peak of the 7th level of the divine physique echelon. Holy ground demonic shadow. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia passed through layers of obstacles and arrived in front of the 2 fierce generals. With the Void God sword in his right hand and the Crimson Blood Demon sword in his left, he stabbed the 2 generals at the same time. The Void God sword roared, and the energy of one of the generals surged into it, turning him into a shriveled corpse in an instant. The Crimson Blood Demon sword was filled with murderous intent, and the other person exploded. He couldn't be more dead. Xianxia had killed the 3 valiant generals at the head of this motley crowd of 3 million. In an instant, they no longer looked as if they were going to die. Many of them even began to flee, afraid that they would be involved in this disaster. Begin the counterattack. Everyone, attack. At this moment, the army of Heaven's Wall City attacked. At the same time, the warriors of Giant Dragon Valley also attacked. The 2 armies merged into one. The army of gods was forced to flee. They left behind millions of dead people to retreat. The vortexes in the sky suddenly disappeared one by one. The warriors of Giant Dragon Valley weren't as tightly organized as Heaven's Wall City. They advocated free cultivation. It wasn't easy to gather together. Previously, when they saw how powerful the army of gods was and how the people of Heaven's Wall City fled without fighting, they naturally wouldn't come out to die. But this time, they saw Ling Xiao leading the army of Heaven's Wall City back. And Ling Xiao actually defeated the 3 leaders of the mob in one fell swoop. They knew that the opportunity to counterattack had arrived, so they came in. No matter what, Ling Xiao was very grateful that the people of the Giant Dragon Valley were willing to help. However, Jin Lin, who had gone to the 4 regions and 9 worlds last time, seemed to have disappeared. He asked around and was told that Gold Scale had become a seed as well. He'd followed the messenger to Eternal Divine Nation a long time ago. Ling Xiao also received another piece of news. The group attacking Skywall City was a group of cultivators who'd been sent to the borders by Eternal Divine Nation. These exiles hoped that one day they could rebel. The purpose of attacking Heaven's Wall City was to replenish a large number of cannon fodder slaves. It didn't have much to do with the Orthodox Eternal Divine Nation. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to go to Eternal Divine Nation after the battle. No matter what, this battle was won beautifully. Relying on the arrangements made by Ling Xiao in advance, they did not lose a single soldier. It was a complete victory. This battle seemed very short, but in fact, it lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. The end of the war brought Ling Xiao's departure to Eternal Divine Nation much closer. Ling Xiao handed over the task of repairing Skywall City to Qin Huang. The cultivators of the Giant Dragon Valley returned to the depths of the mountains. They still preferred to live close to nature. Ling Xiao didn't force them to do so. As for the few of them who were treated as seeds, they began to cultivate again. They converted everything they'd gained from the battle into their own strength. 7 days later, everyone emerged from closed-door cultivation. Even his cultivation base had improved slightly. In that moment, Ling Xiao saw a vortex open in the sky again. It was different from the black vortex from before. This time, the vortex was golden. A person walked out, calling himself the Divine Nation's messenger. Ling Xiao hadn't planned on going to Eternal Divine Nation with his own group, but the envoy had been the first to arrive. But after the battle with the Divine Army, he'd learned that the area bordering Skywall City was actually a place of exile from Eternal Divine Nation. It was similar to the western regions of old. He had a grudge against these fellows. If he forced his way through, who knew what trouble he'd run into? He didn't want to take risks when he was unfamiliar with the place. Thus, he chose to wait for the messenger's arrival. "You're not bad, let me introduce myself. I'm Su Hai, I'm your messenger. I didn't believe Master Minjin when he said that you kids were special. But after the fierce battle a few days ago, I've changed my opinion of you. If not for the 1 month we agreed to give you, I would have come early. Oh right, you can call me Big Brother Su Hai. After all, I'm much older than you." Su Hai didn't seem as aloof as Su Mingjin. However, he called her Master Minjin. Her status in Eternal Divine Nation must be much higher than Su Hai's. "You flatter us, messenger. That battle taught us that there's always someone better than us out there. I hope Big Brother Su Hai can give us some pointers." Ling Xiao smiled. "Not really, but if there's anything I can help with, please let me know. If it doesn't go against my principles, I'll help you. I'm sure you already know that there are 12 sacred cities in Eternal Divine Nation. I should remind you that they're only the sacred cities of the human race. The conflict between races in Eternal Divine Nation is much more serious than in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. In the past, the sacred dynasty ruled the world and thousands of races stood in great numbers. They were all called humans. Unfortunately, the sacred dynasty has been destroyed. The conflicts that had been suppressed in the past have resurfaced once again. Eternal Divine Nation may not be the paradise you imagine it to be. Think carefully. If you go, you won't be able to come back for a while. Either he would succeed or he would die. There, the weak have no right to live." Su Hai's tone suddenly turned serious. Perhaps he found Ling Xiao and the others pleasing to the eye, so he added a few more words. "Humans. Listen carefully. That's the true human race, not the general term for them. Beasts. They're the same as the cultivators of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, but much stronger. See. Although Eternal Divine Nation is located in the Eternal Desert, the lakes there are comparable to oceans. That's why the sea race is a major presence. Soul. A mysterious race that cultivates secret methods. Their appearance is the closest to humans. There's almost no difference between them. Elemental. This is a special race. They have the fewest members, but their strength is not to be underestimated. Basically, Eternal Divine Nation consists of these 5 races. The 12 sacred cities are the sacred cities of the human race. You don't need to know about the other races for now. Take your time to learn about them. Alright, I've said enough. It's time to go. From Su Hai's words, Ling Xiao could tell that there were more than 5 races in Eternal Divine Nation. However, these 5 races were the largest and most prosperous. The more he knew, the more ignorant Ling Xiao found himself to be. Moving from one place to another was like a big fish swimming from a pond to the ocean. He suddenly realized how insignificant he was. However, he was also very excited. There would definitely be more and more exciting things waiting for him. He stepped into the golden vortex with Su Hai. In the next moment, they were already tens of thousands of kilometers away. Looking in the direction of Heaven's Wall City, all they could see was a desolate land. That was probably where the Eternal Divine Nation had been exiled. It stretched as far as the eye could see from here. If they wanted to truly open a path to Eternal Divine Nation from the 4 regions and 9 worlds, they had to conquer this place. Thankfully, the cultivators there weren't too strong. Perhaps they'd have a chance soon. In any case, the 4 regions and 9 worlds had obtained a portion of Eternal Divine Nation's laws. The cultivators there had both increased their cultivation speed and upper limit. Perhaps the task of opening this path would be left to the geniuses led by Hai Myung-ko. Let's go. We're still in the desert, far away from Eternal Divine Nation. Follow me closely. Su Hai called out to Ling Xiao and took to the air, flying forward. The others followed closely. There were many dangers in the Eternal Desert. Not only did they have to face powerful monsters along the way, but they also had to fend off terrifying black storms. The black storms were powerful enough to tear apart a divine body realm cultivator. Thankfully, they'd all reached a certain level of strength to avoid being hurt. With Su Hai's help, they were safe. Ling Xiao now understood why Su Hai had come. Without him, they would have died in this boundless desert before reaching Eternal Divine Nation. Even if they didn't die, it would have taken them many years to reach their destination. He no longer had any worries about the 4 regions and 9 worlds. He was fully focused on his journey to Eternal Divine Nation. It was going to be a magnificent journey. There was Dark Frost and Dong Huanyu. There was even Ling Yixue, the girl he'd had a crush on back on the Skydragon continent. Speaking of which, Ling Yixue should be his first love. She'd been by his side for a long time during those difficult times. Though she'd gone missing, the girl still had a place in Ling Zhao's heart. He'd been searching for her all this time. Finally, he'd received word that she was in Eternal Divine Nation. No matter what, he was satisfied to see the girl happy. There were also traces of his grandfather, Hong Qi, here. Was Hong Qi still in Eternal Divine Nation, or had he left for the next continent? He wasn't sure. However, there must be traces of his grandfather's life. There might even be clues about his biological parents. Ji Fuling, Yu Xianyue, these 2 were brilliant and mysterious figures in the history of the Sacred Dynasty. He really wanted to know what they looked like and what kind of people they were. In addition, he had to fulfill the Massacre Emperor's last wish. Although the other party didn't force him, since he had received benefits from the other party, he wouldn't sit back and do nothing. Moreover, in his heart, the Massacre Emperor was a true hero. He had exposed the ancient race's conspiracy and resisted their oppression. He'd been mistaken for a traitor, a lunatic, and a psychopath by Eternal Divine Nation. Until now, he had been discredited. Although the Massacre Emperor didn't care, he only cared about what he had done. But Ling Xiao cared. Heroes should not be cursed forever, heroes should be worshipped in Eternal Divine Nation. Although he knew it would be difficult to accomplish, when had Ling Xiao ever been afraid of difficulties? What was this compared to his grand ambition of unifying the mystic world? Eternal Divine Nation was but a small step on his path to accomplishing his grand ambition. If he couldn't even take this step, then what was the point of talking about his dreams? It would be a joke. The flight was a bit boring. Because of Su Hai's presence, danger didn't befall them for a long time. Ling Xiao asked Su Hai a few questions about eternal divination. It was just a simple message. He felt that with Su Hai's personality, he wouldn't refuse. What he didn't expect was that Su Hai was actually a chatterbox. Once he started talking, he couldn't stop. Ling Xiao only asked one question, and Su Hai went on and on. This was good, though. Ling Xiao didn't have to open his mouth. Su Hai smiled. I've taken in many seedlings, including Darkfrost, Jin Lin, and Dong Huangyu, whom you know. Among them, Dong Huangyu is the most talented young fellow I've ever seen. Even I'm afraid of her cultivation speed. They've asked me the same question. First, I want to tell you that my mission is only to send you to eternal divine nation. I won't force you to join any holy city. Secondly, I'm a human, so I only take in human seedlings. This time, I took in Little Gold and Long Chen because of Master Mengzhen. However, you must remember that the relationship between the human and beast oases is very bad. It can even be described as an abyss of suffering. The two of them may be attacked in the human oases. Find a way to hide them when you get there. This is an important reminder. Next, I'll give you a brief rundown of Eternal Divine Nation's situation. Although Ling Xiao and the others were very concerned about his reminder, they did not say anything and continued to listen. According to Su Hai, Eternal Divine Nation encompassed thousands of oases. To be precise, the 12 holy cities only existed in human oases. However, most of the cultivators in the 4 regions and 9 worlds didn't know this. They thought that Eternal Divine Nation was human territory and one of the 12 holy cities. That wasn't the case. Like the 4 regions and 9 worlds, Eternal Divine Nation, which was 100 times larger than the 4 regions and 9 worlds, had many alternate dimensions. They were also called minor worlds. However, those in Eternal Divine Nation called them universe worlds. There were many of them, but no one knew exactly how many there were. However, there were many more than the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Some were simple secret realms, while others were inhabited by living beings. They were connected to the outside world. In this regard, it was no different from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. It was easier to understand if Eternal Divine Nation was an enlarged and strengthened version of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Oh, right. Eternal Divine Nation is what the cultivators of the 4 regions and 9 worlds call this place. Some cultivators who've been to the 4 regions and 9 worlds call it that. However, it's not actually a nation. To be more precise, it's more appropriate to call it the Eternal Divine Realm. That's what we call it. I hope you can change it a little, or you'll be easily recognized as cultivators from the outside world and bullied. Su Hai emphasized his reminder. Everyone nodded. Ling Xiao discovered that much of the information he'd received from the Emperor of Massacre was outdated. Come to think of it, the Emperor of Massacre had been asleep for tens of thousands of years. That was normal. Su Hai was someone who lived in Eternal Divine Nation, after all. He must know more about the current situation. Ling Xiao trusted his words very much. Along the way, Ling Xiao also observed Su Hai. This person was definitely the kind of person worth making friends with. I've highlighted the important points below. The Eternal Divine Realm is made up of countless oases that make up half of its surface area. The rest is desert. If you step into an unfamiliar desert, it'll be very dangerous. The path we're taking now is a safe passage that many people have explored. It's the least dangerous. Of all the oases, there are 6 that cover the largest areas. Aside from the 5 races, there's also the most mysterious oasis, which is occupied by the monsters. In addition to the oasis occupied by the demonic beasts, the other 5 clans also had countless oases of various sizes under their control. They're also known as the 5 Great Kingdoms. They're the Eternal Divine Nation of the humans, the Beast Dynasty of the beasts, the Soul Nation of the spiritlings, the Elemental Divine Realm of the elemental race, and the Sea Divine Realm of the oceanic race. Including the Monster Oasis, which is known as the Forbidden Land of the 5 races, there are 6 factions in the Eternal Divine Realm. It's worth mentioning that the Eternal Divine Realm is called the Eternal Divine Nation because it's ruled by the humans. That's because it's closest to the 4 realms and 9 worlds. The other 5 factions are further away. Even I haven't been there before. So if you want to go, you'll have to rely on your own abilities. Suhai was a very kind person. Ling Xiao and the others were lucky to have received such a gentle elder brother's advice. Otherwise, they'd be dumbfounded to arrive at the eternal divine realm without knowing anything. I don't know about the other factions, so I can't tell you. But I can give you a brief overview of the divine nation. The 12 sacred cities are the heritage cities of the 12 beast gods. They're also the 12 strongest factions in the human divine nation. But you're not qualified to enter the sacred cities. Not even I am. The 12 sacred cities are the core of the divine nation. Only the elites are qualified to enter. Elites are those who have reached the 7th level of the divine spirit realm. You're only at the divine body realm. Even if you enter the sacred cities, you won't be able to withstand the terrifying soul pressure. Only those who cultivate their souls to the 7th level of the divine spirit realm will be able to enter. Then we'll have to wander around outside? Ling Xiao paused. That's not true. Aside from the 12 sacred cities at the core, there are 10 other sacred cities. There are also 108 martial kingdoms. The existence of the martial kingdom was to assist the 12 holy cities and nurture talents. You should know that among the gods of the Black Tortoise continent, there are other gods besides the beast god. Together, they created the age of gods in the Black Tortoise continent. After these deities died, their martial souls were transformed into martial souls that were as powerful as the beast god martial soul. Of course, the 12 primitive beast gods were superior to all deity martial spirits. To be exact, the martial kingdom was a martial spirit kingdom. There were a total of 108 martial kingdoms, and each martial kingdom had a different deity martial soul. A pure-blooded god martial spirit warrior was extremely powerful. These 108 countries were also constantly competing with each other and fighting against each other. All of you have different situations, so choosing which martial kingdom to join is very important. Ling Xiao, you are the strongest and the leader of these people. You have the beast god martial spirit, so the most suitable place for you is a martial country with the beast god inheritance. However, there were many such martial kingdoms. After all, there were not only 1 or 2 types of beast god martial spirits. You still have to choose carefully. The place I'm taking you to now is the Golden Martial Nation, which is closest to the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Doesn't it sound familiar? That's because it has the Golden God inheritance. The Golden Skies of the 4 regions and 9 worlds is a branch of this martial kingdom. That's why it's the oldest martial kingdom in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. After hearing Suhai's explanation, Ling Xiao had a clearer idea of where to go. It seemed that it would be impossible to go directly to the holy city of Massacre. Just like when he'd first set foot in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, he was now a minuscule existence in the eternal divine realm. He had to start from the basics. Let's start with the Golden Martial Nation. Alright, that's the gist of it. I have one last thing to add. From the 4 regions and 9 worlds to the eternal divine realm, you must change your perception. Perhaps you've already noticed that the closer you get to the eternal divine realm, the stronger the laws become. Our flying speed and altitude are both severely affected. Ling Xiao, let's take you as an example. With your strength, you can easily destroy a city or a mountain in the 9 realms of the 4 regions. But in the eternal divine realm, you might not even be able to break a tree. I won't explain further. Since you've experienced similar situations, you should understand this. The weaker the laws, the easier it is for the eternal divine realm to collapse. The Skydragon continent is an abandoned place. If the laws there remain weak, it might cease to exist within 100 years. Our Maelstrom continent's laws are much stronger. Even so, it might cease to exist in a few thousand years. The Black Tortoise continent's cultivators have always strived to break through their limits in order to break through the barriers of the laws, so that the Black Tortoise continent can exist for a while longer. Suhai's mood sank as he spoke. On the other hand, Ling Xiao couldn't help but rejoice that he'd changed the laws of the Skydragon continent, Divine Phoenix continent, and White Tiger continent so that they were closer to the Black Tortoise continent. He hadn't thought that he'd unintentionally saved the lives of these continents. We're here. Suhai suddenly stopped talking about the eternal divine realm, his expression turning solemn. In that moment, Ling Xiao felt his body become incomparably heavy. It was almost as if he was falling. His speed slowed to a crawl. It seemed that Su Hai's words were true. He'd set foot on the Eternal Divine Realm's territory. It was a new world, and its powerful laws suppressed him, making it hard for him to breathe. Everyone landed on the ground. They were in a vast grassland that stretched as far as the eye could see. It looked no different from the 4 regions and 9 worlds, but every blade of grass and every grain of soil contained a different power of law. As long as one was a martial artist, they could clearly feel it. Every seed has to go through trials and tribulations in order to grow. This is how we treat seeds. Although I'd like to take you directly to where I live, there's nothing I can do about it. Take this. You can contact me at any time, but it can only be used 3 times. When the time comes, I'll appear to resolve your problems. Before Su Hai left, he gave Ling Xiao a whistle. According to him, he'd appear as soon as Su Hai blew the whistle, but it could only be used 3 times. Ling Xiao held the whistle in his hand and bowed deeply to Su Hai. Big brother Su Hai. Big brother Su Hai, thank you very much. When I become successful in the future, I won't forget your kindness. There's no point in saying all this. As long as you become successful, it'll be the greatest repayment to me. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. Walk forward from here, and you'll reach a city that belongs to the Golden Martial Kingdom. You're on your own now. Su Hai glanced at Ling Xiao, then tore through the air and disappeared into the distance. Mobile version of the website. After Su Hai left, Ling Xiao and the others finally had the chance to carefully examine their surroundings. Perhaps it was because they were on a flat plain, but their field of vision was extremely wide. In the distance, there were mountains and beautiful blue waves. The landscape was picturesque. It was truly breathtaking. I can't use cosmic and void-shattering powers for now. The time and space laws here are too strong. It looks like I'll have to continue increasing my cultivation to regain those powers. Ling Xiao tried to condense cosmic and void-shattering powers. Naturally, he failed. This made him even more certain that the laws of the Eternal Divine Realm were much stronger than those of the 4 realms and 9 worlds. Every blade of grass, every tree, every snake, insect, rat, and ant here was much stronger than those of the 4 realms and 9 worlds. Although they weren't that tall, any random blade of grass was equivalent to a 7-patterned imperial weapon from the 4 realms and 9 worlds. Suddenly, he realized something. The Crimson Blood Demon Sword's dragon patterns were much clearer and larger than those of the treasures of the 4 realms and 9 worlds. He didn't know why before. But now he knew. A 10-patterned imperial weapon from the 4 realms and 9 worlds was only a single dragon pattern in the Eternal Divine Realm. Thus, those patterns were called Divine Dragon Patterns in the Eternal Divine Realm. A single Divine Dragon pattern was equivalent to 10 Divine Dragon patterns. The blades of grass were as strong as a 7-patterned imperial weapon, but not as strong as a single Divine Dragon pattern. As for the cultivators of the Land of Exile, they weren't qualified to possess an imperial weapon with Divine Dragon patterns. Ling Xiao checked the treasures on his body. The Hand of Immortality, the Void God Sword, and the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. These were the only treasures he had. The Crimson Blood Demon Sword had 3 Divine Dragon patterns. Ling Xiao couldn't wield it at all. The Void God Sword and the Hand of Immortality were both Divine Dragon patterns. Although Ling Xiao couldn't unleash their full power with his current cultivation, he could at least use them. Little Gold's Flaming Meteor and Cold Plum's Lightning Spear had both become Divine Dragon patterns. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew across the plains. The wind was not very strong. It was only comparable to a breeze in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. It was only strong enough to blow up the leaves and grass. But it was this breeze that cut through the skin of Cold Plum and Yufenghua. Although it was only a small wound, it was still too terrifying to be able to cut through the skin of a martial artist at the peak of the Divine Physique Echelon. The strength of this breeze had probably already surpassed the attacks of many 7th-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artists. What a terrifying world. If a mere breeze were to blow into the 4 regions and 9 worlds, it would be able to easily kill a 6th-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist. They're not on the same level at all. Ling Xiao was extremely shocked. Not only did the laws affect nature, they also affected living beings. The bodies of eternal divine realm cultivators were far stronger than those of the 4 realms and 9 worlds. A cultivator from the eternal divine realm could easily kill a cultivator from the 4 realms and 9 worlds, even if they were at the same level of cultivation. Of course, Xianxia was an exception. He had already absorbed a large amount of the power of laws from the eternal divine realm cultivators and gradually adapted to this world. Little Gold was also special. After absorbing the attacks of the eternal divine realm cultivators, he had also adapted to this environment. Longchen was a true dragon. A dragon's adaptability was extremely strong, so it was not a problem. Yu Fenghua's injury earlier had already triggered the automatic protection of the Moon Lady in her body. The Moon Lady was a big shot in the mystic world from 100,000 years ago. Adaptability was also not a problem. Cold Plum's reaction was also extremely fast. She released the ancient war tree and forcibly extracted the power of laws of nature. About half an hour later, she also adapted to it. The fact that they had been able to follow Xianxia until now meant that they were all special. This was definitely not a coincidence. Xiao, what do we do next? Do we listen to Su Hai and go to the Golden Martial Nation? Yu Fenghua looked at Xianxia and asked. That's right, boss. If we stick together, we'll quickly make a name for ourselves. Little Gold smiled. Let's listen to Su Hai first and find the nearest city to familiarize ourselves with this world. We used to be like this in the past, didn't we, Little Gold? Long Chen, I'll have to trouble you two to hide in the Dongxing Emperor ring first. Su Hai said that the human divine nations here are not very friendly to beasts like you. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I'll have to trouble you too. Ling Zhao's Dongxing Emperor ring was now a little outdated and could not keep up with his increase in strength. It could not keep up with the changes in the environment. But it could still be used. Ling Xiao planned to make a new storage ring for each of them. At the very least, it had to be suitable for use in the eternal divine territory. How boring. Little Gold pursed his lips and said, Boss, we have to think of a way. Maybe there's a treasure that can block the demonic aura. This guy definitely liked to play outside, but he still listened to Ling Xiao. He did not want to cause trouble for Ling Xiao. The beasts were also known as the Yao. Yao referred to the beasts in human form, and beast referred to the beasts in human form. Therefore, the aura of the beasts was also known as demonic aura. When we reach the city ahead, I'll look for it for you. I can't let you stay in there forever. Ling Xiao nodded. He did not know where the beast dynasty was. He could not let Little Gold go there in a short time. A treasure that could block the demonic aura might be a good choice. He did not know if there was a heavenly dragon trading company in the eternal divine territory. As a super VIP, it should not be a problem to get a few treasures. The heavenly dragon trading company's business was all over the mystic world. It should be in the eternal divine territory. Speaking of which, he had a deep impression of the heavenly dragon trading company's owner, Xianxia. This woman had always been mysterious. It seemed that she would appear when he was not in a place. Ling Xiao could not figure out her true cultivation at all. But every time he saw Xianxia, it seemed that Xianxia's cultivation would become stronger. Ling Xiao even suspected that Xianxia's strength might be very strong. However, due to the laws, she couldn't display her true strength under a certain law. If her strength exceeded the laws, it would cause the collapse of space-time. After Little Gold and Long Chen entered the Dongxing Emperor ring, Ling Xiao set off with Yu Fenghua and Cold Plum. Walking on the grassland, they breathed in the rich spiritual qi. It really made people feel relaxed and happy. The two girls held hands and chatted. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and paid close attention to the changes in his surroundings. This was their first time here. They did not know if there was any danger. It was right to be careful. The nearest city was only a mile away. If this was the 4 regions and 9 worlds, Ling Xiao would arrive in an instant. But now, his Tai Chi eye could only see about 100 meters away from him if he was looking at an object. If there were no objects, he should be able to see a mile away. Even if he flew at full speed, it would take a few minutes. The key was that it consumed a lot of stamina and divine essence. Ling Xiao chose to walk. Firstly, it was to save stamina and divine essence to deal with unexpected situations. Secondly, it was to avoid overlooking dangerous things. There's a situation. Everyone, be careful. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. Ling Xiao's taiji I saw rustling sounds coming from the bushes about 100 meters away, as if something was about to rush out. Yu Fanghua and Cold Plum had already entered battle mode. They looked in that direction cautiously. The commotion in the bushes was getting louder and louder. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed out at an extremely fast speed. Snow wolf? No, this isn't the aura of a snow wolf. Although it looks very similar to a wolf, I understand. Disciple, catch it quickly. You won't regret this. The Yuan Venerate had woken up when he entered the eternal divine realm. He was also very curious about this place that was rich in spirit qi. Although he had passed by this place before, he had only been fleeing for his life and had not stayed for long. He had not had time to appreciate the scenery here. Understood. Since the Yuan Venerate had said so, Ling Xiao naturally had to listen. If it was just a wolf, Ling Xiao had not intended to catch it. However, if it was a Yuan Venerate, there should be a special reason. He shot through the air in an attempt to catch the white wolf. However, he had not expected the white wolf to be so fast. Although it was not as fast as Xianxia, it was close. Fortunately, the white wolf did not seem to have any intention of fighting. Or rather, it was not very strong. Interesting. It actually wants to escape from my hands, is that possible? Hand of eternal life. Ling Xiao's left hand suddenly extended and grabbed the white wolf's body. Although the white wolf was still struggling, it was no longer of much use. Ling Xiao's judgment was right. The white wolf's combat strength was extremely weak. It was just that it was very fast. Xiao, it is such a cute animal. It did not attack us. Why did you pounce on it? Yu Fanghua looked at the struggling appearance of the white wolf, and her sympathy suddenly overflowed. Ling Xiao could only laugh awkwardly. He had not wanted to catch it. It was the Yuan Venerate who had asked him to. He was about to ask the Yuan Venerate. Suddenly, his face turned serious and he put the white wolf into the Dongxing Emperor ring. Ling Xiao looked in the same direction. A figure appeared there. A martialist from the eternal divine realm. Ling Xiao was a little nervous. The other party wasn't very strong. He was only at the 3rd level of the divine physique echelon. The motley crew in the land of exile was not a real motley crew. They were just exiled trash. There were weaklings in the eternal divine realm as well, but most of them didn't have the power to control their own fates. The person in front of him was wearing black armor. On the armor, there was an image of 2 blood-stained axes. There should be a special reason. Hand over the Qianquan beast, it's mine. The person looked coldly at Ling Xiao and the other 2 and said in a commanding tone. Ling Xiao frowned. He hadn't expected to face such a choice as soon as he arrived in the eternal divine domain. I don't know what a Qianquan beast is. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Stop playing dumb. That Qianquan beast looks like a snow wolf. The only difference is that it can transform into a Qianquan space for people to use. I've been chasing after it for a whole year. Don't fail to appreciate my kindness. Hand it over, and I can spare your lives. That person said again. His attitude was quite rude and unreasonable. Ling Xiao thought of that thing just now. He couldn't help but ask the Yuan Venerate in surprise. The Yuan Venerate gave him an affirmative answer. That's a Qianquan beast. It's more outstanding than a storage ring or a Qianquan bag. Once a Qianquan beast recognizes a master, it can automatically collect what the master needs. It can open a Qianquan world, which is much larger than a storage space. It can store both living and dead things at the same time. This Qianquan beast is extremely rare, and there should be very few of them in the eternal divine domain. I didn't expect you to encounter one. Of course I can't hand over such a good thing. Ling Xiao had been planning to exchange the Dongxing Emperor ring, but he hadn't expected to catch a Qianquan beast. Sorry, I really haven't seen it before. Ling Xiao shook his head. Kid, you really don't know what's good for you. One look and I can tell you're an idiot from outside. That's right, it should be a seed from the 4 regions and 9 realms. Hee hee, the ancient race should reward me if I kill the seed. When that person heard Ling Xiao's words, he had already confirmed that Ling Xiao was a seed from the 4 regions and 9 realms. Although he didn't know how he guessed it. However, this guy was quite smart. Unfortunately, just as he finished speaking, a sword light suddenly appeared in front of him. There was no time to dodge at all. The sword light pierced his head, creating a very deep wound. However, it didn't pierce through. Interestingly, such a wound would heal very quickly if it was in the 4 regions and 9 realms. However, the other party didn't heal here. Ling Xiao suddenly realized something. The nomological laws here were extremely sturdy. Not only were the nomological laws of space and time, but the elemental laws were also sturdy. This martialist was born in the eternal divine realm and had been influenced by the nomological laws since he was young. Of course, his body was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao's sword could even destroy a peak 7th level divine physique echelon martialist in the 4 regions and 9 realms. However, it didn't pierce through here, let alone kill him. However, because the nomological laws were too sturdy, it was extremely difficult to recover after being injured. He would probably have to rely on medicine. That was close. Are you crazy? You're just a lowly mortal. How dare you attack a deity? Although the other party didn't die, he was scared out of his wits after being injured. He originally thought that the martialists in the 4 regions and 9 realms had always regarded the martialists in the eternal divine realm as gods and wouldn't do such a thing. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to attack him so quickly. Ling Xiao didn't waste time talking nonsense. He shook the Void God sword in his hand and pounced again. The other party finally realized how terrifying Ling Xiao was and turned to flee. Unfortunately, it was too late. The other party should have fled when Ling Xiao's first attack failed. However, he didn't. If he missed that opportunity, he wouldn't have another one. The Void God sword attacked continuously. It took him a total of 10 moves to kill the other party. It seems that my understanding of this world is still far from enough. Ling Xiao thought that he had adapted to it, but after this battle, he realized that he was still far from it. This time, his opponent's cultivation was much lower than his, which was why he'd been able to defeat him. If his opponent's cultivation had been higher, it would have been troublesome. Void God sword. Ling Xiao stabbed the Void God sword into his opponent's body and absorbed his energy. He used it to strengthen his body. His body now only had a little bit more energy than 1 divine dragon mark. He was still far from 2 dragon tattoos. He had to work harder. Defense had always been his strong suit. He didn't want to fall behind others. As his opponent's corpse disappeared, Ling Xiao could feel his body growing stronger. There were now 2 dragon tattoos on his body. Perhaps it was because his opponent's body was far stronger than Ling Xiao's. You saw the battle just now. The martialists here are much stronger than us in both offense and defense. If you want to adapt, you have to work harder. Don't underestimate them. Although Ling Xiao was fighting alone, this lesson needed to be learned together. Let's go. The city isn't far ahead. Ling Xiao lifted his head and looked into the distance. The image of a city appeared in a place without any obstructions. Although the enemy had already been destroyed, there were still sounds of battle here. There was absolutely no harm in leaving as soon as possible. Ling Xiao deliberately didn't walk in a straight line. Instead, he took a detour to avoid encountering the martialist's companions. He wasn't afraid. He just didn't want to cause any trouble for the time being. It was still the same logic. He had just arrived and didn't know anything. It was best to keep a low profile. If he had to fight and kill, he had to deal with it cleanly and not leave any clues behind. Along the way, Ling Xiao asked the Yuan Venerate about the Qianquan beast. Master, how do I tame this Qianquan beast? Drip blood on it, of course. Drip a drop of your blood into its mouth and it will become your Qianquan beast for you to use. If others want to take it away, there is only one way, and that is to kill you. Otherwise, even if the Qianquan beast is snatched away, it will automatically return. The Yuan Venerate answered. Let me try. Ling Xiao took out the Qianquan beast and dripped a drop of blood into its mouth. In an instant, a dazzling light flickered and the Qianquan beast actually turned into an incantation mark on Ling Xiao's wrist. It was like a lifelike wolf head. Then, Ling Xiao transferred the things in the Dongxing Emperor ring into the Qianquan realm. The Qianquan realm was much bigger than the space in the Dongxing Emperor ring. It wouldn't be a problem to move a city directly. This way, Little Gold and Long Chen would be able to live in it more comfortably. This is really good stuff. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, the Yuan Venerate was around. Otherwise, he would have missed out on such a good thing. After subduing the Qianquan beast, Ling Xiao and the others sped up. Although they took a detour, they were still very close to the city. Thus, it didn't take long for them to see the outline of the city again. Furthermore, they could see it even more clearly this time. They were only 200 to 300 meters away. This city should have some history. However, it seemed to be in good condition because it was often under maintenance. At the very least, there were no signs of damage. Ling Xiao had a feeling that even if the city was not protected by a formation, it would be very difficult for him to destroy it with his strength. The law of sturdiness made the city extremely tough, and it would not decay or collapse even after 10,000 years. Unless he was continuously attacked by external forces. There are a lot of bloodstains on the city walls. It should be the result of frequent battles. Cold Plum said. Yes, the blood of demonic beasts and humans cannot be washed clean. This city is close to the wasteland. I'm afraid it's been attacked by demonic beasts many times. Ling Zhao's Tai Chi told him the results of his analysis. Many flags were erected on the city walls. The flag was embroidered with 2 crossed axes, which were stained with blood. Seeing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. Master. Cold Plum also noticed this. Enemies really do meet on a narrow road. I didn't think that the person I just killed was a martial artist from Dual Axe City. But since we cleaned it up so cleanly, we shouldn't have been exposed. You guys be careful too. Don't let it slip. Ling Xiao said. Yes, master. Don't worry, my dear. Cold Plum and Yu Fenghua both nodded. At this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly recalled what Su Hai had said. The eternal divine domain was both heaven and hell. To the strong, this place was heaven, but to the weak, it was hell. Sure enough, the law of the jungle would never change, no matter where it was. Halt! Before Ling Xiao and the others could reach the city gates. Suddenly, a group of people scuttled up from behind them. They were all riding savage tiger-type demonic beasts. Although he didn't know what they were called, they had the appearance of a fierce tiger. The difference was that these tigers had a single horn that looked like a sharp blade on their heads. It was also slightly larger than an ordinary tiger. Their bodies were pitch black and unusually fierce. The group of martial artists quickly caught up to Ling Xiao and the others and surrounded them. Their eyes shone with cunning and ruthless light. It's the horned tigers that Su Hai mentioned, every one of them is at least in the 4th level of the divine physique echelon. Ling Xiao looked at those mounts and frowned. These horned tigers opened their bloody mouths and bared their fangs and claws at Ling Xiao and the others. They let out ferocious roars. If the rider hadn't pulled on the reins, the horned tigers would have pounced on Ling Xiao and the others. Demonic beasts were instinctively vicious. There was a big difference between them and the martial artists of the Beast clan. There were 18 of them. There were 18 single-horned tigers. Every one of them exuded a terrifying murderous aura that made one tremble in fear. Their weapons were all broad axes. They even carried them on their backs as if to show off their status. These fellows looked down at Ling Xiao and the other 2 as if they were looking at lowly prey. Their brows were filled with coldness and disdain. Ling Xiao looked at the crowd indifferently. Most of the people in the group were at the 4th to 5th level of the divine physique echelon. However, some of them were above the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. They had just arrived at the border of the eternal divine realm, but they had already encountered martial artists of such a level. This wasn't a good thing. One of them was especially strong. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. He was bald. He wore heavy armor. He wore something like a string of Buddhist beads around his neck. Upon closer inspection, those beads were actually made of skulls. How savage. Their mounts weren't ordinary mounts. They weren't kind people either. He didn't expect to run into trouble so quickly. did they see us? Ling Xiao thought to himself. Then, he asked with a smile, may I know why you're looking for us? Naturally, his words were a test. Kid, did you see anyone from the Dual Axes gang when you came over? The martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of the Divine Physique Echelon asked. He looked like a ferocious beast. If it were a timid person, they would have fallen to the ground in fear. No. Ling Xiao answered. He already knew the answer. The other party didn't know that he had killed that person. They had probably arranged to meet up, but that person didn't show up, so they came out to look for him. Liar. You killed him, didn't you? The man suddenly roared. His voice was like a clap of thunder. His actions might scare a lot of people, but to Ling Xiao, Yufeng Hua, and Cold Plum, it was no different from a clown's performance. Sir, you must be joking. How would we dare to offend the famous Dual Axes gang? This time, we're going to stay in Dual Axes City temporarily. Ling Xiao was still smiling. Shut up. I said you killed him, so you killed him. What are you blabbering on about, brothers? Let's get rid of that man. Tie up the woman and send her back to Dual Axes City. The bald leader laughed sinisterly. It seemed like this guy had done this many times in the past. That was why he said it so casually. In his eyes, the weak didn't have the right to live. They could only live if he let them live. If he wanted them dead, they had to die. It was that simple. Tyrannical martial soul. The bald captain's axe was stained with the blood of countless people. Of course, he wouldn't mind killing Ling Xiao as well. Looks like there's no need to negotiate. Feng Hua, Cold Plum, you don't have to do anything. I'll do it. Ling Xiao's cultivation method was different from others. He relied on constant fighting to break through. Therefore, fighting was a great help to him. Yufeng Hua and Cold Plum didn't have to fight. Die, brat. A rider suddenly pounced on Ling Xiao. Clearly, he wanted to make a contribution so that the captain would reward him. As he charged, he flashed the axe in his hand. Don't underestimate the axe. It was an emperor weapon with a divine dragon pattern. It was on the same level as Ling Xiao's hand of immortality. He held 2 axes in both hands. Like a bolt of lightning descending from the heavens, it slashed towards Ling Xiao, even though this guy's cultivation was not high. Although his cultivation wasn't high, his fighting skills were much better than those of the 4 realms and 9 worlds. His aura was even more terrifying. The Eternal Divine Realm was indeed a place to train martial artists. Killing was something that could never be completely avoided in the world of martial artists. If Ling Xiao was weak, he wouldn't be able to escape death today. Yufeng Hua and Cold Plum wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being trampled on. But there were no ifs. Ling Xiao was a powerhouse. At the very least, this team wouldn't be a threat to him. With his previous experience, Ling Xiao wouldn't underestimate any of the Eternal Divine Realm's martial artists. In an instant, he dodged the man's axe and used his speed to find an opening. The Void God sword pierced his opponent's throat. In the 4 realms and 9 worlds, the throat was no longer a martial artist's weakness. At the very least, a Divine Body Realm martial artist wouldn't die even if their throat was pierced. That was because they could recover instantly. But in the Eternal Divine Realm, the throat was once again a fatal spot. Although martial artists' bodies were much stronger than those of the 4 realms and 9 worlds, it was also much harder to recover. Once his throat was pierced, he was dead for sure. Previously, when Ling Xiao killed that martial artist, he had tried all kinds of attacks. Finally, he confirmed the weakness of the throat. If that didn't work, he could still stab his eyes and pierce his head through his eyes. This was also a method. The Void God Sword's body was incomparably tough. The Void God Sword was obstructed when it stabbed at the throat, unable to pierce through. However, Ling Xiao had already thought of this. At the same time, he used the 9-headed demon king snake to release an extremely corrosive poison. It condensed on the tip of the sword. Under the dual effects, the other party's throat was pierced, and he died on the spot. I'm gradually getting the hang of it. In the past, he was too strong and rarely used the combination of skills. I didn't expect that I would have to try this kind of battle again. But it's quite interesting. Ling Xiao smiled. The Void God Sword absorbed the opponent's energy and transferred it to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao began to temper his spirit essence. He wanted to change his spirit essence to the spirit essence of the eternal God domain. Only then would his attack power be normal. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome if he couldn't kill a martial artist of lower cultivation with a single blow, even though he was clearly stronger. Come, let me see how strong the dual axe gang martial artists are. Martial spirit barrier. Ling Xiao intended to wipe them out, so he released the martial spirit barrier. Not only could this barrier prevent them from escaping, it could also block sound, sight, and aura. This way, even if a battle took place 200 or 300 meters away, it wouldn't alarm the people of Dual Axe City. In order to let Xiao Jin and Long Chen walk in broad daylight, he had to get a treasure that could block out spirit essence. He had to go to Dual Axe City. Ling Zhao's strike to kill the Dual Axe gang martial artist had been extremely precise. And it had only taken 2 or 3 seconds. Without its master, the horned tiger pounced on Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao stabbed it to death. Ling Xiao had already released the Sun God's blood formation and the Snake God's poison formation. This was the maximum number of formations he could release in the Eternal God domain. He could only release 2. Poison was the best aid to break through defenses. The bloodthirsty plague was also a good way to break through defenses. Together, it would be much easier to kill the opponent. This kid is using poison. Everyone, attack together and kill him quickly. Ling Zhao's performance in an instant made the Dual Axe gang martial artists realize how terrifying he was. At the same time, they realized that they might have kicked an iron plate today. However, they weren't afraid. On the contrary, they became even more savage. After all, their body's resistance to poison was much stronger than the martial artists of the 4 domains and 9 worlds. It wasn't easy to poison them to death. Ling Xiao didn't expect to poison them to death. He only used poison to corrode their vitals, making it easier for his sword to break through their defenses. Fortunately, his control was terrifying. His poison turned into a viper and attacked the opponent's vitals. When the corrosion was concentrated, its power would become even more terrifying. Bastard, die for me. 2 more martial artists rushed in front of Ling Xiao. Although they were strength-type martial artists, their speed and dexterity weren't bad. At the same cultivation level, they were much stronger than the martial artists of the 4 domains and 9 worlds. Ling Xiao didn't dare compete with them in terms of strength. Before his body and divine origin were completely transformed, he would be at a disadvantage if he fought with them. Earthbound golden light. In an instant, Ling Xiao changed directions. Although the martial soul array only covered a radius of 100 meters in the eternal divine realm, it was still very powerful. But it was enough. He was only using it to dodge, not to escape. In the next moment, Ling Xiao appeared behind one of them. He grabbed his opponent's head with his left hand and slit his throat with the Void God sword in his right hand. Another person was killed. As he killed his opponent, Ling Xiao had the Void God sword devour his opponent's weapon. His opponent's weapon was an emperor weapon with divine dragon inscriptions. If he swallowed 10 of them, the Void God sword would probably level up. This battle really wasn't easy. If we were in the 4 domains and 9 worlds, I could kill these pieces of trash in one move. Ling Xiao sighed as he fought. The change in environment made the battle much more difficult. Ling Xiao disappeared again. Every time he disappeared and reappeared, a martial artist from the Twin Axes gang was killed. In the blink of an eye, he'd killed 8 people. The Void God sword shone with black light. There were now 2 dragon inscriptions on it. At the same time, it became even sharper. However, Ling Xiao didn't plan on letting it level up any further. Ling Xiao could make do with a 2 dragon inscriptions emperor weapon. If it had 3, Ling Xiao wouldn't even be able to use it. The Qianquan beast automatically stored the axes in the Qianquan world. Ling Xiao didn't have to do anything at all, which saved him a lot of trouble. In battle, Ling Xiao wouldn't attack his mounts. Unless those one-horned tigers didn't know what was good for them and attacked him. As long as he killed the riders, the mounts wouldn't be much of a threat. As the Void God sword leveled up, the battle became easier. Before, Ling Xiao had been slow to kill his enemies because his offense wasn't as good as his opponent's defense. Now, things were different. The Void God sword leveled up, which greatly increased its offensive power. Out of 18 enemies, 8 were dead. Only 10 were left. Finally, someone chose to flee. Unfortunately, the existence of the martial spirit barrier left them in despair. Let's do it together. Although Ling Xiao wanted to continue tempering his skills, he noticed strange movements in Dual Axe City. It would be bad if he was discovered. Thus, he called for Yu Fenghua, Cold Plum, Xiao Jin, and Long Chen to attack together. He set up another layer of formation inside the martial spirit barrier to block the aura of the others. After the 4 joined the battle, with Ling Xiao as an example, they dealt with the enemy very smoothly. After all, they were all geniuses and could understand at a glance. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes before it finally ended. Ling Xiao absorbed a large amount of law power, and his demonic black martial body advanced again, reaching the level of 3 divine dragon patterns. However, as his body got closer to the laws of the eternal divine realm, the improvement would slow down. His cultivation didn't change much. After all, most of the warriors he killed were weaker than him. He couldn't stimulate too much potential. Instead, his potential and divine essence were transformed to become stronger and stronger. Yu Fenghua and the others also gained some benefits. For example, the storage rings on their hands. Although they weren't the best, they were much better than the storage rings they brought from the 4 realms and 9 realms. However, they were only for temporary use. He removed the soul imprint and branded them with his own. He even made a small profit. After destroying the corpses, Ling Xiao let Xiao Jin and Long Chen return to the universe world again. Then he headed for Dual Axe City. This was called the boldness of the strong. He had just killed the Dual Axe Gang's warriors, and now he was going to a city controlled by the gang. In fact, Ling Xiao felt a little helpless. The closest city on this path was Dual Axe City. If he didn't go, he would have to take a long detour to reach the second city. He didn't want to waste too much time. Besides, he had the ability to escape, so he wasn't afraid. This time, he didn't run into any trouble. After entering Dual Axe City, he asked for directions to the trading company and planned to buy some things. Obviously, the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company wasn't in a small city like Dual Axe City. So he couldn't rely on his VIP status. Fortunately, he had accumulated a lot of supreme-grade spirit stones, which could be used. In the Eternal Divine Realm, supreme-grade spirit stones were useless. The weakest warriors here used supreme-grade spirit stones. Some people even used spirit crystals. Spirit crystals were a higher grade of currency than spirit stones. They were also the key materials for martial artists' cultivation. Its surface was even more beautiful than that of a spirit stone, and it contained more spirit energy and was of a higher quality. One low-grade spiritual crystal was equivalent to 10 million supreme spiritual stones. It could be said to be extremely expensive. Ling Xiao didn't know when he would be able to get a spirit crystal to play with. Dodge. Suddenly, a roar came from the front. Ling Xiao, Yu Fenghua, and Cold Plum stood by the roadside. It was precisely the Dual Axe Gang's martial artists who had passed by. They looked like soldiers on patrol. This group of soldiers looked straight ahead as they passed through the streets. There were a total of Caucasians, and each of them wore armor that was equivalent to an emperor armament with 7 dragon patterns. They also held weapons of the same grade. The lowest cultivation level was at the first level of the divine physique echelon. A first-level divine body realm martial artist was already considered a top-notch expert in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Not many people in the 4 regions and 9 realms possessed a monarch weapon with 7 dragon patterns. But here, they were only ordinary soldiers. That was the difference. Shaking his head, Ling Xiao threw the distracting thoughts out of his mind and continued walking. He heard from passers-by that there was a street with many shops in Twin Axe City, and there was no lack of places like auction houses. Generally speaking, if one wanted to get something good, they would have to go to an auction house. As expected of the Eternal Divine Territory. Such a small city can actually make people feel a terrifying sense of awe and awe. It's even more awe-inspiring than the Golden City and Eternal Palace. Yu Fenghua couldn't help but sigh as she looked at Twin Axe City's situation. Although the city wasn't big, even the bricks and tiles emitted the aura of Dharma treasures. How could it not be shocking? Yeah, look at the road. It's actually paved with low-grade spirit stones. And it's spotless. Although the Twin X Gang's martial artists are a little unreasonable, I have to admit that we're no match for them in a direct confrontation. So, it's better to keep a low profile. Ling Xiao was also shocked. Low-grade spirit stones weren't very effective for martial artists of their level. But they were still spirit stones. It was really extravagant to use them to pave the road. Soon, they arrived at the street with shops. The shops here were all simply decorated and not luxurious. But they all emitted a strange aura of treasures. Any shop in the 4 regions and 9 realms would probably be fought over. After all, even a blade of grass or a brick was equivalent to a Dharma treasure, let alone a high-grade one. Of course, the shops were also divided into different sizes. Generally, the bigger the shop, the more goods it had. The aura it emitted was also more intense. Ling Zhao's Tai Chi eye quickly locked onto the biggest shop on the street. It was almost 10 times the size of the other shops. The guards standing outside the door were also extremely powerful. They were even more terrifying than the patrolling soldiers from before. Every one of them was a 3rd-level divine body realm expert. The armor they wore was also equivalent to a 9-dragon inscription emperor weapon. Seeing these guards, Ling Xiao knew that this place wasn't simple. Blood Axe Tower. It sounds like it's related to the Twin Axe Gang. Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown when he saw the 3 large words above the tower. The 3 large words were written in a flamboyant style, with vigorous strokes and emitting a powerful aura. It could deter many people with bad intentions. Even Ling Xiao was frightened when he saw it. He was sure that the martial artist who wrote these 3 words was definitely stronger than him. It was probably the Twin X Gang's higher-ups. It might even be the Twin X Gang's leader and the Twin X City's city lord. While Ling Xiao was deep in thought, a few experts walked over from the side. Their cultivation was around the 5th-level divine body realm. Every one of them had the aura of a divine dragon inscription emperor weapon. These people walked into the Blood Axe Tower while chatting about something. Ling Zhao's hearing was extremely powerful, so he naturally heard everything clearly. I heard that the Twin X Gang obtained many good things in the secret realm this time. They're going to auction them today. We can't miss this opportunity. I brought all my belongings, so it's best if we can bid for some good things. It's just that the Blood Axe Tower always does things mysteriously, so I don't know what treasures they have. When has the Blood Axe Tower ever disappointed us? I came all the way here from another place. That's right, I've always wanted a treasured sword with 2 divine dragon inscriptions, so I hope I can get my wish. A weapon with 2 divine dragon inscriptions. With our cultivation, we can't unleash its full power. I actually hope to get the Gung Gold pill. This kind of pill can help me condense my body. The Gung Gold pill is extremely helpful for the cultivation of the physical body, but I actually hope that we can use the divine body advancement pill. After all, cultivation is still the most important. As they spoke, they had already walked in. When Ling Xiao heard this, he was already tempted. The Blood Axe Tower was probably the best trading company in Twin X City. If there wasn't anything he wanted here, then there probably wasn't anywhere else. The fastest mobile version of the website, Ling Xiao wanted a lot of things. They needed an emperor weapon with 2 divine dragon patterns. An emperor weapon with 1 divine dragon pattern wasn't bad either. After all, Yu Fanghua and Long Chen didn't have one. He wasn't interested in elixirs, but if there were materials to refine the Gung Gold pill and divine body advancement pill, he would be interested in bidding for them. Of course, the most important thing was a treasure that could ward off demonic aura. He had to get his hands on it. When he wanted to enter the auction house, he was stopped by the guard. I'm sorry. Today, the Blood Axe Tower is only accepting martial artists with invitations. If you don't have one, you can come back tomorrow. Although the guard looked at Ling Xiao condescendingly, his attitude was still quite good. He had his duty, so he didn't make things difficult for Ling Xiao. How can I get an invitation? Ling Xiao asked. Generally speaking, the Blood Axe Tower would send out invitations because they didn't want some people to sneak in and cause trouble. After all, many people didn't have enough financial strength and weren't qualified to sneak in. The auction house had limited space, so financial strength was very important. Ling Xiao asked for this reason. As long as he had enough supreme-grade spirit stones, he believed that he would be qualified to enter. He had robbed Lotus Flower and Tian Dinglia's private stash. He could be considered a rich man. At the very least, it shouldn't be a problem to get an invitation. If you want to get an invitation, your cultivation must be at least at the 5th level of the Divine Body Realm and have at least 50,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. The guard replied. Alright, I meet the requirements. Ling Xiao released his aura, which happened to be at the 5th level of the Divine Body Realm. Then, he flashed the aura of 50,000 supreme-grade spirit stones for the guard to feel. So it's a distinguished guest. Please follow me. The guard brought Ling Xiao into the Blood Axe Tower and handed him to a red-clothed lady. The red-clothed lady's cultivation had also reached the 4th level of the Divine Body Realm. It wasn't low. She brought Ling Xiao to the front desk and processed the invitation. Rather than an invitation, it was more like a pass. With this, one could walk freely in the Blood Axe Tower. Aside from a few secret places, they could enter almost anywhere. Ling Xiao took the invitation and glanced at it. There was a special incantation on it. Although there were no spirit designs, it would not be easy to impersonate them. Unless it was an array formation master like him. After receiving the invitation, Ling Xiao went to the auction house. Every invitation card had a seat number written on it, so they couldn't just sit there randomly. Before Ling Xiao came here, he had let Yufeng Hua and Cold Plum enter the universe world to avoid unnecessary trouble. At this moment, he was sitting in his seat, staring straight ahead. Not long after, the auction began. The first item up for auction was the storage ring that Ling Xiao wanted. Obviously, they were much better than the ones he had snatched from the Dual Axe Gang martial artists. The storage ring was relatively cheap, and the starting price was only 100 top-grade spirit stones. However, even with 100 supreme-grade spirit stones, most of the martial artists from the 9 worlds and the 4 domains would only be able to watch. There were very few martial artists in the 9 realms who possessed 100 supreme-grade spirit stones. Moreover, this was only the starting price. The final price would definitely be much higher than that. However, only those who were truly powerful had storage rings. Therefore, not many people were bidding. After a round of bidding, the price rose to 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones and stopped. 1,100. I'll take it. Ling Xiao felt that the price was reasonable. In the eyes of the martial artists of the 9 worlds and the 4 domains, it was too expensive. However, this was the eternal divine realm. A storage ring of this level would definitely be a treasure in the 9 worlds and the 4 domains. Moreover, they really needed it. 1,200. A voice came from the VIP room. Ling Xiao frowned. Why was this VIP joining in the fun? However, since the other party had made a bid, Ling Xiao had nothing to say. This was normal. 1,300. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Little brother, there's nothing special about this storage ring. It's just beautiful and suitable for women to wear. Why don't you give it to me? A voice came from the VIP room. Although it was a question, there was an undeniable pressure in the voice. Ling Xiao was dissatisfied. If you follow the rules of the auction house, I won't say anything. However, how can I give in to your threats? He bought this thing because he also wanted to give it to Yufeng Hua. Therefore, he opened his Taiji eye and looked at the VIP room. In the VIP room, there was a young man in red clothes. He looked to be in his 20s. He was accompanied by a beautiful woman. Clearly, his status was so high that even the Blood Axe Tower had to give him face. This young man's cultivation was not bad. He had reached the peak of the 7th level Divine Body Realm. In terms of combat strength, he was probably even more terrifying than Tian Dinglai. It's just a storage ring. Why do you have to compete with a nobody like me? 1,400. Ling Xiao continued to bid. You really don't know what's good for you. 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. The young man in red sneered and said loudly. This really scared Ling Xiao. 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones to buy this storage ring was simply crazy. Xiao, there's no need to buy it. You can meet better people in the future. Why do you have to fight with him? Yu Fenghua sent a soul message from the Qianquan world. Yes, why do you have to fight with a fool? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with coldness as he laughed sinisterly. He didn't say anything else. No one dared to snatch his things. Rich, right? Then you should be filial to me. No matter who you are, if you provoke me, don't think you'll have a good time. I'm so angry. This kid is obviously bullying others. I don't believe he will pay 10,000 supreme grade spirit stones. I guess it's related to the Blood Axe Tower. Boss, why don't we go out and kill him and snatch the thing? Little Gold cried out in the universe world. There's no need to kill him. Killing for a thing doesn't suit my character. However, since this kid likes to show off his wealth, we have to get some supreme grade spirit stones from him. Let him know that we're not to be trifled with. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He was never a good person. If others dared to provoke him, he would definitely teach them a lesson. Otherwise, they would think that he was easy to bully. However, at this time, the person in the VIP room actually provoked him. Poor kid, since you don't have money, don't act cool. What a joke. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything. Some people really didn't know what was good for them. This small episode ended with Ling Xiao's silence. Perhaps the person in the VIP room was bored. The auction continued. Ling Xiao wasn't interested in the next dozens of items. There was an emperor weapon with a divine dragon pattern. However, the quality wasn't high. Ling Xiao gave up. Since he wanted to choose a weapon for his woman and brother, he had to choose a good one. There were also Gung Gold pills and God Body promotion pills. However, the quality wasn't good. The things that Ling Xiao scoffed at actually caused a crazy fight. This made Ling Xiao sigh. Indeed, no matter where, refining pills was a good business. He was prepared to refine some pills after he got the materials. It didn't matter if he sold them or used them for himself. After a boring wait, something that Ling Xiao was interested in finally came. His eyes lit up again. The next item for auction is a stalk of herb, Mystic Yellow Dragon Wormwood. I'm sure everyone knows that Mystic Yellow Dragon Wormwood is an excellent material for refining the body. If it can be refined into a Mystic Yellow Dragon Wormwood pill, the effect will be 10 times stronger. The starting bid for this item is 1,000 Supreme Grade Spirit Stones. Each bid must be at least 1,000. Let's begin, 2,000. As soon as the host finished speaking, someone spoke. The one who bid wasn't the man in red from before. It was a woman in a blue dress. Her looks were outstanding, and she was also very strong. She had already reached the 8th level of the Divine Body Realm. This was Ling Zhao's first time meeting an 8th level Divine Body Realm martial artist. Whether it was Su Mingzhen or the White Sea Divine Envoy, their cultivation level was higher than this. 3,000. Ling Xiao was determined to get this Mystic Yellow Dragon Wormwood. In the hands of others, this item was just a stalk of herb. In his hands, it was a pill that was 100 times stronger. The Mystic Yellow Dragon Wormwood pill refined by others could only refine the body. The Mystic Yellow Dragon Wormwood pill refined by him could also refine the divine essence. This was what they needed the most. Therefore, he was determined to get it. 4,000. The woman obviously wouldn't give up just like that. She immediately bid. The man in red didn't bid for the time being, but he was staring at Ling Xiao through the glass in the VIP room. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. At this time, other than Ling Xiao and the woman, the rest of the people also bid. They pushed the price all the way to 10,000 Supreme Grade Spirit Stones. Finally, only Ling Xiao and the woman in blue were left. 11,000. Ling Xiao's expression didn't change. One had to know that the market price of a stalk of Mystic Yellow Dragon Wormwood was at most 8,000 Supreme Grade Spirit Stones. It had already exceeded the market price. However, the price of a stalk of Mystic Yellow Dragon Wormwood pill was close to 50,000 Supreme Grade Spirit Stones. If Ling Xiao refined the Mystic Yellow Dragon Wormwood pill, it wouldn't be a problem to sell it for 100,000 Supreme Grade Spirit Stones. That was why Ling Xiao continued to bid without any change in his expression. 12,000. Unfortunately, the woman in blue also continued to bid. However, his emotions seemed to fluctuate a little. This was normal. Selling something that cost 8,000 top-grade spirit stones for 12,000 had already exceeded the original price. Ling Xiao guessed that this woman probably wanted to buy Shenhuang Longhao to refine pills. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao laughed coldly. Since that was the case, he might as well raise the price to the limit that the other party could accept. He didn't want to waste time. 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao's voice rang out, and the woman abruptly stood up from her seat. He seemed to be in disbelief. Then, he let out a long sigh and chose to give up. Ling Xiao smiled. His judgment was indeed correct. The blue-robed woman wanted to use this thing to refine pills. However, even an ordinary Shenhuang Longhao pill was only worth 50,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. The other party felt that it wasn't worth it and gave up. He seemed to be a calm person who didn't want to continue fighting. The red-clothed man didn't bid at all. It could be seen that he was not a real fool. He would only fight for things that he thought were valuable. He wouldn't fight for things that weren't. Of course, it could also be seen that he didn't have many supreme-grade spirit stones on him. He didn't dare to use it in a fit of pique. After the Shenhuang Longhao auction ended, the auction continued. There were dozens of items that Ling Xiao wasn't interested in. It wasn't until another item appeared that Ling Xiao's eyes widened again. This was a treasure that could block demonic aura. It wasn't of high quality, with only one divine dragon pattern. This was because it had only one function. However, this was exactly what Ling Xiao needed. It was a ring. On the surface, it looked no different from an ordinary ring. However, as long as he wore it, his demonic aura wouldn't leak out. At the very least, divine body realm martial artists wouldn't be able to see through it. As for divine soul realm martial artists who had already cultivated their souls, he wasn't sure. However, Ling Xiao believed that he was only at the edge of the eternal divine realm. He wouldn't be so unlucky as to meet a divine soul realm martial artist. Perhaps because it had only one function, the starting price was only 10 supreme-grade spirit stones. I'll take it. Ling Xiao bid right away. This item might be useless to others, but it was too important to his brothers, Xiao Jin and Long Chen. 20. I'll bid for it too. Perhaps the man in red thought that the price was too low, so he deliberately made trouble. This time, he was obviously targeting Ling Xiao. 30. Ling Xiao didn't dare to bid too many spirit stones at once, mainly because he was worried that others would think that it was something good and fight for it. That wouldn't be fun. 40. The man in red bid with a smile. It was obvious that he was a rich man. This little bit of supreme-grade spirit stones could be used for fun. 100. The woman in blue joined in the bidding and retreated the price to 100. What a bunch of lunatics. Ling Xiao shook his head. This was just a ring that could block demonic aura. How could they bid so crazily? 100. Ling Xiao still bid calmly. 200. The man in red laughed. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. These people obviously wanted to make things difficult for him. However, for the sake of Xiao Jin and Long Chen, he had to go all out. He could earn more supreme-grade spirit stones, but if Xiao Jin and Long Chen were in danger, it would be too late for him to regret it. He sharply judged the thoughts of the woman in blue and the man in red. The two of them didn't know what special effect the ring had. They only knew that it could block demonic aura. They definitely wouldn't pay too high a price. Moreover, they had already spent a lot of spirit stones to bid for several items previously. Ling Xiao didn't believe that they would dare to act recklessly. He gritted his teeth and said directly, I'll pay 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones to buy a ring that could block demonic aura. Seemed crazy. However, Ling Xiao felt that it was worth it. As long as it was for his brothers, what was wrong with it? Moreover, someone will pay for the spirit stones he spent today. He glanced coldly at the VIP room where the man in red was. It wasn't to bid, but purely to disgust him. He wouldn't let this kind of behavior go so easily. Haha, idiot, you're really a fool with a lot of money. The man in red's voice came from the VIP room. Ling Xiao didn't respond. Since he had already decided to deal with this guy, he had nothing else to say. After that, another treasure that could block demonic aura appeared. This time, it wasn't a ring, but a pendant. However, the effect was similar. It was almost the same as before, but the woman in blue didn't bid. The man in red forced Ling Xiao to raise the price to 10,000 before he was willing to give up. After that, Ling Xiao waited until the end of the auction and found that there was nothing else good. Only then did he turn around and leave. He had already locked onto the man in red. However, he couldn't make a move in the Blood Axe Tower. There were many experts in the Blood Axe Tower. Making a move here was tantamount to courting death. Ling Xiao understood this point. However, what he didn't expect was that he wanted to deal with the man in red. The man in red actually wanted to kill him. The red-clothed man wanted to kill Ling Xiao just because of the quarrel at the auction. This guy was much more ruthless than Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao left Blood Axe Tower, the red-clothed man had secretly followed him. Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This was good. He could lure the man to a place where no one was around and kill him. Right now, Xiao Jin and the others were in the universe world. The red-clothed man probably thought that Ling Xiao was alone, so he wasn't afraid. He actually chased after him alone. By the time the red-clothed man sensed danger, it was already too late. Before he knew it, he'd left Blood Axe City and arrived in a dense forest. Ling Xiao instantly released a martial soul barrier to trap the red-clothed man. Surprised, aren't you? Ling Xiao looked back at the surprised red-clothed man and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. Give me your storage ring." His goal was to rob. The red-clothed man had made him spend so many top-grade spirit stones for nothing. He had to get them back. Kill me? Haha, are you joking? The red-clothed man suddenly pulled out 2 axes. A bloody aura rushed out of his body, exuding an insufferably domineering aura. His entire being was like a bloody giant beast. His aura alone could tear his opponent apart. Ling Xiao had thought that this guy was an ignorant and incompetent spoiled brat. But he was wrong. This red-clothed man had killed countless people. His axes were emperor weapons with 2 divine dragon inscriptions. They were stained with the aura of countless dead souls, exuding a terrifying killing intent. Boom, the violent killing intent condensed into a sword and 2 axes in the air. They fiercely collided. Then they both dissipated. Ling Xiao suddenly took 3 or 4 steps back, blood seeping out of the corner of his mouth. The red-clothed man only swayed a little. This collision instantly showed that Ling Xiao's strength was inferior to the red-clothed man's. This guy was even more terrifying than Ling Xiao had imagined. He wasn't just stronger than Tian Dinglai, he was much stronger. His body, divine energy, and killing intent were nurtured by the eternal divine realm's power of laws. It was really too scary. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had activated the Crimson Blood Demon Sword's killing intent to resist. Otherwise, with just the killing intent alone, Ling Xiao would have been seriously injured. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure on you. An emperor weapon with 3 divine dragon patterns, this is something that even I don't have. Unfortunately, you don't know how to use it at all. You're letting me off easy. The red-robed man revealed an evil grin and suddenly took a step forward. His red robe flapped loudly. It was like a flag in the wind. Within his dual axes, terrifying divine essence suddenly surged. In the next moment, Ling Xiao felt like the world was spinning before his eyes. It was as if the entire world had been turned upside down, overturning heaven and earth. The red-robed man roared and chopped down with both axes. In that instant, his aura overflowed into the heavens and overturned the universe. It completely covered Ling Xiao. The aura released by the broad axe seemed to be able to turn the world upside down. Most people would not even know how to defend themselves, let alone attack. Heaven and earth spun, and the direction was in a mess. Even the circulation of divine essence would be affected. But it was under such a difficult situation that Ling Xiao was long prepared. At the same time that the other party released the attack, Ling Xiao was not idle either. The Void God sword in his right hand shot out 9 streaks of sword energy in an attempt to restore heaven and earth to normal. And the Fiend Sovereign Physique of the 3 Sovereigns Physique was already released. The Fiend Sovereign Physique held the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. Although it could not be used normally, just treating it as an ordinary weapon was also sharper than any magic treasure. In an instant, the fiend's sovereign physique already arrived behind the red-robed man. At the same time that Ling Xiao blocked the overturning heaven and earth, he actually also instantly launched an attack. This kind of performance, the red-robed man probably really did not expect it. His reaction also showed an instant of sluggishness. But this guy was ultimately a martial artist who had killed countless people. His ability to adapt to changes was really extremely strong. The instant that the crimson blood demon sword in the fiend's sovereign physique's hand was about to pierce into the red-robed man's neck, a cloud of bloody fiendish light suddenly appeared behind that red-robed man. When the long sword hit that light, it actually seemed to have hit a shield, although it pierced through in an instant. But unfortunately, he had already missed the opportunity to kill the red-robed man. The other party's figure changed, and he actually already arrived above Ling Zhao's head. The two axes slashed down crazily. Violent energy continued to fall, like hailstones, but also like a storm of blades. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt as if he was in a black storm. His entire body was locked by blades. Divine Ape Invincible Formation. At this moment, the only thing that Ling Xiao could do was to defend. The other party's attack was too sudden. And the power was extremely fierce. He thought that he definitely could not block or dodge. Then the best way was to first resist with the Divine Ape Invincible Formation. In just an instant, the Divine Ape Invincible Formation shattered into mottled golden light. The other party's attack was really powerful, and it was really terrifying. But this also gave Ling Xiao a chance to catch his breath. The God Devil physique suddenly appeared. He blasted out a terrifying God's fist. It smashed towards the red-robed man's head. The red-robed man's figure flashed and suddenly turned into blood-colored afterimages. His body seemed to have become one with the two axes. He became uncatchable. He became indestructible. Once again, the red-robed man dodged the attack of the God Devil physique. Once again, he appeared behind Ling Xiao and violently slashed down with the axes. If this hit, Ling Xiao's neck would definitely be chopped apart. This time, when the attack was unleashed, the surrounding space seemed to be affected by it. Although the space did not collapse or distort, it formed a strange vortex. It completely sealed off Ling Xiao's space to dodge. It even pulled Ling Xiao's body toward the axes. It felt as if Ling Xiao deliberately wanted to collide with them. This guy was really scary. Ling Xiao had to admit that this red-robed man was much scarier than Tian Dinglai. Tian Dinglia's strength was only in his speed. When his speed was countered, there was nothing to be afraid of. But this guy seemed to be able to find a way to deal with it no matter how you calculated. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled. He was very grateful that he had met such an opponent after coming to the Eternal Divine Realm. If he had met him earlier, he could have poured cold water on him. It would have made him less arrogant. It would have made him realize the reality of his current situation. In the 4 domains and 9 realms, he could kill enemies 3 realms above him. But here, even if he was facing a martial artist of the same cultivation level, he would have to go all out to defeat them. However, this kind of challenge made Ling Xiao very excited. This meant that he could still become stronger. Universe of Tyrants. Ling Xiao had no choice but to release Universe of Tyrants. Because his opponent was too fierce. With his current strength, there was no way he could defeat him. Even if he released Universe of Tyrants, it might only be able to save his life. The moment Universe of Tyrants was released, the red-robed man's attack was affected and became much slower. Ling Zhao's body turned into a golden light and shot out. He had finally escaped a disaster. During the battle, Ling Xiao did not realize that his forehead was covered in sweat. The energy in his cultivation sea, which had been stagnant for a long time, began to rise again. It had reached 20% of the energy of the early 5th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Interesting martial soul. But do you think you can avoid death with this? Too naive. The man in red disappeared again and merged into the axe shadow. It was as if he had never existed. However, that terrifying oppressive might was still very obvious to everyone. Next was a series of mysterious moves. Every move was incomparably tyrannical, yet extremely mysterious. It made Ling Xiao realize the strength of the Eternal God Realm martial artists. He seemed to be in a world of axe shadows. In the void, danger was everywhere. Axe shadows were everywhere. If he was not careful, he could lose his life. Even if he had released Universe of Tyrant, it could only save his life. It was very difficult to fight back. Drunken dream. The man in red attacked again. It was another move to tease people. The axe shadow flashed, and it could make people hallucinate, as if they were in a drunken dream. It was impossible to distinguish the real attack. In the end, it was as if they were killed in their sleep. Real death. You want to play illusion with me? You chose the wrong person. Ling Xiao thought that his moves and physical defense were not as good as his opponent's. But he would not lose to his opponent in soul power. He opened his heavenly demon eye, and a terrible soul power rushed out. The surrounding environment instantly collapsed. At this time, the terrible axe had reached Ling Xiao's head. The terrible killing intent was incomparably cold. If it was an ordinary person, they would not even be able to move. Even Ling Xiao felt that his movements were very stiff. The situation was very dangerous. Emperor Prime Body. At this critical moment, a figure flew out of Ling Xiao's head and blocked the man in red's killing blow with his body. At the same time, the Emperor Prime Body was seriously injured and had to return to Ling Xiao's body to recuperate. Of course, Ling Xiao used this opportunity to launch a counterattack. The Void God sword in his hand released the 9-word style again. 9 sword lights burst out and forced the man in red to retreat. Swish, but in the next moment, the man in red appeared again. He was so fast that Ling Xiao did not have time to think at all. The axe in his hand flew out, spinning as it chopped towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. This red-clothed man was really too difficult to deal with. Once he started attacking, he would not give his opponent any chance to breathe. He didn't even allow his opponent to think. If Ling Xiao hadn't been used to this kind of high-pressure fighting method, he would have died long ago. Ling Xiao's current problem was that he had no effective means to counterattack. Although the 9-word style's power had increased due to the Void God sword's leveling up, the opponent was simply too fast. The Dragon God's frost array diagram was not very effective against the red-cloaked man. It could even be said that it had no effect at all. There's still a difference in the quality of Xinyuan. The laws of the eternal divine realm were completely different from the laws of the 4 realms and 9 worlds. Although they were both made of divine essence, the difference in quality was too great. It was already extremely rare for Ling Xiao to be able to defeat martial artists of the same cultivation level. When facing a martial artist at the 6th level of the divine physique echelon, unless he had the help of his companions, he would have to unleash the universe of tyrants. If he encountered a 7th level divine physique echelon martial artist, he wouldn't be able to win even if he released the universe of tyrants. Even his life was in danger. Fortunately, he had a way to modify the quality of Xinyuan. Otherwise, there really would be no other way. But this also meant that his cultivation level would not be able to improve while he was modifying the quality of Xinyuan. The energy in the sea of cultivation that had previously been used to improve his Xinyuan was also used to modify it. Currently, the modification of Xinyuan was only 1 in 10,000. It was still very far away. Today, I have to be a little more shameless. Let's attack together. Ling Xiao knew that he was no match for the red-cloaked man alone. So he put aside his boring dignity. He called out Little Gold, Long Chen, Yu Fenghua, and Cold Plum. The 5 of them joined forces. The red-cloaked man was clearly no match for them. The 5 of them had worked together many times and had long since developed a tacit understanding. Their combined strength was definitely stronger than the red-cloaked man's. In less than 10 minutes, the red-cloaked man's finger that wore a storage ring was chopped off. It was so painful that the guy howled like a beast. Kid, remember this. I'm Xuehongyi, the young master of the Dual Axes gang. I'll definitely come back for revenge. With a howl, Xuehongyi's figure flashed and disappeared from the martial spirit barrier. Ling Xiao vaguely saw that Xuehongyi had used a talisman. It seemed that talismans were more useful in the eternal divine realm. They could even break through the martial spirit barrier. This was too terrifying. Xuehongyi, I'll remember this. The next time we meet, I'll defeat you alone, let's go. Ling Xiao was certain that Xuehongyi would definitely bring people to find them after returning to Dual Axes City. If they did not leave now, when would they? Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm sounded in the direction of Dual Axe's city. A large number of martial artists rushed out from the city gate. At this time, Ling Xiao had already turned and fled. He had no choice but to hide in the dense forest for the time being. Although Dual Axe's city was powerful, it was still limited. It was impossible for them to control the dense forest. Kid, I've already remembered your face. No matter where you jump, I, Xianxia, will take your life. Ling Xiao, who had already disappeared into the dense forest, heard Xianxia's angry roar. He couldn't help but shake his head. He had just arrived in the eternal divine realm, and he had already encountered such a powerful opponent. This was definitely not a good thing. However, he had learned a lot from these battles. His companions had also benefited greatly. Although their cultivation methods were different from Ling Xiao's, they all had their own ways to adapt to the battles here. Xiao Jin relied on devouring. Long Chen and Yu Fenghua relied on awakening. Cold Plum relied on absorbing the power of nature. Ling Xiao relied on fighting. Now that they had entered the dense forest, they had completely lost their way. After all, they were unfamiliar with this place. They didn't know where to go. However, they were already very familiar with this kind of situation. They felt that the dense forest was safer than the city. After entering the dense forest, Ling Xiao released all four of them. Xiao Jin and Long Chen had treasures that could ward off demonic aura, so they were naturally not afraid. Although Ling Xiao's trip to Dual Axe's city had been dangerous, he had also gained a lot. Let's see what's in this kid's storage ring. Ling Xiao forcefully erased Blood Red Robe's soul imprint. He checked Blood Red Robe's storage ring. He's really rich. After bidding for several treasures, he actually has nearly 1,000,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. He's really rich. Let's split these treasures. As for the storage ring, Fenghua, take that beautiful thing that Blood Red Robe spent so much effort to bid for. It's a bargain for us. Give Blood Red Robe's storage ring to Cold Plum. Ladies first. Xiao Jin, Long Chen, bear with it. As Ling Xiao spoke, he had already distributed the Emperor weapon with a divine dragon pattern that Blood Red Robe had won. At this point, the five of them had at least one Emperor weapon with a divine dragon pattern. Ling Xiao had the Chankuan world. Yu Fenghua and Cold Plum also had very good storage rings. Long Chen and Xiao Jin's were a little lacking, but they could still adapt to the Eternal Divine Realm's storage rings. Ling Xiao kept 600,000 supreme-grade spirit stones for himself. The remaining 400,000 were divided equally among the other four. No one knew when they would be separated, so everyone had some supreme-grade spirit stones, which were more suitable for survival in the Eternal God Realm. Although they didn't want to be separated, there were many things in this world that didn't go as planned. Ling Xiao had already experienced such things many times, so his heart was much calmer. Anyway, even if they were separated, they would meet again sooner or later. Because they were all monsters who could stand on their own, they would definitely rise to the top in the Eternal God Realm. Protect me. I'm going to refine some pills to speed up our integration into the Eternal God Realm. Ling Xiao had bid for the mystical yellow dragon wormwood. Originally, he would need some supplementary materials to refine the mystical yellow dragon wormwood elixir. However, he had collected all the necessary materials from Xianxia's storage ring. It would be best if he could refine it as soon as possible. The Eternal God Realm's power of laws was too strong, so he had to use immortal fire to refine the mystical yellow dragon wormwood. Even immortal fire couldn't do it, let alone ordinary fire. Ling Xiao knew very well that this wasn't a problem with the flame itself, but the quality of his divine essence was too weak. As long as the quality of his divine essence improved, this wouldn't be a problem. The process of refining pills was actually very dangerous. This was because the fragrance of the herbs would attract the surrounding monsters. Ling Xiao had set up an array to conceal the aura, so he dared to refine pills in the wilderness. Even so, monsters still attacked during the process. Fortunately, this place was relatively close to Dual Axe City, so the monsters weren't too strong. Yu Fenghua and the others treated this as training for their combat skills. After a round of fighting, they killed the monsters. Little Gold even swallowed the monster's crystal cores. At this point, Little Gold could no longer just swallow heat. As he swallowed the devil fetus, his strength increased. He could now swallow everything in the world. This was more beneficial for his future improvement. About an hour later, the pills were refined. 1 stalk of mystical yellow dragon wormwood was refined into 10 perfect mystical yellow dragon wormwood elixirs. The effects of the mystical yellow dragon wormwood elixir varied according to the materials used. The profound yellow Longhao pill that Xianxia refined was suitable for all divine body realm martial practitioners. After giving one to each of his 4 companions, Xianxia also swallowed one for himself. Then, the 5 of them began to convert the medicinal effects. Xianxia released the god-defying Tao Tai, the blood demon king, the demon sovereign, and the divine sovereign to protect him. A profound yellow Longhao pill increased the quality of Lingzhao's divine essence a little more. If an ordinary cultivator in the eternal divine domain had a grade 10 divine origin, then the divine origin would be at the 10th level. Lingzhao's current divine essence quality had just risen to level 1. Previously, he couldn't even reach level 1. The quality of the other 4 people's divine essence was comparable to Lingzhao's. Although their cultivation bases were at the peak of the 7th level of the divine physique realm, their actual combat strength was only equivalent to the early 6th level of the divine physique realm. Lingzhao's battle prowess was slightly higher than theirs, but it was still within the range of the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. In other words, Lingzhao's ability to challenge someone 1 level higher than him was already very extravagant. Moreover, his chances of winning were extremely low. Everyone had finished converting the profound yellow Longhao pill and tempered the divine essence in their bodies. Their current divine essence level was level 1. It was still a long way from the divine essence level of an ordinary cultivator in the eternal divine domain. Not to mention those geniuses. For example, Shui Hongyi. Let's go. No matter what, we have to continue moving forward. Only in this way can we continue to become stronger. Lingxiao stood up and looked at the dense forest. Given their current situation, perhaps the wilderness was the best place to train. Just as they were about to set off, a loud noise suddenly came from not far away. Someone is fighting. The 5 of them came to the same conclusion. And the distance is very close. Lingxiao frowned. The loud noise kept coming and was getting closer. The sound of battle kept coming from the dense forest. And it was coming in their direction. Let's hide first. Lingxiao called out to everyone and chose a hidden place to hide. Who exactly was fighting with the demon beasts? They were also very curious. What's more, this might be another opportunity. Lingxiao still hoped to meet a cultivator like Su Hai. That way, he would be able to obtain more information about the eternal divine domain. Only with more detailed information could he truly explore the eternal divine domain. He sensed that the aura of the demon beast and the human cultivator had both reached the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. However, their destructive power didn't seem to be as exaggerated as imagined. If experts of this level fought in the 4 domains and 9 worlds, large areas of mountains and rivers would probably be destroyed. But here, even the trees didn't seem to be so easily destroyed. However, Lingxiao believed that he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack. Soon, they could see the situation of the battle. Because the opponent was already 100 meters away. What surprised Lingxiao the most was that the cultivator who had been fighting and retreating was actually one of the cultivators by the side of the blue-dressed woman he had met in Dual Axe City. He didn't have any obvious dislike for the blue-dressed woman. He just felt that she was rich. The cultivator by her side was probably just a follower. The demon beast that was chasing this cultivator was just an ordinary-looking fire wolf. It looked ordinary, but its combat power was terrifying. Lingxiao believed that even they would find it difficult to defeat it alone. Little Gold, this fire wolf is a great supplement for you. Lingxiao smiled at Little Gold. Although Little Gold could now devour all things, because of the golden crow's body, its ability to devour heat was greater. Regardless of whether it was lightning, fire, or lava, they were all heat. That's right. Little Gold's eyes shone with excitement. Lingxiao wasn't the only one who was stimulated by the blood-red robe's power. He was the same. Therefore, he wanted to raise the level of his divine essence as soon as possible. The fire wolf wasn't too big. It was about 2 meters tall and 3 meters long, but no one dared to underestimate it. After being tempered by the eternal divine domain's power of laws, this fire wolf was terrifying beyond the imagination of the cultivators of the 4 domains and 9 worlds. Whether it was defense or attack, it was terrifying. Obviously, that cultivator was no match for the fire wolf. At this moment, he was being chased by the fire wolf. His clean clothes had been burned to the point that there were holes all over his body. There was a burning smell. Even his hair was burnt in many places by the flames. Xianxia didn't know why this person was here and why he was being chased by the fire wolf. But he had to help Little Gold take down this fire wolf. He wasn't interested in saving people, but it wasn't bad to save someone along the way. This might be their opportunity to integrate into the eternal divine domain. Little Gold, I'll attack the fire wolf later. Devour it while it's weak. Long Chen, Feng Hua, Cold Plum, the 3 of you pay attention to the surroundings. Be careful not to get surrounded. Also, pay special attention to that cultivator. Don't have the heart to harm others, but don't let your guard down. Xianxia began to give orders. The attack quickly took shape. He waited for the cultivator and the fire wolf to get close to each other before suddenly attacking. Mobile version of the website, 100 meters away, the martial artist was running for his life. The fire wolf was chasing him frantically. A path of flames was burning along the way. However, it didn't ignite the nearby trees. It seemed that the flames weren't strong enough. The martial artist wasn't weak, but facing the fire wolf, he was forced into a desperate situation. He didn't even have the strength to run now. You're lucky, Little Gold is attacking. Xianxia glanced at the martial artist. They'd only met once, and they didn't like each other. But because Xianxia wanted the fire wolf's crystal core, the martial artist was really lucky. He was about to be rescued. The figure dashed out of the forest, the void god sword stabbing out accurately. At the same time, the ox demon fist in his left hand was completed. The fire wolf rushed over. It didn't expect an ambush in the forest at all. Plus, it was too big to react in time. Its weak eye was pierced by the 9-word style of the void god art. Xianxia had purposely chosen this position. After the void god sword leveled up, its power increased. Plus, it attacked the weak spot, so the success rate was higher. The snarling fire wolf fell to the ground. Xianxia didn't give it a chance to breathe. The ox demon fist smashed into the fire wolf's wound. Little Gold attacked at the same time, releasing the golden light of the 9 Hells Yellow Springs, which pierced the fire wolf's other eye. Then it opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the fire wolf whole. Demon beasts chasing humans and then being killed by humans. This was common whether in the 4 realms, 9 realms, or the eternal divine realm. Xianxia didn't pretend to sympathize with the fire wolf, because if the fire wolf had discovered them first, it would have attacked them or even eaten them. The law of the jungle applied not only to demon beasts, but also to humans. The battle ended in a short dozen seconds. It was a sneak attack, plus Xianxia and Little Gold's ingenious cooperation. And the quality of their divine essence was much higher than before. So it was easier to succeed. The martial artist had stopped running. Seeing this shocking scene, he couldn't come to his senses for a long time. Such a powerful fire wolf had been killed in an instant. This made him realize that the people in front of him weren't ordinary. Boss, it seems like my divine energy has been raised to level 2. The benefits of devouring the fire wolf were great. Although Little Gold's cultivation had not increased, the level of his divine essence increased. This meant that his current combat strength had become much stronger than before. He was becoming more and more like an ordinary eternal divine realm cultivator. Thank you so much. After the initial shock, the man hurried over and thanked Xianxia profusely. Don't worry about it. It's nothing much. Xianxia said indifferently. Your Excellency is too polite. My name is Lan Chen, a martial artist from Blue Sea City. We met at the Blood Axe Tower. The martial artist smiled and said, speaking of which, I'm ashamed. Miss sent me to find you, saying that she has something important to discuss. In the end, I was targeted by this fire wolf and almost lost my life. Your young lady is looking for me? Xianxia thought of the woman in the blue dress. Although he didn't trust any strangers, he still had to make some friends if he wanted to integrate into this world. Although there were many cunning people in this world, there were also people worth befriending. He had met many in the 4 realms and 9 worlds. He should be able to meet them in the eternal divine realm. That's right. Your Excellency is an alchemist, right? Lan Chen asked with a smile. How did you know? Ling Xiao was curious. It wasn't me. The young lady deduced it. When you were at the Blood Axe Tower, you offered 50,000 supreme-grade spirit stones for the Xianhuan Tarragon. The young lady guessed that you might be an alchemist. Our Blue Sea City welcomes alchemists very much. The young lady wishes to discuss business with you. Lan Chen explained. Your young lady is a smart person. But is Blue Sea City far from here? Ling Xiao asked. He had to make contact with people sooner or later. Just running around wasn't enough. Therefore, he planned to make contact with the woman in the blue dress from Blue Sea City first. It's not far. Blue Sea City's territory borders Dual Axe City. The distance between the cities is only about 10 miles. If you go from here, it's even closer, about 5 miles. I wonder if Your Excellency would like to come with me to meet the young lady? Lan Chen asked. My pleasure. Ling Xiao nodded. Although there might be danger, he couldn't miss the opportunity just because he was afraid of danger. Great. In this case, I can complete the task and not be afraid of the young lady's scolding. Lan Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Lan to lead the way. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Okay. Lan Chen pointed in one direction and then led everyone through the dense forest. Due to the influence of the power of law, they consumed too much energy to fly now. It was faster to travel on the ground. On the way, Lan Chen seemed to want to distract Ling Xiao and deliberately chatted with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also wanted to take the opportunity to understand the situation of the Golden Martial Kingdom, so the two had a tacit understanding. To be honest, Brother Lan, we are from the 4 regions and 9 realms. We are the chosen seeds. We want to find a force to rely on. I wonder if Brother Lan can recommend us? Ling Xiao didn't lie. He thought that the best way to reach a place was to find a force to rely on. That way, they could slowly grow. Although it was refreshing to fight alone, it was too dangerous. Seeds. No wonder, there have been chosen seeds who passed by Blue Sea City before. Lan Chen didn't seem surprised. This confirmed Ling Zhao's guess. There were many seeds who arrived at the Eternal Oracle from the 4 regions and 9 realms, but those who could live and grow were probably dependent on a certain force. Otherwise, only death awaited them. Our Blue Sea City welcomes genius warriors like you to join us. Especially since you're an alchemist, you just need to talk to our young lady. If you want to join Blue Sea City, it will be as easy as turning your hand. Blue Sea City and Dual Axe City, which is stronger? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Hearing this question, Lan Chen smiled and said, of course, our Blue Sea City is stronger. But Dual Axe City isn't weak either. Because our 2 cities are close to the land of exile, we are often attacked by demon beasts or rebels. Therefore, our combat power is very strong. In the Golden Martial Kingdom, we're ranked within the top 100. Those trashy forces outside the top 100 can't compare to us. So that's how it is. Ling Xiao nodded, but his face was full of doubt. Seeing this expression, Lan Chen wasn't happy. He spoke the information that he shouldn't have divulged. It seems that you don't believe me. To tell you the truth, our Blue Sea City has a half-step Divine Soul Realm expert. Our city lord is an expert at the Divine Soul Realm. Dual Axe City's situation is similar to our Blue Sea City. But there are fewer half-step Divine Soul Realm experts. In addition, their Axe God Martial Soul is only a lowly low-level divine rank. Our Blue Sea City's Martial Soul is the Sea Serpent God Martial Soul, a mid-level divine rank. Although I'm not qualified to awaken the Sea Serpent God Martial Soul, we're proud of it. Speaking of this, Lan Chen's face was obviously filled with admiration and pride. His words were from the bottom of his heart. Through Lan Chen's words, Ling Xiao roughly understood the power structure of the Golden Martial Nation. If Lan Chen wasn't lying, a power like Blue Sea City should be ranked around the top 100. Among the thousands of powers in the Golden Martial Nation, they were considered to be in the front. Dual Axe City was slightly weaker, but not by much. Powers that were weaker than them probably lacked Divine Soul Realm powerhouses. Even smaller powers didn't even have a half-step Divine Soul Realm martial artist. Bigger powers definitely had more than one Divine Soul Realm martial artist. The capital of the Golden Martial Nation was probably the most powerful among all the powers. The power and strength of the Imperial Court had absolute dominance. Powers like Blue Sea City and Dual Axe City had to listen to them. With such a clear concept, he was also clear about his position. This was more conducive to seeking luck and avoiding disaster. Brother, if you join Blue Sea City, you definitely won't regret it. After Xianxia showed off to Blue Sea City, he talked about the benefits of joining. However, Xianxia wasn't interested anymore. Blue Sea City was still too weak. It was impossible to protect the seed martial artists. Everyone knew that the seeds were selected by the 12 holy cities. Everyone knew what it meant. The 108 martial nations would probably fight for it. As expected, his best choice was to join one of the martial nations first. As for the other things, he would slowly figure it out. Brother Lon, if I want to become a direct martial artist of the Golden Martial Nation, what should I do? The so-called direct martial artist was equivalent to belonging to the Imperial Court of the Golden Martial Nation. It was completely different from Blue Sea City and Dual Axe City. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, Xianxia suddenly showed an expression of extreme awe. The core area of the Golden Martial Nation is called the Golden Region. It has the most powerful descendants of the Golden God. They have the Golden God martial soul, which belongs to the high-level God position. It's very scary. It's very difficult to join. However, you're a seed martial artist, so it should be easier. According to the requirements, as long as you're under 30 and can cultivate to the 7th level of the Divine Body Realm or above, you're qualified. The better your talent, the higher the chance of joining. The young master of Dual Axe City, Xianxia, and our young miss are all direct warriors of the Golden Martial Kingdom. From Xianxia's tone, Ling Xiao heard a wave of loneliness. Xianxia was already 29 years old, but his cultivation level was only at the 6th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. If he couldn't advance to the 7th level of the Divine Physique Echelon before the age of 30, otherwise, he would be disqualified forever. Ling Xiao felt that Xianxia was a straightforward guy. Of course, the premise was that this guy wasn't pretending. After all, people who could casually reveal the secrets of their own forces were usually not scheming enough. On the contrary, the more he acted this way, the easier it was for him to win the favor of strangers. Because he didn't have to worry about being schemed against. Not daring to say anything else, Xianxia's yearning for the Golden Domain was absolutely not an act. He sighed inwardly, although he sympathized with Xianxia. However, there was nothing Ling Xiao could do to help. He was like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river. He might not even be able to protect himself. He stopped thinking about Xianxia. Ling Xiao drew a complete picture of the human divine kingdom in his mind. Within the divine kingdom, the 12 holy cities were the top existences. Under the 12 holy cities, there were 108 martial kingdoms. In each martial kingdom, there were also a large number of cities, forces, families, and sections. The competition was fierce. The killing was frequent. It was much more ferocious than the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Of course, in contrast, there were also a large number of resources in the human divine kingdom. These resources were also much more than the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Secret realms, ruins, ancient tombs, blessed grotto heavens, and so on. There were countless things that warriors yearned for in them. After the mystic world was divided into 13 continents. Almost every continent had experienced a complete change of era. They had a complete history. The Black Tortoise continent was naturally no exception. Here, there had once been a glorious era of the gods. Although the era of the gods had long passed, the gods' martial soul left behind was also a precious treasure. Ling Xiao had just stepped into the territory of the human divine kingdom. It had been mentioned before. More than half of the divine kingdom was desert. There were countless precious treasures in the desert. Even among the scattered oases, there were many places that the human race had yet to set foot in. Blue Sea City is up ahead. Not long after, Lan Chen pointed into the distance, and the outline of a city appeared. Blue Sea City was slightly larger than Dual Axe City. But it wasn't particularly conspicuous. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks and shot a look at his companions. Everyone instantly entered battle mode. Brother Lan, I trusted you, but you wanted to do something bad to us. It's really disappointing. If it weren't for us, you would have been eaten by that fire wolf. Ling Xiao looked at Lan Chen coldly. What do you mean? What's wrong with me? Lan Chen showed a puzzled expression. This guy doesn't look like he's pretending. Maybe he really doesn't know? Xiao Jing glanced at Ling Xiao and said. Ling Xiao had also observed through the Tai Chi eye. Lan Chen really wasn't pretending. So he simply said, Brother Lan said that he doesn't know. Aren't the warriors of your Blue Sea City ambushing in the dense forest? What? Lan Chen was obviously taken aback. It wasn't because Ling Xiao saw through the ambush. It was because there was actually an ambush in the dense forest. Listen, this is the distinguished guest that the young lady wants to see. Don't be rude. Lan Chen shouted into the dense forest. Whoosh 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 whoosh, in the dense forest, dozens of warriors rushed out in an instant. The weakest was at the 3rd level Divine Physique Echelon, and the strongest was at the 6th level Divine Physique Echelon like Lan Chen. There were 30 of them in total. Lan Chen, there's nothing for you to do here. You can go back and report to the young lady. One of them looked at Lan Chen coldly. What's going on here? Lan Chen's expression was piercingly cold. If you don't explain clearly, don't blame me for being rude. After all, he was a 6th level Divine Physique Echelon expert. Although there were many of them, they obviously didn't want to offend him. The person who spoke first said indifferently, those guys offended someone they shouldn't have. Whether he's an alchemist or not, Blue Sea City doesn't dare to invite him. Instead, if we kill him, we can get that big shot's favor, and Blue Sea City will be even stronger in the future. Who did we offend? Lan Chen frowned. That's enough. This isn't a question you should be asking. That person's voice turned cold. Hearing this person's words, Ling Xiao had already analyzed the situation in his heart. He had never been to Eternal Divine Nation, so he couldn't have offended anyone. Could it be Lotus Flower? A thought ignited in Ling Xiao's heart. Lotus Flower had chosen to be reborn. Although his strength couldn't increase in a short period of time, if he was born in the 12 sacred cities and had great power, then it was absolutely possible that he knew about the seed. Mobile version of the website, Ling Xiao speculated. Perhaps he had been targeted by the reborn Lotus Flower the moment he arrived. Of course, this was just a speculation. There might be other things he didn't know. But no matter what, he had offended a superior as soon as he arrived in the God Nation. His future days would be tough. Brother Lan, please step aside. Thank you for your kindness, but it won't be that easy for these people to kill us. Ling Xiao glanced at Lan Chen and said. Lan Chen didn't disappoint him. He was indeed a straightforward person. Today's ambush had nothing to do with him. Brother, I won't say anything else. You saved my life. Who wants to kill you today? You will have to step over my dead body first. Lan Chen gritted his teeth and said loudly. You ungrateful thing. Since you betrayed Blue Sea City, you're a traitor. I'll have to kill you too. Attack. The martial artists surrounding Ling Xiao and the others finally lost their patience. Lan Chen's actions angered them. The leader, a peak 6th level Divine Body Realm martial artist, instantly pounced on Lan Chen. It seemed that killing Lan Chen, the traitor, was more important than killing Ling Xiao and the others. It won't be that easy to kill me. Lan Chen went forward, but he was sent flying by the other party's palm. In terms of cultivation, Lan Chen was on par with the other party. The problem was that Lan Chen was severely injured in the battle with Huolang. Even if he recovered a little, he couldn't reach his peak state. Naturally, he wasn't a match for this person. That person sent Lan Chen flying with a palm strike. A long spear appeared in his hand. He aimed at Ling Xiao and stabbed it. This long spear was also an emperor weapon with a divine dragon pattern. The divine dragon pattern circled around the spear shaft, releasing a powerful aura. The impact was strong. A dragon's roar was heard when the spear stabbed out. The spear energy turned into a divine dragon, opening its mouth to bite off Ling Xiao's head. Wherever it passed, the grass and trees were shattered. Dust flew everywhere. It was quite impressive to have such an effect on the land of the eternal divine realm. If the same attack was used on the former heavenly dragon continent, the entire continent would probably collapse. It could also cause great destruction in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. You keep saying that you want to kill me, but your strength is only so. Ling Xiao sneered. He flicked the void god sword in his right hand, stepped lightly on the ground, and flew away. Then, 9 sword lights bloomed from the sword and shot toward the opponent. At this time, although Ling Xiao did not release Universe of Tyrants, he used Tyrant possession. At the same time, he entered the beast god body state. Coupled with the void god sword with 2 divine dragon patterns, his attack power was no weaker than his opponent's. The 9 sword beams tore apart the divine dragon spear and continued to break through the air, leaving a scratch on the opponent's face. Although it was very shallow, there were still blood stains. You can actually hurt me. The martial artist was obviously taken aback. He was in existence at the peak of the 6th level of the divine physique stage. He had also fought against the seeds from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Almost no one was a match for him. But today, not only did Ling Xiao break his attack, he even left a scar on his face. This made him very angry. His self-esteem suffered a setback. Do you still have time to be angry? When the martial artist thought that the attack was over, Ling Xiao's cold voice rang in his ears. Compared to the blood-red robe, this martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of the divine physique stage was far weaker. His ability to adapt to changes was simply too weak. Ling Xiao learned from the blood-red robe's battle experience. Once he attacked, he did not give the opponent a chance to counterattack. He had to keep attacking until the opponent could not breathe. Therefore, after the 9-word style of the Void God technique was released, the Bull Demon Fist followed closely. It hit the opponent's face hard. The face was almost deformed. However, it did not shatter. It only bled. The strength of his body was really strong. One had to admit that these martial artists had benefited from the eternal divine realm's power of laws. But the attack did not stop. The moment Ling Xiao's attack ended, the demon's sovereign body stabbed the crimson blood demon sword at the opponent. The battered opponent could only block with his spear. But as soon as he blocked, the demon's sovereign body's god fist came again. This time, he could not dodge. He was hit in the abdomen. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. If this was in the 4 regions and 9 realms, a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of the divine physique stage would have been blown apart by Ling Xiao's attack. But here, at the same cultivation level, the opponent only spat out a little blood. Ha ha ha, although the attack speed is fast and tricky, it's a pity. Your attack power is too weak. The opponent was lucky to have withstood Ling Xiao's continuous attacks. He laughed as if he had just survived a disaster and cast a mocking smile at Ling Xiao. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the crimson blood demon sword turned into a blood demon emperor and stuck to the martial artist. Like a bat, it wrapped the opponent's body, only revealing his head. Then it exploded. This was a terrifying skill of the crimson blood demon sword spirit, the blood demon emperor, blood explosion. This skill was extremely destructive. The problem was that the Blood Demon Emperor would have to sleep for at least a day after using it. However, to Ling Xiao, whose attack power was lacking, this blood explosion was simply too useful. A terrifying explosion occurred, and the martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of the divine physique stage was covered in wounds from the explosion. He had already lost the ability to fight. However, he was actually not dead yet. This body was really tenacious. The battle between the two seemed to take a long time, but it was actually only 2 to 3 seconds. That person was put down on the ground, and Ling Xiao stepped on him. The Void God sword pierced into the opponent's wound, and he said coldly, "Tell me, who exactly is the superior that made you attack?" That martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of the divine physique stage was still in shock and disbelief. In reality, it was not so easy for Ling Xiao to defeat him. It was just a trick, a sneak attack coupled with blood explosion, not giving the opponent a chance to use it at all. After a while, that person returned to normal. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "If you dare to kill me, Blue Sea City will definitely hunt you down to the ends of the earth. You've been targeted by that big shot. Do you really think you have a way out? You'll die sooner or later anyway. Why don't you be killed by us? It'll be more satisfying." Still stubborn, Ling Xiao activated the Void God sword and began to absorb energy. That martial artist let out a hysterical scream. "Stop. Why aren't you stopping?" "I don't know, I really don't know who it is. I only know that it's a big shot in the holy city." The pain caused by the Void God sword made that martial artist tell the truth. Unfortunately, the mastermind was still a mystery. When Ling Xiao restrained this martial artist, the rest of the people were obviously afraid of taking action and did not dare to make a move. Although they still surrounded Ling Xiao and the others, that was all they could do. It was as if they were waiting for orders. "Looks like this guy isn't lying." Ling Xiao frowned and lifted the martial artist up as a hostage. "You'd better not act rashly, or I'll kill this person on the spot." As he retreated, he used the Void God sword to absorb energy. The divine essence in these martial artists' bodies contained the power of laws of the eternal divine territory. It was crucial for raising the level of his divine essence. "Kid, it seems like you still don't understand. Hostage, do you think we won't dare to attack you just because you're holding that trash hostage?" A voice came from the crowd. Suddenly, a white light flashed past, and the hostage's head was pierced. He died on the spot. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh every time he saw these guys die. Although the bodies of Eternal God Realm martial artists were extremely strong, they were also difficult to heal. Even if the spirit realm wasn't destroyed, a simple stab to the head or neck was enough to kill them. "Bastard!" Ling Xiao increased the speed at which the Void God sword absorbed energy, instantly sucking the person's divine energy dry. At this point, the martial artists surrounding them had already rushed over. They attacked immediately. Although a peak 6th level divine body realm martial artist died, there were still many of them. Moreover, there were as many as 5 6th level divine body realm martial artists. There were also more than 10 5th level divine body realm martial artists. This battle was definitely not going to be easy. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had companions. Little Gold, Long Chen, Yufeng Hua, and Cold Plum were all involved in the battle. This time, Ling Xiao didn't stop them. Improving one's skills in battle was also a way to improve one's strength. "I'll help too." Although Long Chen was injured, he was a loyal person. In order to repay the favor of saving his life, he was willing to offend Blue Ocean City. Ling Xiao was a little touched. However, he didn't have time to think about other things as he was in the middle of a battle. He immediately activated the Sun God's Blood Formation and the Dragon God's Frost Formation. "Let's do it." The Dragon God's Frost Formation couldn't freeze the opponent because of the low quality of Ling Xiao's divine energy. However, it could slow down the opponent's speed by 30%. This was already very heaven-defying. It was a great help to them in the battle. During the battle, Ling Xiao's figure kept flickering. Every time he appeared, he would leave a wound on the opponent's body. Although he couldn't kill them, he made them lose their advantage in numbers. Instead, they had to be on guard against the sudden emergence of a terrifying existence. Ling Xiao's sword could really kill them, especially those martial artists below the 5th level of the divine physique echelon. Once their vital points were pierced, they would die on the spot. Ling Xiao changed his strategy because he couldn't kill his opponent instantly. He used the bloodthirsty plague to weaken his opponent, and the Dragon God's Ice diagram to slow down his opponent's speed. Then, he would use his own attacks to continuously damage his opponent. As a result, the opponent's combat strength continued to decline, and his defense became weaker and weaker. At a certain point, he would suddenly launch a sneak attack and send the enemy to the Western Paradise. Yufeng Hua and the others also unleashed their abilities and cooperated with Ling Xiao in battle. Kill the enemy. In just a minute or two, the original 30 people were reduced to 15. Moreover, all of them were martial artists at the 5th and 6th level of the divine physique echelon. The weak ones had all been destroyed. Ling Xiao's Void God sword drank blood, constantly absorbing energy. Finally, at a certain moment, his divine essence level advanced, reaching level 2. The battle suddenly soared. He was even more ferocious than before. Especially when he released his true body, the body of the divine venerable, and the body of the demon venerable at the same time to disturb the enemy. This made the enemy suffer unspeakably. Don't be afraid, everyone. Form a battle formation and stall for time, Commander Xiang is about to arrive. Once he arrives, none of these people will be able to escape. Afraid that his companions would have the thought of escaping, one of them shouted loudly. His words were obviously effective. The rest of the people's fighting spirit was obviously high, and their originally low morale also began to rise again. The remaining cultivators all had either monarch weapons with 9 dragon inscriptions or monarch weapons with 1 divine dragon inscription. Ling Xiao coveted these weapons. He believed that after the Void God sword devoured them, there should be a chance for it to advance. It was just that he didn't want the Void God sword to advance for the time being. Once 3 divine dragon patterns appeared, he really wouldn't be able to use them freely. That would be bad. However, these weapons could be stored and used when his cultivation base advanced in the future. The other party changed from attacking forcefully to stalling for time. Even a fool would be able to see that. Brother, let's end this quickly. If Commander Xiang arrives, none of you will be able to escape. Commander Xiang is someone who has the sea serpent god martial soul. Lan Chen shouted loudly. Obviously, he knew how terrifying that Commander Xiang was. How could Ling Xiao not want to end the battle quickly, but with his current strength, he couldn't do it. Fortunately, as time went on, the bloodthirsty plague gradually took effect and weakened his opponents. It became easier for Ling Xiao and the others to kill their opponents. At this point, Ling Xiao decided to deactivate the Dragon God's Frost formation. His opponents were already weakened, so they couldn't move too quickly. What he needed now was a move that could continuously weaken his opponent's defenses. And that was the Snake God's Poison Domain formation. Once the formation was released, the ground was filled with poisonous snakes. The air was filled with terrifying poison. Although it was limited in its ability to harm the Eternal Divine Realm martial artists. However, it could continuously corrode the wounds on their bodies. These people probably didn't notice that Ling Xiao had used the Snake God's Poison Domain formation to its fullest potential. Just now, he had left at least 2 scars on each of them. The poison came into contact with their blood. The effect was outstanding. Yu Fenghua and the others seized this opportunity to pinpoint the spots where the poison was corroding. They launched their final frenzied attacks. In the end, although the remaining 15 people were all experts. However, they died even faster than before. In an instant, all 15 of them turned into corpses. Ling Xiao didn't use the Void God sword. He directly took back the bloodthirsty plague, and the corpses instantly rotted into mud. He thought that the god essence could advance. Unfortunately, it didn't. It was probably more difficult to advance in the future. Although he had long been mentally prepared in this regard, it still made him feel a little uncomfortable when he really encountered it. The enemy's weapons and storage rings were also automatically collected by the Qianquan beast. Ling Xiao didn't have to worry about it. Although these people didn't have as much wealth as the blood-red coat, it was still a considerable income. Hurry up and run. Lan Chen reminded him. It's too late. Ling Xiao shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to run, but Commander Xiang had already arrived. This person was wearing aqua blue armor. He held sharp claws in his hands. According to Lan Chen, he had the supreme sea serpent god martial soul of Blue Sea City. It was a mid-level deity position martial soul. Although it was far inferior to Ling Zhao's primordial deity position martial soul, it was probably very strong after being tempered by the eternal divine realm. Did you kill all the people of Blue Sea City? When Commander Xiang arrived, the corpses on the ground had already disappeared, but there were still some traces. With such an expert, he could naturally see it. That's right. Ling Xiao looked at the other party, his expression unchanged. Although Commander Xiang was powerful, Ling Xiao felt that he wasn't as strong as the blood-red coat. Although he was definitely no match for him alone. But now, he wasn't alone. He had powerful companions. It's good that you admit it. Then, are you ready to die? Commander Xiang said coldly. His cold eyes revealed a ruthless killing intent. It looked like things wouldn't end peacefully today. Ling Xiao and the others had killed so many of Bluecia's cultivators. How could they let the matter rest so easily? Die? Ling Xiao laughed. You're as unreasonable as these trash. I came to the eternal divine realm with no grudge against Blue Sea. Instead, I wanted to join Blue Sea because of Lan Chen. It's a pity that you people want to kill me for no reason. I killed them all. Now, do you want to follow in their footsteps? Ling Xiao didn't like trouble. But he wasn't afraid of it either. Haha, you're quite confident. Captain Zhang sneered, it's a pity that you've already killed so many people from my Blue Sea city. We're like fire and water. There's no way we can reconcile. I don't intend to reconcile either. I just want to know who made you offend an alchemist and kill him. Ling Xiao was very interested in the mastermind behind the scenes. At the very least, it would be easier to guard against him in the future. You're about to die. Why do you want to know? Captain Zhang said indifferently. I can't be a fool. Ling Xiao laughed. You're not afraid of death. Unfortunately, I want to tell you who it is. But only our city lord knows this secret. That lord is very cautious. After all, he's targeting seeds from the 4 realms and 9 worlds. It's easy to cause dissatisfaction among the 12 sacred cities. Captain Zhang shrugged and released his martial soul, the sea serpent god. A terrifying aura filled the sky. Martial soul barrier. Ling Xiao released his martial soul barrier at almost the same time. He was mainly worried that Blue Sea would send reinforcements. Captain Zhang alone was enough of a headache. If reinforcements came, it would be even more troublesome. The sea serpent was a marine animal. It didn't look much different from the snakes on land, but it was larger in size. If it was just a sea serpent martial soul, it would only be an ordinary beast martial soul. It was no different from most martial souls in the 4 realms and 9 worlds. But the sea serpent god, with the word god added, was completely different. The sea snake that had once become a god on the Black Tortoise continent. After transforming into a martial soul, it would possess the will and power of a god. It could awaken the body of a god. It was the same as Ling Xiao's beast god body. However, the divine bodies of the eternal divine realm were far stronger than those of the 9 realms. Commander Zhang didn't look like the kind of person who would underestimate his enemy. He unleashed his sea serpent god martial spirit right from the start. Then, he entered the state of the sea serpent god. Just like Ling Xiao's beast god body, the sea serpent god body also had 2 forms. One was in the form of a divine snake, while the other was in the form of a serpent god. A human with the appearance of a giant snake and the characteristics of a sea snake. Commander Zhang had probably chosen the serpent god form to make it easier to use his martial skills. Strange blue scales grew all over his body. Its eyes were also like those of a snake. A tail trailing behind. Sharp venomous fangs grew out of its mouth. His height had also grown to about 3 meters. The martial practitioners of the 4 regions and 9 worlds should have never seen a divine body before, right? Your luck is not bad. You can die in peace under my divine body. Commander Zhang sneered. Commander Zhang was obviously inferior to Shui Hongyi in his normal state. However, after entering the divine body, the pressure he gave Ling Xiao had obviously reached the level of Shui Hongyi. In fact, it was even stronger. The pressure brought by the will and power of a god made Ling Xiao very uncomfortable. His divine essence level wasn't high enough to begin with. Now, the gap was even wider. You seem to be talking too much nonsense. Make your move. Ling Xiao instantly activated the beast god body. He also entered the beast god body. He chose the ox god body. The Yushan body was inferior to the ox god body in terms of strength and attack power. The advantage was that it could use flames. Moreover, it could control the law of time more freely. However, Ling Xiao's divine essence level was too low. He couldn't use the power of time to control the law of time at all. Therefore, this was the only way for the time being. I didn't expect you to have a god martial spirit. It's a pity that your god will is too weak. You should be a low-level fake god. You can't even be considered a low-level god. Commander Zhang glanced at Ling Xiao contemptuously. Idiot, I'll go test the opponent first. You guys observe his flaws. After that, we'll work together to kill this guy. We can't let him go back alive. Last time, the blood-red coat escaped. This time, we definitely can't let this guy escape again. Ling Xiao scolded Commander Zhang and then sent a soul voice transmission to his other companions. After that, he charged out. He was still brooding over the fact that he couldn't kill the blood-red coat last time. This time, Commander Zhang could only reach the blood-red coat's ordinary state after entering the god body. Even if he treated it as practice, he had to destroy this guy. Arrogant brat, you really don't understand what the power of a god is. Commander Zhang sneered. A violent water flow actually appeared in the void, like a wave in the deep sea. It smashed fiercely toward Ling Xiao. This impact was enough to destroy a city in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. And here, it was enough to kill Ling Xiao. Dragon God Frost Array Diagram. Ling Xiao firmly believed that the other party's attack was enough to kill him. Therefore, even if he wanted to block it, he had to first reduce its power. The reason why this terrifying wave was so powerful was because it was fast enough. When the Dragon God Frost Array Diagram was released, its speed was reduced. Naturally, its power was reduced. Eh? Commander Zhang suddenly felt a trace of uneasiness. It wasn't because Ling Xiao blocked his attack. After all, that attack was just a casual attack. The reason why he was uneasy was that he felt the aura of a superior from Ling Xiao. His sea serpent god martial soul was actually trembling. What kind of god martial soul do you have? Commander Zhang roared. If I said that I have the 12-beast god martial soul of the primeval god position, would you believe me? Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Attack. Kill him while he's sick. At this moment, Commander Zhang was seriously shocked by Ling Xiao's words and exposed his flaws. Yu Fenghua and the others attacked at the same time. One after another, they unleashed their strongest attacks. Ling Xiao released his divine venerable body and demon venerable body to participate in the attack. He had to end the battle quickly. This place was not far from Blue Sea City, and the enemy could appear at any time. If he didn't kill Commander Zhang quickly, it would be troublesome. Once again, he was glad that he wasn't alone. If he was alone, he would have to run away in the face of such an enemy. Everyone's attacks hit accurately. Commander Zhang screamed again and again. Although he was very strong, he wasn't strong enough to deal with Ling Xiao and his 4 companions at the same time. Put in more effort, kill him. Ling Xiao roared, holding the reverse god sword in his hand and releasing the shadow of the Yin-Yang Universal Tiger behind him. The Wrath of the Black Soul was used. The Wrath of the Black Soul's attack power might not be comparable to the reverse god art's 9-word style. However, it could completely ignore the opponent's defense. If Ling Xiao wanted to kill his opponent completely, the Wrath of the Black Soul was the best choice. A terrifying tiger sword shadow darted out from the Void God sword. It instantly pierced through Commander Zhang's head. A terrifying destructive force pierced through Commander Zhang's entire body. It completely destroyed Commander Zhang's last bit of life force. Ling Xiao used the Void God sword to absorb the energy in the other party's body. His divine essence finally leveled up again, reaching level 3. Let's go. After killing Commander Zhang, he removed the martial soul barrier. Ling Xiao let Xiao Jin and the others enter the universe world and prepare to escape. A single person was obviously a smaller target and more suitable for escaping. Xiao Jin and the others would not object. The universe world was better than the Dongxing Emperor ring in that it would only start to calculate weight when it contained more than 10 living beings. Therefore, Xiao Jin and the others entering the universe world would not affect Ling Xiao's speed. Brother, let's go to the Black Desert. Lan Chen suggested. The Black Desert is a small desert above this oasis. It's shrouded in black storms all year round. It's a very troublesome place for warriors. But the good thing is that it's very difficult for enemies to find it. With your strength, you can definitely survive. But the prerequisite is that you don't encounter that thing. Ling Xiao talked to Lan Chen as he hurried. Therefore, he was not worried about being caught. What does that thing refer to? Ling Xiao asked curiously. The King of Black Sand. Lan Chen replied, it's said that the King of Black Sand is a cactus that has become a spirit. It occupies the Black Desert. It's extremely powerful, but no one knows exactly how powerful it is. A half-step divine soul realm expert once entered to search for it, but he didn't see it. It seems that the king of Black Sand's strength should be below the half-step divine soul realm. When an expert enters, it hides. Cold Plum, this is your opportunity, go to the Black Desert. Lan Chen, lead the way. Ling Xiao had already made up his mind. He was now facing the pursuit of Dual Axe City and Blue Sea City. If he stayed outside, it would easily attract trouble. As for the Black Desert, even if the other party chased him in, he had a way to make them unable to return. Following Lan Chen's guidance, Ling Xiao headed all the way to the Black Desert. When he arrived nearby, he could see an area surrounded by black wind. Black Wind's destructive power was not very strong. With their strength, they were completely capable of resisting it. It was just that his field of vision was reduced to the lowest. Fortunately, Ling Xiao possessed the Tai Chi Eye. Otherwise, he would not have dared to set foot in the Black Desert. Standing in front of the Black Desert, Ling Xiao looked back. Although he couldn't see anyone, his intuition told him that trouble was coming. A wave of hostility suddenly rose in his heart. His original plan had been to keep a low profile and improve his strength upon arriving at the Eternal Divine Realm. He didn't expect to be hunted down as soon as he arrived. Moreover, it was secretly planned by the big shots of the 12 holy cities. Since that was the case, why should he show mercy? So what if it was the Eternal Divine Realm? However, this was only where the power of law was more powerful. If they couldn't even survive in a place like this, how could they deal with the aboriginals in the future? He turned around and stepped into the Black Desert. The black wind at the edge seemed to be fainter. Ling Xiao could see hundreds of meters away. Combined with the Tai Chi Eye, he could see things up to 1,000 meters away. However, the deeper they went, the stronger the black wind became. His field of vision was also decreasing rapidly. Many small beasts could be seen in the desert. Most of these beasts were scorpions, centipedes, and the like. Their combat strength wasn't very strong. After encountering Ling Xiao, they didn't attack. Instead, they chose to escape. The Black Desert is simply a natural maze. If you don't understand the mysteries of formations, I'm afraid you'll never be able to leave after entering. Ling Xiao was proficient in formations, so he had already discovered it after entering. Nature was really powerful. It could set up such a terrifying maze at will. Brother, is there a way out? If not, let's go back the way we came before we go too deep. Lan Chen had never been to the Black Desert before. He had only heard about it from others. Therefore, after entering and discovering the situation, he couldn't help but worry. Don't worry. You can rest in the universe world and heal your injuries. Leave the matter of leaving to me. Ling Xiao smiled. Lan Chen wasn't strong, but he was loyal. Ling Xiao had a good impression of him. All right then. Lan Chen was relieved when he heard Ling Xiao's words. At this moment, he was actually feeling very uncomfortable in his heart. He chose to help his savior, but he had to betray Blue Sea City. For a person like him who valued friendship and loyalty, it was really depressing. It was extremely contradictory. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know what Lan Chen was thinking. At this moment, he placed all his attention on this desert. The Black Desert was filled with danger. In the black wind, there were unknown dangers hidden. Perhaps at some moment, an attack would come, making it impossible to guard against it. He heard from Lan Chen that there were ancient ruins in the Black Desert. Therefore, many martial artists had entered to explore. But recently, there were many, and very few returned. Nearly half of the martial artists had thrown their lives here. However, the exploration had never stopped. A person's courage could be unlimited. Their courage could also be unlimited. Sometimes, in order to achieve a goal, they would even risk their lives. Compared to this Black Desert, Ling Xiao was actually more worried about the outside world. Although the dangers in the Black Desert were terrifying, Ling Xiao could guard against them. It was different outside. The big shots of the Holy City secretly issued a kill order. He learned from Commander Zhang's memory that the 5 of them all had bounties. Cold Plum, Lan Chen, and Little Gold's bounties were all 1 million supreme-grade spirit stones. This was a fatal attraction to divine body realm martial artists, and even divine soul realm martial artists. Moreover, building a good relationship with this big shot, even if there was no bounty, would be very helpful in the future. Yu Fenghua's bounty was 2 million supreme-grade spirit stones. And Ling Zhao's bounty was 10 million supreme-grade spirit stones. This was equivalent to the value of a low-grade spirit crystal. Anyone would go crazy for this. Although the bounty was issued in the black market, it was easier for news to spread there. It wouldn't be obstructed by the holy city. In other words, the moment Ling Xiao arrived in the eternal divine realm, he had become a head worth tens of millions of supreme-grade spirit stones. Whether it's lotus flower or not, just wait and see. I will completely destroy all threats. Ling Zhao's personality was like this. The crazier his enemies were, the crazier he was. He was a monster, even more savage than a monster. Moreover, in the eternal divine realm, he had less to worry about. Since he was already famous, he might as well go crazy. Crack. Another bone was crushed by Ling Xiao. The number of warriors and demonic beasts that died in the Black Desert was not small. Who knew how many bones were wrapped in the black sand? Inadvertently, one would step on them. Since we're already here, the enemy shouldn't be chasing us, right? Xiao Jin said in boredom. Staying in the universe world was comfortable, but it was too boring. Instead, he preferred a vigorous battle. This fellow's character could be considered to be birds of a feather with Ling Xiao. Don't forget, your heads are also worth 1 million supreme-grade spirit stones. R? ANW? E? NW? N. My head is worth tens of millions of supreme-grade spirit stones. Most warriors won't be able to earn so many supreme-grade spirit stones in their entire lives. Small forces like Blue Sea City and Dual Axe City would scramble for these spirit stones like a flock of ducks. Don't underestimate human greed. Ling Xiao believed that the enemy would definitely chase after him. The black wind blew, and from time to time, horrifying howls could be heard. Ling Xiao had already made up his mind. As long as he passed through the Black Desert, he could change his appearance and shake off his pursuers. At the very least, he could shake off this mastermind. The next step was to cultivate. With his current strength, he obviously couldn't compete with this mastermind. Even if the mastermind was the lotus flower after his reincarnation and wasn't very strong, there must be experts by his side. So no matter what, he had to grow up first. When Ling Xiao passed through the Black Desert, the pursuers had already reached the edge of the Black Desert. The first to arrive were the pursuers from Blue Sea City. There were hundreds of them, all dressed in blue battle robes. The robes were embroidered with the image of the sea serpent god. At a glance, one could tell where these warriors came from. Like Dual Axe City, the warriors from Blue Sea City exuded a strong murderous aura. Ling Xiao had already seen this before. Perhaps it was because they were at the border. The leader rode a snake-tailed bird. The snake-tailed bird couldn't fly. It looked like an ostrich, but it had a snake-like tail. It could detect danger from the ground. This person was also one of the commanders of Blue Sea City. However, he was obviously stronger than Commander Zhang. If Ling Xiao was here, he would have noticed. In his normal state, this person's strength was on par with the blood-red shirt. He was in his 40s and had a calm, old face. His eyes were filled with a sharp killing intent. The scale of Blue Sea City was quite large. Just counting the commanders, there were 72 of them. There were differences in strength between the commanders. Previously, Commander Zhang had been the weakest. Blue Sea City didn't take Ling Xiao and the others seriously. After all, they were just seeds who had just arrived in the eternal divine realm. It was normal for him to be weak. But who would have thought that Commander Zhang would also be killed, so this Commander Lu was sent out. There were close to 100 divine body realm martial artists with him. Among them, 50 of them were above the 5th level of the divine physique echelon. It could be said to be a very powerful team. Lord Commander, those people have entered the Black Desert. That is an ominous place. Without a cultivation at the 9th level of the divine physique echelon or above, the chances of dying after entering were extremely high. The Black Wind King was not to be trifled with. Why don't we just let them fend for themselves? A person beside Commander Lu said in a low voice. After a moment of silence, Commander Lu shook his head and said, "Do you know the relationship between Commander Zhang and me? We joined Blue Ocean City together and worked together for more than 20 years. He was born hundreds of times like this. He saved my life, and I saved his. Now that he's dead, you're telling me to give up on pursuing the murderer? When did Blue Sea City's martial artists become such cowards?" But the Black Wind King killed a martial artist at the peak of the 7th level of the Divine Physique Echelon 10 years ago. Now, we don't know what level of strength that monster has reached. Moreover, the Black Wind King is definitely not the only danger in the Black Desert. The martial artist beside him seemed to be an advisor. His strength was not ordinary either. He was at the early stage of the 7th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. If you're afraid, go back. The rest of you, follow me in. Don't forget, those people are worth tens of millions of supreme-grade spirit stones. Even if we work hard for our entire lives, we might not be able to earn that much. Commander Lu's voice became louder and louder. It was very encouraging. We're willing to follow Commander Lu and hunt down our enemies. Most of them were captivated by the huge reward and did not realize how dangerous the Black Desert was. The advisor sighed. Forget it. Since Lord Commander insists on going his own way, I'll go with you. Thus, over 100 Blue Sea City's martial artists stepped into the Black Desert. Apart from the advisor, most of them were still very confident. Commander Lu also possessed the Sea Serpent God martial soul. Moreover, it was the Sea Serpent God that could control ice and water. It was much more powerful than Commander Zhang. In addition to them, they did not believe that those few seeds could escape. Luck might fall on those fellows, but it was impossible for such luck to appear again and again. Ling Xiao had no idea how big the Black Desert was, nor did he know where he was. He could only rely on his familiarity with formations to cross the Black Desert. Ling Xiao did not need to do anything for the battles along the way. Little Gold and Long Chen took care of it. Their meaning was clear. Ling Xiao needed to deal with sudden changes. He needed to control the overall situation. It was not only because Ling Xiao was the strongest among them. More importantly, Ling Xiao had the ability to control the overall situation. He could always make the best judgment. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had obtained a few emperor weapons with divine dragon patterns from Xianxia. This could help Little Gold and Long Chen increase their combat strength. Coupled with his martial soul array, there was not much trouble along the way. After devouring some beast cores, Little Gold's divine essence level rose to the 3rd level. Long Chen's divine essence level also rose to the 2nd level because of the release of the giant dragon's potential. After a period of battle, everyone realized that the beasts in the eternal divine realm were not as fierce as the beasts in the 4 regions and 9 realms. However, they were much stronger. The scorpions, which looked very ordinary, could instantly erupt with terrifying combat strength equivalent to a martial artist in the 7th level of the divine body realm. This caused a lot of trouble for everyone. It slowed down their footsteps. When they dealt with these scorpions, Ling Xiao suddenly looked behind him. He still could not see anything. However, Ling Xiao heard the sound of battle. And it was quite a big commotion. It's probably the pursuers from Blue Sea City. These guys are really persistent. Ling Xiao frowned and let Little Gold and Long Chen go back to rest. He let out Jufanghua and Cold Plum. This kind of rotation was more conducive to preserving their stamina and combat strength. Hurry up. I can feel that there's a very difficult guy coming this time. He's not inferior to Shuihangi. Shuihangi, who had not entered the divine body, was already a headache for them. Once he entered the divine body, how strong would he be? Perhaps they might not be a match for him even if they worked together. He obviously sped up because he had the Tai Chi Eye, which allowed him to see through formations and had powerful soul power. He could run as fast as he could in the Black Desert. As long as they did not encounter a battle, their speed was very fast. After nearly 3 hours of trekking, they had already reached the core area of the Black Desert. Another half of the journey and they would be out of this dark place. At this time, Ling Xiao's vision had been reduced to about 100 meters. Coupled with the Tai Chi Eye, he could see at most 500 meters. He believed that the other's vision could not compare to his. If combined with his soul force, Ling Xiao would be able to sense the movements within a 1-kilometer radius. This was their guarantee of getting out. So many cacti! Yu Fenghua exclaimed. In front of them, there were all kinds of cacti and cacti. This was really troublesome for people with trypophobia. However, this was not the only trouble. Master, these cacti and cacti are not simple plants. They are like the ancient war tree, combat plants with consciousness. Cold Plum had already released her ancient war tree martial soul. No one was more sensitive than her when it came to sensing plants. As soon as Cold Plum finished speaking, the cacti and cacti actually moved. They let out strange laughter and roars. The terrifying atmosphere made people feel more and more uncomfortable. It was said that the king of the Black Desert was a cacti that had cultivated into a spirit. It was called the king of black sand or the king of black wind. No one alive had ever seen the face of this creature. Because everyone who had seen it was already dead. No one knew how it would attack or how strong it really was. In an instant, the cacti pounced on Ling Xiao along with the flow of the desert. The cacti's green thorns flew all over the sky. These thorns were not simple. Each of them was extremely powerful. Even if it was Ling Xiao, he would still be injured if he was hit. If he was shot into a hedgehog, he would be dead. Invincible Ape God Formation, Fenghua, Cold Plum, find a direction and break out. Ling Xiao released the Invincible Ape God Formation. For the time being, he managed to block the frenzied attacks. However, he knew that he could not be surrounded. He had to fight his way out. Otherwise, he would be dead today. I'll lead the way. Cold Plum took the lead and rushed out. The ancient war tree clearly had a restraining effect on those cacti. During the battle, countless vines pierced into the cacti and could even absorb the power of law. This was extremely beneficial to Cold Plum's growth. Yu Fenghua was responsible for bringing up the rear. Ling Xiao assisted and commanded in the middle. It was his responsibility to protect Yu Fenghua and Cold Plum. At this moment, he did not need to think about fighting for the time being. There were a lot of cacti and cacti, but their speed was their weakness. Ling Xiao took advantage of this and used formations and diagrams to open up a path for Cold Plum to escape. The Invincible Ape Deity Array provided a powerful defense. After all, these cacti and cacti were not experts like the Blood Red Coat or Commander Zhang. It would not be easy for them to break through the Invincible Ape Deity Formation. The Dragon God's Ice Array diagram made these cacti and cacti even more fragile. It was easier for Cold Plum and Yu Fenghua to break through. Green blood splattered on the black desert. This was a strange massacre. Cold Plum didn't care about the cacti around her and only focused on charging forward. A large number of cacti were destroyed. Cold Plum's divine essence level also increased to level 2. Her combat strength soared, and so did her killing speed. The three of them cooperated very well. These cacti and cacti couldn't gain the slightest advantage. They were destroyed and repelled one by one. An escape path gradually formed. Finally, after 10 minutes of crazy killing, it was as if something had torn a crack in the desert. The three of them rushed out of the encirclement. Tens of thousands of cacti and cacti were destroyed. Cold Plum's divine essence level increased again and reached level 3. Yu Fenghua also refined her divine essence because of the awakening of the Moon Lady's power during the battle. Her level increased to level 2. You guys go in and rest first. Leave the rest to me. After letting Yu Fenghua and Cold Plum enter the universe world, Ling Xiao instantly sped up and turned into a sword light. He destroyed the last cacti blocking his way and fled into the distance. The reason why he was so anxious was because the battle had caused too much of a commotion. They had probably attracted the attention of the pursuers from Blue Sea City. They would definitely chase in this direction. They had just experienced a fierce battle. Although Cold Plum and Yu Fenghua weren't injured, they had used up a lot of energy. It would take some time for them to recover. Long Chen didn't want to fight with the enemy without his full combat strength. That wasn't worth it. It was also very unsafe. When they were close to 1,000 meters away, they could still hear the countless cacti and cacti's miserable cries. It was as if they were complaining and venting. Hearing it made one's hair stand on end. It was probably because Ling Xiao was too fast that they couldn't catch up or find him. That was why they were so angry. At the same time, another team entered the Black Desert from a different direction. This team came from Dual Axe City. There were about 120 of them. The leader was Xianxia, who Ling Xiao had fought before. Dual Axe City found out about the bounty later. At that time, Ling Xiao had already left Dual Axe City and almost killed Xianxia. When he saw the bounty, Xianxia's eyes flashed with a vicious and cruel light. He immediately led the 120 Dual Axe Gang martial artists toward the Black Desert. He knew that Ling Xiao had entered the Black Desert. It was all thanks to the martial artists from Blue Sea City. Dual Axe City and Blue Sea City had a cooperative relationship, but they were also competitors. It was common for them to send spies to each other. It was the spies who got the news and told Xianxia. Dual Axe City and Blue Sea City were originally equal in strength. Even if they were slightly weaker, it wasn't by much. If Blue Sea City obtained the bounty, their strength would probably skyrocket. At that time, Dual Axe City would definitely be at a disadvantage. Therefore, Dual Axe City's city lord agreed to Xianxia sending troops. He even sent an 8th-level Divine Body Realm martial artist to protect Xianxia. Xianxia was riding a horned tiger at the front of the team. His eyes were filled with ferocious killing intent. To him, Ling Xiao's value wasn't just tens of millions of supreme-grade spirit stones. It was also his dignity. Following closely behind him was an old man who didn't make a sound. This person had the most terrifying strength in the team. He was in the early stage of the 8th-level Divine Body Realm. As expected, Dual Axe City's city lord still cared about his son and didn't want his son to die because of an accident. All of you, listen up. If anyone discovers the seeds from the 4 domains and 9 realms, they will be killed immediately. I'll reward them with an emperor weapon with 2 divine dragon patterns. At the same time, I'll reward them with 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. I'll give half of the bounty to anyone who can capture those guys alive. Whether or not your fates can be changed this time will depend on your courage. Are you confident? Xianxia was good at stirring up the martial artist's emotions. The huge benefits made these people forget about the danger instantly. Kill. 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 The group of people roared aggressively. Very good, let's speed up. Xianxia was the first to charge into the Black Desert. The rest of the people roared like beasts and followed in. They were simply a bunch of red-eyed monsters. How troublesome. Do these idiots want a piece of the pie too? Less than 1,000 meters away from the Dual Axe Gang, another team appeared. This was a group of well-trained assassins. All of them were masked and dressed in black. If they really entered the Black Desert, they wouldn't be able to detect them. The one who spoke was a sinister middle-aged man. He played with the dagger in his hand as if waiting for someone. Boss Silvertooth, I'm afraid Big Sis Illusion Butterfly won't be here on time. Why don't we make a move first, otherwise, Dual Axe City and Blue Ocean City will take the lead. It won't be easy for the Dark God Hall to do it. A masked man looked at the leader of the assassins and asked. That's true. That bitch Illusion Butterfly is used to being alone. I don't think she'll work with us. Let's not wait anymore. Get ready to move out. The people from Dual Axe City and Blue Ocean City dare to snatch people from our Dark God Palace? Just wait for death. The Dark God Hall seemed to have a branch in the Golden Martial Nation. When Ling Xiao went to the graveyard of the gods to kill Lotus Flower, he encountered the top assassins of the Dark God Hall in the 4 domains and 9 worlds. However, he killed them all. Now that he had just arrived in the Eternal Divine Realm, he was targeted by the assassins of the Dark God Hall. It was clear that this ill-fated relationship ran deep. Almost at the same time, the 4th team entered the Black Desert from another entrance. This team was made up of a motley crew from the land of exile. However, they were the absolute elites. There were 12 of them, and all of them were 7th-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artists. These people wanted to change their fate. When they received the bounty, they were overjoyed. They thought this was a chance for them to get close to the higher-ups and change their fate. Although their performance in the Battle of Heaven's Wall City was mediocre, that was because Heaven's Wall City still belonged to the 4 domains and 9 worlds. With their cultivation, their strength would be greatly reduced when they arrived there. However, it was different when they returned to the Eternal Divine Realm. Once their identities were known, they would be wanted by the Golden Martial Nation. However, for their own future, they decided to give it their all. Just like that, Blue Ocean City, Dual Axe City, Dark God Hall, and the Land of Exile. The four forces entered from different places and headed for the same goal. They all wanted the bounty on Ling Xiao and his companions. At this moment, Ling Xiao realized that someone would chase after him. However, he did not expect that there would be so many people. There were even 8th-level Divine Physique Echelon experts that they couldn't defeat even if they joined forces. Martial artists in the early 8th level of the Divine Body Realm were nothing in the Eternal Divine Domain. However, to Ling Xiao, this was an insurmountable mountain. Suddenly, Ling Xiao stopped running. Ever since the chaos of the cactus, they hadn't encountered any danger along the way. This made Ling Xiao a little confused. However, at this moment, he understood the reason. A large number of martial artists had actually gathered in the Black Desert where the black wind billowed. And they were all experts. "Brother, why did you stop?" Lan Chen asked curiously. "Because right now, Ling Xiao should be running for his life. There are many experts gathered not far ahead. I don't know what happened." Ling Xiao replied. "Don't worry about that. The pursuers are right behind us. Escape is more important," Lan Chen said. Ling Xiao had originally planned to do so. However, when he sensed the aura coming from that direction, he refused to leave. There was a strange relic in the Black Desert in front of him. The relic was a series of huge buildings. It was obvious that there had been people who had lived here before, and they were from a race that was skilled in construction. However, the relic was now giving off the aura of a giant dragon. Ling Xiao originally thought that the only giant dragon left in this world was Long Chen's bloodline. He didn't expect to sense the aura of a giant dragon in the Black Desert in the Eternal Divine Domain. However, he wasn't sure if they were dead or alive. After all, a giant dragon was extremely powerful. Even its skeleton would release a terrifying aura. "How strong are those people?" Lan Chen asked. "At least 8th level Divine Body Realm." Ling Xiao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. It was extremely dangerous to compete with these experts for treasures. However, Ling Xiao didn't like to just run away. He avoided the pursuit of his enemies to become stronger. If he encountered a relic and was defeated, he might miss the opportunity to become stronger. That was definitely not what he wanted. "Handsome, even with my strength, I don't dare to compete with those people for treasures." "You've got guts." Suddenly, a voice came from behind Ling Xiao. This voice gave Ling Xiao a fright. He was focused on the relic and let his guard down. Even so, he didn't notice that someone had come within 100 meters of him. This was too dangerous. It made his scalp tingle. Ling Xiao hurriedly dodged and distanced himself from the person. When he looked up, he saw that it was a woman with a veil over her face. Although she was a beauty, there was a chilling murderous intent in her cold eyes. Assassin. This was Ling Xiao's first thought. He believed that his first instinct was the most accurate. "Don't be afraid. The dagger in my hand is very sharp. With a light stroke, you'll fall asleep forever. You won't feel any pain," the woman said indifferently. Her words were neither cold nor warm, but they made one's hair stand on end. "You're an assassin from the Dark God Palace. I didn't expect the Dark God Palace to be involved too." Ling Xiao suddenly smiled and sped up, rushing in the direction of the ruins. This woman was very scary. She wasn't someone they could deal with by joining hands. Therefore, he wanted to borrow the martial artists at the relic to protect himself. Now that everyone was staring at the relic, no one dared to casually make a move. If they casually made a move, they would be mistaken as wanting to monopolize the relic's treasures and might be surrounded. What a cunning handsome man. But you can't stay there forever. Moreover, once the relic opens, those people will fight for the treasures. At that time, no one will care about a 5th level Divine Body Realm trash. Remember my name, Illusion Butterfly. You'll die in my hands very soon. Illusion Butterfly also chased to the side of the relic, but she was one person away from Ling Xiao. She indeed didn't dare to make a move now, but if she wanted to, there wouldn't be a lack of opportunities. "Illusion Butterfly, why did you become an assassin with such a nice name? What a pity." Oh right, do you know what's inside the relic? Why did so many experts covet it? Ling Xiao looked at Illusion Butterfly and asked with a smile. Your personality is really likable. You're about to die, yet you still dare to ask questions. Forget it, I don't have any enmity with you. I'm just an assassin. I'll take care of people's money. There's no harm in answering a few of your questions. Illusion Butterfly said indifferently. It's said that a few days ago, someone heard the roar of a giant dragon. You also know that giant dragons are almost extinct creatures. And this kind of creature loves to collect treasures. Illusionary Butterfly said calmly. The appearance of the dragon naturally attracted many people's attention. Although your bounty is very high, but compared to the dragon's treasure, it pales in comparison. The Golden Martial Kingdom was built on the foundation of the dragon's treasure. The dragon's roar, the treasure's appearance, it was really tempting. Actually, when Ling Xiao felt the dragon's aura earlier, the first person he thought of was Long Chen. If Long Chen could absorb the true dragon's power, then the noble and powerful bloodline hidden in his body would definitely awaken again. It would be of great help to Long Chen's strength. Of course, the appearance of the dragon's treasure made him even more interested. Because Long Chen was not the only one who would benefit. He and a few of his companions might also benefit greatly. Sigh, Sister Illusionary Butterfly, you're joking. It's just a rumor from a few people. Maybe I heard wrongly. Ling Xiao waved his hand. If you know who heard the dragon's roar, you wouldn't say that. Also, there were more than one or two people who heard the dragon's roar. Some of the experts who gathered at the ruins also heard it. They even felt the dragon's aura. Illusionary Butterfly shook her head and said, if not for my lack of strength, I'm afraid I would also want a share. After all, it's the dragon's treasure. It's better to believe it than not. Roar, just as Ling Xiao was about to speak, a terrifying roar suddenly rang out in his head. This terrifying roar shook his blood and almost caused him to go berserk. It was extremely terrifying. Big brother, it's the dragon's roar. Long Chen suddenly said. It seemed that Long Chen heard it too. What dragon's roar? Why didn't I hear it? Little Gold frowned. I didn't hear it either. Cold Plum shook her head. I heard it. Yu Fenghua nodded. I heard it too. Ling Xiao also nodded. It seemed that not everyone could hear the dragon's roar. However, Ling Xiao did not dare to guess the reason. The only guess was that only people related to the dragon could hear it. Long Chen was the golden dragon. Ling Xiao possessed the bloodline of the divine dragon. The Moon Ladies had fought alongside the dragon race during the primordial age. Ling Xiao looked at the surrounding experts. There were actually many people who had heard the dragon's roar. He couldn't help but frown. It was impossible for all of these people to possess the bloodline of dragons. There was only one possibility. They might have treasures with the aura of dragons. Ling Zhao's guess was absolutely correct. Someone had discovered this secret earlier than him. Therefore, he bought all kinds of treasures or natural treasures with the aura of dragons. This way, they would be able to hear the dragon's roar. Accurately determining the location of the opening of the ruins might even lead them to the treasure. When the dragon roared 10 times, someone suddenly said in a clear voice, the ruins are about to open. We still need everyone to work together to break this barrier. Who is that person? Ling Xiao asked Illusory Butterfly. I seem to have become your know-it-all? The Illusionary Butterfly faintly smiled. This assassin actually knows how to smile, which made Ling Xiao somewhat surprised. Xianxia. Illusory Butterfly said indifferently, a genius legend. From the Golden Region's Yang clan. At such a young age, he has already cultivated to the divine soul realm. Very terrifying. Ling Xiao secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. This Xianxia looked to be in his early 20s, but he was already a divine soul realm expert. Although he couldn't see what level he was at, he was definitely not a match for Xianxia. However, he was definitely no match for him. Even if his companions joined forces, they would still be killed in an instant. However, strength wasn't enough to obtain treasures. Otherwise, the treasures would have been obtained by those who were stronger every time. How could those geniuses who hadn't matured have a chance? In fact, Those geniuses who weren't too strong but had great potential were the easiest to obtain fortuitous encounters. Perhaps this was the will of the heavens that couldn't be explained. I agree with Brother Yang's opinion. Let's work together. Another person spoke. This person's strength wasn't considered strong, but his outfit was exceptionally gorgeous. Everyone seemed to give him some face. Who is that person? Ling Xiao asked Illusory Butterfly. Huang Taifeng. A descendant of the Golden Martial Country's royal family. Although he's just a fallen royal family, as long as the Huang Taifeng family rules the Golden Martial Country, no one would dare to bully his family. This Huang Taifeng is also a genius. He's only 20 years old, but he's already at the 9th level of the divine physique realm. You can't afford to offend him either. You can't afford to offend him either. Illusory Butterfly said indifferently. Yang Qi, Huang Taifeng, I'll remember this. Ling Xiao glanced at the two of them and quickly retracted his gaze. They're just a little more dazzling. If the handsome young man wanted to court death, he would be looking for the woman standing near the ruins. You'll die faster. Illusory Butterfly smiled. However, Ling Xiao could see the look in Illusory Butterfly's eyes when she mentioned this woman. It was an extremely intense fear. Ling Xiao glanced at the woman. She seemed ordinary. However, the more ordinary she was, the more he felt afraid. Someone who couldn't even see through his Tai Chi. I must be extraordinary. The woman was wearing ordinary clothes and dressed very ordinarily. Her appearance was even more ordinary. She was the kind of person who couldn't be found in a crowd. However, such a person gave Ling Xiao a more terrifying feeling than Yang Qi and Huang Taifeng. Sister Illusory Butterfly, I won't fight with them. I'm just interested. Ling Xiao smiled and said. He didn't expect to get all of the giant dragon's treasures. After all, there were too many experts. As long as he could get 1 or 2 pieces or let Longchen get the giant dragon force, that was enough. Ling Xiao didn't have any other skills except for picking up scraps. Everyone, let's work together. If we can't break the barrier, the ruins will disappear in front of us. After the barrier is broken, we'll fight for it with our own abilities, okay? Huang Taifeng said loudly. As expected of a 9th level divine physique echelon expert, his voice was full of energy. His words were heard by everyone around him. Everyone nodded. They began to circulate their divine essence. In an instant, a violent divine essence storm began to condense. Ling Xiao didn't move, of course. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but it was meaningless with his strength. Boom, the violent energy instantly bombarded the barrier of the ruins. In an instant, the barrier shattered. In that instant, Ling Xiao instinctively used the Earth Golden Light technique to dodge. Because he discovered that at the moment when the barrier shattered, something was released. Ah! Just as he was about 1,000 meters away, he heard a scream. And it wasn't just one scream. Damn it, what is this? I don't want to die. Mournful screams rang out one after another, causing everyone's hearts to tremble violently. Panic began to spread. Is this dragon's extinguishment? Ling Xiao looked carefully. It turned out that what was released from the barrier was the giant dragon's extinguishment. However, this dragon's extinguishment wasn't newly released. From the looks of it, it seemed like dragon's extinguishment had been condensed for tens of thousands of years. Its power was too terrifying. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have died. Not far from him, Illusory Butterfly was in a sorry state. Her veil had fallen off, and her hair was a little messy. Sister, you're really beautiful. Why do you have to be an assassin? Ling Xiao looked at Illusory Butterfly and said. How did you know there would be danger? Ignoring Ling Xiao's praise, the illusion butterfly looked at Ling Xiao with a surprised look. If she hadn't followed Ling Xiao just now, she would have been buried in the dragon's extinction. In that instant, there were many cultivators who were stronger than her among those who were killed. Nearly 100 people died in the dragon's extinction without any chance of survival. Seeing this scene, the illusion butterfly was still scared. If I say it's my intuition, would you believe me? Ling Xiao smiled. There were also people like him who weren't strong but managed to avoid danger. Intuition is something that has a scientific basis. Forget it, I can't get anything out of you anyway. The illusion butterfly stared at Ling Xiao's eyes, as if trying to see if Ling Xiao was lying. But after a long while, she couldn't see anything and could only give up. At this time, another unforeseen event occurred. After the terrifying dragon's extinction caused many people to die, the ruins began to collapse. Terrifying roars continued to resound. In the Black Desert, something seemed to be about to appear. The entire Black Desert began to shake. Those who were chasing Ling Xiao were fighting with the cactus at this time. Suddenly, the sky and earth turned upside down, and many people died tragically. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at the strange changes in the distance. The ruins collapsed, but in the Black Desert, something seemed to be rising. The black wind in the sky seemed to have been blown away by a lot, allowing people to see it more clearly. At the same time, the terrifying dragon's aura became clearer and clearer. Even the illusion butterfly sensed it. There's really a dragon. The illusion butterfly cried out in surprise. Roar. The terrifying roar resounded again. This time everyone seemed to have heard it. Many people even covered their ears, bleeding from their 7 orifices. Ling Xiao had learned his lesson from the last time and had long since made preparations. So he didn't feel uncomfortable like before. Gradually, the ruins completely peeled off like an eggshell, revealing the real scene inside. There was a huge crack in the ground. Inside, one could vaguely see the outline of a city. In the city, a powerful dragon's aura was emitted. Everyone present could feel it. Giant Dragon City. Ling Xiao looked at the walls of the Rift Valley in shock. With his Tai Chi eye, he could clearly see the scene below. The structure of the city walls was extremely unique. Especially the giant dragon carvings and giant dragon sculptures that could be seen everywhere. Ling Xiao could even imagine that this place wasn't a black desert back then. Instead, it was part of the oasis. It also gave birth to a huge dragon city. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, the city of the giant dragon was buried under the ground. Later on, people built another city on top of the city of the giant dragon. Later on, the Black Desert swallowed up the area. The giant dragon city was buried deep underground. It was only recently that he was discovered. Although he didn't know what had happened in the giant dragon city back then, one thing was certain. There must be an unimaginable amount of wealth in these undiscovered ruins. That was when Xianxia made his move. He actually flew towards the Great Rift Valley. Even geniuses like Xianxia from the Golden Domain were attracted to the city of colossal dragons. Just as he reached the entrance of the Rift Valley, a terrifying dragon extinguishing rushed towards him. Chuckling coldly, Xianxia sent out a beam of golden light that destroyed Dragon Extinguish. It opened a path for him and he easily stepped into the Rift Valley. So strong. Even Ling Xiao couldn't help but admire Xianxia's terrifying strength. Rumor has it that Xianxia was struck by lightning when he was young, but he didn't die. Instead, a god appeared on his forehead. He was reborn and his talent became much stronger. What he used was none other than the power of the gods. Illusionary Butterfly explained. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao's life was saved, but her attitude towards Ling Xiao was much better than before. We can't fall behind. Huang Taifeng led a group of people and followed Xianxia. Let's go. Immediately, the sound of the air being pierced rang out as countless martial artists rushed towards the Rift Valley like fish. Of course, this included the ordinary-looking woman with terrifying strength. What should we do, Sister Illusionary Butterfly? I'm going to the Rift Valley. Are you going to continue chasing me? Ling Xiao smiled and also headed towards the Rift Valley. Kid, do you really want to die? You saw the danger just now. If you didn't dodge in time, you would be dead. Illusionary Butterfly's concern seemed to be sincere. She didn't understand where Ling Xiao got his courage from. He couldn't even block the dragon extinguishing just now. He still dared to rush in. The dragon extinguishing would definitely be more terrifying in the city of giant dragons. There's a saying that blessings and misfortunes come hand in hand. Since the danger is so great, I'll definitely gain more. Instead of being killed by you guys, I might as well fight bravely. Maybe I can fight for a bright future. Goodbye. Ling Xiao suddenly sped up and followed the crowd into the Rift Valley. It was obviously safer when there were more people because there would be others to share the danger. Lunatic. Illusionary Butterfly shook her head in shock. Among all the martial artists who entered the Rift Valley, the weakest was at her level, the early stage of the 8th level Divine Physique Echelon. Ling Xiao was merely at the 5th level Divine Physique Echelon. He was simply courting death. At this moment, Ling Xiao couldn't hear her voice. It was because the distance was too far. Long Chen, how about I leave the dragon extinguishing to you? Ling Xiao said to Long Chen in the universe world. No problem. Long Chen replied. There's still me. Little Gold's voice rang out. Boss, don't forget that the dragon extinguishing is also heat. It's very helpful for increasing my strength. Then the two of you come together. The dragon extinguishing is too powerful. I'm worried if there's only one of you. Ling Xiao smiled. At this moment, the dragon extinguishing that was pouncing towards him instantly entered the universe world. It was dissolved and absorbed by Long Chen and Little Gold. Seems like there's no problem. After Ling Xiao confirmed that there was no danger, he turned his attention to the black shadows in the distance. These black shadows flew up from the city of giant dragons. There were many of them. The martial artists in front had already started fighting with them. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to waste his energy. Using the Holy Ground demonic shadow movement technique, he chose to dodge as much as possible. Those black shadows were just puppets that didn't have consciousness and only knew how to attack. Therefore, his plan was very successful. Anyway, there were so many martial artists. As long as he suddenly disappeared, the puppets wouldn't chase after him and attack him. Soon, Ling Xiao rushed to the front. He was together with Huang Taifeng and the rest. As for Xianxia and Yinli, they had already disappeared. Yinli was the name of the ordinary-looking woman. It was the illusionary butterfly who told him this person's name. However, the illusionary butterfly wasn't particularly familiar with Yinli's situation. It only knew that this woman was a terrifying genius who suddenly rose to prominence. She was originally unknown, just like her appearance. However, one day, Yinli killed a powerhouse from the holy city and became famous. However, where she came from and who she cultivated with were still unsolved mysteries. Whoosh, suddenly, a ray of cold light attacked him. Ling Xiao dodged instinctively. However, the cold light was too fast and left a deep wound on his body. You're not dead? A 5th level Divine Physique Echelon trash dares to take his share of the loot, get lost. The one who attacked Ling Xiao was Huang Taifeng. A casual attack from a 9th level Divine Physique Echelon expert took all of Ling Xiao's strength to avoid hitting his vitals. Even so, he was still injured. He had no enmity with this Huang Taifeng, but this person suddenly attacked him. This infuriated him greatly. However, Huang Taifeng obviously didn't take him seriously. He thought he was weak, so he bullied him. After attacking once, he left. Huang Taifeng's strength might not be as strong as Xianxia, but this guy had 2 half-step divine soul generals following him. A member of the royal family was indeed a member of the royal family. Although he had fallen, he still had a lot of style. With the help of experts, Huang Taifeng and his group broke through the obstruction of the puppets in an instant and disappeared into the distance. Huang Taifeng, I'll remember you. Ling Xiao was a person who held grudges the most. Even now, he wasn't a match for others. However, he was very confident in his talent. He believed he could catch up with the other party soon and trample this so-called member of the royal family under his feet. Huang Taifeng asked him to get lost. Of course, he wouldn't listen to him obediently. Even if he couldn't get anything this time, he wanted to make Huang Taifeng suffer. Xiao, are you okay? Yu Fenghua asked worriedly. Don't worry, it's just a small injury. Ling Xiao smiled and sped up to follow the rest of the group. He was blocked by Huang Taifeng's idiot just now, so he fell behind by a lot. When he caught up with the group, he noticed the martial artists in front suddenly stopped. This was the entrance of the giant dragon city. There was a dragon crystal hanging on the tall city gate tower. This was a genuine dragon crystal. It wasn't a pseudo-dragon crystal extracted from fossils by the dragon priests of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. The two were not on the same level in terms of nature. The energy contained in it was far from the real dragon crystal. This dragon crystal wasn't very big, but it was as big as 4 heads of an adult. The atmosphere in the air was somewhat tense. Everyone wanted to obtain the dragon crystal, but no one made a move. They seemed to be waiting for someone else to make the first move. Ling Xiao, who was weak, naturally chose to avoid it. He stood there in the distance. With his strength, he could only pick up scraps. If he were to snatch from others, it would be difficult for him to escape death. Boom! In the next instant, dozens of powerhouses flew up at the same time and pounced toward the dragon crystal. Just as he was about to touch the dragon crystal, a terrifying aura was suddenly released. At that moment, people seemed to see a huge black dragon flapping its wings and roaring. Ling Xiao turned around and ran. His current position was already very far away from the dragon crystal. But he still didn't feel safe. He went to a farther place and even activated the invincible ape deity array. The terrifying aura made him realize that he was in great danger. He believed that this was the safest option. Feeling safe, Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the situation over there. The dozen or so martial artists who were closest to the dragon crystal at the same time had already become corpses. Moreover, his death was extremely tragic. The other martial artists were more or less affected to some extent. The closer they were, the greater the damage they suffered. How terrifying. This giant dragon city is indeed full of danger. Just now, Ling Xiao had also discovered that there were unstable energy fluctuations on the dragon crystal. That was why he reacted in advance. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, he would have to withdraw with serious injuries. We can only see it, but we can't touch it. Such a good dragon crystal is actually going to be left here like this? Everyone wanted to leave, but they were very reluctant. What could be more painful than this? The treasure was right in front of them, but they couldn't touch it. It was simply heart-wrenching. Perhaps Xianxia could get it, but he was long gone. Perhaps he was on a different path from everyone else. Ling Xiao looked at Ainli. That woman didn't seem to be interested in the dragon crystal. She just stood there calmly, and no one knew what she was thinking. A bunch of trash. At this moment, Huang Taifeng sneered, and a terrifying god martial spirit appeared behind him. It was the golden god martial spirit that could only be awakened by the royal bloodline of the golden martial kingdom. However, there were many different appearances of the golden god. Huang Taifeng's golden god looked more like a soldier made of gold. It held a spear in its hand and wore golden armor. After the god martial spirit was released, a terrifying martial spirit power was released. It shook the surrounding air to the point where it made a loud noise. The golden god suddenly appeared, reached out, and grasped the dragon crystal in his hands. Golden god's might, gods submit. Huang Taifeng shouted coldly. Just as the dragon crystal was about to release its power, it was wrapped in a layer of golden liquid. Its power was completely sealed. This allowed Huang Taifeng to easily put the dragon crystal away. Although Ling Xiao didn't like this guy, he had to admit that this guy had a good martial spirit. In the eternal divine domain, martial spirits were divided into high and low ranks. Ordinary martial spirits and god martial spirits were divided into different ranks. As a high-grade god martial spirit, the golden god martial spirit was extremely powerful. After taking the dragon crystal, Huang Taifeng led his people and continued to move forward. No one noticed that there was a strange energy fluctuation behind the dragon crystal that had been taken away. The rest of the people followed Huang Taifeng. Ling Xiao didn't leave because he noticed the energy fluctuations behind the dragon crystal. He couldn't snatch it from others, but he could pick it up. He hadn't made a move yet because there was one more person who hadn't left. That person was Ainli. Ainli glanced at Ling Xiao and said indifferently, "You're very special. You're only at the 5th level of the divine physique echelon, but you were able to resist the terrifying dragon extinguishment. You're really impressive. Miss, you flatter me. Your strength is truly frightening." Ling Xiao smiled. Among these people, the only ones he felt helpless against were Ainli and Xianxia. Although the others were strong, Ling Xiao had ways to make them suffer. Only these 2 people he could only think about, but didn't dare to try. If he failed, he might not even have the chance to escape. "You know my strength, but you still dare to talk to me in such a manner. I'm even more interested in you now. If you can survive this time, I'll treat you to wine. After saying that, Ainley suddenly pointed a finger. The city tower was destroyed. There was actually a complete skeleton of a giant dragon inside the damaged city wall. Ainley smiled and waved her hand. She then put away the dragon's skeleton. Xiao was really envious, but he couldn't help it. Who asked her to find it? This plan of picking up scraps had to be put on hold for now. Goodbye. Ainley put away the giant dragon skeleton and turned to leave. Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Talking to such a terrifying person was really stressful. Big brother, why aren't you chasing after her? After Ainley left, Xiao still didn't move. Instead, he stared at the giant city wall in a daze. This made Longchen a little confused, so he asked. The fastest mobile version of the website, Longchen, do you believe what I'm going to say next? Xiao looked at the huge city wall with shock in his eyes. Of course I believe you, big brother. Longchen said. I saw it. There are thousands of dragons sleeping in these huge city walls. No, to be more precise, these thick city walls are made of the bodies of the dragons. Only 2 to 3 meters on the surface are stone buildings. Xiao told him what he saw with his Taiji eye. It was a shocking scene. The densely packed dragons were next to each other, forming the thick city walls of the giant dragon city. The most important thing was that Xiao could still feel the aura of life from the bodies of these dragons. It was just relatively weak. It was as if they had chosen to sleep for a long time, like hibernation. That's impossible. Longchen was so shocked that his expression was distorted. The others were also shocked. Just the city walls made of dragons were already bizarre enough. Now that he knew that these giant dragons were alive, no one would be able to accept it immediately. I also think it's impossible, but it's true. Xiao smiled bitterly and said, what's going on with this giant dragon city? He had a strange speculation in his heart. The natives of the giant dragon city in the past were not dead, but they had encountered some kind of disaster at that time. In order to avoid the disaster, they chose this way to fall into a deep sleep. Now he was most worried that the exploration of the ruins this time would awaken these dragons. That would be the most terrifying disaster. Although Xiao could not see the strength of these dragons, he felt that the weakest among them was stronger than Ainley and Xianxia. What kind of scene would it be if thousands of dragons of this level appeared? It was scary just thinking about it. What should we do, big brother? Do we continue to move forward? Xiaojin asked. Of course. Even if we don't go in, others might alarm these dragons. It's actually a good thing that we know in advance. I'll let the Reverend Body stay outside to provide support. If danger comes, we can know immediately and use the Reverend Body to escape. Xiao released the Reverend Body and hid in the dark. Then, he stepped into the interior of the giant dragon city. At that moment, Longchen also felt the aura of a giant dragon. A terrifying aura was being emitted from the wall. But it was very affectionate. Perhaps it was because he was also a dragon. Many skeletons could be seen in Giant Dragon City. Some of them were human skeletons. The rest were actually the skeletons of giant dragons. However, the energy of these skeletons had already been used up, and they were no longer of any use. It seemed to have been forcefully absorbed by something. Those human skeletons were also very special. There seemed to be a part of their heads that was very different from human skeletons. Apart from this area, he couldn't see anything else. These skeletons no longer had any energy attached to them. With a light touch, it shattered into pieces. The people in front of him must have tried it as well, so he could see a lot of ashes on the ground. This was illogical. Logically speaking, for a creature as powerful as a giant dragon, even if only its skeleton was left behind, it would have lived for a very long time. However, as long as it was within 1,000,000 years, it would be impossible to exhaust all of its energy. There was only one explanation for this situation, which was that an external force had absorbed the energy. This made Xiao even more shocked. What exactly happened in Giant Dragon City back then? The giant dragon couldn't even preserve its own skeleton. He continued to walk forward. Finally, he joined the main group. At this time, most of the warriors stopped. This was a courtyard, and in the middle of the courtyard stood a majestic giant dragon statue. Of course, this wasn't the key point. The key point was that the two eyes of this giant dragon statue were actually made up of two dragon crystals. And the quality of this dragon crystal was much stronger than the one on the city gate tower. A monstrous dragon might was constantly being released, making everyone greedy and fearful at the same time. No one moved. With the experience outside the city gate, everyone had obviously learned their lesson. Big Brother, the owners of these two dragon crystals were probably the Dragon Emperor and Dragon Queen of Giant Dragon City when they were alive. Such dragon crystals are too precious. Even in the eternal divine realm, I'm afraid you can't find two of the same kind. Long Chen reminded. After all, he was a member of the giant dragon bloodline. His knowledge of dragon crystals was much richer than Ling Zhao's. Of course, Ling Xiao wanted these two dragon crystals. But the problem was, how? Both of these dragon crystals contained a terrifying amount of power. Even Yinli and Yang Qi didn't dare to touch them. Huang Taifeng didn't dare to. Because anyone who touched it would be destroyed. Huang Taifeng's arrogant look from before was completely gone. He stood there, looking very annoyed, but he still didn't dare to make a move. Because that power was definitely not something he could withstand. Ling Xiao turned his head to look around, and quickly analyzed the situation of the entire courtyard with his Taiji eye. His eyes flashed with a strange light. He could get something that others couldn't touch. This was called picking up a bargain. However, he couldn't get close to the giant dragon statue at all. Not to mention snatching the dragon crystal. He had to think of a way first. Long Chen, do you have a way to get the dragon crystal? Ling Xiao asked. After all, Long Chen was a giant golden dragon. Perhaps he had a different way. Sorry, Big Brother. I really can't think of any way. But I suggest we stay a little further away. Those people will soon be unable to resist their greed and attack. It's safer to stay a little further away. Long Chen said. Ling Xiao was a little disappointed, but he still released the invincible ape god formation. Long Chen was right. These guys stayed here and refused to leave. It was obvious that they were having a psychological struggle. No one knew when they would suddenly attack. It would cause a disaster. He had just finished his defensive work. Then, he saw Yinli move. Yang Qi wasn't here, so Yinli was the strongest among these people. Her figure flashed and she was already on top of the giant dragon statue. A pure energy was released from her body and wrapped around one of the dragon crystals. The rest of the people didn't go up together, nor did they stop her. It was as if they wanted to see what would happen to Yinli. The energy instantly turned into a blooming lotus flower. The lotus flower showed 7 colors and was very beautiful. The dragon crystal sensed the might of this power and suddenly released a terrifying energy to resist. Boom, the terrifying energy collision caused the surrounding air to distort. Many martial artists even vomited blood. They hurriedly fled into the distance. Ling Xiao felt incomparably fortunate. Fortunately, he was relatively far away. Otherwise, he would probably have died. The energy released by the 7-colored lotus flower became stronger and stronger. It was as if it was going to tear the dragon crystal out by force. Roar! The giant dragon was furious. The entire giant dragon statue seemed to have come alive. It released an even more terrifying power and instantly turned the entire courtyard into a sea of fire. A terrifying sea of fire was unleashed from the dragon statue. In an instant, dozens of martial artists were burned to ashes. As for Ling Xiao, he was still the furthest away, so he suffered the least damage. Only the invincible ape divine array was shattered. However, it was still terrifying. If he had rushed over to snatch the dragon crystal, he would have been a dead man by now. Bang, the 7-colored lotus was instantly shattered. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of Yinli's mouth. Although she wasn't seriously injured, it was impossible for her to obtain the treasure by herself. The shadow of a giant dragon appeared above the giant dragon statue. There were 2 of them. Although Yinli had only touched one of the dragon crystals, both dragon crystals released a terrifying defensive power at this time. They looked down at the crowd with ferocious faces. It's just a dragon crystal. It's not a real dragon. How dare you be so arrogant? Come with me and snatch the dragon crystal. Huang Taifeng called out to his subordinates and charged over. Yinli was obviously unable to snatch the dragon crystal by herself. However, if everyone worked together, the situation would be different. There were more than 10,000 martial artists present. If everyone gathered their strength, even the dragon crystal would be defeated. After all, the dragon crystal wasn't a real dragon. Its strength was limited. The two half-step divine soul realm martial artists beside Huang Taifeng attacked first. They tried to destroy the two illusory dragons. The golden beast martial soul that protected the golden god appeared behind them. One was a golden leopard, and the other was a golden lion. The two energies bloomed at the same time. Their power was extremely terrifying. The two illusory dragons looked coldly at the two people who were charging over. They opened their mouths and spat out dragon extinguishment. They were clearly illusory and not real dragons, but they could use the power of the dragon crystal to release dragon extinguishment. The two dragon extinguishments pounced on the two half-step divine soul realm martial artists. They were blocked by a golden lion and a golden leopard. Young master, we have a chance. They roared and called out to Huang Taifeng. Huang Taifeng also knew that this was an opportunity. However, the other martial artists also saw it as an opportunity. They all rushed over, trying to snatch the dragon crystal while the two half-step divine soul realm martial artists blocked the dragon extinguishment. However, they seemed to have underestimated the dragon crystal. In the next moment, more illusory dragons appeared. However, these shadows were much smaller in size. One after another, they pounced on those warriors. Huang Taifeng released his golden divine martial spirit and pierced the small dragon phantom with his spear. However, in the next instant, the illusory figure exploded. At the same time, he released the terrifying dragon extinguish, which wrapped around Huang Taifeng's body. Fortunately, Huang Taifeng was prepared. His body was enveloped in a golden light, allowing him to avoid this suicidal attack. Unfortunately, not everyone was as lucky as him. Although the small colossal dragon's shadow was not strong, it could self-destruct. The dragon's extinction released by the explosion could instantly kill a 9th-level divine physique echelon expert. Dozens of martial artists were killed by this power. Good heavens! Fortunately, I don't have the strength to fight for the dragon crystal. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have died even more miserably than them. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Come on, the energy of the dragon crystal is limited, and the giant dragon phantoms are about to be killed. Continue. Huang Taifeng roared, and the rest of the people also charged over. Once he was prepared, he would try his best to attack from a distance. That way, the self-destruction would be ineffective. Victory was in sight. The two dragon crystals released light again. In the next instant, a gust of black wind blew. All the martial artists who approached the colossal dragon statue were bound by the black wind. Upon closer inspection, the black wind looked like black snakes. Not only could it bind the enemy, but it could also release terrifying toxins to corrode the enemy's body. How terrifying. These two dragon crystals have really prepared too many ways to deal with them. At least 1/3 of the martial artists who entered the colossal dragon city would die if they wanted to obtain these two dragon crystals. Ling Xiao shook his head secretly. He had already given up on the fight for the dragon crystals because he noticed that the colossal dragon statue seemed to have a secret through the Tai Chi Eye. However, the battle over there was still intense, so he couldn't go over. He was now like a bystander, standing outside the courtyard to observe the battle. There were many martial artists anyway, and an insignificant martial artist like him wouldn't be valued. In fact, even if he wanted to go over and help, he couldn't do much. Because he wasn't strong enough. Damn it, these black winds are so difficult to deal with. Huang Taifeng had already released his golden divine martial spirit, but he still couldn't break free from the black wind's restraint. If this continued, he would most likely die here. After all, his cultivation wasn't considered strong. He was only at the 9th level divine physique realm, which was considered average among the martial artists here. A half-step divine soul realm martial artist could break free from the black wind, but it would take time. It wouldn't be easy for Huang Taifeng's subordinates to save him. At this moment, Ainley had already broken free from the Black Wind's restraint and approached the two dragon crystals. The dragon crystals seemed to have exhausted all their means. As long as Ainley got close, she would be able to seize the treasure. Bastard, these are mine. The golden thousand-blade spear. Huang Taifeng wasn't willing to use the treasure in his hand at first. The golden thousand-blade spear, an emperor weapon with 3 divine dragon patterns, was extremely powerful. It was also the strongest emperor weapon that Huang Taifeng could use. With the appearance of the golden thousand-blade spear, the dazzling sword light instantly cleared the black wind around him. Then, he flew toward the dragon crystals with the spear in his hand. This guy actually has an emperor weapon with 3 divine dragon patterns. As expected of a member of the imperial family. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer when he saw Huang Taifeng breaking free from the trap. You bullied me for no reason before. Now, it's time for me to take revenge. At this moment, Huang Taifeng and Ainley each went for a dragon crystal. They didn't stop each other. After all, if they fought each other now, they might not be able to get the dragon crystals. This was what it meant when both sides worked together. Ainley used the same method. The rainbow lotus appeared again. Although Huang Taifeng was weak, the golden thousand-blade spear in his hand was extremely powerful. Countless spear shadows enveloped the other dragon crystal. He wanted to seize the dragon crystal by force. Rumble, at this moment, something terrifying happened. As the dragon crystal continued to struggle, the Great Rift Valley began to close. Black sand kept emerging from the ground. The giant dragon city seemed to be returning to the desert. Ainley and Huang Taifeng didn't care about this change. They were focused on seizing the dragon crystals. At this moment, a black lotus platform appeared above Ling Zhao's head. Ling Zhao's heavenly demon eye could increase the power of the black lotus radiance. He knew that his black lotus radiance couldn't do anything to Huang Taifeng. However, it could definitely cause Huang Taifeng to be confused. In this way, it wouldn't be easy for Huang Taifeng to get the dragon crystal. He might even be injured by the dragon crystal's backlash. What? The black lotus platform crashed into Huang Taifeng's body. At that moment, Huang Taifeng's eyes became dull. Even if the time was very short. However, the dragon crystal had already obtained the opportunity to turn the tables. It suddenly released a terrifying energy and knocked the golden thousand-blade spear away. The fastest mobile version of the website, Bastard, who ambushed me. Huang Taifeng never dreamed that there would be someone among these people who dared to ambush him. Moreover, it was such a brilliant soul secret technique. Not only did it cause him to lose his golden thousand-blade spear, but it also put him in danger. A terrifying energy burst out from the dragon crystal and blasted towards him. At that moment, Huang Taifeng almost despaired. With his cultivation, if he didn't have the golden thousand-blade spear to block it, he would be dead for sure. Young master. One of the half-step divine soul realm experts rushed out at the critical moment. He blocked the fatal blow for Huang Taifeng, but he was killed by the energy released by the dragon crystal. After killing the half-step divine soul realm expert, the dragon crystal abandoned Huang Taifeng and rushed towards Ainley. Ainley was about to suppress one of the dragon crystals, but she had no choice but to give up. The 2 dragon crystals broke through the sky and flew out of the Rift Valley. Bastard, if I find out who ambushed me, I'll kill him. Huang Taifeng roared at the crowd and led his men to break through the sky. The Rift Valley began to close. The wisest thing to do now was to chase after the dragon crystals. Although he didn't know who ambushed him, it was impossible to find out in such an environment. Seeing Huang Taifeng leave, Ling Zhao's lips curled into a sneer. Too bad it's not you who died, you idiot. You have to pay the price for bullying others. No matter who you are. After Huang Taifeng left, the martial artists chased after him. This place was the core of Giant Dragon City. They firmly believed that the 2 dragon crystals that even divine soul realm experts yearned for were the best treasures. In addition, the Rift Valley was closing. No one knew what would happen next. Of course, they would choose to chase after the dragon crystals. After everyone left, Ling Xiao hurriedly rushed to the vicinity of the giant dragon statue. He had already sensed that there was a secret in that place. Unfortunately, he was too weak to check it in front of everyone. Now that everyone had left, he could check it in peace. Boss, are we not going out? I feel like the Rift Valley is about to close. Xiao Jin asked doubtfully. The Rift Valley closing is just a smokescreen. I'm afraid there really is a giant dragon here. This is to protect Giant Dragon City. Although Ling Xiao was the weakest among those people, he was still the strongest. However, in terms of understanding of formations, he was the best of the best. In the entire Eternal Divine Realm, there was probably no one who was stronger than him except for his master, the Yuan Venerate. The Great Rift Valley was indeed shaking. It was indeed closing, but it would last for at least a day. Some kind of powerful existence had used a formation to create a large-scale camouflage. This caused people to mistakenly think that the Great Rift Valley was closing extremely quickly. Creating a smokescreen on the basis of facts would make it easier for people to believe. However, this kind of trick could not escape his eyes. As Ling Xiao spoke, he had already arrived near the dragon statue. The entire body of the sculpture was carved with scales. If one did not look carefully, it would be difficult to notice that one of the scales was different from the rest. But instead, it was where the mechanism was. Ling Xiao's Taiji eye caught this. Of course, it was also because of his familiarity with array formations that he was the first to break the camouflage. Master, I need your help. I have found the key scale, but I don't have the ability to break the array formation on it. Ling Xiao observed for a moment. Although his array formation ability was already very strong, it was still incomparable to his master, the Yuan Venerate. It's simple. The Yuan Venerate said casually. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. He was probably the only one in the entire Eternal Divine Realm who dared to say that it was simple. Even if all the array formation masters in the Eternal Divine Realm were here, they probably would not have the ability to break this thing. However, a Yuan Venerate could. While the Yuan Venerate was breaking the array formation, Ling Xiao released the bloodthirsty plague and absorbed all the energy of the dead experts. The weakest of these experts was an 8th-level Divine Body Echelon Cultivator. The strongest was a half-step Divine Soul Echelon Cultivator. After absorbing the energy, Ling Xiao's Divine Essence level soared by 2 levels and reached level 5. He was not far from the level of the Eternal Divine Realm. In addition, he also picked up Huang Taifeng's Golden Thousand-Blade Spear. He gave this spear directly to Long Chen. The combination of the Golden Dragon and the Golden Thousand-Blade Spear was naturally outstanding. However, in order to avoid trouble, he modified the Golden Thousand-Blade Spear. Its appearance changed the most. Its effect also improved to a certain extent. Although Long Chen could not use the Emperor weapon with 3 Divine Dragon patterns for the time being, he would be able to use it sooner or later. In addition, the 6 people, including Lan Chen, were each given an Emperor weapon with 2 Divine Dragon patterns. They had obtained these from the experts who had been killed. Ling Xiao had obtained 3 such treasures. He saved them all. He was going to use them when he upgraded the Void God Sword. It could be said that the few of them had gained a lot. Gotcha! At that moment, the sculpture suddenly sank, revealing a stone staircase that led underground. Thank you, Master. Ling Xiao knew that the mechanism had been broken. Thus, he quickly rushed down. No one knew if those fellows who had chased after Xianxia would return. No one knew the whereabouts of that Xianxia. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to speed up whatever he wanted to do. Otherwise, breaking this mechanism would be a gift to others. Stepping into the space under the stone staircase, Ling Xiao also set up a small illusion. Because it was small, it was easier to control and set up. After he was done, he went down the stairs. There were about 100 steps. When he walked down the last step, a fierce aura instantly enveloped him. At that moment, he felt as if he had fallen into a sea of blood. Universe of Tyrants. Ling Xiao entered the Beast God body state and released Universe of Tyrants. Only then did his body feel a little better. The underground space was not too big. Ling Xiao saw a huge container in the underground space at a glance. There was a dragon egg in the container. This was the egg of a giant dragon. Moreover, it was not a fossil, but a real egg. The dragon egg was soaked in a black liquid, which emitted a strange fishy smell. Big brother, that's the dragon blood of the Blackwind giant dragon. As a giant dragon, Longchen recognized what the black liquid was at a glance. It's actually dragon blood. Longchen, hurry up and absorb it. Ling Xiao said. Giant dragon blood was obviously more suitable for Longchen. Although Ling Xiao also had dragon blood, it was a higher grade divine dragon bloodline. The effect of absorbing dragon blood was obviously not as great as Longchen's. Thank you, big brother. Longchen did not decline. After coming out of the universe world, he opened his mouth and inhaled. The black wind giant dragon blood fused into his body. The next moment, he closed his eyes. The process of refining the dragon blood began. Ling Xiao kept Longchen back into the universe world. Longchen probably did not have much combat strength left. However, when the refinement of the dragon blood was completed, Longchen's strength might increase tremendously. What about the dragon egg? Yu Fenghua looked at the dragon egg that was soaked in the dragon blood and felt pity. Women were soft-hearted after all. If Fenghua likes it, you can take it to incubate. Who knows, you might have a powerful partner in the future. Ling Xiao laughed. Men always liked to strengthen their women so that they would not be bullied by others. Especially in this world of martial artists, danger lurked everywhere. No one knew if they would be separated in the next moment. Therefore, Ling Xiao's idea was very simple. He only hoped that Yu Fenghua's fighting power would be stronger and her survival ability would be stronger. As he spoke, he kept the dragon egg into the universe of tyrants. In the universe of tyrants, the dragon egg could absorb the power of the universe to incubate. In the future, he could give it to Yu Fenghua. However, just as he was about to put away the dragon egg, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, the basement shook violently. A huge shadow suddenly appeared. Although it was terrifying, Ling Xiao was not afraid. The other party was just a shadow, so its fighting power would not be too strong. Moreover, the appearance of the other party was probably related to the dragon egg. It could be said that he had dragon essence. If the other party really wanted to harm him, he could use the dragon egg to threaten him. Although it was a little despicable, if he still cared about principles in this situation, he would not be far from death. Let the young master go, or I will let you sleep in this underground forever. The huge shadow was an adult black wind dragon. Not only was its body huge, but the power of the shadow had reached the level of divine soul realm. It was very terrifying. Brother dragon, do you think it's good to threaten me now? Ling Xiao looked at the huge shadow and said coldly, if you are a smart dragon, you should know that you should know. The only one who can protect your young master now is me. Those people outside might not protect the dragon egg well when they see it. They might even refine it directly. After all, the power of the dragon egg is also very strong. The black wind dragon's huge claws had already reached the top of Ling Xiao's head. But at that moment, it stopped. He had to admit that Ling Xiao's words were very reasonable. Looking at you, you only have a trace of dragon soul left, right? Do you think you can protect him? Wake up. The level of your dragon blood is too low. If you want to incubate your young master, it will be as difficult as ascending to heaven. But I'm different. I possess the bloodline of the primordial divine dragon king. At that moment, Ling Xiao released the aura of a primordial divine dragon king. He didn't use his bloodline power much in battle, mainly because he didn't know how to use it. Perhaps it was because his strength was too weak that he was unable to use the treasures despite having them. However, the primordial divine dragon king's bloodline power was still 1 in 10,000. Just this little bit of bloodline power was enough to give him supreme authority in the dragon clan. Back then, he had relied on the power of the primordial divine dragon king's bloodline to subdue Long Chen's clan. Divine Dragon King. You really are the successor of the Divine Dragon King. The black wind colossal dragon's shadow suddenly knelt on the ground. It was an absolute submission to a superior. Ling Zhao's primordial divine dragon king bloodline was simply too powerful. It was enough to crush any dragon bloodline in the world. In addition, the black wind colossal dragon worshipped the divine dragon king to begin with. That was why it was even more so. How could it be fake? Ling Xiao stood there. A divine dragon's shadow hovered above his body. It let him reveal the domineering majesty that truly belonged to the divine dragon king. The feeling of being the only one in the world. Your Majesty, Divine Dragon King, can you really protect our Black-Winged Colossal Dragon's young master from death? The Black-Winged Colossal Dragon wasn't questioning, but looking forward to it. Ling Xiao nodded and said, I don't dare to say anything else. At the very least, I can guarantee that he will hatch and become stronger. Before he reaches adulthood, I will always protect him. However, after he reaches adulthood, it will depend on his own ability. I believe in you, Your Majesty. However, although you are the successor of the Divine Dragon King bloodline, you are still too weak. Let me lend you a hand. The Black-Winged Colossal Dragon's idea was very simple. It would give the last of its remaining strength to Ling Xiao. This way, Ling Xiao could also become stronger. Only when Ling Xiao became stronger would the Black-Winged Colossal Dragon's young master be safer. Thank you. Ling Xiao did not refuse. The next moment, that huge dragon shadow suddenly scuttled into Ling Xiao's body. Helping Ling Xiao transform his divine essence, transform his body, and transform his soul, it made everything about Ling Xiao stronger. It's not good to stay here for long. Better withdraw first. The energy in Ling Xiao's body surged. It made him very uncomfortable. However, he also knew that now was not the time to cultivate. The Black-Winged Colossal Dragon had already given all of its remaining strength to him. This Colossal Dragon City's sinking speed would definitely accelerate. If he didn't get out earlier, he would probably really have to stay underground for 10 years. Ling Xiao forcefully endured the discomfort and flew out. At this time, those powerhouses were still fighting for the 2 dragon crystals. However, this already had nothing to do with Ling Xiao. With his strength, he was not qualified to fight for that thing. However, he already obtained something more outstanding than that dragon crystal, so he did not ask for more. Ling Xiao also noticed that the pursuers were getting closer and closer. He quietly took advantage of the chaos to escape. No one knew that this nobody at the 5th level of the Divine Physique Echelon could come out alive from underground. Including Huang Taifeng, everyone thought that he was dead. This was actually a good thing for him. After finding a safe place, Ling Xiao released the martial soul barrier and then used the formation to protect himself. He let Little Gold, Yufeng Hua, and Cold Plum out to protect him. Meanwhile, he began to cultivate. The energy in his body had to be refined and digested as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would really be killed by this energy. Although this black desert was very dangerous, his companion's strength had increased by a lot. Protecting him while he cultivated was not a problem. After Long Chen and I finish cultivating, our counterattack will begin. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a hint of coldness. He was very unwilling to run away. The reason why he ran was because he was not strong enough. He could not even defeat the powerhouses at the border of the Golden Martial Nation. Not to mention people like Huang Taifeng, Yang Qi, and Yin Li. However, if he completely absorbed the Black-Winged Colossal Dragon's energy, then, the level of his divine energy would definitely reach a very high level. At that time, he would truly be able to contend with the powerhouses of the Eternal Divine Realm. That's right. We've been too cowardly recently. We've been chased by people from Dual Axe City and Blue Sea City. It wasn't easy to find a ruin, but we didn't have the strength to fight for the treasures. Boss, this time we must give those people a good beating. Little Gold gritted her teeth. Xiao, no matter what decision you make, we'll support you. Now, let's quickly refine the energy in your body. If you become stronger, we'll have more opportunities to become stronger. Yufeng Hua said. Master, don't worry and cultivate. Cold Plum's words were short but firm. Ling Xiao nodded and did not waste any more time. He devoted himself to refining the energy. He had to admit that the remaining energy of the Black-Winged Colossal Dragon was too great. It was impossible to refine it all at once. Therefore, he had to store a portion of it as potential to prepare for future cultivation. Ling Xiao sat there cross-legged, his entire body wrapped in the black wind. A mysterious and powerful force was constantly transforming his body. Because the Black-Winged Colossal Dragon willingly offered its power, Ling Xiao did not encounter any resistance when absorbing it. This energy seemed to belong to him in the first place, being absorbed by his limbs and bones. Every cell in his body began to operate. He used this energy to refine his body, his divine essence, and his soul. He wanted to make himself stronger. While refining this energy, Xiao also consumed supreme-grade spirit stones. This made the energy even purer. After all, he was not the black-winged colossal dragon. He could not duplicate all the energy at once. He still had to convert it into his own power. The supreme-grade spirit stones contained pure spiritual chi of heaven and earth, which was perfect for this effect. It could also improve the quality of the black-winged colossal dragon's energy. This was why gold-grade spirit stones were so expensive. Xiao continued to guide this energy. While strengthening his body, divine essence, and soul, he also strengthened and upgraded each of his martial souls. This included the Sky Tyrant martial soul. This powerful martial soul had not been upgraded for a long time. Even so, it was Xiao's most powerful trump card. Now, with the help of this energy, it was becoming more complete. The Mountain River world showed the complete outline of the 4 domains and 9 worlds. The Sky Tyrant martial soul also gave Xiao more power. At the same time, the dragon egg placed in the Sky Tyrant universe was also absorbing the powerful energy and gradually hatching. Everything was going smoothly. With the powerful effect of the Tai Chi Eye, Xiao would not make any mistakes in refining the energy. Yufeng Hua, Little Gold, and Cold Plum felt Xiao's rising aura and smiled. Back then, no one in the 4 domains and 9 worlds could match them. They were the top existences. Who dared to defy them, but after coming to the eternal divine realm, they hit a wall everywhere. It was difficult to even settle down in a city. Anyone would be disappointed and depressed. The reason for all this was that they were too weak. The key was that the level of his divine energy and his physical body were not high enough. If everyone stood on the same foundation, they wouldn't be so cowardly. Now, Xiao was rushing in that direction. Once they succeeded, they would be able to gain more autonomy. Moreover, once Xiao became stronger, the speed at which they became stronger would also increase. In the future, when they stabilized their god nations, who would dare to talk about killing them? Thinking of this, Xiao Jin was especially excited. Yufeng Hua actually didn't care. As long as she could stay by Xiao's side, she felt very happy. Of course, she also wanted to become stronger. She wanted to contribute to her man. Otherwise, such happy days would be numbered. Cold Plum's thoughts were simpler. She wanted to protect her master. It was that simple. Therefore, everyone wanted to become stronger. In the distant ruins, the battle seemed to have ended. Although no one knew who had obtained the dragon crystal, a large number of experts had already left one after another. On the other side, the sounds of the pursuing troops were getting closer and closer. It was really a race against time for cultivation. After a full 3 hours, Xiao integrated a large amount of the Black Wind Dragon's energy. It was just that the Black Wind Dragon's energy was too strong, so most of it was still integrated into the potential cells and stored. In future battles, he would continuously release it. Now, Xiao's divine energy level had reached level 9. Although it was still a little short of level 10, he could feel that his current combat power could easily crush a 6th level divine body realm expert. It wouldn't be as uncomfortable as before. If he released Universe of Tyrants, he could even kill an early stage 7th level divine body realm martial artist. And it was a one-on-one kill. His divine energy level only needed to increase by 1 level. However, this kind of thing couldn't be forced. Anyway, the Black Wind Dragon's energy hadn't been completely digested. It should be very easy to increase by 1 level in battle. As for Long Chen, his cultivation had also ended. Long Chen's improvement was greater than Xiao's. Perhaps it was because his basic divine energy wasn't as much as Xiao's. Long Chen's divine energy level directly reached level 10, which was already the standard of an ordinary martial artist in the eternal divine territory. This way, Long Chen wouldn't be afraid of an ordinary peak 7th level divine body realm expert at all. In addition to his powerful golden colossal dragon bloodline, he would be able to put up a fight even if he encountered a martial artist in the early stage of the divine physique 8th level. There was another good thing, which was that the dragon egg had hatched. Of course, it was also a black wind dragon that hatched from the dragon egg. However, it was currently in the form of a baby dragon. However, the special thing was that it belonged to the Black Wind Dragon's royal bloodline. He could clearly feel the enormous potential within it. It was only a baby dragon, but it already had a terrifying strength that was equivalent to an early-stage Divine Soul Realm expert. However, it was a pity that because it was too small, it had less divine energy. Therefore, it could only last for about a minute in battle. Of course, Xianxia was satisfied. A minute of combat power for a Divine Soul Realm expert was too important to them now. Moreover, this baby dragon was hatched by Xianxia. He trusted Xianxia more than anyone else. He would listen to whoever Xianxia told him to. Little Black, she's your mother from now on. Be good and listen to her. Xianxia gave the Black Wind Dragon to Yufenghua. With such a powerful bodyguard protecting her, the possibility of Yufenghua being in danger should be very low. Little Black is so cute. Yufenghua stroked the little black dragon gently. The little fellow actually smiled comfortably. If possible, I really don't want to use him in battle. Xianxia looked at Little Black and smiled dotingly. After all, the little fellow was still young. Just as they were talking, a voice suddenly came from not far away. Then, a few martial artists appeared in their field of vision. Without a doubt, they were martial artists from Blue Sea City. Xianxia put Yufenghua and the others into the universe world. Only by taking them by surprise could they maximize their combat power. He sat there alone and pretended to cultivate. Soon, the martial artists from Blue Sea City discovered Xianxia's existence. Xianxia's appearance had not changed, so these people recognized him at a glance. They even looked at the bounty list for a long time. They probably couldn't believe that all of this was so easy to obtain. Commander, that seems to be Xianxia. Finally, someone said. What? Commander Lu looked at Xianxia carefully and confirmed that there was no problem. But he really didn't understand. This guy clearly knew that there were pursuers behind him, but he still dared to cultivate here. Was he stupid or did he have other motives? Sometimes, things were too simple and easy to be at a loss. The current situation was like that. Be careful. Surround him and be careful of ambushes. Commander Lu ordered. The fat meat was in front of them. Even if they were worried, they couldn't do nothing. They had to try. Otherwise, they would regret it. In order to chase after Xianxia, Commander Lu's team of close to 100 people was now left with only 50 or so people. Many of them were still injured. In the battle with the cactus previously, the losses were really quite heavy. If he couldn't capture Xianxia, then even if he went back, he would still be punished. You're Xianxia? Commander Lu asked. He didn't dare to get close to Xianxia, so he was about 100 meters away from him. However, the encirclement had already been formed. More than 50 people still had an absolute advantage in numbers. These people looked at Xianxia with anger in their eyes. Although Xianxia didn't offend them, they caused a large number of their brothers to die tragically because of chasing after Xianxia. Naturally, they poured all their hatred onto Xianxia. Perhaps in their opinion, if it wasn't for Xianxia, they wouldn't have had so many sacrifices. However, they never thought that if they didn't chase after Xianxia, they wouldn't have had any sacrifices either. These guys were just so shameless. That's right, I'm Xianxia. Xianxia opened his eyes and looked at Commander Lu indifferently. You're here for me? Commander Lu smiled and said, are you still playing dumb? You killed so many people from Blue Sea City. You even killed my good brother, Commander Zhang. Shouldn't we be chasing after you? That's what they asked for. Xianxia said sarcastically, if you want my bounty, don't say such nonsense. Come on, I'm right here. If you have the ability, then kill me. However, let me remind you that the moment we make a move, we'll become mortal enemies. When you die in my hands, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Hearing Xianxia's words, Commander Lu's brows furrowed even tighter. For Xianxia to be able to kill Commander Zhang, his strength was definitely not weak. However, looking at it now, Xianxia was only at the 5th level of the Divine Body Realm. He didn't seem as strong as he imagined. Was there really an ambush? When he thought of the bounty posters, he was almost certain that Xianxia had accomplices. However, he didn't know where his accomplices were at this time, nor did he discover them. Should I make a move or not? This was a problem. Where are your accomplices? Commander Lu asked. Oh, them? They're nearby. Didn't you notice? Ling Xiao smiled. Stop trying to be mysterious. Don't try to scare us with this kind of bluff. Old Lu, won't fall for that. Commander Lu roared. These words were still a test. He wanted to see panic in Ling Xiao's eyes. Seeing uneasiness. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Ling Xiao's eyes were as calm as ever. There was no panic or fear in them. This caused his expression to become extremely unsightly. This kid in front of him was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Lord Commander, this fellow is just bluffing. Let's attack. Even if his accomplices were here, there was nothing to be afraid of. Their leader's strength is so weak. The rest of them probably aren't that strong either. Someone beside him suggested. His words made Commander Lu make up his mind. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that old Lu, was almost fooled by you. What a pity, Commander Lu laughed. Everyone, prepare to attack. That's why I said that you should have attacked from the start. Why are you talking so much nonsense? It makes you seem very cautious. Ling Xiao mockingly hooked his finger at Commander Lu. Commander Lu's eyes were filled with anger. Although he could only be ranked at the bottom among the 72 commanders of Blue Sea City, he was still a commander of Blue Sea City, a peak 7th level Divine Physique Echelon expert. He was actually mocked by a 5th level Divine Physique Echelon trash. He felt very unhappy. His heart felt like it was about to explode. Especially Ling Xiao's smiling face. It simply made him extremely unhappy. At this moment, there were already other voices in the distance. Commander Lu became even more anxious. If other forces rushed over, it would be even more troublesome. Along the way, he had encountered Dual Axe City's cavalry and Dark God Palace's assassins, as well as those experts from the Land of Exile. Although they had a tacit understanding not to attack, it was only temporary. If the target appeared, a battle would definitely break out. He had to end the battle as soon as possible. Attack, kill this kid first. I don't believe that his companions won't show up. Commander Lu clenched his teeth and finally gave the order to attack. He was also riding a tiger and had no way to back down. However, this order was really unwise. If he chose to leave, he might still be able to keep his life. However, this attack was destined to kill him. Ling Xiao and his companion's strength had increased, especially him and Long Chen, who had improved the most. In addition to Blackie's existence, how could these people win? The reason why Commander Lu didn't attack was that he was wary of Ling Xiao's companions. Moreover, he thought that his subordinates were more than enough to kill Ling Xiao. After all, there were close to 26th level Divine Physique Echelon experts among these 50 people. The rest were 5th and 4th level Divine Physique Echelon martial artists. If they couldn't even kill a 5th level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist, they would be too useless. Faced with the sudden encirclement of more than 50 experts, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cruel sneer. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Just nice, I can test out my new power. The power he had just obtained from the Black-Winged Colossal Dragon allowed his Divine Essence level to reach level 9. However, he was only speculating how terrifying the lethality of level 9 Divine Essence level would be. He hadn't tested it out yet. Just nice, these guys came knocking on his door. Ling Xiao slowly stood up. He entered the Beast God body state. At the same time, he took out the Void God sword. However, he didn't use the dominating sky possession. Faced with the attacks around him, he just swung the Void God sword in a circle. He didn't use any martial skills. The next moment, there were continuous screams. The encirclement instantly collapsed. More than 10 martial artists died. All of them were 4th and 5th level Divine Physique Echelon martial artists. Those 6th level Divine Physique Echelon martial artists had no choice but to stop and block the attacks. In the end, the encirclement collapsed just like that. A level 9 Divine Essence level coupled with 2 Divine Dragon Inscriptions Emperor weapons. Even a normal attack is so fierce. Looks like my speculation still underestimated my strength. Ling Xiao didn't attack anymore. Instead, he stood there with the Void God sword in his hand, silently thinking about something. Seeing this shocking scene, Commander Lu's expression changed drastically. He was originally worried about the ambush of Ling Xiao's accomplices, so he didn't take Ling Xiao's strength to heart at all. However, this scene made him realize that he had underestimated his opponent. "You bastard, what did you do just now?" Commander Lu roared angrily. "Killing more than 10 people in an instant. Only an expert of his level could do such a thing. Didn't you see? I just swung my sword." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "This is just a warning. Next time, it won't be so simple." "Ha ha ha, trying to scare old Lu? I don't believe it. Reorganize the encirclement. I'll deal with him personally." Commander Lu laughed maniacally. This guy looked like a fierce general. He wasn't frightened by Ling Xiao's strength. Peek. Haha. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. What a reckless fool. He had already shown mercy, yet he still did not know how to retreat. Since that was the case, why should he continue to hold back? At that moment, he chose the tyrannical sky possession. To deal with an expert of Commander Lu's level, he still needed to use the power of the tyrannical sky martial soul. Together with the 2 emperor weapons with divine dragon patterns, it should be able to make up for the difference in his strength. Of course, if his divine essence level reached level 10, then he wouldn't need to do that. The tyrannical sky martial soul was just to make up for the difference in divine essence quality. Ling Xiao's laughter made Commander Lu even more furious. Although he didn't dare to say how powerful he was in the human race's divine nations, a mere 5th-level divine physique echelon cultivator dared to laugh at him like that. This made him quite unhappy. Behind him, the sea serpent god martial soul appeared. The huge snake shadow flicked its tongue and let out a low and fearful roar. At that moment, the air was filled with the smell of blood. Blood-colored snowflakes floated in the air. This was why Commander Lu's sea serpent god martial soul was more powerful than Commander Zhang's. Not only could it control the water elements, but it could also turn the water elements into ice and snow. In the desert, the temperature plummeted, and the air was filled with a cold aura. In just a moment, the scorching desert became a palace of ice and snow. No one has ever dared to mock me like this. Especially trash like you who doesn't even understand the god martial soul. You actually dare to look down on me, an existence with a mid-grade god martial soul. I really don't know who gave you the guts. Commander Lu's body floated gently in the air, and the huge snake shadow behind him looked down at Ling Xiao as if it was looking at its prey. The sea serpent god roared at Ling Xiao with a murderous aura, causing the blood-colored ice and snow to reveal an incomparably terrifying killing intent. The martial artists that followed Commander Lu were all trembling. This murderous aura made them feel extremely uncomfortable. As expected of Commander Lu, the sea serpent god martial soul is really powerful. That's right, Commander Lu's strength is much stronger than Commander Zhang's. That kid is dead meat. The reason why our Blue Sea City is strong is because of the efforts of the 72 commanders. This time, we definitely won't fail. Commander Lu's expression did not change when he heard the crowd's words. Clearly, this was a rational person. Despite being flattered, he was still able to control his emotions. Ling Xiao, you will pay for your arrogance. Do it, don't talk nonsense. Ling Xiao gestured with a smile. Commander Lu's strength was completely within his grasp. It was not beyond his expectations. In fact, it was even worse than what he had imagined. Perhaps this person did not have the courage to press forward. When people lack courage, they will become weak. Perhaps it was because it had fused with the Black Wind Dragon's ability and became stronger. Ling Xiao felt that perhaps defeating Commander Lu would not be a difficult matter. His opponent only had an Emperor weapon with 1 Divine Dragon pattern, while he had the Void God sword with 2 Divine Dragon patterns. If he still couldn't defeat his opponent with the advantage of weapons, then he wouldn't be able to survive. Arrogant. Commander Lu really did not want to talk nonsense with Ling Xiao anymore. This arrogant guy was completely provoking him continuously. Alright, since that was the case, he would use the most terrifying method to let this brat die in pain. Ice roar. Commander Lu let out a furious roar. Condensing divine essence with both hands, the huge snake shadow behind him opened its bloody mouth and let out a sky-shaking roar. Boom, a storm condensed from blood-red ice and snow pounced toward Ling Xiao in a spiral form. It emitted a destructive sound in the void. This guy's strength has already surpassed all the martial artists in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. However, it will also become a stepping stone for me to walk to the peak. Facing this terrifying ice storm, Ling Xiao grasped the Void God sword with both hands. Divine essence kept accumulating, but he did not release a move. He wanted to wait for the best moment to make a move. When the ice storm was only 3 meters away from him, the Void God sword in his hand finally stabbed out. Void God technique, 9-word style. 9 sword lights merged into one, erupting with an even more powerful point-breaking ability. It instantly tore the ice storm apart. However, the opponent's attack was also extremely powerful. The 9 sword lights also collapsed at that moment. In this exchange, they were actually evenly matched. I can do it. After this attack, Ling Xiao was even more confident. Finally, he did not have to be so cowardly. One had to know that when he faced Commander Zhang, who was about the same strength as him, he could only take a beating. But now, they were already evenly matched in battle. This was the huge improvement that the Black Wind Dragon's energy brought to him. This is impossible. This was Commander Lu's first reaction. Ling Xiao could actually fight him to a draw. This was completely illogical. It should not be like this. I like it when my opponent says something like this. Seeing you guys surprised and at a loss makes me feel good. Ling Xiao's face was brimming with a smile. With the Beast God's body, the Sky Tyrant's possession, and the Void God's sword, he already had the ability to fight an expert at the peak of the 7th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. If combined with his Martial Soul Array and various Martial Soul special skills, it should not be much of a problem to defeat Commander Lu. The Martial Soul Array could fuse with Martial Soul special skills, and it could also amplify Martial Soul special skills. They were originally existences that complemented each other. It did not mean that the other could not be used just because one was released. Continue. Ling Xiao sneered and began to take the initiative to attack. Holy Ground Demonic Shadow, using his movement technique, he suddenly pounced on Commander Lu. This speed was much faster than before he absorbed the Black Wind Dragon's energy. Once again, Commander Lu was shocked. This caused Commander Lu to completely lose his composure. Because of a misjudgment, he completely misjudged Ling Xiao's strength. Block it. Commander Lu had already seen how terrifying the Void God sword in Ling Xiao's hand was. Therefore, he definitely could not let his opponent hit him. He raised the battle saber in his hand and faced it. If everything went as planned, his battle saber should be able to block Ling Xiao's attack. After all, he was not a weakling. But how could Ling Xiao's attack be so simple? Dragon God's Frost Array. Both of them used ice, but Ling Xiao's ability was much stronger than Commander Lu's. The moment the array appeared, Commander Lu's speed suddenly dropped. This made his eyes fill with unparalleled terror. Oh no! The Dragon God's Frost Array was not frightening, but what was frightening was that Ling Xiao had used it at the perfect time. At this time, Commander Lu could not do anything else at all. He could only watch as Ling Xiao's Void God sword stabbed at him. Crack, Commander Lu's saber-wielding right hand was chopped off. Haha, it's much more powerful. If it was at the Divine Origin level before, this attack would not have been able to cut off his hand. Ling Xiao was fighting, and also experimenting. The Eternal Divine Realm was different from the 4 realms and 9 realms. There were advantages to having a sturdy law, but there were also many disadvantages. This was because a person's body would become more resilient, and it would be extremely difficult to replicate and be reborn. Because it was so difficult to recover, there was a wide market for pills that could speed up limb regrowth in the Eternal Divine Realm. Commander Lu's severed right arm could be recovered. But it would take at least a month. Otherwise, he'd have to use special pills or potions to recover. Clearly, with Commander Lu's status, he did not possess such a thing. In other words, he couldn't recover his right arm in a short time. That was the arm that he used as the main fighter. How could he fight without it? Damn it, Ice Cage. Commander Lu's first reaction was to protect himself. As long as he didn't die, he'd have a chance to live. In that instant, the sea serpent god wrapped around his entire body, forming a thick layer of ice. Even if Ling Xiao attacked with all his might, he couldn't break through the ice. But like all invincible defensive secret arts, this ice cage could only last for 30 seconds. The ice prison could only last for 30 seconds, and it would take an hour to use it again. Commander Lu had to think of a way to deal with it within those 30 seconds. Otherwise, he'd die the moment the ice cage collapsed. What's wrong with this guy? How can he be so strong? He's seriously inconsistent with the information. Is there something wrong with the information on the bounty list? Commander Lu had saved his life, but he was panicking. His opponent was too terrifying. Although they were equal in strength, his combat skills were far superior, especially in a way that was impossible to guard against. He couldn't deal with it at all. One mistake and he'd lost his right arm, greatly reducing his combat strength. Although he could still fight, he couldn't compare to his peak state at all. Damn it, isn't this guy a seed from the 4 realms and 9 worlds? He's just a seed. Although he's talented, he can't be this strong. How can this be? I'm really in a desperate situation. At that moment, he recalled what Ling Xiao had said before. So he wasn't bluffing. It was a warning. Do you think you'll be fine as long as you hide in that ice cage? Don't you care about your subordinates? Ling Xiao didn't try to break out of the ice cage. Although he had a way, it was too strenuous. In any case, his goal was to kill all those who dared to hunt him down. Therefore, no one dared to touch his bounty list. At the very least, most people wouldn't dare to touch it. That way, he could live a more carefree life. What are you doing? Commander Lu asked in horror. Ling Xiao didn't say anything, but he had already used his actions to tell him. A demonic shadow flickered, and a 6th-level divine physique echelon martial artist fell to the ground. The corpse gradually dried up. The void god sword absorbed all of its energy. Stop. Stop. Commander Lu roared in horror. Ling Xiao didn't pay any attention to Commander Lu. While attacking the cultivators from Blue Sea City, he coldly said, "Do you remember my warning from the beginning? I really don't want to kill anyone. I hope you can let me go." But you didn't. You guys are clamoring to kill me. If I'm not as strong as you guys, I'm afraid it's useless even if I beg for mercy now. Another sword strike killed 2 people at the same time. Ling Xiao's face was expressionless, as if he was fighting a group of puppets. Run. Blue Sea City's martial artists finally realized their fear. They didn't care about Commander Lu anymore, and all of them madly fled into the distance. Ling Xiao didn't chase after those who fled. He said that he would kill those who wanted to kill him, but he couldn't be bothered to chase after those who had lost their will to fight. The Black Desert was full of danger. No one knew what they would encounter, so it was better to be careful. This was the so-called "don't chase a cornered enemy." But even so, only half of the 50 or so people had managed to escape. The rest were killed by Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, the level of his divine essence still didn't increase. It seemed that the last level was quite difficult to increase. However, he wasn't in a hurry. Blue Sea City wasn't the only pursuers, there were others. All he needed to do was to kill all of them. He didn't believe that he wouldn't level up. You're really lucky. There were still 10 seconds before the ice prison. However, Ling Xiao discovered that 3 groups of pursuers had arrived at almost the same time. Dual Axe City's cavalry was awe-inspiring, and their horned tigers roared in the black wind. The leader was Xianxia. When this guy saw Ling Xiao, his eyes turned red. He had been brooding over the fact that Ling Xiao stole his storage ring and the things inside. More importantly, he was actually defeated by Ling Xiao and his companions and fled. This was simply a humiliation to him. He had to take revenge. The current Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of Xianxia at all. The problem was, there was actually an early-stage divine body 8th-level powerhouse beside Xianxia. Ling Xiao couldn't resist that terrifying aura at all. Not only that, but the other group of people were also experts. These people were all dressed in black and had their faces covered. They were like ghosts in the black wind. The leader of the group had short silver hair. He looked extremely fierce. Although his cultivation was on par with Commander Liu, an assassin was still an assassin. If Commander Liu fought with this person, he would probably be killed in 3 moves. He was definitely a terrifying guy. The people following him were all assassins, and each of them released a terrifying killing intent. It made one tremble with fear. There was another group of people. There weren't many of them, but they were all divine body 7th level powerhouses. Xianxia smelled a familiar scent from these people. A motley crew from the land of exile, but why do I feel that they are much stronger than before? Oh, right, the power of law in the eternal divine territory is different from the Heaven's Wall City. No wonder, this is their true strength. These guys are called a motley crew, but they are not a motley crew. At all. Xianxia frowned. The situation was much more serious than he had imagined. Facing these 3 groups of people at the same time, plus the team from Blue Sea City that hadn't been completely wiped out. Even if he got help from his companions, they might not be able to win. It seemed that he had to think of another way. The reason why Xianxia said that Commander Liu had a good life was because he was preparing to slip away. Commander Liu, I advise you to scram back to Blue Sea City. Otherwise, the next time we meet, I'll definitely take your life. Goodbye. Xianxia weighed the pros and cons. He knew that he couldn't fight head-on now, and he couldn't be surrounded by these 4 groups of people. So, it was better to retreat first. Now that his divine essence was at level 9, his speed advantage had basically been restored. In addition, there was the natural maze in the Black Desert. He easily shook off his pursuers and disappeared into the black wind. Only the curses and shouts of killing were left behind. A bunch of idiots. How can I stay and let you kill me? After a distance, Xianxia stopped. He didn't plan to escape. Retreating was just a strategy. Next, he would become a hunter. The other party's target was more obvious. And he was alone now. His companions were all in the universe world. In addition, he could rely on the Tai Chi Eye and knew how to break the maze. So, he could be more discreet. The enemy was out in the open, while they were in the dark. It was obvious that they had the upper hand. As long as he wasn't surrounded, he could kill all of them in the Black Desert. Boss, I want to fight too. Those guys are too despicable. Little Gold was dying. No rush. Let's try our luck first and see if we can find the Black Wind King. Maybe the Black Wind King can raise Cold Plum's divine origin level to the 10th grade. With 2 people at the 10th grade of the divine origin level, our combat power will obviously be stronger. As long as Cold Plum absorbs the Black Wind King, she can control the cactus army in the Black Desert. By then, we can kill the enemy even if we don't do it stealthily. Even though Xianxia was retreating strategically, there was a purpose behind it. It was because he had tasted the great benefits of raising the divine origin level. I can already sense the Black Wind King's location. Cold Plum suddenly said, Master, there's an attack on the left. Cold Plum's senses were more sensitive than Xianxia's in places with many plants. Hearing Cold Plum's words, Xianxia had already used the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique to dodge. Although using the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique without releasing the Child God's blood formation would consume a lot of energy. However, using it a few times was no problem. Just as he turned into a golden light and dodged, the terrifying attack landed. The target was the place he was standing just now. A large area of the desert was lifted up, forming a huge sand pit. If not for Cold Plum's warning, Xianxia would have lost his life from this attack. This attack was extremely swift and violent, and its power was extremely terrifying. Even a martial artist at the 8th level of the Divine Physique Echelon would be in trouble, let alone him. What the hell is that? After Xianxia stood still, he looked at the monster in the distance. He couldn't see the monster's body at all. He could only see cactus spikes falling from the sand pit. Oh no, it's the Black Wind King. Lan Chen exclaimed, and this guy is much stronger than the rumors say. It's rumored that it's a monster at the peak of the 7th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. But from the looks of it now, he's at least at the peak of the 8th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. He judged it from the effect of the Black Wind King's attack. As a native of the Eternal Divine Realm, this ability was essential. Any martial artist must have the ability to judge the opponent's cultivation through the opponent's attack and defense. That's right, he's at the peak of the 8th level divine body realm. Ling Xiao frowned. He was sure, because that was what the Taiji had told him. Soon after, he smiled and said, "What I wish for really comes true, although it's a little dangerous." However, as long as he could capture the Black Wind King, Cold Plum's God Yuan would definitely increase by 10 levels. We've already sounded the horn of counterattack. It's impossible for us not to annihilate the enemy. Not again. Ling Xiao, who had locked onto his target, naturally wouldn't be so easily ambushed. In that instant, he felt a surge of power from underground. He retreated and stabbed the Void God sword into the ground. 9 streaks of sword chi pierced the target along the gravel. The feeling was very real. Roar! Something let out a painful hiss. Ling Xiao knew that his attack was effective. Although his strength was far from the Black Wind King's, the Black Wind King's body was huge. If he targeted his attack, it would naturally be effective. His attack just now should have left a wound on the Black Wind King's body. However, it probably wouldn't have much of an impact. A monster at the peak of the 8th level of the divine physique echelon was stronger than martial artists of the same level. No matter how competent Ling Xiao was, he didn't think that he could seriously injure the opponent with his strength. At most, it would be a light injury. And this was with the power of the Void God sword in his hand. However, even if it was just a scratch, it was enough for Ling Xiao. He had already released the bloodthirsty plague through the wound. He also released a powerful poison. Although he didn't dare to say that it could kill the opponent, it would definitely have some impact on the enemy. Everyone, let's fight together. Beat this guy until he's weak, then hand him over to Cold Plum. Ling Xiao released Little Gold, Yufeng Hua, and Long Chen. Cold Plum didn't need to fight for the time being. She needed to focus her energy on the final attack. She used the ancient war tree to absorb the Black Wind King's ability. She found out from Long Chen that the Black Wind King had 3 abilities. The first was to control the black wind, the second was to absorb water. As long as it was liquid, it could basically absorb it, the third was to control black sand. The combination of these 3 abilities gave the Black Wind King the ability to challenge those of a higher level. It would be very difficult to kill it. However, Yufeng Hua had Little Black as a helper. If they really couldn't do it, they could ask Little Black for help. However, Ling Xiao felt that with the few of them working together, they should be able to control the Black Wind King. When the battle started, Little Gold, Yufeng Hua, and Long Chen were in charge of restraining the Black Wind King. At this moment, Long Chen's strength could be seen. Little Gold's divine essence was only at the 3rd level. Yufeng Hua's divine essence was at the 2nd level. Long Chen's divine essence was at the 10th level. He could fully unleash the strength of a peak 7th level divine physique echelon expert. Together with the Golden Dragon's body, he became the main defender. He blocked the attacks for Little Gold and Yufeng Hua. Little Gold and Yufeng Hua attacked continuously to weaken the Black Wind King. Ling Xiao activated the Dragon God's Ice Array diagram and the Invincible Ape God Array diagram at the same time. One was used to slow down the Black Wind King's attack speed, while the other was used to strengthen its defense. In a team battle, his array diagram was very helpful. After that, Ling Xiao also joined the battle. This time, he used his undying godly physique. His entire body was wrapped in strange flames. His divine essence was already at the 9th level, and his combat strength was close to perfect. In addition to the undying godly physique and the Sky Tyrant possession. Ability. The power of the strange flames could be seen. Although the strange flames couldn't leave the body to attack, it could be wrapped around the body and close the distance to attack wasn't a problem. Although the Black Wind King was extremely powerful, its speed was still inferior to Ling Xiao's. Of course, there was no problem with the strategy. However, there were many unforeseen events in a battle. The Black Wind King's strength had truly been shown to these people. This guy could actually condense many cactus clones made of black sand. With the help of the Black Wind, it was impossible to tell which was real and which was fake. This caused many of their attacks to be ineffective. Not only that. As long as he was close to the Black Wind King, Ling Xiao could feel the blood in his body being sucked out. As long as there was a wound on his body, he would probably be sucked dry by the Black Wind King. Therefore, he had to be extra careful not to get injured. However, this was easier said than done. The cactus thorns released by the Black Wind King were wrapped in the black wind and sand. It was simply impossible to guard against. Even with the protection of the invincible ape god array diagram, the difference in strength was too great. A few people were still injured, including Ling Xiao. Although he wasn't seriously injured, there were many small wounds all over his body. The Black Wind King took advantage of this and began to crazily suck Ling Xiao's blood. "You dare to suck my blood? You really have guts." Ling Xiao sneered, completely unguarded, allowing the Black Wind King to suck his blood. One had to know that the blood in his body had already merged with the dual wills of the Divine Dragon King and the Human King. In addition, he had the burning ability of the Divine Fire. He didn't take the initiative to attack his opponent with his blood because he was afraid of pain. But if his opponent took the initiative to suck his blood, it was purely courting death. Ling Xiao's skin gradually turned white. The Black Wind King suddenly shrieked in pain. Its whole body shook violently, and it was in extreme pain. "Cold Plum, it's your turn." Although Ling Xiao lost a lot of blood, this wasn't a problem. He could use the bloodthirsty plague to recover it later. The key was whether Cold Plum could succeed in the end. The moment Cold Plum was released, she released the ancient war tree, and the ancient tree's vines frantically wrapped around the Black Wind King. She started to absorb the Black Wind King's power. "Hurry up and heal. With such a big commotion, someone will probably come over." Cold Plum had already restrained the Black Wind King with everyone's help. Now, Long Chen, Yu Fenghua, and Xiao Jin could all rest. The Black Wind King let out a shrill scream, trying to break free from the ancient war tree's attack. But it was useless. At this moment, Ling Xiao's blood was still causing trouble in its body. It asked for this. If it didn't do this, this battle probably wouldn't have ended so easily. "Master, you can take back your blood. I have completely controlled this guy. Next, it's time to fuse." After more than 10 minutes, Cold Plum said. "Okay." Ling Xiao took back the goo poison and the bloodthirsty plague. The lost blood instantly fused into his body. His skin color returned to normal. More than 10 minutes passed. The Black Wind King had completely disappeared, completely fusing into the ancient war tree. "Hurry up and fuse," Ling Xiao said as he pulled Lin Mei back into the Qianquan world. "I didn't expect that the Black Wind King would be so easily killed by you after dominating the Black Desert for so long." "Brother Ling, who exactly are you?" Lan Chen was also dumbfounded. When Ling Xiao's blood was being sucked out, he was extremely worried. But what happened next was simply beyond his imagination. According to his understanding, only the bloodline of a powerful god's descendant could make the Black Wind King feel so uncomfortable. "I'm just a seed chosen by the 4 domains and 9 worlds. Don't overthink it. I just had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a powerful bloodline power. I really don't have any backing." Ling Xiao smiled. "No matter what, you've succeeded. That's the hardest part. They're coming. What should we do?" Xiao Jin asked. "Cold Plum, how much longer do you need?" Ling Xiao asked. "About 10 minutes should be enough," Cold Plum said. "Also, as long as I fuse with the Black Wind King, I can control all the cacti in the Black Desert. When the time comes, the scene will definitely satisfy Master." "Okay, I'll give you 10 minutes." Ling Xiao smiled. It was time to put an end to this. Facing the 4 forces, he didn't leave. Instead, he stood there and waited. Although he wasn't a match for these people, it wouldn't be a problem to delay them for 10 minutes. As long as Cold Plum finished fusing with the Black Wind King, this Black Desert would be their world. In order to stall for time, he took the opportunity to set up more than 10 formations. They were all set up with formation refining stones. They probably wouldn't be lethal to martial artists above the 6th level of the Divine Physique echelon. But they could stop them. Delay them. Then, he just stood there as if waiting for a friend. "You're all so slow. I've been waiting for a long time." When the 4 forces gathered, they thought Ling Xiao would take the opportunity to escape. But who would have thought that this guy would just stand there and say such arrogant words? These 4 forces were actually quite miserable. Blue Sea City was the most depressed. Commander Lu lost an arm, and there were only about 20 people left. There were almost 100 people left from Dual Axe City. It should be the expert beside Shui Hongyi who showed his power. There were more than 60 assassins from the Dark God Palace when they came, but there were only about 30 left now. None of the martial artists from the Land of Exile died. There were 12 of them when they came, and there were still 12 of them now. Without waiting for them to speak, Ling Xiao looked at Commander Lu and said, "I told you to go back. Looks like you brought people here to die again. Fine, since that's the case, I'll give you a quick death later." Commander Lu's face turned ugly. He really didn't want to chase after Ling Xiao anymore. But if he went back like this, he definitely wouldn't be able to report back. He could only join forces with the other 3 forces. Maybe he could get a share of the loot. However, when he saw Ling Xiao's calm and smiling face, he immediately lost his confidence. Pretentious bastard, go to hell. Unknowingly, 2 assassins actually snuck up behind Ling Xiao. They suddenly dashed out from the desert and stabbed their sharp daggers toward Ling Xiao. The Dark God Palace assassin revealed a cold smile. Although he didn't know where the illusion butterfly went, it was just right. If he killed Ling Xiao, the merit would be his alone. Just as the daggers were about to pierce Ling Xiao's body, suddenly, 2 bolts of lightning descended from the sky. The 2 assassins were blasted to the ground. Then, 2 sharp poisonous spikes emerged from the ground and directly pierced through the 2 assassins' bodies. The Lesser Myriad Lightning Destroyer formation and the Earth Spear Poisonous Spike formation weren't very powerful. But killing 2 defenseless 5th-level Divine Physique Echelon assassins wasn't a problem. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. As expected, Ling Xiao wasn't bluffing. This guy had long set up a trap here and was waiting for them to jump into it. "I told you not to be careless. This kid isn't as easy to deal with as we thought," Commander Lu said with a gloomy face. The Blue Sea City martial artists behind him were also trembling with fear as they stared at their surroundings, afraid that an attack would suddenly come. Previously, they were already scared of Ling Xiao. If it weren't for the fact that they were worried that they wouldn't be able to complete the mission, they wouldn't have taken the risk to chase after Ling Xiao. "It's just a weak formation. Look at how scared you are," Shui Hongyi said with disdain. "If you're scared, you can scram. Anyway, with your current strength, you won't be able to help us much. Why don't the rest of you leave too? Our Dual Axe City will be able to take down this kid." The reason Shui Hongyi was so scared was because he was powerful. Of course, it was because of the 8th-level Divine Physique Echelon expert beside him. He had humiliated the cultivators of Blue Sea City because of the competitive relationship between Twin X City and Blue Sea City. "Shut your stinky mouth. Do you want to be enemies with the Dark God Palace? Believe it or not, even if that 8th-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist protects you, I can still kill you." Shui Hongyi's temper wasn't good either. He stared at Shui Hongyi and sneered. As an assassin, he could always unleash strength that was stronger than his own cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a qualified assassin. "A bunch of idiots. You still can't see the situation in front of you. Talk to me again after we take down Ling Xiao." The leader of the exiles spoke. This was a young man with disheveled hair. He was only about 20 years old, but his strength was even more terrifying than Shui Yi's. No one dared to underestimate him. His name was Jihan, a young man who was once born in the divine nation of the human race. It was a pity that his family's fortunes had fallen, and he had been implicated and exiled. However, Jihan had never given up on the chance to step back into the upper class. Ling Xiao's bounty was his chance. He didn't want to miss it. A mere prisoner from the exiles dares to be so impudent. "After we take care of that kid, you'll be done for," Shui Yi sneered. "I believe that capturing 12 powerful fugitives is a good thing for Dual Axe City." "Humph, you have to be alive to return." Yi Hantian snorted and called for the people behind him to approach Ling Xiao. "I already said that kid is ours, warriors of Dual Axe City, attack." Shui Yi didn't want to wait any longer. With so many competitors, no one knew if Ling Xiao would still be alive in the next moment. Although the 2 assassins from the Dark God Palace had been killed by Ling Xiao, they were only at the 5th level of the Divine Body realm. Moreover, Ling Xiao must have expended a lot of energy to kill them. Shui believed in his judgment. Ling Xiao watched as the martial artists of Dual Axe City rushed over. He checked the time with his time treasure. Only 3 minutes had passed. It seemed that he had to hold on a little longer. Although he didn't need Cold Plum's ability to deal with this trash. Cold Plum's ability was necessary to deal with those experts. Then he would deal with the trash first. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao activated all the formations that he had set up in advance. At the same time, he activated the Sun God's Blood formation and the Snake God's Poison formation. The Bloodthirsty Plague was an area of effect attack. In addition to the power of the formations, it was enough to make many martial artists lose their ability to fight. At this moment, Ling Xiao released Xiao Jin, Yufeng Hua, and Long Chen from the Chankuan world. In the end, they would have to do it themselves. The power of the formation was not enough. At this moment, the 4 forces gathered together and surrounded Ling Xiao. And this was what Ling Xiao wanted the most. He set up a formation around himself. The moment it was activated, lightning was equally famous, flame swallowed and spat, the wind roared, the black gravel turned into life-devouring vipers. The scene was in chaos. Screams of agony intertwined together. Although the power of these formations was not enough to kill all the cultivators, it was still not enough to kill them all. But it could affect everyone. Within the Snake God's Poison domain's array diagram, the myriad snakes activated. Tens of thousands of venomous snakes pounced on their respective targets, biting those martial artists until they fled in panic. How could he still have the mind to attack Ling Xiao? Furthermore, Ling Xiao had already disappeared. He had entered the crowd with the holy ground demonic shadow and began to harvest lives in a frenzy. Mercy was the most useless thing at this moment. Take advantage of the other party's weakness. Ling Xiao wanted to kill all the cultivators who dared to chase after him. Xiao Jin transformed into a giant golden crow and pounced into the crowd with monstrous flames and lightning. Long Chen transformed into a giant golden dragon. With his combat power, all the cultivators below the 7th level of the divine body realm could not withstand his attack. All of them were killed. Yufeng Hua was like rays of moonlight shining on the crowd. The cultivators who were hit by the moonlight would feel their entire bodies turn cold and their movements slow down. Some cultivators even froze to death on the spot. Even if they did not die, they would be poisoned to death and tortured to death by the bloodthirsty plague. Damn it, this guy actually set up so many formations. Run, this is a trap. Help. The sudden turn of events caused all the pursuers to fall into a state of panic. Even the 8th level divine body realm cultivator from Dual Axe City could only protect himself and Shui Hongyi with all his might. He could not help the others either. The attack came so suddenly that they did not know where the enemy was. Even if they wanted to attack, they did not know who to attack. This wave of attack caused the pursuers to suffer heavy losses. It could be said that this kind of loss was something they had never imagined and did not dare to imagine. Most of the cultivators were killed. Even the cultivators who did not die were poisoned and lost their combat power. If they did not receive treatment in time, they would not be able to escape death. After about a minute of fighting, the experts among the pursuers gradually turned the tables. They broke the formations that were not very strong to begin with. Yi Han's performance was the most outstanding. Yi Han seemed to know formations too. When they were ambushed this time, none of the 12 people from the land of exile died. The other 3 forces suffered heavy losses. Only Commander Liu was left in Blue Sea City. Only Shui Hongyi and the 8th level divine body realm cultivator were left in Dual Axe City. The Dark God Palace had 3 assassins left, all of whom were 7th level divine body realm cultivators. Are you still so arrogant now? Yi Han said coldly, let's work together. This Ling Xiao is much more troublesome than we thought. If we fight separately, we will all die here. If it was before, no one would care about the words of an exiled criminal. But it was different now. The land of exile suffered the least losses, and the combined strength of the 12 people was stronger than any of their forces. They had to listen. Moreover, the current situation did not allow them to fight among themselves. If they had worked together to attack Ling Xiao from the beginning, the situation might not have been like this. Let's work together. Shui Hongyi gritted his teeth. It was humiliating to listen to an exiled criminal. But he did not care now. A god holding two axes appeared behind him. It was the dual-axe city's god martial soul, the axe god. It seemed to be a low-level god, but it was much stronger than those unrated god martial souls. Xianxia was a genius to be able to unleash the power of a mid-level god martial soul with this low-level god martial soul. Since Xianxia had spoken, the expert beside him naturally would not refuse. That person released his martial soul at the same time. It was also the axe god martial soul. But upon closer inspection, there was an obvious difference. This person's cultivation was higher than Xianxia's, but his axe god martial soul was clearly inferior. There was a saying that a god martial soul would gradually become stronger as the martial artist grew stronger. It could even be upgraded by continuously defeating high-level god martial souls. Of course, this was only a saying among the people. No one had actually verified it. But there was an indisputable fact that some martial artists could make their martial souls incomparably powerful even if they were both low-level god martial souls. Dual Axe City was ready to attack. Commander Lu naturally would not run away. His brothers had already been killed. Even if he returned alive, he would die. With a roar, he released his sea serpent god martial soul. His severed right arm reappeared in the form of an ice sculpture. Although it was not as good as his original arm, it could be used temporarily. The 4 assassins of the Dark God Palace also released their martial souls. Silvertooth was furious. Someone had killed so many of his subordinates in front of him. This made him furious. He had to get results today. Otherwise, he would be punished when he returned to the Dark God Palace. Those who could fight gathered together, trying to deal with the cunning Ling Xiao together. Ling Xiao had already put Yufeng Hua, Long Chen, and Little Gold into the universe world. With the cover of the formation, the enemy did not notice their presence. Therefore, they would still be needed for a sneak attack later. Behind them, those who were lucky enough to survive were taking the time to heal their wounds. Hey, it's been 10 minutes. Facing the encirclement of experts, Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. 10 minutes, everyone felt a little baffled. What 10 minutes, however, they knew in the next moment. A large number of cacti had emerged from the ground of the Black Desert. They had fought with them before, so the pursuers knew how terrifying these monsters were. They did not understand what had happened. In the end, those martial artists who were healing their wounds were all killed. Apart from Silvertooth, the remaining 4 assassins from the Dark God Palace were also killed by Cold Plum's ancient war tree. Cold Plum had indeed reached the 10th level of the Divine Essence realm. She could already unleash the combat power of a peak 7th level Divine Body realm cultivator. Apart from Yihan, Silvertooth, Blood Red Robe, Commander Lu, and that 8th level Divine Body realm martial artist. The rest could not stop him. Therefore, not only was the Dark God Palace unlucky, but 5 of the Land of Exile's experts who had not been injured died in an instant. Even Yihan did not expect this to happen. Who would have thought that the Black Wind King of the Black Desert would help Ling Xiao? This was really too strange. Commander Lu, it's time for you to die. Cold Plum restrained the enemy while Ling Xiao unleashed his full combat power. He pounced on Commander Lu. He wanted to start with the weakest. He wanted to kill Commander Lu who had lost an arm first. Uncle Zhang, protect him. We can't lose any more experts now. Originally, the Blood Red Coat would not care about Commander Lu's death. However, the current situation was that if he didn't help Commander Lu would definitely die. At that time, they would lose a powerhouse, and the situation would become even more troublesome. Your opponent is me. Long Chen suddenly appeared and blocked that powerhouse surnamed Zhang. The Golden Dragon's imposing body stood there, not giving Zhang any chance. Long Chen might not be a match for this person, but he could definitely stop this person. In that split second, Ling Xiao had already arrived in front of Commander Lu. Commander Lu glared at Ling Xiao and said, "Do you really think I'm a pushover? This time, you won't be able to return." He felt that he had been completely underestimated. Although he had lost his right arm, he had now made an artificial arm out of ice. He was fully capable of fighting. The saber in his hand condensed a powerful ice energy. He suddenly slashed at Ling Xiao who was rushing over. "I'm sorry, you're already dead." The corners of Ling Zhao's mouth curled into a hint of a smile. When his divine essence level rose to level 9, the void-shattering power and cosmic power had already recovered. Although the cosmic power could only stop time for a second now, the effect was much worse than when it was in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. However, it was more than enough to deal with a martial artist of the same level. Cosmic power, time stop. In that instant, Commander Lu's entire person fell into a state of stillness. Including his thoughts completely stopped. And Ling Zhao's reverse god sword had already pierced his body. The reverse god art's 9-word style completely erupted. 9 sword lights darted into Commander Lu's body. It produced an explosive power. Although at this time, Commander Lu had returned to normal. However, what he could do was very limited. At most, I'll die together with you. He knew that he couldn't live anymore, so he might as well give up on life. The saber still slashed at Ling Xiao. In his opinion, even if he died, Ling Xiao would have to pay a heavy price. He might even be killed by him. It didn't matter even if he made a wedding dress for others. He didn't care. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, he didn't care about anything else. But in the next moment, the smile on his face abruptly stopped. Because Ling Zhao's left hand grabbed his saber. His attack was easily neutralized. Don't forget, the hand of eternal life that Ling Xiao wore on his left hand was also an emperor weapon with a divine dragon pattern. It was the same quality as the saber in Commander Lu's hand. And Commander Lu couldn't unleash his peak strength at all. Under this situation, Ling Zhao's advantage was even more obvious. I've said it before, you can die in peace. Don't make any more pointless struggles. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and the reverse god sword erupted. In a moment, the energy in Commander Lu's body was completely absorbed. Commander Lu died tragically on the spot. TSK, it hasn't leveled up yet. Ling Xiao could feel that the quality of his divine essence had increased, but it still hadn't reached the level of leveling up. He found that it was much more difficult for his divine essence to level up than Long Chen and Cold Plum. This was probably because the quality of his divine essence was higher. It was really tough. But if Commander Lu couldn't do it, there were other experts. Let's get rid of those trash in the land of exile first. Ling Xiao sneered, and his figure flashed. He scuttled over. The remaining 5 people in the land of exile, including Yi Han, were all pinned down by Cold Plum. And the Dark God Palace Xianxia was surrounded by a bunch of cacti. The blood-red shirt was under the joint attack of Yufenghua and Little Gold. Although Yufenghua and Little Gold were currently at a disadvantage. But they wouldn't be defeated in a short period of time. After all, with Ling Zhao's Sun God's blood formation, the bloodthirsty plague had already weakened all the experts by a lot. Stop. Yi Han saw Ling Zhao's actions and shouted anxiously. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao didn't care about his shouts. When the reverse god sword was used, it almost killed one person with each slash. Although a 7th level divine body realm martial artist was extremely powerful, it was a pity that after Ling Xiao used the Sky Tyrant possession, his combat power was comparable to a peak 7th level divine body realm martial artist. Now, the land of exile's martial artists were pinned down by Cold Plum. It was even easier for him to sneak up on them. 4 slashes, and 4 people were killed. Finally, at that moment, the level of his divine essence increased. It reached the level of level 10. Ling Xiao felt an abundant energy being released from his body. What was even more strange was that he felt that the surrounding environment had become more intimate, and it was no longer that uncomfortable atmosphere. Damn it, just you wait. Yi Han was too decisive. Seeing that all his companions were killed in battle, he actually chose to escape. Even Ling Xiao couldn't stop him. The release of the martial soul barrier also required certain conditions to be met. It couldn't be released just like that. This Yi Han might become a strong opponent in the future. Ling Xiao felt that he had a good eye for people. People like Yi Han could save their lives if they ran away the moment they realized something was wrong. He didn't think that Commander Lu would insist on fighting to the death even though he clearly couldn't. In the end, it caused him to lose his life. Cold Plum, you deal with Xianxia, Fenghua, Little Gold, the 2 of you help Longchen deal with that Zhang guy. Leave Shui Hongyi to me, I want revenge. Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. In the blink of an eye, Commander Lu was killed, and there were only 2 people left in Dual Axe City. Huaran? Wen? W? 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 R? A? N? E? N? C? O? M? There was only one person left in the Dark God Palace and the Land of Exile. Yi Han, who was in the Land of Exile, saw that the situation was not good and fled. Ling Xiao did not need to play any tricks anymore. What he needed to do now was to defeat Shui with his own strength. Now that his divine essence had reached level 10, he had the ability to kill Shui. Although it might not be that easy, with the Sky Tyrant martial soul, there was a 50% chance. Compared to his excitement, the enemy side was extremely shocked and shocked. How could a perfectly good situation turn into this? The original hunter had become the prey, damn it. But no matter what they thought, the situation was already like this. They had to face their opponents according to Ling Zhao's arrangement. Because they could not get away at all. Young master, hold on. I'll kill these bastards now. The old man surnamed Zhang blew his beard and glared, his face full of anger. A few bastards actually wanted to stop him. They were underestimating him too much. Uncle Zhang, don't worry about me. This kid is not my match. Blood Red Robe looked at Ling Xiao without any fear. Because Ling Xiao was not his match. This could be seen from the previous battle. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could improve so much in such a short time. You're quite confident. Almost all the people you brought are dead, and you still have the leisure to do so. Ling Xiao looked at Shui and smiled faintly. Let me tell you something. It's best not to look at a person with a static gaze. Especially a genius. Hee, you can be considered a genius, but you're just trash who is good at scheming. Shui sneered. Fine, you can think that way. But later, you might have to kneel down and beg for mercy. A cold light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes, and he suddenly attacked. Just like that day, he used the God-defying art 9-word style right off the bat. The 9 brutal sword chis transformed into the shadow of 9 Taotais and pounced on the Blood Red Robe. At first, Blood Red Shirt did not think much of it. He simply swung his axe to block the attack. But when the sword chi approached, Blood Red Robe's expression changed drastically. The 9 streaks of sword chi were not as easy to deal with as he had imagined. In a hurry, he blocked the 2 broad axes in front of him, urging divine essence to defend with all his might. Unfortunately, it was still too hasty. The 9 streaks of sword chi collided with the broad axe and sent him flying. 2 of the sword chis even left 2 deep wounds on his body. Blood Reddy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth in horror. He looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. Why? Did you hold back last time? The man in red could not believe it. Last time, he did not release his god martial spirit, but he was able to beat Ling Xiao to the point that he could not even fight back. But this time around, he had already released his god martial spirit. Although it was a little rushed, he was still the one who was blocking it. He had actually been injured. If he had not blocked it just now, he definitely had reason to believe that he would have been seriously injured. Do you want to know? Unfortunately, I won't tell you. Ling Xiao laughed. Bastard, go to hell. Blood Red Robe was furious. Ever since he became famous, at least in Dual Axe City and Blue Sea City, he had never been looked down upon like this by a warrior younger than him. In a rage, he swung his dual axes and slashed at Ling Xiao. A tyrannical power spread out. A huge gully appeared on the ground, and the gravel was completely blown away. A gust of wind raged. Ling Xiao sneered, holding the Void God sword in his hand and stabbing it into the ground. A streak of sword chi moved along the ground and collided with the opponent's attack. It exploded. The black sand was blown all over the sky. It was as if it was raining sand. Do you think you still have the ability to kill me now? I already know your strength very well. And you still don't know how much of my ability I am, right? Ling Xiao looked at Blood Red Robe and smiled faintly. Finally, he didn't have to be so cowardly like last time. Humph, axe god possession. Blood Red Robe was definitely not willing to admit defeat. Especially when facing Ling Xiao, who had been defeated by him before. He believed that if Ling Xiao's companions hadn't caused trouble last time, he would definitely have been able to kill Ling Xiao. Therefore, he couldn't lose this time. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Blood Red Robe roared. The axe god martial spirit behind him merged into his body. Blood Red Robe's body suddenly became incomparably tall. He was more than 10 meters tall. The huge body brought a huge amount of power. And his speed didn't decrease at all. The axe god possession was indeed terrifying. Now, do you still think you have a chance of winning? Blood Red Robe sneered. You think you can grow bigger? Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously, activated his divine essence, and his body grew to about 10 meters. At this time, he chose the ox god body. The majestic body and huge strength were not inferior to the opponent at all, or even stronger. After all, in terms of the nature of the god martial spirit, he was much stronger. Ridiculous, not everyone will become stronger when they grow bigger. Blood Red Robe sneered, stomped his foot, and pounced toward Ling Xiao. His body grew bigger, and his speed was even more terrifying. In just an instant, he was already in front of Ling Xiao. Who was the ridiculous one? Boom, in the next moment, the two collided again. The collision of the giant axe and the giant sword brought about an even more terrifying storm. Large amounts of gravel flew wildly. Ling Xiao's cultivation that had stagnated for a long time finally slowly increased again. This time, the increase in energy in the cultivation sea would not be converted into an increase in the level of divine essence. This way, his cultivation could continue to increase. However, Blood Red Robe was not as much of a threat to him as he had imagined, so the increase in energy in the cultivation sea was very slow. It seemed that he would have to fight more experts in the future. He could raise his divine essence level from level 1 to level 10 in an extremely short period of time. Then, he believed that his cultivation could increase quickly. It had always been like this. Power of cosmic light, time stop. The moment the two collided, Ling Xiao activated the power of cosmic light. At this moment, his opponent had already attacked. It was the moment when the old power had just been used and the new power was coming. But he was different. He blocked his opponent's axes with both hands. But he could still use soul secret techniques. Black Lotus Treasure Light. The moment time stopped, Ling Xiao released the Black Lotus Treasure Light that he had already condensed. The attack was so close that even though Blood Red Robe had recovered his ability to move, he could not dodge it. The Black Lotus Treasure Light crashed into his opponent's head. The Blood Red Robe let out a blood-curdling scream. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Ling Xiao actually knew how to use soul attacks. It was this moment of daze that led to his defeat. Black Lotus Treasure Light was a true level 10 saint-level soul secret technique. Even in the eternal divine realm, it was an extremely precious secret technique. Blood Red Robe could not withstand it at all. His soul was severely injured. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to stab the Void God sword into his opponent's body. He frantically absorbed energy. After sucking Blood Red dry, his cultivation sea energy increased to 10%. After his divine essence level reached level 10, Ling Xiao's combat power soared. Even an ordinary genius like Blood Red Shirt couldn't be careless in front of him. However, Blood Red Shirt was careless. He was careless in the beginning, but because of that, he lost his life. Ling Xiao was the kind of person who wouldn't let go of an opportunity once he seized it. Until Blood Red Shirt died, he couldn't find a chance to fight back. Ling Xiao killed him completely. At the same time, the Dark God Palace assassin, Xianxia, was also in danger. Facing Cold Plum, who had the same cultivation level, Xianxia's disadvantage was that he had to deal with countless cactus plants. He couldn't even take care of himself. Therefore, Lin Mei's victory could be said to be logical. As long as nothing unexpected happened, the outcome was already decided. The more troublesome one was the Divine Body 8th level Zhang expert. Although he was only at the early stage of the Divine Body 8th level, Long Chen, Yu Fenghua, and Little Gold were at a disadvantage even when they worked together. Ling Xiao wanted to help. However, he noticed an unexpected change. Yu Fenghua's divine essence level kept increasing in this battle, and her Moon Lady power awakened very quickly. This surprised him. Currently, it had already awakened to Divine Essence level 5. Her combat power also increased by a lot. Maybe this is a training for them, so I won't interfere. Ling Xiao gave up on attacking and looked around. It was still dark here, so it was impossible for outsiders to come here for the time being. Therefore, it wouldn't be a problem even if the battle lasted longer. The Qianquan beast had already kept all the spoils of war. Although these guys had stored most of the good stuff in the city when they came. There weren't many in the storage ring, but there were close to 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones in total. There were also more than 10 monarch weapons with 1 divine dragon pattern. There were also some good pills called Black Jade Rejuvenation Pills. It could increase the recovery speed of the limbs, but the effect was very poor. If the muscles and bones were injured, the treatment period could be shortened by more than half. This meant that a month of treatment period might end in 10 days. However, to Ling Xiao, this was still trash. What a waste of good materials. Ling Xiao planned to refine these Black Jade Rejuvenation Pills from 100 to 10. However, it was possible to regrow a severed limb within a day. If the injury wasn't too serious and was only a minor injury to the tendons and bones, it could be healed in an hour or even less. Compared to the healing pill, the Black Jade Rejuvenation Pill was clearly more targeted. It concentrated the medicinal effects on the 4 limbs. After cleaning up the battlefield, they destroyed the corpses so that no one would know how these people died. That way, he could keep his secret. More than 10 minutes had passed. It could be said that Xianxia was in imminent danger. Cold Plum's advantage was becoming more and more obvious. His ability to control the Black Wind King became even more skillful. Even if Silver Fang wanted to escape, it was impossible. He was spinning in circles in the black wind, unable to determine the direction at all. Seeing Ling Xiao staring at him, Xianxia's heart turned cold. He thought that no matter how weak the blood-red coat was, it would be able to kill Ling Xiao. He didn't expect the blood-red coat to die in just a few seconds. The most infuriating thing was that the 8th level Divine Body Realm expert was also being held back by a few useless people. After such a long time, he still couldn't end the battle. It was impossible for him to come over and help him. That was why he thought of running away. However, Cold Plum's ability was too shameless in the Black Desert. No matter how he ran, he would never be able to escape from the fierce black wind. "Where are you looking?" Cold Plum's cold voice rang out. Like a ghost, it pierced through Xianxia's abdomen. Blood instantly dyed Xianxia's clothes red. Xianxia let out a hysterical cry of pain. His consciousness became a little blurry. Cold Plum's dagger was also coated with plant poison. Plants wouldn't be affected, but humans would be in trouble if they were contaminated. As Xianxia was seriously injured, the battle was nearing its end. Cold Plum's advantage became even greater. Countless cactus poisonous thorns shot toward Xianxia. Xianxia's entire body was pierced like a hedgehog. An assassin's defense wasn't very good to begin with. This time, Cold Plum completely restrained him. Xianxia felt like he was on the verge of death. Finally, he roared angrily, "Ling Xiao! You won't have a good death. If you dare to kill me, the Dark God Hall will chase you to the ends of the earth." You probably don't know the power of the Dark God Hall in the Eternal Divine Realm. Not only does the Human Divine Nation have it, but the Beast Dynasty, Soul Nation, Elemental Divine Realm, and Sea Divine Realm also have it. No matter where you run to, you'll die. I'm just going to leave first and wait for you. Ah. Xianxia let out another cry of pain. He paid the price for his threat. Originally, Leng Mei could have killed him faster and let him suffer less pain. However, he actually dared to threaten Ling Xiao. Cold Plum couldn't tolerate this. "I advise you to save your energy. This kind of nonsense will only add to your pain. You came to kill me, and I killed you. That's enough. There's no need for too much drama between us. Also, you probably don't know that many martial artists died when the giant dragon city appeared just now. No one knew who had died. So, you're just unlucky enough to be buried in that disaster. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with us." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "Damn it, must you be so ruthless? Let me go. I won't tell anyone about this. I'm an assassin. My mouth is tight. I beg you, please let me go." Since his threat failed, Xianxia turned to begging for mercy. Unfortunately, facing Ling Xiao, who had a heart of stone in front of his enemies, his begging was meaningless. Ling Xiao didn't even bother to waste his breath. Cold Plum, forget it. Don't torture him. Just kill him. Ling Xiao said faintly. Understood, Master. Cold Plum nodded. This is Master's mercy to you. Thousands of vines drilled out of the ground and pierced Xianxia's body. They ended Xianxia's life. As soon as Xianxia died, the man surnamed Zhang panicked. Facing Long Chen, Yu Fenghua, and Xiao Jin, he was already at his limit. If there were two more, he would definitely die today. Run. He didn't want to fight anymore and thought of running away. If Yi Han could escape, he believed that he could too. While running, he roared at Ling Xiao, "You're dead. You killed the young master. Do you know that the young master is not only the young master of Dual Axe City, but also a core martial artist of the Golden Martial Kingdom? You dare to kill a disciple of the Golden Territory. You'll have no place in the Golden Martial Kingdom in the future. Idiot, do you think you can escape?" Ling Zhao's cold voice sounded. Only now did the expert surnamed Zhang realize that the surroundings had been blocked by dense vines. Black wind swirled around him. He ran for a long time but couldn't escape at all. Instead, he was running in circles. When he saw Ling Xiao, his expression changed, but he still roared, "You can't afford to offend the Golden Territory. You can't even afford to offend Dual Axe City. Our city lord is also a divine soul realm expert. Someone like you can easily kill him. So what if you're a disciple of the Golden Region? I've even offended the big shots of the 12 sacred cities. I don't need one more. Moreover, they might not know that I killed you. So, you can die in peace. Be a loyal dog. That way, your young master will be happy too." As Ling Xiao spoke, Long Chen had already launched a powerful attack. Zhang had already lost his fighting spirit. His attention was attracted by Ling Xiao, so he didn't notice Long Chen's attack at all. By the time he reacted, a huge hole had already been torn in his chest by the dragon's claw. "Little Gold, his life essence is yours. This guy's axe god martial soul seems to be hot-blooded. It's suitable for you." Ling Xiao called out to Little Gold. Little Gold nodded and sucked Zhang's life essence dry. Then, she entered the universe world to refine her energy. Zhang was an 8th level divine physique echelon martial artist after all. Although it wasn't as good as the Black Wind Dragon or the Black Wind King, it should be enough to raise Little Gold's divine essence level. Yu Fenghua also raised her divine essence level to level 6 in this battle. Her strength had greatly increased. She should be able to adapt to the Eternal Divine Territory's environment in the near future. Retreat. After killing that fellow with the surname Zhang and destroying his corpse, Ling Xiao got everyone to enter the universe world and head in the designated direction. Yi Han had escaped. This was an unknown problem. Yi Han was a wanted person and wouldn't dare to show his true face under normal circumstances. But it was better to be careful. Ling Xiao chose to change his appearance. Of course, it was to avoid trouble. They couldn't keep fighting, right? That would be too much of a burden on them. It was better to rest for a period of time. Their destination was a trading city in the Golden Martial Nation. Because it was close to the Black Desert, it was called Black Sand City. Black Sand City wasn't controlled by a single faction. It was a place where various factions traded. Martial artists from Dual Axe City and Blue Sea City often went there to trade. They had their own place to do business there. It should be safer to go there. The idea of going to Black Sand City was Lan Chen's idea. Speaking of which, he really had to thank Lan Chen. Otherwise, they might not even be able to enter the Black Desert and would be besieged. "Brother Ling, you still have to be careful," even though the last words spoken by Xianxia and the one surnamed Zhang were threats. But it was indeed true. The Dark God Hall was the largest assassin organization in the Eternal Divine Realm. Even the royal family of the Golden Martial Nation did not dare to provoke the branch of the Golden Martial Nation. Xianxia was also a disciple of the Golden Region. Although the Golden Region might not necessarily send an expert for him, Dual Axe City alone was not to be trifled with. Xianxia's father is a divine soul realm expert. Lan Chen's voice came from the Chankuan realm. He still had to remind Ling Xiao about this. I understand Brother Lan's good intentions, but a mere dual-axe city isn't enough to scare me. As for the Dark God Palace, they were old rivals. Don't forget, I was targeted by the big shots of the Holy City as soon as I entered the Eternal Divine Realm. This little bit of trouble was nothing. If you can't even deal with this, how can you compete with stronger opponents in the future? Ling Xiao smiled and said casually. Of course, he was also under a lot of pressure. So, he had to improve his strength as soon as possible. It was very unwise to provoke a powerful opponent when one's strength was weak. But now that things had come to this, he had to find a way to improve his strength. The enemy's pursuit would become his motivation to improve. Brother Ling, you're really something. I admire you. Lan Chen sighed. Brother Lan, have you thought about what to do next? Follow us, or do you want me to send you somewhere else? After all, we'll probably be facing endless pursuit. Following us is not a good choice. Ling Xiao asked. I've already thought about it. When we reach Black Sand City, you can put me down. I still want to go back to Blue Sea City. Miss has treated me well. Although I've betrayed Blue Sea City, I can't betray her. Lan Chen said. I can understand your feelings, but in the current situation, you'll definitely be punished as a traitor. Ling Xiao frowned. It doesn't matter. I'm helping you to repay you for saving my life. Returning to Blue Sea City is to repay Mrs. Kindness. Even if I die, I'll accept my fate. Lan Chen smiled. Ling Xiao sighed. This Hai-Chen was really straightforward. It seemed that persuasion was useless. He had to think of a way to let Lan Chen return to Blue Sea City safely, not as a traitor. Anyway, the people who chased him were all dead. No one saw Lan Chen's betrayal. He could still think of a way to deal with it. Brother Lan, listen to me when we reach Black Sand City. I'll let you return to Blue Sea City as safely as possible. And not as a traitor, but as a hero. Ling Xiao already had an idea. Next, they had to hurry. When they passed by the ruins, they could only see a mess. The original lively scene was long gone. He didn't know who took the 2 dragon crystals. But Ling Xiao guessed that it might be Huang Taifeng or Yinli. Or maybe each of them took one. For the rest of the journey, their speed was obviously faster. Firstly, it was because their strength had increased. Secondly, because of the Black Wind King, they didn't suffer any more attacks. The next morning, they had already stepped out of the Black Desert. They saw the outline of a towering city in the distance. Black Sand City was larger than Dual Axe City and Blue Sea City. It was about 4 or 5 times larger than those 2 cities. As expected of a trading city, the liveliness was much stronger than those 2 cities. From afar, they could see ant-like crowds coming and going at the city gate. At this time, Xiao Jin had already completed his cultivation. His divine essence level had reached level 8. His combat strength was much stronger than before. Boss, after entering the city, please help me find some fire or light attribute crystals, pills, and the like. I want to raise my divine essence level to level 10 as soon as possible. Otherwise, I won't be able to display my normal strength. Xiao Jin said. Don't worry, of course. Ling Xiao nodded and walked in the direction of Black Sand City. With Lan Chen's guidance, a lot of trouble could be saved. At this time, Ling Xiao had changed his appearance, so he was not afraid of being recognized. When he stepped into the city, his first feeling was that it was much more lively here. He, a foreign guest, did not cause the slightest ripple. Perhaps it was because there were many people coming and going in Black Sand City. Most of the people in this city were tourists and foreigners. There were very few locals. Therefore, it was normal for foreigners to be here. It was not surprising. After finding a hidden place, Ling Xiao released Lan Chen. Then he gave Lan Chen 2 pills. One was the profound yellow Longhao pill, and the other was the black jade rejuvenation pill. Both were perfect. After Lan Chen received it, his eyes widened. It was his first time seeing such perfect pills. Go back and tell your young mistress that you didn't find me. Instead, you came to Black Sand City and met a powerful alchemist. The elixir in your hand will prove your words. If they want to find me, just bring them here. Just tell them that my name is Yuan Venerate. He might have to impersonate his master's name again. I can't thank you enough. If I'm still alive, I'll do anything for Brother Ling. Lan Chen was very grateful. In this world, there aren't many people who value relationships. Since we've met, it's fate. Don't stand on ceremony. Leave quickly before anyone sees you. Ling Xiao said. Lan Chen nodded and said, Brother Ling, listen to me. Don't stay in the Golden Martial Nation for now. The big shot in the sacred city only has a bounty on the Golden Martial Nation. Because you came from the 4 regions and 9 realms. So if you go to other martial nations, you might be able to confuse him. He probably won't be able to find you for a while. Also, although Black Sand City is a trading city, it's not safe. Leave the city and head east. After crossing a large river and a forest, you'll reach the Rakshasa Martial Nation. The Rakshasa Martial Nation has a special relationship with the 12 sacred cities. Normally, the bounty from the sacred city won't work there. It should be safe there for now. That's all I have to say. I can't help much. This map is from the Golden Martial Nation to the Rakshasa Martial Nation. Keep it well. Take care. After saying that, Lan Chen turned and left. Ling Xiao watched as Lan Chen left. Then, he walked towards the largest market. He decided to collect some materials to help Little Gold refine fire elemental or light elemental elixirs. Now, Little Gold needed such elixirs to increase the level of his divine energy. It was very important. Little Gold becoming stronger was a huge improvement for their team. Because it was a trading city, there was no power ruling it. Although it belonged to the Golden Martial Nation, the structure was loose. Fights and even killings could be seen almost every day in Black Sand City. Walking on the streets, one could even smell the thick smell of blood. The Eternal Divine Realm was simpler and more barbaric than he had imagined. Many of the martial artists here had even torn off their disguises. Bloody killings and battles became the most direct and common way to resolve conflicts. No wonder an existence like the Massacre Emperor was born here. Perhaps it was directly related to the environment. There was no auction house in Black Sand City, only a chaotic trade market. All the precious materials were placed on the table. If anyone wanted it, they could just fork out the money. If one didn't have some strength, they wouldn't dare to set up a stall here. People like that would sell their goods directly to a trustworthy chamber of commerce. In short, he would know what was on the market after taking a look. Ling Xiao walked very quickly because he had to hurry up and buy the things he wanted and then leave. Just as Lan Chen had said, Black Sand City was not a place to stay for long. No one knew what would happen next. During this process, he saw several warriors killed on the spot because they wanted to snatch things from the stalls. Generally speaking, the person who set up the stall would not be alone in Black Sand City. His strength was not weak either. Of course, if they really encountered a powerful bandit, they could only admit that they were unlucky. It couldn't be helped. The rules here were just that chaotic. Ling Xiao didn't care about the killings. Every place had its own rules, and he couldn't change them now. If there came a day when he could rise above everyone in the Eternal Divine Realm, then, he could set the rules and change this bloody situation. Ling Xiao wanted to refine the Golden Crow Fire Elemental Pill for Little Gold. He had already bought the supplementary materials from the market, and it cost him more than 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. However, it was worth it. The problem was that he hadn't found the most important Golden Crow Sobbing Blood herb. Boss, why don't we retreat first? We can't put everyone in danger for me. Little Gold said. Don't worry. I've changed my appearance now. Even if they catch up, they won't recognize me. Ling Xiao comforted Little Gold and continued his search. Finally, after an hour, he found the Golden Crow Sobbing Blood herb he needed. How much is this herb? Ling Xiao looked at the middle-aged stall owner with a face full of pockmarks and asked. Although he was a stall owner, his cultivation was at the peak of the 5th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. The pockmarked man raised his head and looked at Ling Xiao. His originally small eyes couldn't be seen anymore as he smiled. This is a supreme-grade herb. I'm the only one in the market who has it. How about this? Either you give me 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones, or you give me an emperor weapon with a divine dragon pattern. Boss, do you think that I don't know what's good for me, so you're deliberately trying to trick me? The golden crow sobbing blood herb is of little value to most people. The reason why there are so few of them on the market is because everyone thinks that this thing can't be sold. 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones is already a sky-high price. You actually dare to ask for 10,000? Your appetite is quite big. Aren't you afraid that you'll die from overeating? Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a hint of coldness as he said indifferently. What? I want this price, and you have no choice but to buy it. The pockmarked man sneered. Suddenly, more than a dozen people surrounded him. They were all martial artists at the 3rd or 4th level of the divine physique echelon. Each expression was more ferocious than the other. As if they wanted to eat someone. Ling Xiao sneered. This Black Sand City was really an unruly city. He asked for a price, and he had no choice but to buy it. Although he continued to sell the golden crow sobbing blood herb, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage like this. If he was forced into a corner, he would just take the thing and leave, and the other party wouldn't be able to get a single cent. He looked at the pockmarked man and said indifferently, before I change my mind. You'd better accept these 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones and give it to me. Otherwise, you won't be able to get anything today, and you'll still be crippled here. Ling Zhao's eyes already had killing intent. Looking at Ling Zhao's eyes, the pockmarked man suddenly trembled. Although this Black Sand City wouldn't have two powerful young people under normal circumstances. But it wasn't impossible. Could it be that this young man was actually the young master of some major force? This wasn't good. He wanted to compromise, but he couldn't get over his face. If the other party was just bluffing, wouldn't that be a joke? Just as he was hesitating, Ling Xiao suddenly made a move. No one could react in time. One of his hands was already placed on the pockmarked man's shoulder. A terrifying force entered the pockmarked man's body. The pockmarked man had a feeling that as long as he resisted slightly, his heart would shatter. His companions didn't react for a moment. Just as they were about to rush over and make a move, they were stopped by the pockmarked man. Young master, it's just a transaction. There's no need to do this. I'll give you the thing. 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones, just 1,000. The pockmarked man hurriedly said. Hee, wouldn't it have been fine if you had done this earlier? I didn't let you suffer a loss. Ling Xiao took the wrapped herbs from the other party's hand and put them into the Qianquan world. Then he smiled and turned to leave. The surrounding people who were watching the show felt a little bored. They originally thought that it would be a fierce battle. But in the end, nothing happened. Big brother, what's going on? Is that kid very strong? After Ling Xiao left, a fierce man asked the pockmark-faced man. The pockmark-faced man didn't answer, but he was already exhausted. When everyone saw this scene, they knew without asking. They all felt a lingering fear. If they really fought just now, none of them would have survived. After getting what he wanted, Ling Xiao didn't plan to stay. He planned to listen to Lan Chen. He headed to the Rakshasa Martial Kingdom. Although the Golden Martial Kingdom seemed to be more suitable for him, he didn't have the bloodline of the Golden God. It was the same to go to the Rakshasa Martial Kingdom. After glancing at the map left by Lan Chen, Ling Xiao basically memorized it. Then, he left the city. Yu Fenghua and the others naturally had no objections to Ling Xiao's decision. It wasn't just because they trusted Ling Xiao. It was also because Ling Xiao's judgment had never been wrong. This time, it was no exception. After leaving Black Sand City, nothing happened, but the strings in Ling Xiao's heart were stretched taut. As long as he didn't leave the Golden Martial Kingdom, anything could happen. Dual Axe City or Blue Sea City probably wouldn't let this matter go. The Dark God Palace might also make other moves. In short, he had to avoid the enemy's eyes as soon as possible and completely disappear from the enemy's tracking. Only then could he have a moment of peace. The dense forest ahead might be dangerous, but it was indeed the key to getting rid of the enemy's eyes. They were already very far away from the Black Sand City. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. Come out. Haha, I've been discovered. It seems that my concealment skills aren't good enough. A person appeared at the entrance of the dense forest in the distance. It was a person that Ling Xiao was familiar with. He was Yi Han. Ling Xiao was very surprised. Yi Han had chosen to escape before, but now he dared to appear here alone. He was really bold. Ordinary people might think so. But Ling Xiao thought differently. He looked around vigilantly, and a hint of understanding appeared in his heart. It turned out that someone had already set up a pocket array here for them. They were just waiting for them to enter. He laughed coldly but did not make a move immediately. Instead, he looked at Yi Han and said, "I have to say that I rarely think highly of a person. But you're different. You're despicable enough, shameless enough, and talented enough. But I don't understand. I've obviously changed my appearance, so how did you recognize me? It's not that I recognized you. It's just that you've never left my sight. I was watching you all the way until you entered Black Sand City." Yi Han said. Understood. Ling Xiao was slightly relieved. Lan Chen was safe. From the looks of it, the other party did not follow into Black Sand City. Most likely, they believed that Ling Xiao would definitely lead Black Sand City. Furthermore, to leave the dangerous Golden Martial Kingdom as soon as possible, the road to the Rakshasa Martial Kingdom would be a shortcut. One had to admit that Yi Han was very smart. However, it was also because of this that Yi Han did not see Ling Xiao giving Lan Chen the medicinal pill. "Yi Han, let's cut the crap. Get your helpers to come out. You should understand that if you're alone, you won't be able to leave here alive. I won't let you escape so easily like last time." Although Ling Xiao noticed the ambush, he felt that it was not all. There were some experts that he might not even be able to detect. This was the scariest thing. "If it's one-on-one, why would I be afraid of you? It's just that you have a treasure on you that can let your companions hide inside. If I'm not wrong, you should have 4 companions. And they're not weak." Yi Han said indifferently, "City Lord Xuanning, are you still not going to show yourself? I'm not a match for these people alone. Although I can't see his companions, they must be there." Following Yi Han's voice, a bloody color suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Even the space was dyed red by blood. A person walked out from the bloody storm. It was a man with 2 axes on his back. His face was gloomy, and his eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. Xuanning, the city lord of Dual Axe City, Xuehongyi's father, an expert who had just entered the Divine Soul Realm. Seeing this person, Ling Xiao's face instantly changed. This was the worst situation. He actually encountered a Divine Soul Realm expert now. Even if the other party had just entered the Divine Soul Realm, his realm would not be low. He was much stronger than any Divine Physique Echelon expert. Kill. When Xuanning appeared and was about to question Ling Xiao did something that made everyone dumbfounded. He actually stomped on the ground and charged towards Xuanning. Charging towards this martial artist that he could not defeat no matter what. Really courting death? Xuanning sneered. Although he did not understand Ling Xiao's intention, since the other party pounced over. Then there was no need for him to hold back. However, he still wanted to find out how his son died. Therefore, he was prepared to capture Ling Xiao alive. City Lord Xuanning, don't be fooled. This brat is very crafty. Be careful of him escaping. Right at this moment, Yi Han spoke. Although Yi Han's strength was not as good as Xuanning, the feeling he gave Ling Xiao was that he was the most troublesome opponent. He actually saw through his intentions at a glance. He attacked Xuanning in order to escape. The moment Xuanning appeared, he understood that he had no chance. He had to find a good opportunity to escape. Once he missed it, he might even lose his life. The moment he attacked, he already switched his demon venerable body with his main body. His main body hid in the ground, preparing to take the opportunity to slip away. The show had to be played to the end. Even if Yi Han saw that he wanted to escape, he did not know how he was going to escape. Speaking of which, Yi Han did not know much about him. Boom, without any suspense, Xuanning blew up Ling Xiao's demon venerable body with one punch. However, Ling Xiao's main body also took this opportunity to escape 1,000 meters away and entered the dense forest. Humph. Only playing some tricks. Is there any use? Xuening also discovered Ling Zhao's intentions. A cold voice sounded. He did not use dual axes either. He just urged divine essence with both hands. A stretch of blood-red flames already blocked Ling Zhao's escape route. The blood-red flames burned fiercely, but it did not feel hot. Instead, it gave off an incomparably bloody smell. It formed something like a wall. It was strongly corrosive. Very clearly, these flames were not ordinary flames. Burning blood demon fire. Xiao Jin said, "Boss, this is good stuff, although for most martial artists, it's useless. It's extremely powerful. Once it comes into contact, that side will be corroded. Even the mind inside will be affected. But to me, it's a great supplement. Boss, look for an opportunity and let me swallow this demon fire. I can't waste the golden crow sobbing blood grass to raise my divine essence level. That thing can be used again when I break through to the divine body 8th level. Good idea, void-shattering power, create space." Ling Xiao originally planned to break this flame and escape. After all, he had immortal fire and divine fire. As long as he wrapped his entire body, this demon fire would not hurt him. But since this thing was useful to Little Gold, then he naturally had to think of another way. It was probably not safe to let Little Gold directly swallow these demon fire. But using void-shattering power to imprison the demon fire in the dimensional space and let Little Gold swallow it was much simpler. The void created could not completely absorb the blood-burning demon fire. After all, the opponent was a divine soul realm expert. The amount of blood-burning demon fire released was too large. In an instant, Ling Xiao was trapped inside. It was as if he was going to torture Ling Xiao, but he was not going to burn him to death. Invincible Ape Divine Formation. Ling Xiao activated the formation to temporarily block the attack of the flames. The formation not only had the effect of being indestructible, but it also had the effect of being invulnerable. Although this ability would be greatly weakened in the face of a powerful opponent, it could still hold on for a while. "Humph, you want to block my blood-burning demon fire with this little formation? What a joke!" Xuexing sneered. He flipped his hands, and more blood-burning demon fire shot out. The world was dyed red. Although the laws of the forest were extremely sturdy, they still started to burn. Many plants were gradually withering. Under the blood-red flames, the area within a 1-mile radius was almost like doomsday. Large numbers of demon beasts died tragically, rotting into liquid under the blood-burning demon fire. The energy merged into the demon fire, causing it to burn even more vigorously. Yihan saw this from afar, and his expression was very ugly. Obviously, Xuexing's attack did not care about his safety at all, forcing him to hide even further away. "Boss, let me out, this little blood-burning demon fire can't do anything to me," Little Gold said, "although it's safer to absorb the flames in your dimensional space, I can't just watch." "Don't worry, boss. No flame can beat my golden crow body and the devouring demon fetus." Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still let Little Gold out. At the same time, he continued to strengthen the invincible ape divine formation. The moment Little Gold appeared, it opened its mouth and sucked fiercely. A large amount of blood-burning demon fire was sucked into Little Gold's body like a bottomless pit. "Void God Sword, you too." Ling Xiao sensed that Little Gold was in pain. Obviously, the opponent's flames were not that easy to absorb. So he summoned the Void God Sword and frantically absorbed the energy of the blood-burning demon fire. The Void God Tao Tai had also experienced changes from the 4 regions and 9 worlds to the eternal divine realm. Its divine essence level did not weaken, but its cultivation level dropped directly to the divine body 5th level. Therefore, he needed to level up as well. Large amounts of blood-burning demon fire were constantly being absorbed, and the god-defying Taotia's cultivation base was also constantly recovering. After killing and absorbing so many people, the god-defying Taotia's cultivation had already recovered to the 6th level of the divine physique stage. This time, there were signs of him breaking through to the 7th level of the divine physique echelon. This demonic fire was truly a great supplement. After more than 10 minutes, under the efforts of the 2 brothers, the blood-burning demon fire in the surroundings was completely extinguished. After Little Gold had eaten its fill, it returned to the universe world to cultivate. This time, its divine essence level should be able to reach level 10. On the other hand, the god-defying Tao Tai had successfully recovered to the peak of the 7th level of the divine physique stage. It had to be said that Xuezuan had given Ling Xiao a huge gift. What the hell? Seeing this, Xuanning was completely stunned. He was well aware of how powerful his blood-burning demon fire was, yet it had been sucked clean. Such a thing was simply unheard of. Even in the Golden Martial Kingdom, no one could do this. Even if it could break his blood-burning demon fire, it was impossible to be unharmed after absorbing it. Xuanning was certain that the weapon in Ling Zhao's hand was not an ordinary treasure. He was also certain that Little Gold was Ling Zhao's beast pet. He decided to take it all back. However, due to his shock, his actions slowed down for a moment, which created the opportunity for Ling Xiao to escape. Go! Ling Xiao instantly disappeared into the dense forest, wanting to escape far away. Xuanning was not someone he could deal with for the time being. He did not die just now only because the other party used an attack that happened to be countered by him. However, Xuanning was a divine soul realm expert, so he definitely had many attacking methods. If he changed to other methods, he could still kill him. Trying to escape? Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, I have never underestimated you. Just as Ling Xiao disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. Suddenly, 4 experts darted out of the dense forest, completely sealing off his escape route. Moreover, these 4 people were all half-step divine soul realm experts. In order to avenge his son, Xuanning had really put in a lot of effort. He even transferred many of the top experts in Dual Axe City. Facing divine soul realm experts, Ling Xiao had no way to deal with them. However, facing half-step divine soul realm experts, Ling Xiao still had ways to deal with them. Little Black had always been pampered. Now was the time to use it. Although this little fellow had grown to this point, it could at most last for a minute in a battle. However, it was more than enough to deal with 4 half-step divine soul realm experts. After all, half-step divine soul realm was still within the divine body realm. There was no way to fight against divine soul realm experts. Ling Xiao finally got a chance to escape, so how could he give it up so easily? Little Black, do it. Ling Xiao continued to maintain his escape posture. Suddenly, a little black dragon flew out of the universe world. It opened its mouth and swallowed. The black dragon's extinction was released. In just an instant, the 4 experts who were blocking him were killed instantly. The Qianquan beast picked up the other party's storage ring and weapon and returned to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't slow down at all. Damn it, soul-chasing axe, kill. Xuanning's heart ached when he saw this. The ones who died were 4 half-step divine soul realm experts. He was the top expert in Dual Axe City. After losing them, his Dual Axe City couldn't compare to Blue Ocean City. In a fit of rage, he grabbed an axe behind him and threw it out. This was a genuine monarch artifact with 4 divine dragon inscriptions. Only divine soul realm experts were qualified to use it. The soul-chasing axe split open the void and directly chopped at Ling Zhao's head. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. Axe God Domain. It was rumored that every god had their own domain. In their own domain, they could use special abilities. The god Martial Soul inherited this domain ability. This was similar to the domains Ling Xiao had seen before, but the difference in power was too great. The domain he saw before was probably only a drop of water, but the one he saw now was equivalent to an entire ocean. Perhaps Xuanning felt that the soul-chasing axe couldn't stop Ling Xiao. Therefore, he had to use a special method to trap Ling Xiao. With a roar, the axe god appeared behind him. The axe god wore a crown on his head and chopped the 2 axes in his hands into the ground. The blood-red power seeped into the ground and the sky at the same time. It formed a dense blood-red domain. He wanted to trap Ling Xiao here. As long as Ling Xiao couldn't escape, Xuanning had thousands of ways to kill him. Blackie. Ling Xiao could only rely on Blackie for now. He didn't want to encounter a divine soul realm expert, but he had no choice. Fortunately, Blackie had just come out and there was still some time before the battle ended. Blackie heard Ling Zhao's voice and waved his sharp claws. The dragon claws tore through the void and collided with the soul-chasing axe. Although Xiao Hei's strength was on par with Xuanning's, it did not have any treasures. It was actually at a disadvantage in this collision. Ling Zhao's heart ached when he saw this. He had promised to take care of this little guy. Although it was at a disadvantage, the soul-chasing axe was too far away from Xuanning. It eventually fell to the ground. Of course, the Qianquan beast would not let go of such a good thing and directly swallowed it into its stomach. Seeing this scene, Xuanning was really angry. Where did this Ling Xiao come from? Not only did he have such a powerful battle pet like the Black Wind Dragon, he also had a treasure like the Qianquan beast. Not only did his attack fail, but he also lost his axe. That was an emperor weapon with 4 divine dragon patterns. It was the best treasure in his dual axe city. What a pity. See you. Ling Xiao did not want to continue fighting. He put away Xiao He, sped up, and disappeared completely. At this time, Xuanning's axe god domain had not been fully opened. This was why Ling Xiao wanted to end the battle quickly. Once the other party opened up the axe god domain, he would have no chance. Completely no chance. Damn it. Seeing Ling Xiao disappear, Xuanning's face became extremely ugly. He really did not expect that he, a divine soul realm powerhouse, would actually fail to kill Ling Xiao. This kid was really too difficult to deal with. However, you can't run away, kid. Even if you escape to the Rakshasa martial kingdom, I will still catch you. How dare you kill my son and take away my treasure? How can I not kill you? Xuanning was completely furious. He did not even consider the current situation of Dual Axe City and was determined to kill Ling Xiao. He turned into a blood-red light and chased forward crazily. Even if he chased to the ends of the earth, he would not give up. I didn't expect that he would escape the ambush set up by a Divine Soul Realm powerhouse and 4 half-step Divine Soul Realm powerhouses. What is that little black dragon? Why is it so powerful? It seems that I can't chase him randomly for the time being. I might even lose my life. Yi Han did not chase. Instead, a ruthless look flashed in his eyes as he headed toward Dual Axe City. Although he had failed to kill Ling Xiao, he had gained the trust of Dual Axe City. They could settle down temporarily. With his talent and wisdom, he would soon be able to sweep through all the resources in Dual Axe City. Even if Xiuetsuan came back, it would be too late. Why don't we cooperate with Blue Ocean City? Yi Han smiled coldly and made up his mind. This blood coagulation is too strong. It's impossible to shake it off. I've tried many methods, but none of them worked. Master, you're very knowledgeable. Under such circumstances, what else can I do other than run away? Ling Xiao asked as he made his way through the dense forest. This was because he had already sensed Xuanning's aura. Although the other party hadn't found him yet, with the ability of a Divine Soul Realm expert, this didn't seem to be a problem at all. This was a wild forest. The trees were extremely tall and dense, and the vines were everywhere. Lung Mei's ability could be used to great effect here. This prevented Ling Xiao from getting lost and being caught. However, running away was not what Ling Xiao wanted. If he did not get rid of the blood coagulation here, he would not be able to escape. His goal of getting rid of the blood coagulation wouldn't be achieved. Ling Xiao didn't fly in the sky. Although he had recovered that ability, it would be easy for Xiuetsuan to discover him. Therefore, he was now using Cold Plum's ability to shuttle through the forest. His aura was completely integrated with the surrounding trees. It was as if he originally belonged to this wild forest. Ling Xiao was still aware of their current strength. With their current strength, the only chance to kill Xiuetsuan was Little Black. However, Little Black had already fought today. If he wanted to fight, he would have to wait until tomorrow. During today's time, Ling Xiao planned to continue hiding and try his best not to be found by the opponent. Perhaps you can combine the 10,000 beast blood refining array with Little Black's ability. Kill Xiuetsuan in one fell swoop. I can personally help you set up the array, although it will consume a lot of soul power. However, when you reach Rakshasa Martial Kingdom, you should be able to buy treasures that can increase your soul power. The Yuan Venerate answered Ling Xiao's question. In other words, it's feasible? Ling Xiao asked excitedly. Yes, it's feasible and there should be a 70% chance of success. The snakes, insects, rats, and ants in this wild forest are all very powerful. Their combined power, together with Little Black, will definitely be able to seriously injure Xiaozuan. I'll leave it to you to finish him, the Yuan Venerate said. Alright. Master, don't worry. When we reach Rakshasa Martial Kingdom, I'll immediately help you find treasures that can repair your soul. If a Yuan Venerate wanted to maintain his soul state and not die, he had to have such treasures to increase his soul power. Consuming soul power was similar to consuming one's life. Therefore, this time, he really planned to go all out. After all, if Ling Xiao died, his future plans would all be for naught. After drawing up a plan, Ling Xiao continued to move forward while waiting for the arrival of the next day. At the same time, he was looking for a suitable place to set up the 10,000 beast blood refining array. There were indeed many strange demonic beasts and demonic insects in this forest. Moreover, all of them were quite strong. If it weren't for the existence of Cold Plum, it would have been very difficult for Ling Xiao to pass through this forest. Xiaozuan was more unlucky as he was constantly attacked by demonic beasts. Ling Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps he was really worrying too much. At this rate, Xiaozuan would definitely be very tired by the next day. At that time, the chances of killing Xiaozuan would be greater. Get lost. In the sky, Xiaozuan sent a ferocious demonic bird flying with a punch. However, his expression was a little ugly. Although these demonic beasts weren't his match, he would consume a lot of divine essence if he continued fighting like this. The problem was that he had clearly sensed Ling Xiao's aura but couldn't find it. It seems like I can't go on like this. I have to find that fellow as soon as possible. I'll be in trouble if this drags on. Xiaozuan suddenly sent a palm strike down. A large blood-red hand appeared in the void. Within a radius of 100 meters, all the trees and rocks were instantly reduced to dust. Ling Xiao looked behind him and couldn't help but tremble with fear. He had just left that place. He still remembered that there was a demonic beast whose strength reached the 9th level divine body realm resting there. However, it actually turned into ashes under this palm strike. Even the ground turned blood-red and was constantly corroded and decayed. This strange martial technique was simply terrifying. Everything in front of him seemed to be destroyed by him. Ling Xiao frowned and became more careful while advancing. He no longer advanced in a straight line but constantly changed directions. This made the other party's attack unable to catch him. It's actually the sky-covering blood palm, the upgraded version of the sky-covering blood palm. Yuan Venerate said, it's different from the sky-covering demonic hand or the sky-covering blood palm. The sky-covering blood palm's power is much stronger. Of course, it's also very difficult to cultivate this demonic technique. It must be used together with a treasure above the Emperor armament with 3 divine dragon patterns. Otherwise, your hand will be crippled after using it once. In addition to the pair of axes, Xiaozuan should also have a glove-like treasure. It's definitely above the Emperor armament with 3 divine dragon patterns. The fastest mobile version of the website. I really want to kill this guy and get his cultivation technique and Dharma treasure. Ling Xiao glanced at Xuanning in the sky and gritted his teeth. Blackie couldn't fight yet, so he had to bear with it. Xuanning was getting more and more irritable and impatient. Damn it. What kind of secret technique did this guy cultivate to be able to merge perfectly with the aura of this forest? If I didn't have a special technique, I wouldn't even be able to catch a trace of his aura. Unfortunately, the aura is still too blurry. I can't pinpoint his exact location. Xuanning couldn't understand why this 5th level divine body realm trash could do something that he couldn't do. This was too illogical. Even so, Xuanning was still unwilling to give up. His eyes had turned completely blood-red. This was an eye technique that could see the fluctuations of his enemy's divine essence. If it weren't for this, he would have lost Ling Xiao long ago. Every time he caught a trace of the aura, Xuanning would form a sky-covering bloody handprint and smash it down. The bloody handprint was huge. It was also very powerful. The trees and rocks below were all destroyed by the bloody handprint. However, he couldn't kill Ling Xiao. If he really wanted to kill Ling Xiao, he might have to destroy the entire savage forest. Unfortunately, he didn't have that ability. Moreover, there must be monsters in this forest that weren't weaker than him, or even stronger. Unless he didn't want to live anymore, he wouldn't dare to provoke those monsters. No, I have to kill this guy before he enters the depths of the forest. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome if I find the depths. Xuaning's frown deepened. Master, I've found a ruin. Cold Plum suddenly said. Another ruin? The Eternal Divine Realm was indeed the Eternal Divine Realm. He had just stepped into the Eternal Divine Realm, and this was the second time he had found a ruin. The last time was the giant dragon city. What would it be this time? What kind of ruin? Ling Xiao asked. I can't say for sure. It looks like an abandoned temple, a place of worship for a god in the past. It doesn't seem to be as mysterious as Giant Dragon City, but it might be better for us. The things in Giant Dragon City are too powerful. With our strength, we can't touch them at all. Cold Plum explained. Ling Xiao nodded. At this time, through the Cold Plum's ability, he could see the situation of the temple ruins with the ancient tree as his eyes. This temple had obviously experienced many years of history. On the walls, there were mottled moss crawling all over. There were also many vines like Boston ivy. It was like a mysterious botanical garden. There were even demonic beasts dozing off and hunting for food. Cold Plum, is there any way to search for the treasures inside? Ling Xiao felt that Cold Plum's ability was very useful in the forest. He could not help but ask. Let me try. Cold Plum nodded. Ling Xiao stopped bothering her. Just as he was about to continue on his way, he suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura. He suddenly looked up at the sky. What was Xuanning doing? At this time, Xuanning finally decided to use all means to keep Ling Xiao here. He didn't even hesitate to destroy the forest within a radius of dozens of miles. He couldn't let Ling Xiao escape into the depths of the forest. The depths of the forest was not a place where he could be presumptuous. If he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, now was the only time. Therefore, even if he provoked demonic beasts here, he had to make a move. He took out the remaining soul-chasing axe on his back. Bright red light condensed on the soul-chasing axe. The next moment, the soul-chasing axe suddenly slashed down. At the same time, Xuaning's face turned pale, and he even spat out a mouthful of blood. This move had a huge range and was very powerful. But the price was that it would temporarily reduce his strength. It also consumed a lot of divine essence. Unless it was a last resort, he really didn't want to do this. But now, he had to use it. As the soul-chasing axe slashed out, a bloody typhoon with Xuanning as the center enveloped the forest within a radius of dozens of miles. Boom, 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 start, domain name, please remember 3, woo-woo. The wind raged, and trees constantly fell to the ground, turning into dust. The bloody typhoon was not only very destructive, but it was also very corrosive. For a moment, the area within a radius of dozens of miles became doomsday. It had completely become a world of devastation. The range was too large, and Ling Xiao couldn't avoid it. He was also enveloped in it. He desperately activated the invincible ape divine array to resist the terrifying wind. Although he wasn't killed, he was completely exposed. There was still more than an hour before the second day. It could be said that the situation was very critical. What a terrifying martial skill. How can it be so powerful? Although the attack power has weakened after dispersing, this area is too large. But isn't this area a little too big? There's simply no room for escape. While Ling Xiao felt the terror of a divine soul realm expert, he threw out the defensive magic treasures he had snatched earlier as if they didn't cost anything. Just the invincible ape divine array alone couldn't withstand the opponent's attack. But these Dharma treasures were all genuine emperor artifacts with one divine dragon pattern. Anyway, they had all been snatched, so he didn't mind. As long as he didn't die, it would be fine. Disciple, I feel that this person has consumed a lot of divine origin energy after using this martial skill. His strength has decreased greatly. Currently, he is only at the half-step divine soul realm. This fellow is really bold. He knows that you have little black, yet he still dares to gamble. What a lunatic. Yuan Venerate said. Ling Xiao smiled when he heard what Yuan Venerate said. Although a half-step divine soul realm was also powerful, it wasn't as terrifying as a true divine soul realm expert. His few companions might not be able to defeat him, but it might be possible to delay him for an hour. When the gale dissipated, Zuosing had already released the Axe God domain and blocked Ling Xiao's escape route. Ling Xiao was like a turtle in a jar. There was nowhere to escape. Kid, let's see what other means you have to escape this time. Zuosing's face was pale. Obviously, it was because he had overexerted himself. However, in Zuosing's opinion, killing Ling Xiao wouldn't be a problem. Escape? I don't intend to escape. Ling Xiao stopped and sneered at Xuanning. Don't you know that a rabbit will bite when it's cornered? Chasing me like this, whether you kill me or I kill you, we'll see in a while. Since he couldn't escape, Ling Xiao might as well not run. There would be a battle sooner or later anyway. As long as he could delay for an hour, Zuosing would die. You're only left with a glib tongue. Call your companions out. They won't be a match for me even if they join forces anyway. You killed my son, so I must avenge him. Zuosing's blood-red eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, he didn't make a move immediately. It seemed like using 2 super martial skills in a row had caused him to be unable to recover for a while and had to take a break. This allowed Ling Xiao to catch his breath and think about how to deal with the current situation. Your son, Xuehongyi, had only himself to blame for his death. He insisted on hunting me down. Did he expect me to just stand there and let him kill me? What a joke. I thought you were pitiful and didn't want to kill you, but you actually kept pestering me. In that case, both of you can die. Ling Xiao was looking for an opportunity as he spoke. At the same time, he secretly got the Yuan Venerate to set up the 1,000 Beast Blood Refining Array. Without the 1,000 Beast Blood Refining Array, he definitely wouldn't have been able to hold on. Xuaning's attack had killed too many demonic beasts. The resentment of these demonic beasts had gathered together, allowing the 1,000 Beast Blood Refining Array to unleash an unimaginable power. This might have been a mistake on Xuaning's part. However, Xuanning didn't seem to have a choice. If he didn't do that, Ling Xiao would definitely escape into the depths of the forest. When that happened, he would have no chance to take revenge. Do you know what this is? Ling Xiao's main task now was to stall for time, so he had to do everything he could. He took out a medicinal herb that he had picked up from the storage rings of the corpses in the giant dragon city. Spirit-controlling flower. It's a 1,000-year-old spirit-controlling flower. Xuanning was shocked. The spirit-controlling flower was fatally attractive to Divine Soul Realm martialists. The spirit-controlling pill refined from the spirit-controlling flower was even more attractive to Divine Soul Realm martialists. A stock of spirit-controlling flower could help a Divine Soul Realm martialist advance by at least 1 level. For example, Xuanning was in the early 1st level Divine Soul Realm, which was the so-called initial stage of the Divine Soul Realm. Directly consuming the spirit-controlling flower would allow one's cultivation to advance to the mid-stage Divine Soul Realm. It sounded like a small breakthrough, but to some people, it could be an improvement that took hundreds of years to achieve. One could only imagine how valuable it was. The effect of the spirit-controlling pill was even more amazing. Generally, a spirit-controlling pill that was 80% perfect could allow a martialist to advance by 1 level. In other words, one could advance from the early 1st level Divine Soul Realm to the early 2nd level Divine Soul Realm. The value was even more terrifying. If it was a perfect spirit-controlling pill, it might not be a problem to advance to the late 2nd level Divine Soul Realm. Xuaning's cultivation base had been stuck at the initial stage of the Divine Soul Realm for hundreds of years. He crazily wanted to advance every day. This desire was definitely more than his son's death. Even if his son was gone, he could always have another one. After all, he had many women. But missing out on the soul-mastering flower might mean missing out on an opportunity. The soul control flower was an extremely rare medicinal herb. Give it to me. Xuanning shouted. It was as if a hungry wolf had seen a delicious piece of meat. You want the soul-mastering flower? Or do you want the soul-driving pill? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Everything was going according to his plan. He did not believe that blood coagulation could resist the temptation of such benefits. What do you mean? You still have soul-driving pills? Xuanning felt that she was simply too lucky. She thought that all she had to do was to avenge her son. Who would have thought that he would stumble upon such a good thing? Not at the moment, but I can refine it. You can choose to kill me now and take the soul-controlling flower, but you will miss the opportunity to obtain the soul-controlling pill. Of course, you can also choose the soul-driving pill. After I get it, I only hope that you can let me live. I had no choice but to kill your son. Xiao said indifferently. You can refine the soul-driving pill? How is that possible? How old are you? The soul-driving pill is extremely difficult to refine. Even in the entire human race, there are only a few who can refine it. You can actually do it? Are you trying to stall for time? Xuanning did not believe it at all. It's up to you to believe it or not. The choice is yours. Xiao knew that the more he spoke, the more useless it would be. Although Xuanning was not as smart as Jihan, he was not a fool. Naturally, he could find flaws in his words. In that case, he might as well not talk nonsense. How long will it take? Xuanning's eyes flickered. In the end, he could not resist the desire for the soul-driving pill. 3 hours at most. Xiao said indifferently. 3 hours? Xuanning was stunned. He thought that he would have to wait at least a few dozen days. It was only 3 hours, this kid was really stalling for time. It was said that the powerful alchemists in the sacred city took 49 days to refine the soul-driving pill. What could he do in 3 hours? Play? Grandpa has no time to play with you. Xuanning was ready to make his move. However, Xiao still had a faint smile on his face as he began to refine the pill. Xuanning had seen every step from the beginning of the refinement of medicinal herbs. After seeing it, he suddenly began to doubt his judgment. Although he had never seen Xiao's alchemy method before, every step was meticulous and smooth like flowing water. It was better than many of the masters he had seen. It will take about 2 hours for me to recover my strength. Let's see what this kid is going to do. Xuanning did not make his move in the end. Instead, he sat there, swallowed a pill, and began to recover. Xiao smiled faintly. It was difficult to make the other party believe a simple lie, but if he had the ability, he was not afraid that the other party would not believe him. Xiao naturally could not give this soul-driving pill to Xuanning. Although he could not use such an important thing for the time being, it would definitely be useful in the future. If he gave the soul-driving pill to the other party, it would greatly improve his cultivation. Even if Xiaohe recovered his combat strength, it would be useless. He was no match for Xuanning at all. He said that it would take 3 hours, but in fact, it would only take half an hour to complete the refinement. He just wanted Xuanning to misunderstand his purpose. An hour later, Xiao stopped refining pills. With a wave of his hand, a soul-driving pill appeared in the jade bottle that he had prepared long ago. Ordinary alchemists could only refine one soul-driving pill with one soul-driving flower. Moreover, the quality of the pill was at most 90% perfect. However, Xiao was different. Xiao used 1 stalk of Imperial Soul flower to refine 3 Imperial Soul pills. And they were all perfect soul-driving pills. However, he used a camouflage technique to store the 2 soul-driving pills and only put 1 into the jade bottle. Didn't you say that it would take 3 hours to complete the refinement? How did it end in an hour? Xuanning opened his eyes. At this time, he had basically recovered 90% of his strength. He had returned to the state of the divine soul realm. After all, he had used a pill. Are you still not satisfied with the refinement in an hour? Xiao said indifferently. Give it to me. If I find out that you have lied to me, I will kill you on the spot. Xuanning looked at the soul-driving pill in the jade bottle with anxiety in his eyes. However, this guy was still very good at pretending. He tried his best to look calm. Unfortunately, his eyes completely betrayed him. Originally, Xuanning was worried that Xiao would play some tricks, so he was very vigilant. But Xiao didn't do anything and just obediently handed the soul-driving pill to him. This confused Xuanning. He felt that there was a trap. Therefore, he carefully opened the jade bottle and sniffed. There was no mistake. He had already smelled this smell before, but unfortunately, he could only smell it at that time and was not qualified to own it at all. Moreover, its appearance was no different from the soul-driving pill. That's right, this is really a soul-driving pill, you didn't lie to me. Xuanning was a divine soul realm powerhouse after all. His soul force was very strong. Although he had never eaten a soul-driving pill before, he had seen a real one before. He was 80% sure that this soul-driving pill in his hand was real. And it was a very perfect soul-driving pill. I didn't expect you to have some ability. But whether I let you go or not, I'll have to find someone to examine this soul-driving pill first. Now, you should just obediently allow yourself to be captured. Otherwise, it won't do you any good. Xuanning smiled coldly. Kid, you're still too inexperienced to play with me. Is that so? Haven't you heard of this saying? There's no free lunch in this world. When you accept someone else's things for nothing, you should think of the consequences, idiot. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and thought. The soul-driving pill in Xuanning's hand actually exploded. The moment the soul-driving pill exploded, Xuanning realized that this stinking brat had no intention of begging for mercy from beginning to end. He didn't plan to escape, but to kill him. This was simply a conspiracy. In order to make this conspiracy more realistic, he was even willing to use a real soul-driving pill to detonate Xianxia. This was really too sinister, too vicious, too despicable and shameless. Even if he, Xuanning, was known to be ruthless, he wasn't so vicious. How could he have expected that the other party would rather give up a treasure like the soul-driving pill to kill him? At this moment, Xuanning's only thought was to escape. Unfortunately, his body could no longer keep up with the speed of his thoughts. Fortunately, he was a divine soul realm powerhouse and could use his soul to leave his body. Although he couldn't stay outside for long as he could escape and protect his soul. Then he wouldn't die. Boom, a terrifying roar exploded in an instant. Even if Xuanning was a divine soul realm powerhouse and his body was incomparably strong, he still couldn't stop Ling Zhao's scheme. This soul-driving pill contained extremely strong energy. After it exploded, the huge power was enough to kill a first-level divine soul realm martial artist. Xuanning was only at the early first-level divine soul realm. How could he resist? The surrounding trees were completely blown to smithereens in an instant. The rocks were also blown to smithereens. The terrifying power caused a gust of wind to blow, and chaos ensued. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the air. Blood coagulation, who was at the core of the explosion, had been blown to smithereens. It's so powerful. Initially, I just wanted to be on the safe side, but I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Ling Xiao was shocked by this huge power. So he did this to make it easier for Little Black to win. But looking at it now, the power of the soul-driving pill far exceeded his imagination. Damn it, Ling Xiao, you better remember this. I, Xuanning, will not live under the same sky as you. After the explosion, a roar came from the distance. It was Xuanning's soul that escaped. This was the reason why Divine Soul Realm experts were scarier than Divine Body Realm experts. At critical moments, their souls could leave their bodies. Furthermore, after the cultivation of the Divine Soul was strong enough, it could even leave the body to fight, and its power was incomparably fierce. Master, we can't let him escape. All of his cultivation is concentrated in his soul. Kill him and I'll get some benefits. Ling Xiao said to Yuan Venerate. Only a Yuan Venerate could chase after Xuanning's soul. Although they were both souls, Yuan Venerates were much stronger. They couldn't be compared to Xuanning's illusory soul. To be honest, Ling Xiao had witnessed the power of a divine soul realm powerhouse today. He had originally thought that the other party would definitely die under such a powerful explosion. After all, the soul-driving pill had been in Xuanning's hands at that time, which was equivalent to bearing the full force of the explosion. It was obvious how tenacious a divine soul realm powerhouse's life force was. However, Xuanning didn't die, but only his soul escaped. To Ling Xiao, this was definitely an excellent opportunity to kill the other party. He had never killed a divine soul realm powerhouse since coming to the eternal divine realm. This time, he had only won by taking advantage of the other party's greed and underestimation of him and not by relying on his true strength. He had to be sure that he had killed him first. Otherwise, offending a divine soul realm powerhouse wouldn't be a good thing. The Yuan Venerate had already made his move. A golden light shot out from between Ling Zhao's eyebrows and instantly transformed into a human form to grab Xuanning's soul. He forcibly pulled the soul back. Ling Xiao, you demon. No demon in this world can compare to you in terms of viciousness, and cunning. How hateful. I, Xuanning, the city lord of Dual Axe City and a divine soul realm powerhouse, never thought that I would be defeated by a divine soul realm powerhouse. How could I have fallen at your hands? I hate you, however, you won't have a good ending. The sacred city won't let you off. Xuanning had no chance of escaping now that his soul had been captured. They could only roar hysterically there. Hee hee. It's a pity that you'll never see my end. You didn't have to die, but you insisted on killing me. This is your end. Xiao sneered. The void god sword pierced Xuanning's soul and began to absorb a large amount of energy. Xiao didn't absorb this energy. Instead, he stored it in the void god sword for the time being. This place had just experienced a great battle. Who knew if martialists or demonic beasts would pass by? It was better to find a safe place first before absorbing all this energy. Cold Plum, guide me to the temple ruins. Xiao called out and quickly left. Big brother, you're too savage. You actually killed a divine soul realm expert. Heavens, I can't believe what I just saw. You killed him all by yourself. Even Little Black's ability didn't work. Longchen was dumbfounded. Although Xiao had done more than one or two crazy things, Longchen was still shocked. However, this was definitely the first time he had killed a divine soul realm expert alone. Yu Fenghua also said, it feels like a dream. The difference in strength between you and him is so great. Logically speaking, it's impossible for you to win. However, the result is that he's dead and you're alive. This is probably why Master is so powerful. Not only is he strong, but he's also smart. Cold Plum said. Everyone nodded. In today's battle, Xuanning had completely fallen for Xiao's trick. That was why he had obediently accepted his death. Not to mention that Xiao's strength was not weak. Even if he was an ordinary person, many martialists would have been played to death by him with his brain alone. This was really terrifying. This battle had nothing to do with strength. It was completely a crushing of intelligence. From the beginning to the end, Xiao had controlled everything. That was why he had achieved an impossible victory. Don't praise me anymore. I'm a little embarrassed. Xiao said with a wry smile, I just want to live. For this goal, I can do anything. But big brother, if the plan fails, won't it be terrible? Little Gold said worriedly. No, from the moment Xuanning faced Sky, he was destined to fail. For this plan, Sky has more than one way to go. If the first way doesn't work, he still has the second and third ways. With Xuanning's brain, it's impossible for him to think so much. Yu Fenghua shook her head and said. If the opponent doesn't accept the soul-driving pill, Sky can settle for the next best thing and let Blackie fight. Xiuegu still can't escape death. However, Sky used a safer method just to be safe. Even if Xiuegu isn't attracted by the soul-driving pill, we can still drag it out for an hour with our strength. At that time, we can still rely on Blackie to solve the problem. However, the possibility of that is almost non-existent. No divine soul realm expert can remain calm in the face of the soul-driving pill. I'm still lucky. Xiao said humbly, if I didn't get the soul-driving flower, the premise of this plan wouldn't exist. Master, you're being humble again. Even without the soul-driving flower, you'll still take out other herbs to tempt him, right? Cold Plum smiled. Xiao smiled and didn't say anything else. It seemed that the people around him knew him better. They knew all the bad ideas he had in his head. As they spoke, Xiao had already arrived at the temple ruins. So the name of this temple is the Moon Temple. Fenghua, this is your opportunity. In the depths of the temple ruins, there was a woman riding a white tiger. The woman was as bright as the moon in the sky. She held the bright moon divine bow. It was a perfect match for Yu Fenghua. As Xiao spoke, he let Yu Fenghua out, allowing her to search for opportunities. Little Gold, Long Chen, and Cold Plum were in charge of protecting her. Xiao began to count the spoils of war. Although he killed Xiuegu, Xiao knew that his strength was still too weak in the eternal divine realm. He had just stepped into the borders of the human race's god nation, and he had already encountered so much trouble. Therefore, he had to improve his strength faster. Strength included cultivation, dharma treasures, cultivation methods, martial techniques, and so on. In terms of cultivation, his battle with Shuigu raised his cultivation to the mid-stage of the 5th level divine body realm. Although it wasn't much, it allowed his stagnant cultivation to start improving again. In terms of dharma treasures, it was too dazzling. Emperor armaments with 1 divine dragon pattern were the most common. Monarch artifacts with 2 divine dragon patterns were lacking. However, he had obtained a pair of emperor weapons with 4 divine dragon inscriptions, the soul-chasing axes, from Xuanning. None of them could use the soul-chasing axe. Ling Xiao planned to keep it to feed the Void God sword. If he wanted the Void God sword to grow as quickly as possible, he could not be stingy in this aspect. Apart from the soul-chasing axe, Ling Xiao had also obtained an emperor armament with 3 divine dragon inscriptions, the sky-covering blood palm. This magic treasure was extremely suitable to amplify the power of the heaven-covering blood palm. Of course, it was also very suitable to enhance other unarmed combat techniques. It looked like a glove. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it was extremely tough. An emperor artifact with 3 divine dragon inscriptions would naturally not be ordinary. It just so happened that Ling Xiao's Hand of Immortality was a little outdated. An emperor armament with a divine dragon inscription could still be used, but it no longer had any advantage against the enemy. His cultivation level was not high, so he had to have a good dharma treasure. However, with his current cultivation level, he really could not use an emperor armament with 3 divine dragon inscriptions. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao set up a martial soul barrier and began to absorb the energy from Xuaning's divine soul. It took him a full hour to do so. The Void God Taoya's strength soared to the peak of the 8th level divine body realm. Ling Xiao's cultivation level rose from the mid-stage of the 5th level divine body realm to the peak of the 5th level divine body realm. His heavenly demon black martial body was also tempered to the point of having 3 divine dragon patterns. Its defense was shocking. Most of Xuaning's power had not been digested yet. Divine Soul Realm powerhouses were indeed formidable. After his cultivation level rose to the peak of the 5th level divine body realm, he could also use an emperor armament with 3 divine dragon patterns. This was a good thing. In other words, he could use the Crimson Blood Demon Sword and the Sky-Covering Blood Palm. The Void God Sword could also continue to advance. Thinking of this, he took out the Void God Sword and let it devour the Dharma treasures that he had collected during this period. After eating the soul-chasing axe, the Void God Sword finally showed its 3rd divine dragon pattern. Its combat power had definitely soared. When Ling Xiao finished cultivating, Yu Fenghua had also gained a lot. Yu Fenghua had not only obtained the Moon God's inheritance, but also the Moon Lady's power. Her divine essence level had finally risen to the 10th level, and her cultivation level had also reached the early stage of the 8th level divine body realm. She had also obtained the Moon God's Bright Moon Divine Bow. This was a Dharma treasure that could condense divine essence to shoot sharp arrows. It could also grow. However, it was different from the Void God Sword. If the Bright Moon Divine Bow wanted to grow, it had to be nourished with moonstones. This divine bow was now an emperor armament with 3 divine dragon patterns. No one knew how far it could grow in the future. However, after so many days of hard work, his 5 companions had finally finished upgrading their divine essence. From now on, the real journey would begin. Finally, they did not have to cowardly avoid battles because of the power of laws. Let's go. Starting from the Rakshasa Martial Kingdom, we will start a storm in the eternal divine territory. Ling Xiao did not want to stay in the dense forest for too long. Since he had already gotten what he wanted, it was time to get rid of the tail. Next, it was time to move forward. On the way, Ling Xiao seized the time to cultivate the sky-covering blood handprint that he had obtained from Xuaning's divine soul. This was a top-notch saint-level martial art. It was the same as the Holy Ground Demonic Shadow and Black Lotus Treasure Light. Although Ling Xiao could not unleash their true power for the time being. As long as he could cultivate it, he would be stronger than others in terms of martial arts. Considering that he had arrived at the Rakshasa Martial Kingdom, he could not easily use his previous abilities, such as the Lotus Sutra. It would be better for him to learn some new martial arts. This way, he would not be easily targeted. Nearly 10 days had passed. Along the way, Ling Xiao had fought with many beasts and finally honed the sky-covering blood handprint to the initial stage. He had also completely stabilized his cultivation level. With the help of the Golden Crow's blood pill, Little Gold had successfully advanced to the early stage of the 8th level Divine Body realm. His combat power had skyrocketed. It could be said that their team's combat power had undergone a qualitative leap. On this day, they were already close to the border of the Rakshasa martial kingdom. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the dense forest. Cold Plum peeked with the eye of the forest. She told Ling Xiao that a group of experts had appeared not far ahead. The weakest among them was at the 7th level Divine Body realm. They were extremely powerful. In order to avoid trouble, Ling Xiao directly entered the Shadow Warrior form. As his cultivation level increased and he adapted to the Eternal Divine Territory's power of laws, the Shadow Warrior form was also much safer. In addition to Cold Plum's help, at least in the dense forest, it was not so easy for others to find him. 30 martial artists at the 7th level Divine Body realm and 10 martial artists at the 8th level Divine Body realm. Good heavens, this guy is really strong. I thought that after my cultivation level increased and my combat power increased, it would be easier for me. I didn't expect to meet such experts before I even arrived at the Rakshasa martial kingdom. Ling Xiao realized that he was a little excited. Obviously, the 10 8th level Divine Body echelon powerhouses were the leaders. The rest of the 30 people listened to them. Among the 10 people, one of them had a long sword in his arms. His face was as cold as frost, and he wore a bamboo hat. His eyes were cold and murderous. The second person had a broken arm. His white hair reached his shoulders, and he looked quite handsome. The third person was a woman. Her face was covered with a veil, and her appearance was unknown. However, her temperament was seductive. She had a smile on her face as if she could steal one's soul. These 3 people were alone. The other 4 people obviously came together. They wore the same blood-colored armor, and all of them held blood-colored machetes. Their physiques were very rugged. There were another 3 people who looked more like a family of 3. The man and woman looked very ordinary and didn't speak. Only the daughter, who looked no older than 7 or 8 years old, was chattering non-stop. These 10 people were extremely powerful. At the very least, Ling Xiao definitely wasn't their match in a one-on-one fight. However, the problem was that Ling Xiao had helpers. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of these people. He just found it strange. Why did this group of people come to this dense forest? As he was thinking, the few people over there started to talk. From their conversation, Ling Xiao was able to pick up some clues. It turned out that this group of people had discovered an ancient ruin. Hearing about the ruin, Ling Xiao's heart thumped wildly. Regardless of whether it was the giant dragon city or the divine moon palace, they had both given them great benefits. If there were more ruins, he definitely wouldn't want to miss it. In addition, Ling Xiao also knew these people's identities. They were called the 42 bandits. The 40 people who came were the majority of them. The other 2 were the 2 leaders of the 42 bandits. This time, they didn't come because of other matters. Ling Xiao wasn't interested in the 37th level Divine Body echelon martial artists. To him, they were already at the level of minions. However, Ling Xiao was rather interested in these 10 people. The man wearing a bamboo hat and carrying a long sword was called the Sword Slave. He was also the strongest among these people. His cultivation was at the peak of the 8th level Divine Body echelon, and he wasn't far from breaking through to the 9th level. Perhaps he would encounter an opportunity and be able to make a breakthrough. The cultivation of the person with the severed arm was on par with the sword servant, but he had lost an arm after all, so his combat strength was slightly weaker, and he was called the White-Hair Demon. The seductive woman was known as the Soul-Hooking Demon, which was quite appropriate. Her cultivation was at the late stage of the 8th level Divine Body realm. 4 of them were wearing blood-red armor and holding blood-red scimitars. They were the 4 blood demons. 3 of them were at the early stage of the 8th level Divine Body realm, and 1 of them was at the mid-stage of the 8th level Divine Body realm. There was only one person in the family of 3, and that was the child. The man and woman were actually her puppets. The little girl was called a masked doll, and it was obvious that she was not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, this little girl's cultivation had also reached the late stage of the 8th level divine physique echelon. The battle prowess of those two puppets was definitely not weaker than an early stage 8th level divine physique echelon cultivator. Ling Zhao's memory was really too good. Although he was not interested in these people, he still remembered their names. According to the information, the ruins should be here. However, it seems that someone has cast a spell on it, making it impossible to see it. The masked doll sneered. It's just a spell. Get out of the way and watch me. The little girl looked young, but she was actually over 100 years old. She actually knew how to break array formations. Although her skills were much worse than Ling Zhao's, there was no way she could compare to a Yuan Venerate. At this moment, she took out something and fiddled with it for a long time. Suddenly, the fog disappeared. In the depths of the fog, an ancient teleportation gate appeared. It was just that no one knew where it went. Judging from the incantations on the teleportation gate and the ancient aura, it was definitely an ancient place. Found it. Masked doll, you are indeed amazing. If we get the treasure this time, you will be the first to contribute. The soul-hooking demon laughed. You flatter me. Let's hurry up and go in. Once we get through the teleportation gate, we should be able to reach the divine inscription sect. The masked doll laughed excitedly. Back in the day, the divine inscription sect was so impressive. It was almost equivalent to the strength of a sacred city. It's a pity that it was destroyed by the ancient race. Otherwise, the divine inscription sect would be the 13th sacred city. Even if dozens of martial nations worked together, they would not be a match for them. If we can get the inheritance, we will definitely soar. Yes, we, the 42 bandits, don't have to be sneaky anymore. The soul-hooking demon also said excitedly. Ling Xiao was very shocked when he heard their words. They actually had to trouble the ancient race to destroy the divine inscription sect. It was obvious that the divine inscription sect's strength was already a threat to the ancient race. It was even more terrifying than the 12 sacred cities. He was getting more and more interested in the divine inscription sect. Ling Xiao could see the greed in the eyes of these 40 bandits. To them, this was a discovery that could change their fate. Powerhouses like the Sword Slave and the White Hair Demon were probably thinking about how to replace them and lead the 42 bandits. As for the 7th level divine physique echelon martialists, they were thinking about how to replace the positions of these 10 powerhouses. Although they belonged to the same faction, there was a lack of trust between them. After all, they were an organization formed by extremely vicious people. They were not united. They only chose to cooperate temporarily under the pressure of the powerhouses. However, what can be left behind? The white-haired demon frowned and said, rumor has it that after the ancient race destroyed the divine inscription sect, they took away the orthodoxy of the divine inscription sect and destroyed the inheritance. Perhaps, the divine inscription sect is only left with ruins and nothing. That's true. After the ancient race left, many martial artists entered the divine inscription sect and dug 3 feet into the ground. They didn't even let the corpses of the dead go. It was like a swarm of locusts. What can be left behind? Therefore, let's not have too much hope. The sword slave also said, otherwise, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. I don't think so. The masked doll smiled and said, the divine inscription sect was destroyed. The sect master of the divine inscription sect was a true genius. I don't believe that he didn't leave behind something good. For example, the rumored divine inscription art. The ancient race took away the orthodoxy and all the treasures. However, the divine inscription art is a technology that can change the future. They might not be able to take it away. With that thing, our 42 bandits can also become as powerful as the holy city. As long as we don't provoke the ancient race. The sword slave nodded and said, the divine inscription art is indeed a creation of heaven and earth. Before the appearance of the mountain and river martial soul, the human martial artists exhausted their wisdom and thought of many ways to fight. The divine inscription art is one of them. Although many people look down on the divine inscription art and think that it's just an insignificant Tao, I don't think so. However, I don't think so. I trust the ancient race's judgment. Alright, there's no point in talking so much nonsense. The most important thing is to obtain the divine inscription art. Otherwise, everything will be in vain. The masked doll sneered and adjusted the teleportation gate before stepping in. The rest of the people followed her in. Just as Ling Xiao was about to follow them in, a white figure flashed and entered the portal. This really gave Ling Xiao a fright. Although he only caught a glimpse of the white figure, he could tell that it was a girl. She was quite young, only around 18 years old. However, her cultivation was terrifyingly strong. She had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the divine physique echelon. She was much stronger than the people before her. The most terrifying thing was that the girl actually looked in the direction where Ling Xiao was hiding. Although he did not show it, he really gave Ling Xiao a fright. His shadow dancer form wasn't perfect. However, as long as he didn't attack, it was unlikely that he would be discovered. She must have sensed the aura of a martial artist, but she wasn't sure. No matter what, the ruins of the Divine Inscription sect are very attractive. It would be a great regret if I couldn't go in and take a look. Anyway, I'd been to the city of giant dragons. There's nothing to be afraid of here. Ling Xiao had something to rely on. After all, he still had Blackie as his trump card. Moreover, his companions weren't weak when they joined forces. Thinking of this, he also entered the portal. After a while, a man and a woman appeared outside the portal. Both of them were martial artists in the early stage of the 9th level of the divine physique echelon. They were the two leaders of the 42 bandits. The man was called Black Fiend, and the woman was called White Fiend. They formed the Black Fiend duo. The man looked ferocious and murderous. The woman was like a demon, cold and murderous. The plan is going well. Those idiots will definitely kill each other for the divine inscription art. When they're done, the art will naturally fall into our hands. We don't want to be bandits for the rest of our lives. The ancient race will definitely use the divine inscription art. Black Fiend sneered. You're really sinister. You've been with those trash for more than 10 years just to find the entrance to the divine inscription sect's ruins, right? White Fiend laughed. That's right. More than 10 years of planning. It all depends on today. Black Fiend's lips curled into a smug smile. Those who had already entered the portal didn't know that there were people waiting outside. Through the portal, they arrived outside the ruins of the divine inscription sect. This place had indeed been reduced to ruins. However, Ling Zhao's taiji I could already sense the powerful energy fluctuations. This meant that there was indeed something good in the ruins. It was just that someone had deliberately concealed it. It would not be easy for ordinary people to find it. They would probably have to be skilled in formations. It was no wonder that the 42nd Great Thief had brought along the masked doll. That person was indeed an expert in array formations. Ling Xiao had no intention of exposing himself for the time being. Regardless of whether it was the 40 thieves or the white-cloaked girl, they were all relatively big threats. He still wanted to wait for these fellows to kill each other before reaping the benefits. He believed that this would happen. There was probably only one copy that recorded the saint inscription art. These people all wanted it. In that case, there would definitely be slaughter. The only reason they were able to coexist peacefully now was because no treasure had appeared yet. It was just that it could not trigger their killing intent. But soon, the massacre arrived as promised. This was because Masked Doll had discovered the location where the divine rune art was placed. It had to be said that this place was really too ingenious. No one would care about a pair of weeds. However, there was a special camouflage set up under the weeds. There was a piece of memory metal. It probably recorded not only the divine rune art but also the divine runes. It must be the divine rune encyclopedia. Masked Doll said excitedly, the divine rune encyclopedia not only contains the method to practice divine runes. It also contains every divine rune that the divine rune sect has researched over the years. It is said that divine runes are divided into 9 grades. A first-grade divine rune is equivalent to the full power attack of a half-step divine soul realm expert. How terrifying would a 9th-grade divine rune be? Stop talking nonsense and activate the camouflage. The sword slave said loudly. Masked Doll hesitated at this moment. She sneered and said, I am the one who activated the formation, so this divine rune encyclopedia must belong to me. After all, vulgar people like you won't be able to learn the divine rune art. You must know that the foundation of the divine rune art is the formation. Only by understanding the formation can one truly learn the divine rune art. Masked doll, are you crazy? This divine rune encyclopedia is wanted by the boss. Who dares to take it for themselves? Soul-hooking demon said. Boss? Haha, we may treat him as our boss, but he might not treat us as his own people. Am I right, you trash? Masked doll suddenly attacked. The male and female puppets pounced on the 37th level divine physique echelon martial artists. When those people saw the situation, they immediately attacked. Masked doll intends to rebel. Kill her without mercy. The 30 people attacked Masked doll at the same time. However, the sword slave and the others naturally wouldn't allow them to do so. Because Masked doll was the only one who could break the camouflage. Therefore, the others also joined forces and fought against the 37th level divine physique echelon martial artists. Xianxia hid in the distance, a cold smile appearing between his brows. None of these guys were easy to deal with. Perhaps the boss of the 42 bandits had schemed against these people, but these people wouldn't be willing to be fish on the chopping board. He looked in another direction and saw the white-clothed lady standing there quietly. He didn't know what treasure she used to completely conceal her figure. The white-clothed lady emitted a noble aura. She must be from an extraordinary background. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for her to cultivate to the peak of the 9th level divine physique echelon at such a young age. After a round of fighting, the 37th level divine physique echelon martial artists were all killed. However, those 10 people also suffered different degrees of injuries. Masked doll lost one of her puppets. One of the 4 blood demons also died. Now, to be exact, there were only 8 people left. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. This was just the beginning. Those 37th level divine physique echelon martial artists were only the first batch of sacrifices. He believed that the moment the camouflage was dispelled, more people would die. However, he was just a bystander and didn't plan to make a move so early. Masked doll started to dispel the camouflage. Because she had to do so. If she didn't, she believed that the others would kill her directly. After all, she wasn't the only one who knew about formations in this world. Xianxia watched quietly. The white-clothed lady was already prepared to make her move. Obviously, the white-clothed lady didn't notice Xianxia. After all, for the sake of safety, Xianxia had activated the Mao God Nether Array. It increased the concealment effect of the shadow dancer. Also, the distance was quite far. It's done. Masked doll yelled. A ray of golden light shot out from the pile of weeds. It rose into the air. It floated in midair. It was indeed a piece of memory metal. However, it was wrapped in a ball of golden light and looked very mysterious. That's it. At that moment, everyone's eyes were filled with greed. Even killing intent. Including Xianxia. Although he didn't know what the divine inscription art was for now, it was something that could make the ancient race wary. It was definitely something good. A battle broke out in an instant. The few people who had worked together to enter the ruins were now fighting frantically. They all wanted to stop the other party from obtaining the sacred inscription encyclopedia. After all, even if they couldn't cultivate it, they could still exchange it for powerful cultivation techniques or treasures. Its value was simply immeasurable. Something casually given by the ancient race was enough for them to enjoy for the rest of their lives. How could they not go crazy over this? Although the sacred inscription encyclopedia was right in front of them, none of them could obtain it. Unless only one of them was left alive in the end. This was the cruelty of seizing treasures. Xianxia sighed. Indeed, no matter where one went, no matter what kind of nomological laws existed. As long as martialists dominated the world, there would never be a stop to fighting. All problems could only be solved with one's fists. Any one of these people could easily destroy or dominate the 9 realms of the 4 regions. However, in the eternal divine realm, they were just ordinary martialists. They might be stronger than trash, but they weren't experts. Although most of the array formations in the sacred inscription sect's ruins had been destroyed. However, the nomological laws in the eternal divine realm were extremely sturdy. Even if such powerhouses fought, they wouldn't cause too much damage. Xianxia remained hidden in the dark and didn't make a move. He looked at the sacred inscription encyclopedia floating in the air. When he opened his Tai Chi eye, he couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't know if the sacred inscription encyclopedia was recorded in the memory metal. However, there was one thing that surprised him. The sect master of the sacred inscription sect was really capable. He had actually left behind a method to cultivate the sacred inscription on the golden light. Only by cultivating this sacred inscription would one be able to activate the golden light and obtain the memory metal. Even a Yuan Venerate was no exception to this. Although the foundation of the sacred inscription was array formations and nomological arrays, it was much more complicated. Golden light sacred inscription. Activating this sacred inscription will form a golden protective wall. It is a first-grade sacred inscription. Only a divine soul realm powerhouse can break it. However, if it is forcefully broken, an even stronger sacred inscription will be activated. Ling Xiao couldn't help but admire the sect master of the sacred inscription sect when he saw the tiny words on it. He wanted to give the sacred inscription encyclopedia to someone who could truly unleash its power. Not just anyone could get it. For someone who had never come into contact with saint inscriptions, even a first-grade saint inscription would be extremely difficult to study. However, Ling Xiao was willing to give it a try. The creation of saint runes was not without a source. The martial artists of the Divine Inscription sect had drawn inspiration from spirit talismans and spirit arrays to create this kind of incantation that could be engraved anywhere. This was the so-called saint rune. The air, weapons, and even a person's body could be engraved with sacred runes. Then, different effects were produced. The more Ling Xiao understood about saint inscriptions, the more he realized how powerful they were. If it was used on a weapon, an emperor armament with 3 divine dragon patterns could unleash the power of an emperor armament with 4 divine dragon patterns. Furthermore, it would not raise the cultivation requirement of the martial artist. This was simply too wonderful. Of course, the text on the golden light was limited, and Ling Xiao could only understand it briefly. If he wanted to truly master the saint runes, he would have to obtain the Saint Rune Encyclopedia. Let's start studying the golden light saint runes. Ling Xiao thought for a moment, and his Tai Chi eye operated at high speed to analyze the text. The key to the saint runes was engraving, and it required divine origin and soul power. For the same grade of saint runes, the martial artist with stronger soul power and divine origin would have stronger saint runes. However, Ling Xiao was currently in his shadow warrior form, and he did not dare to use divine origin easily. He could only simulate it in his mind. Fortunately, he had the universe of Tyrant, and his divine origin could enter it to practice. While he was studying the golden light saint runes, the girl in white did not move. This girl seemed to know how to endure. Although she was very strong, she was still waiting for an opportunity. On the other side, the battle between the bandits gradually came to an end. Almost everyone had a few more injuries on their bodies. The situation was not good. They began to realize that they could not continue like this. If this continued, they would all die. If they all died here before obtaining the Saint Rune Encyclopedia, it would be too shameful. The few of them tacitly retreated at the same time and stopped fighting. Do we really have to kill each other like this? We still don't know what is in the memory metal. If it is not the Saint Rune Encyclopedia, wouldn't we hurt our relationship for nothing? The sword slave said coldly. At this moment, the few of them were very far away, and they were staring at the others nervously. The atmosphere was tense. It was as if the battle would start again if there was a disagreement. I think so too. Anyway, it is not like the Saint Rune Encyclopedia will disappear after reading it. The few of us can use the memory metal at the same time. If we don't fight like this, it will benefit others. No one knows if there are other people waiting outside. The soul-hooking demon's soft voice was filled with fear. She was relatively weak, and she did not have any helpers. She had suffered a lot just now, and she really did not want to fight anymore. Agreed. The few of them looked at each other and made a decision. However, Ling Xiao sneered. He could multitask. He studied the golden light saint runes while paying close attention to the situation. Although the battle had stopped, he felt that it was just a temporary pause. Things would not end so easily. Most importantly, these people did not obtain the Saint Rune Encyclopedia to study it, but to exchange it for their future. No one was willing to share it with others. Therefore, the battle would still start in the end. It was just that the battle would be slightly delayed. The white-clothed girl clearly had the same thoughts as him. Therefore, she was not worried at all. Instead, she smiled faintly and waited for the chaotic battle to start. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Who was the mantis and who was the oriole? No one would know until the end. We have to send someone to get it. The sword slave said. Send the soul-hooking demon. She is the weakest. If she plays tricks, we can kill her directly. The white-haired demon said coldly. These ferocious bandits did not care about benevolence, righteousness, or morality. Now that the treasure was in front of them, it was even more impossible. The soul-hooking demon's body trembled. She was extremely unwilling, but she had no other choice. Therefore, she moved and pounced toward the golden light ball in the sky. Boom, a burst of terrifying power collided, sending the soul-hooking demon flying. The soul-hooking demon spat out a mouthful of blood and said in horror, "There are words on it." Everyone took a closer look and found the words that Xianxia had seen before. They did not have the leisure and elegance like Xianxia to study the Saint runes. In fact, among these people, the only one who could really learn the golden light Saint runes was Masked Doll. The others could not do it. After discussing for a while, everyone decided to let Masked Doll try. If it did not work, they would break the golden light barrier by force. These bandits were delusional to think that they could break through the golden barrier with brute force. They were really overestimating themselves. A first-grade sacred rune's golden light barrier wasn't something a divine body realm martial artist could break. Even a half-step divine soul realm martial artist couldn't break it. More than 10 minutes had passed since Xianxia started studying the golden light Saint runes. I see. At some point, Xianxia nodded with a smile on his face. It wasn't difficult to study a first-grade sacred rune, especially for someone like him who was good at formations and talismans. 10 minutes was enough. Not to mention, he had the Tai Chi eye. Of course, it wasn't difficult to study it, but it wasn't easy to use it. Xianxia was just a beginner. It would take him some time to study the golden light Saint runes to perfection. However, the test left by the sect master of the Divine Runes sect only required beginners. In other words, Xianxia was qualified to open the golden light barrier. However, he still didn't move. When he first came in, he left an avatar outside. He accidentally discovered the black-white double demons and their conversation. He knew that the most troublesome ones weren't these idiots, but the girl in white and the black-white double demons. Because of this, he needed to think of a perfect way to get the Sacred Rune Complete book. No one knew about it. Or he could use the girl in white to kill the black-white double demons. He hadn't figured out how to use them yet. However, the situation was changing, and he had patience. With the Masked Doll's ability, it would take her at least a month to study the golden light Saint runes. This was the difference between her and Xianxia. It wasn't in terms of strength, but in terms of wisdom and skills. Therefore, he just needed to wait for the situation to change. It was better to hide for now. An hour passed. Everyone started to lose their patience. Even the black-white double demons started to discuss whether they should come in to take a look. 2 hours passed. Everyone became more irritable. 3 hours passed. Finally, the white-haired demon attacked. He attacked the masked doll who was studying the golden light Saint runes. The masked doll reacted quickly. She used her puppet to block the white-haired demon's attack. However, the puppet was also destroyed. White-haired devil, what are you doing? The sword servant stopped the white-haired devil and said angrily. What are you doing? This guy was deliberately stalling for time. Who knew what he was up to? She's the only one who understands formations, so if she has any devious thoughts, none of us will be able to detect it. Therefore, she must die. White-haired demon roared. The sword servant was stunned for a moment, and just as he was about to say something, white-haired demon had already killed masked doll. Damn it. Now that you've killed her, what are we going to do next? How are we going to break this golden Saint rune? The sword servant asked. Isn't that simple? Just split it open. White-haired devil sneered, "Stop pretending. We aren't here to learn the sacred rune tome." It didn't matter if he could break the golden saint rune or not. "If it doesn't work, I'll just put the golden light saint rune into my storage space." Just as he finished speaking, the 4 blood devils made their move. The leader of the 4 blood devils went to collect the sacred rune tome. The other 2 were responsible for blocking the sword servant and white-haired demon. As for the soul-hooking demon, he was already seriously injured and basically had no fighting strength left. There was nothing to worry about. A golden light flashed and fell into the storage ring of the leader of the 4 blood devils. "It really works. Let's retreat." After the leader of the 4 blood devils obtained the treasure, he immediately chose to flee. He didn't even care about his 2 brothers. When the other 2 saw the situation, they also turned and fled. The sword servant and white-haired demon weren't in the mood to kill each other. They definitely wouldn't allow the treasure to fall into the hands of the 4 blood devils, so they chased after them frantically. Just at this moment, Xianxia saw the white-cloaked girl move. Although she didn't expose herself, she accurately shot out a stream of energy, causing the leader of the 4 blood devils to fall to the ground. It looked as if he had accidentally fallen down. Still, no one noticed the white-clothed girl's existence, because everyone's attention was on the leader of the 4 blood devils. Die. The sword servant and white-haired demon were unable to restrain their anger. The 4 blood devils actually dared to trick them and escape with the treasure. Both of them attacked with hatred. The pitiful leader of the 4 blood devils didn't even have time to resist before he was killed on the spot. The other 2 blood devils didn't dare to take revenge. Instead, they fled without looking back. Both of them were only at the early stage of the 8th level divine physique echelon. Even if they worked together, they wouldn't be a match for the sword servant or white-haired demon. This girl is quite smart. However, the aura that was released in that instant still exposed her identity. Xianxia sneered. Without a doubt, that was the aura of the golden divine martial soul. Therefore, this girl should be a disciple of the golden martial nation. She might even have the royal bloodline. Xianxia didn't have a good impression of the golden martial nation. They actually issued a bounty on him. Therefore, he naturally didn't have a good impression of the martial artists of the golden martial nation. In addition, this girl would be a huge obstacle for him to obtain the sacred inscription complete book. Therefore, he thought of a plan to drive the tiger to devour the wolf. On the other side, the sword servant and white-haired demon were fighting over the storage ring of the leader of the 4 blood devils. Just at this moment, a loud sound came from not far away. It gave them a fright. When they turned around, they saw a pretty girl standing there. Her clothes were white as frost, and her facial features were exquisite. She was truly a rare beauty. However, this girl was a little angry at this moment. Everything was going according to her plan. Suddenly, a root sprang out from the ground and completely tore apart her disguise. However, this girl was someone with status. She had an arrogant and cold expression on her face. "It's you, Princess Xianxia of the Golden Martial Nation. I didn't expect you to be hiding there." The sword servant and white-haired demon were a little afraid of Princess Xianxia. However, their cruel nature made them unwilling to bow down in the face of benefits. The Golden Martial Nation was terrifying and they couldn't afford to offend it. But if a princess died quietly in this forest, it seemed that no one would know. Xianxia smiled inwardly. He didn't expect it to be a princess. He wondered if he would be able to get some benefits if he saved the damsel in distress later. However, Xianxia didn't have much trust in such a pampered girl from a powerful force. These people could casually throw her away like trash. The sword servant and white-haired demon looked at each other and seemed to have an idea. They temporarily put down the fight and prepared to work together to deal with Xianxia. No one noticed that a root was slowly approaching the corpse of the leader of the 4 blood devils. It was preparing to quietly take the storage ring. Sometimes, one didn't need to use their hands to snatch something. They could do it by using their intelligence. Perhaps the effect would be even better. Haha, why would the princess of the Golden Martial Nation be interested in coming to such a remote place? Are you here to send us warmth because you think we're lonely? The white-haired demon sneered. How dare you? Xianxia snorted. Even if the 42 bandits joined forces, you might not be my match. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? If you have any brains, give me the sacred inscription encyclopedia now. The Golden Martial Nation will give you the best future. Keep it. Aren't you fighting for the sacred inscription encyclopedia for your future? The ancient race isn't easy to get in touch with. Compared to them, we're obviously easier to talk to. Although she was accidentally exposed, Huang Yu was still very confident. She didn't realize that she was exposed because of someone else. She only thought that it was some kind of plant monster. When she destroyed the monster earlier, she did feel a trace of demonic aura. Therefore, she wasn't afraid of the sword slave and the white-hair demon. She didn't even have any emotional fluctuations. It was because she was a peak 9th level divine physique echelon expert. She wasn't joking. If she attacked directly, the 42 bandits wouldn't be her match even if they joined forces. However, Huang Yu wanted to use the simplest method to achieve her goal. That was why she didn't attack first. Haha, we're not scared. You're just an 18-year-old girl. How capable can you be? It was obvious that the sword slave and the white-hair demon didn't realize how terrifying Huang Yu was. The two of them weren't frightened by Huang Yu's words. Why are you talking to her? Attack. The white-hair demon snorted and attacked directly. The sword slave attacked Huang Yu from the other side. At this moment, the root reached out from the ground and took away the storage ring of the eldest of the 4 blood demons. Done. Ling Xiao smiled. The combination of his ability and Cold Plum's ability was simply too powerful. Meanwhile, the three of them didn't notice this slight change. Huang Yu looked at the sword slave and the white-hair demon coldly and didn't do anything. Have they given up on resisting? The sword slave sneered in his heart. Or maybe they're deliberately mystifying things. The white-hair demon had the same thought. They didn't believe that an 18-year-old girl could be so capable and powerful. However, in the next moment, both of them were terrified. Just one move. Huang Yu raised her slender hand gently. 2 golden rays of light blossomed, and the sword slave and white-hair demon were shot in the throat at the same time, and their eyes became blurry. It looked like he was about to die. How is this possible? The two of them had been running amok in the Luosha Martial Kingdom and the Huanghuang Martial Kingdom for many years, although they had never fought with the disciples of the Huanghuang region or the Luosha region. But basically, he had never failed. Perhaps these experiences had made them arrogant and conceited. They had forgotten how terrifying the disciples of the Martial Kingdom's core region were. It was too late to regret now. They were beyond saving. Ling Xiao was also shocked. If they were to face the enemy head-on, he believed that even if the few of them joined forces, they would still not be this Huang Yu's match. Unless he used Blackie's power. This Imperial Jade was truly terrifying. Just like Yang Qi, Yin Li, and Huang Taifeng, he was not someone to be trifled with. You really overestimate yourself. Huang Yu did not even look at the 2 corpses. Instead, she walked towards the body of the leader of the 4 blood devils. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The other 2 of the 4 blood devils who had escaped suddenly launched a sneak attack. Huang Yu snorted coldly and killed the 2 of them with a casual attack. But in the next moment, her expression changed drastically. 2 black and white shadows bloomed in the air. They attacked her violently. At this moment, she had no way of dodging. The most important thing was that it happened too suddenly. She had no choice but to avoid being hit in her vitals. The black and white afterimages abruptly struck her body. Huang Yu was severely injured on the spot. Ling Xiao, who was hiding in the dark, saw everything clearly. The ones who attacked Huang Yu were the black and white double ghosts. They were 2 early-stage 9th level divine physique echelon martial artists. Originally, they were not a match for Huang Yu even if they joined forces. But these 2 guys were really cunning. They first used the 2 blood devils as bait to attract Huang Yu's attention before launching a sneak attack. They were all martial artists of the same level. Although there was a gap between their levels, the 2 of them still managed to injure Huang Yu severely. They were indeed not simple. I miscalculated. The moment Huang Yu was injured, she realized that today was not going to end well. She hurriedly fled outside. Even if she could not get the sacred pattern complete book now, as long as she did not die, she would have plenty of chances to settle the score with the black and white double ghosts. We can't let her escape. Kill. How could the black and white double ghosts let Huang Yu escape? After all, Huang Yu was the princess of the Golden Martial Nation. If they did not kill her now, the black and white double ghosts would not have a good life in the future. The black and white double ghosts chased after Huang Yu crazily, swearing to kill her. Ling Xiao was about to take this opportunity to escape. Suddenly, the severely injured soul-hooking demon patted the mud off his body and stood up. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. What a bunch of idiots. Looks like I put on a good show. I've lured out the black and white double ghosts as well as the princess of the Golden Martial Nation who was hiding in the dark. But unfortunately, I'll be the one laughing in the end. Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. These people were so cunning. He was already cunning enough. Only now did he realize that people could really become more cunning and treacherous in order to achieve their goals. He really did not expect the soul-hooking demon to put on a show. Luckily, he was patient enough and did not expose himself in a hurry. This made him the final Oriole. The soul-hooking demon, who thought he was smart, was probably going to be disappointed. The soul-hooking demon walked to the side of the leader of the 4 blood demons, and the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. Impossible. Why is it gone? She clearly saw that the sword slave, white-hair demon, Huang Yu, and the black and white double ghosts did not take the storage ring of the leader of the 4 blood demons. Now, the storage ring had disappeared. This made her a little dumbfounded. A feeling of uneasiness arose in her heart. She realized that she might be in trouble. Just as she was about to do something, she suddenly heard a sound from outside. She hurriedly returned to her original place and pretended to be seriously injured. It was the black and white double ghosts who came in. Both of them did not look good. Huang Yu was too strong. Even if she was seriously injured, she could still escape. This was really beyond their expectations. So their purpose of coming in was to get the sacred pattern complete book and escape as soon as possible. Away from the Golden Martial Nation. They did not believe that the Golden Martial Nation's power could extend to other martial nations. Black Demon, the ring is gone. White Demon frowned. What? Black Demon's expression changed drastically. They had offended the princess of the Golden Martial Nation but still could not get the sacred pattern complete book. They were too unlucky. He looked around and finally set his eyes on the soul-hooking demon. Bitch, did you take the storage ring? Black Demon roared and rushed toward the soul-hooking demon. Although the soul-hooking demon was cunning, her strength was too weak. She could not resist at all when Black Demon grabbed her neck. She can't talk when you're choking her. White Demon reminded. The fastest mobile version of the website, Black Fiend let go of the soul-hooking demon and said coldly, "Tell the truth. Otherwise, the next moment will be your death date." Boss, I'm innocent. It must be that Huang Jade who took away the storage ring. The soul-hooking demon actually did not know who took it away either. But the most likely was Huang Jade. He could only think so. Trash. Black Fiend actually smacked the soul-hooking demon to death with one palm. Then, he searched the soul-hooking demon's entire body. No ring. Looks like it was really taken away by that Huang Jade. Black Fiend said with a frown. Should we chase? White Fiend asked. Of course. Take advantage of the fact that that woman hasn't leaked out what happened here yet. We must catch up to her. I guess that she should have used some magic treasure to conceal her figure. After all, if she wanted to escape, she wouldn't be so fast. Just nice, I have a method that can break all concealment mystic methods in the world. Black Fiend laughed coldly. Following that, a surge of black energy surged out of his body. Soul-searching art. Black Fiend's soul-searching art could search within a radius of 1 mile. In their view, that Huang Jade was seriously injured and clearly could not go far. At least, in such a short time, she was definitely within a radius of 1 mile. Crap, when the Ling Xiao hiding in the dark heard Black Fiend's mystic method, his expression immediately changed drastically. His shadow warrior form was actually also considered a kind of concealment. If he was found by Black Fiend's soul-searching art, his plan today would probably change. But the sacred pattern complete book was already obtained. He just needed to escape and did not need to worry too much. Thinking up to here, he stood there and waited. Could not lose his composure first. After all, whether the soul-searching art could break his shadow warrior form was still uncertain. The next instant, Huang Jade was actually exposed first. Had to admire, this woman was really bold enough. She did not escape at all, but returned inside the ruins after concealing herself. She was even prepared to ambush Black Fiend and White Fiend already. So she was very close to Black Fiend. She was forced to reveal herself in an instant. After Huang Jade was discovered, she actually did not panic in the slightest. She suddenly accelerated, urged Divine Essence, and sent Black Fiend flying out with one palm. If she was not injured, this palm could probably directly kill Black Fiend. It was a pity that she was already seriously injured previously. Black Fiend was only injured but did not die. But he temporarily lost his combat strength. Huang Yu's injuries were even more severe because he had activated his Divine Essence while heavily injured. However, even at this moment, Huang Yu's face still did not show the slightest hint of nervousness. It was as if all of this meant nothing to her. What a sinister bitch, Bai Sha, kill her quickly. He Sha roared. The White Fiend didn't make a move. Instead, he shook his head and said, "This princess isn't so easy to kill." Even at the last moment, she probably had a way to perish together with him. I don't want to die that early. Since both of you are injured, the sacred rune tome belongs to me. I just need to wait until you're all dead. White Fiend's voice was cold and cunning. This made Huang Yu and He Sha frown. Huang Yu did have a Dharma treasure that could kill the White Fiend when it got close. This was her life-saving Dharma treasure. However, if the other party refused to come closer, she would die from her injuries. At that time, even the best magic treasure would be useless. Black Fiend frowned because of White Fiend's words. White Demon, are you kidding me? We are husband and wife. How can you sell me? Black Fiend said angrily. Husband and wife? You married me for the sacred rune tome. Don't think I don't know. Once you get the sacred rune tome, you will kill me. My strength is not as good as yours, but the heavens took pity and actually let you be seriously injured. This way, I can easily kill you. White Fiend said indifferently. Bitch, if you dare to touch me, I promise to let you die without a burial place. Black Fiend roared. He was the leader of the 42 bandits. Naturally, he had a trump card. Even if he was seriously injured, he would not be unable to fight back. The current situation could be said to be in a stalemate. And the best thing was that in the next moment, a new situation appeared. The soul-searching technique did not stop. Ling Xiao was exposed. Although only a trace of aura was revealed, it was not completely exposed. But for the experts present, it was no different from being completely exposed. It turns out that there is a mouse hiding here, get out. White Fiend looked at Ling Xiao's position warily and said coldly. They were all surprised. Huang Yu was deep in thought. Before entering the portal, she vaguely felt a trace of someone else's aura. But after entering the ruin, it was gone. So she did not take it to heart. Now that she thought about it, this guy hiding in the dark was really brilliant. Her exposure was probably intentional by the other party. And the disappearance of the ring was probably related to this person. If not for Black Fiend's soul-searching technique, this person would have won a complete victory today. Without wasting a bit of divine essence, he could get the treasure that everyone wanted. Ling Xiao's figure gradually appeared. However, he did not use his true body, but used his sovereign body. This was also just in case. Right now, he was completely not enough in front of a 9th-level divine body realm martial artist. Even with a few partners, it was absolutely impossible to win. So, survival was the priority. Who are you? White Fiend asked coldly. Just a passerby. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Even if he was discovered, he did not feel that there was any problem. He might not be a match for these people, but it was not that easy for these people to kill him. He had 3 sovereign bodies. Including his true body, that was 4 lives. In addition to rising from the ashes and time reversal, he had a total of 6 lives. Who could easily kill him? These years, he did not pay much attention to offensive martial techniques. Instead, he was extremely fond of life-saving abilities. Because he had to fight alone. If he died, then there would be nothing left. You took the ring? White Fiend asked again. That's right, I took it. You guys fought so intensely. I was embarrassed to let the ring be covered in dust, so I kept it. The sacred inscription complete book is really not suitable to fall into the hands of people like you. It's more suitable to leave it to me. Xianxia was still calm as usual. He did not even deny that the ring was in his hands. Actually, it was useless to deny it. No one would believe it anyway. Kid, before I have the intention to kill, you better hand over the ring. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape death today. White Fiend threatened coldly. If I hand over the ring, can I live? Xianxia asked. Of course. White Fiend nodded. Xianxia lowered his head and thought for a moment. Well, my strength is indeed not as good as yours. It may be a better choice to live. Here you go. He really threw the ring to White Fiend. White Fiend was stunned for a moment. He thought it was fake and did not dare to catch it directly. When the ring fell to the ground, he carefully observed it. He was overjoyed. It's really the ring of the 4th blood demon, and there is indeed the memory metal covered by the golden light shield. Can I go now? Xianxia asked. White Fiend looked at Xianxia as if looking at a fool. With a casual blow, Xiao's throat was pierced. He died on the spot. End of chapter 5090. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.